This story begins with several system windows informing citizens about a series of anomalous events occurring around the world. A giant abalone was reported found by fishermen on the coast, so immense that not even 10 people could surround it, suspected to be a mutation caused by nuclear wastewater. There was also information about an ancient tree in a tourist area growing wildly, spreading its roots for kilometers, and cracks appearing in the ground due to a possible abnormal earth pulse. The notifications continued with giant vines falling from the sky, making fairy tales real, and with news that subway tracks had been destroyed in multiple places, resulting in some casualties. No one paid attention, since they knew all this was nothing more than a bunch of sensationalist headlines, not very different from the false alarm about the zombie bite years ago. Many students were gathered in front of the school, considering that local rumors were much more interesting than the news. Suddenly, their attention was completely diverted to the figure approaching. It was the beauty of the school, Chu Qingli. Immediately, the crowd wondered if she was finally about to break up with her boyfriend. According to them, the relationship was nothing more than an act of charity on her part. Chu Qingli had already been accepted into Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend hadn't even managed to get into a decent university. Because of this, their futures were on completely different levels. Chu Qingli approached Fang Yi and called his attention. Fang Yi turned around somewhat curious. With a cold expression, she explained that she had thought it over and their relationship wasn't realistic. School-time love always reached a point where one wakes up and realizes they are not meant for each other. A life together, according to her, required not only courage, but also compatibility. For all this reason, it was best to end things. She thought with disdain that no matter what he tried to win her back, it would be impossible. Fang Yi remained silent, and noticing this, people thought his lack of reaction was because he was so shocked that he had collapsed or lost his mind. After all, she was the beauty of the school. They expected him to be on his knees, begging for another chance. However, upon observing him, they simply concluded that he was no match for a rich and beautiful girl, a toad who coveted a swan. With a calm gaze, Fang Yi agreed to break up with her, leaving Chu Qingli and the others in shock. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, our boy turned his back on her and decided to leave. She panicked and called out to him. With a piercing gaze, Fang Yi turned around and asked what she wanted. While her eyes were shining with rage, she made it clear that she didn't care what he was thinking or what tricks he would use. She wasn't going back with him, and she wanted this to be completely clear. Fang Yi began to stare at her and asked her not to flatter herself, calling her the school beauty. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise, making her blush. The others were in shock at Fang Yi's attitude. Fang Yi was aware that Chu Qingli and the others had no idea what was about to happen. He knew that society's current rules, like money and education, would soon turn to ashes. They were unaware that he had returned from a future disaster, a man reborn in this timeline. Because of this, the Chu Qingli before him was, to him, simply a distant stranger from another life. Fang Yi left the school. He had more important matters to attend to. For him, school beauties and reputation were irrelevant, since everything was about to be completely reconfigured. The real crisis was one looming over all humanity on Blue Star. It all began the night before, when Fang Yi woke up and some strange cracks showed him the future, and then the system informed him that an aura recovery had been detected. Its full activation would take place in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, and once this happened, the world would undergo an unprecedented transformation. Fang Yi was somewhat confused. Several figures appeared in front of him, and the system revealed that society's rules would be rewritten. The era of cultivators was about to arrive, and power would become the new standard. Our boy felt somewhat curious, extended his hand and asked who it was. Then a strange light began to appear in front of him. A system window appeared, explaining that it came from the confines of the universe and used top-tier algorithms integrated with cosmic secrets. Its function was to automatically generate cultivation techniques based on spiritual materials touched by the host, showing that current techniques were zero. Fang Yi began to extend his hand, and his eyes widened in surprise as his hand passed through the system window. Then, a powerful monster emerged and began to roar. Fang Yi was paralyzed and his eyes filled with fear. Inside the monster's mouth was a corpse, and the system revealed that this was his end as an ordinary person, as well as the fate of billions on Blue Star. Fang Yi swallowed saliva and could not help but feel afraid. He put his hand over his chest, and his eyes filled with worry. Fang Yi began to ponder and remembered his past life. He had been just an average person, swept along by the tide of events, struggling only to survive with the hope of overcoming the disaster. However, he witnessed the fall of his nation and the suffering of the people, and in the end, he could not escape from the mutated beasts. He remembered dying in despair, full of rage, and with a deep desire for revenge. His eyes began to shine with determination, as he thought that perhaps this was why he had been chosen by the system and brought back 1 year before the recovery of aura. He began to extend his hand, knowing that at this moment, most people had no idea about the change that was coming. Fang Yi touched the fragments of the system and decided that he would use each anomaly caused by the aura to his advantage. The system began to initialize a new evaluation. The eyes of our boy began to shine as the system informed him that it had been successfully linked. A new path had been unlocked, and now everything in existence could be used as material. His mission was to collect powerful techniques and abilities to become a strong cultivator and save the world. In the city, people were informed that humanity now faced an unprecedented crisis. Answers could not be found in the past. The only option was to adapt with their own strength. Everyone was surprised, except Fang Yi. When he turned on his phone, he saw several notifications. He understood that the government neither confirmed nor denied the strange phenomena, limiting itself to telling people to prepare. This, he knew, was Jia Nation's subtle way of issuing a warning, since reports once considered mythical nonsense would never have gone viral in this way. His eyes filled with sadness as he began to remember the past. He knew that this indirect and silent approach by Jia Nation helped citizens remain calm and trust their country. It was a hard and slow method, but much more effective than the chaos and gunfire of neighboring nations. Then he remembered that the system had told him that he could use anything, which meant that he should go wherever anomalies occurred. His attention was fixed on the phone. It was the #1 trending news. The UV index at Qingcheng University had reached a historic record of the century. Because of this, a heat warning had been issued, urging new students to take safety precautions and use sunscreen. The students were somewhat confused, as they thought that even the best universities now resorted to sensationalist advertising. They considered this false, definitely a paid topic to be trending, since heat of that magnitude could kill people. Fang Yi looked up at the sky and saw that it was full of clouds, then activated the UV meter and saw that it was at 0. He was somewhat confused, as he didn't understand how the weather could be so different, since Qingcheng University was only 15 minutes away by car. Images of a blazing sun above the university were published, and students were informed that new student registration would continue, but they should avoid the North Gate due to the high UV index, as all other entrances remained open. Feng Yi couldn't help but smile. He knew that when anomalies occurred for the first time, most people only thought it was a publicity stunt, and only he knew the truth. His eyes began to shine with joy as his first opportunity had arrived. Fang Yi changed clothes and went to Qingcheng University. Everyone was carrying umbrellas. It was so hot that the leaves of the trees had fallen. Our boy went to the north gate of Qingcheng University, the least crowded of all. He knew that something was definitely wrong in this place. Shiny ashes began to descend from the sky. While students were fleeing to avoid being scorched to death, Fang Yi's attention was fixed on it. He sat down and decided to touch it. Once his finger made contact, an intense glow began to emerge from it, and the system reported that it had detected an intense fluctuation in the Yang attribute, unlocking the data template of it. The energy began to enter Fang Yi's body, causing him terrible pain. An intense glow began to emerge from our boy's body. People covered their eyes to avoid going blind. They didn't know what was happening and thought they were hallucinating. The energy started burning Fang Yi's clothes, making him clench his teeth tightly. He put his hands on top of his head and started going crazy, not knowing if the system had finished compiling. He felt like he was about to die. The compilation was completed, and Fang Yi acquired a Yang attribute technique, the Golden Sun breathing technique. Later, it's the day for new students to register at Qingcheng University. Our main character's ex-girlfriend arrives at the registration area. A guy offers to carry her suitcase for her. Soon, more guys come over to try and get her attention, but she turns them all down, telling them she doesn't need their help. She looks over at a couple nearby with a sneer, but then a bright golden light flashes, surprising her and the other students. A voice on the loudspeaker tells everyone to stay away from the North Gate. The girl looks serious and decides to go see what is happening. At the North Gate, a huge burst of golden energy lights up the area. A dark figure appears from the smoke, giving off a powerful feeling. He takes a deep breath, and his eyes glow with a strong golden light. A screen pops up, telling him that he has created a new technique and earned 50 points. The guy looks at the screen and wonders what the points are for. He decides it's not important right now, but will probably be useful later. Time passes, and it is now night, with a strange-looking moon in the sky. The young man then starts to practice his new breathing technique. The next day, a bright sun is in the sky, and a new energy spreads through the university. Some students notice the sky get dark and cool for a second as they run to the north gate. A large crowd gathers there to see what is going on. The university's dean is angry and asks why no one listened to the warning to stay away. The group pushes through the crowd, which moves aside for them as they go to the center of it all. A hooded person with a serious look tells the dean to block off the north gate completely. At that moment, a system tells Fang Yi that he has cleaned a polluted area. He learns that the government already knows about these areas and wonders if there are other people like him. Hearing an alert about people not being allowed in the area, the young man knows things have gotten serious. The students see people in uniforms and wonder if they are from the army. From a rooftop, Fang Yi sees that the disturbance is getting a lot of attention. With his red eyes glowing, he decides it's time to leave and jumps off the building. Down below, the mysterious hooded person walks across the ground, which is cracked from the energy. The hooded figure looks carefully at the scene. This person kneels and touches the ground to feel for any remaining energy. Then, she picks up a piece of the ground to get a closer look at what happened. The hooded figure studies it and realizes a person caused the energy. Just then, officials begin moving the students out, while the person in the hood watches from far away. In the crowd, the guy's ex-girlfriend is shocked to hear that only one person did this. At that moment, she sees a figure jumping away and wonders if it was her ex, but she quickly pushes that thought away. With his grades, he could never get into this school. Far away at Fang Yi's house, the sun goes down and night falls. Lying on his bed, the young man complains that his body is still hot, even after a cold shower. Because of the heat, he's afraid he won't get any sleep. He also worries that because of what happened today, someone might have noticed him. He then picks up his phone and sees a popular news story about a cultivation association. The young man remembers that everyone used to think it was just a joke on the internet. Just then, he remembers the hooded people at the university and thinks they must be from the association. Curious, he opens the news story to read the whole article. It explains the different cultivation levels, from ghost acts to total transcendence. In the comments, people think it's a joke, but he wonders if the announcement is real. Fang Yi thinks about how he never knew any of this in his past life as a normal person. Sitting on his bed, he thinks about the cultivation association and decides to try his technique again. He closes his eyes and focuses to start his training. In that moment, he begins to sweat as a strong, golden energy flows around him. He starts to float in his room, surrounded by a bright golden glow. A light shines on him. The first step is to strengthen his body to hold the power of heaven and earth. He successfully controls the energy and shapes it into a divine axe. His eyes glow brightly, and he smiles, feeling full of power. The system tells him he has reached the Dushui level and gives him 50 more points. The guy remembers the points and reads the screen, which says a new path is now open. The system explains that the points can be used to put the compiled data into any object. He thinks about the idea of putting power into an object and looks at his mug on the table. He holds his hand out toward the mug with a golden glow of power. The system asks if he wants to use 1 point to put the Yang attribute on the mug. He realizes this is like enchanting an item to give it a special power. The young man thinks that if he did this to a weapon, it would become his own special item for fighting. He decides that having a powered-up weapon will be very important for what is to come. The guy then finds a small sword on his shelf and decides to try the power on it. He thinks that if the test works, he will buy a real weapon to be ready for the monsters. Suddenly, a strange noise from outside the building gets his attention in the middle of the night. Outside, a dark creature with huge claws is watching Fang Yi's apartment. With glowing red eyes, the strange creature shows its sharp teeth in the darkness. It looks like a giant demonic rabbit and gets ready to attack the building. But inside the apartment, the guy has no idea that danger is coming. Lying in bed, the guy feels uncomfortable from his new cultivation technique. With his red eyes, he wonders where the sound, which was like a rat, came from. He thinks the sound is not from inside or from the pipes, and it might be a neighbor's pet. Walking through the living room, he thinks that with his better hearing, it is normal to hear the neighbors. Then the guy focuses his hearing to listen more carefully to the strange sound, but he soon realizes something is wrong and becomes alert. Fang Yi goes to the door and comes face to face with the scary creature right there in the dark hallway. In the hallway, the strange creature with red eyes appears and glares at him, ready to attack. He is startled and recognizes the mutated beast. A memory from his past life scares him. At the same time, a drone flies over the city at night, showing that others know about the danger. On top of a building, a girl complains that they still have not caught the rabbit that ate a rare fruit. With a lollipop in her mouth, the young woman seems very calm and confident about the mission. She then orders her team to keep sending her updates about the target she is hunting. After that, the mysterious girl jumps from the top of the building to begin the chase. Falling very fast, she moves with ease between the huge city buildings. Suddenly, the young woman feels the mutated beast's power and realizes she is getting closer to it. With her eyes glowing, she finally finds the creature and gets ready for a fight. The mysterious hunter lands hard on a rooftop, moving with amazing skill. Running down the side of a building, she gets the order to chase the target no matter what. With a perfect landing, the young woman continues her chase without stopping. Jumping from building to building, she warns that the creature ate a special fruit and might evolve. Just then, a man working late sees something fast go by his window and is very confused. He wonders if he is seeing things, but his boss yells at him for just standing around. Meanwhile, the hunter stands like a shadow in front of the moon on the 65th floor. Back in the apartment, Fang Yi faces the strange creature, which screams at him. With his golden eyes, he knows his body has changed, and now he can fight it fairly. The creature then attacks with its claws, but the young man dodges with amazing speed. Fang Yi thinks that his body has really changed, and now he can see the attacks in slow motion. With sun energy in his hand, he wonders why a mutated beast is here so soon. He then remembers things from his past life and faces the monster. The guy knows the creature has not fully evolved yet, and the night makes it stronger and angrier. So he rushes forward to attack, because he has to stop it, or everyone in the building will die. Fang Yi manages to grab the creature with his hand full of energy. With surprising strength, the guy bites the strange creature without any fear. He holds the monster tightly, and his golden eyes shine with a cold, focused look. Then the young man spins the creature in the air and realizes its tail is its weak spot. Taking his chance, he grabs the beast's tail with all his strength. Fang Yi throws the monster against the window, and it shatters from the force. With his fist glowing gold, he gets ready to land a powerful punch. The guy shoots a beam of energy that hits the creature right in the air. The monster is then completely covered by the bright golden beam of light, but the strange creature grabs the golden energy with its claws and tries to take its power. Fang Yi then realizes the monster is trying to steal his yang power, and he fights back. He thinks the power of the sun is too strong and that the rabbit is just destroying itself. Soon after, a golden explosion covers the monster, which can't handle that much energy. In the building next door, a couple wakes up from the noise, and the man wonders if it was thunder. He then goes to the window to check, but sees nothing strange outside. Our hero lands on the floor, surrounded by what is left of his golden energy. The young man thinks that the creature was like a starving ghost trying to eat his power. After the fight, the monster's eye falls to the floor, letting out a weird black smoke. With a serious look, he stares at what is left of the creature he just defeated. Without thinking twice, the guy stomps hard on the eye, crushing the rest of the beast. He understands that the creature of the night was desperate for his opposite yang-type power. The young man thinks that if he were normal, the monster would have easily eaten everyone in the building. With that, he knows he needs to learn more techniques to face the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl jumps through the air in the moonlight, looking like a hunter. With amazing speed, the young woman runs very fast down the side of a building. When she gets to the scene, the mysterious hunter's eyes open wide with shock. Standing there in the middle of the night, she wonders if someone else defeated her target. Kneeling on the ground, she notes that the target has been destroyed, and that she will try to get the night attribute back. But as she touches the monster's remains, she is surprised by a golden energy that is still there. The young woman then feels a strong heat and a burning power that makes her pull back right away. The young woman remembers the energy from the university gate and understands that this is not a coincidence. After this discovery, the girl turns on her communicator with a serious and determined look. She tells her base that the target was taken out by a powerful new forerunner with a special ability. A voice on her communicator asks if the same person cleaned the gate and killed the rabbit. A man confirms they have no information on this person, and that the association must recruit him. The silver-haired girl agrees with the plan. She then carefully puts the small flame of energy into a container on her clothes. Her boss tells her to stop her other missions and focus on finding the new forerunner. At that, the mysterious hunter calmly unwraps the lollipop she was holding. The young woman puts the candy in her mouth and says she understands the new order perfectly. But before she starts the mission, the girl says she first needs to get some milk tea to relax. A voice on the communicator wonders who this mysterious person with so much power could be. The young woman agrees that the president was right, and that she needs to meet this powerful master. Fang Yi's day starts with the sunrise. He stretches, ready to train. He knows waking up early is good for his power, so he prepares for another session. The fighter uses his breathing method, taking in the morning's golden energy. As the energy fills him, his eyes glow with golden power. He enters the Ghost Axe realm and feels the technique's power appear. A sudden burst of energy surprises him. He realizes he's getting stronger again. Power flows through his body, and he focuses to control it. He makes a tight fist, feeling the energy now in his hand. He summons his key axe and sees that the weapon feels much lighter. He grips the weapon's handle firmly, ready to try out his new strength. The warrior lifts the golden axe over his head, preparing a powerful hit. He reaches the 2-star ghost axe realm, releasing his strength. His eyes now burn with golden flames, showing his new power. Fang Yi's body feels much stronger and tougher after this change. He grew stronger so fast because he used the extra energy from his last power-up. Fang Yi decides that from now on, he will level up slowly and carefully, one step at a time. But his growing power gets a lot of attention, so he needs a more private place. In the association's office, a man feels something strange in the air. He sees the change in the sun's energy and wonders if it's the new guy again. Fang Yi finds a quiet spot by a river to continue his plans. A system screen appears and he confirms he will add a special quality to his weapon. He remembers trying this with another item, but it couldn't handle the power. This time, the new blade works with his energy, making a strong connection. A system message confirms the item encoding worked. Excited by his new weapon, he gets ready to test its amazing power right away. The test result shocks him with the incredible power the sword let out. A huge golden beam of light shoots from the blade into the sky. The warrior lands with his sword in flames, feeling the power flow through him. He almost starts a fire with that swing and sees how dangerous his strength is. The smoke from the attack is big, so he knows he was seen and needs to leave. A girl is running fast toward the smoke he left. She complains that she stepped away for a moment and missed everything. Suddenly, the young woman stops. She sees that the river is actually boiling. The agent flies over the damaged area, wondering what the new guy did to the place. She can already imagine being told off, since everything has gone wrong since he appeared. Just then, a golden flash in the distance catches her eye, and she becomes curious. The hunter is shocked by what she senses. This shouldn't be possible. His power level jumped from 1 star to 2 stars, and he even made a spirit weapon. The association only has 2 of those weapons, and the way to make them isn't fully known. The girl gets suspicious, wondering how he got this kind of power by himself. But she thinks she must be wrong and decides to start cleaning up the mess he made. Far away, Fang Yi thinks about how his weapon now has the Yang attribute, but he wants more. The system can encode anything, so he plans to add more qualities to the blade. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He has a message from someone he doesn't know. He completely forgot about being private, and now a stranger is inviting him to a pioneers group. He's shocked to learn that official members must be at least Ghost Axe realm level. The stranger talks about a new pollution zone and invites him to a group hunt. He asks for the location, and the stranger sends a file about the lava dragon of the Shadow River. The zone has lava, and the same Yang attribute he has, so Fang Yi decides to accept the invitation. Far away in the Binmu district, a group is waiting for old Li's friend to arrive. One member says the girl's map was so good, he got there easily. The blonde girl thanks everyone for coming and tells them they need to work together. She is from the Cultivation Association and is disappointed that the pioneers here aren't very strong. What many don't know is that the Cultivation Association is a government group. Getting into the group was hard and required her family to ask for favors, so she hates to fail. Just then, one of the explorers sees the newbie arriving and calls him by his name, Fang. Fang Yi makes a strong entrance with his new sword and introduces himself to the group. The agent is startled by his power, but sees his aura isn't scary, but warm. Since the team is all there, the leader gives the signal, and they go toward the cave entrance. Fang Yi decides to go first and asks the blonde agent to take care of the light. The group walks through the cave, and one of them warns Fang about the loose rocks. They think it's strange that the place isn't very hot yet. Fang Yi reflects on how quickly the team accepted him and feels that their friendship is real in these hard times. Fang Yi keeps moving forward, and the ground under his feet starts to change color, showing that danger is near. Suddenly, they get to a huge opening and are amazed to see a river of boiling lava right in front of them. Without hesitating, Fang rushes toward the danger, and the blonde agent yells at him not to be so reckless. To everyone's surprise, the warrior pushes his sword right into the lava. The explorers panic and scream for help. A fiery explosion throws the team back, and Fang Yi's system detects a worldwide problem and starts to analyze the information. As he plunged his sword into the lava, Fang Yi's system analyzed the anomaly, revealing a new power, the inner flame, with an extremely high internal temperature and explosive properties, and the Scarlet Flame sword technique, which unleashed its power when the blade was drawn, coating it in fire and lightning. Resolved, Fang Yi gripped his sword. His eyes and the blade glowed with fiery power, a perfect technique for his Tang sword. Below, the other explorers, thrown back by a previous explosion, watched in amazement as Fang Yi stood unharmed in a vortex of fire. Realizing his weapon was absorbing the lava's power, Fang Yi then used his script points to permanently embed the Scarlet Flame attribute into his sword, which now burned with energy. When the flames subsided, his teammates concluded he had suffered a small cultivation accident and had recovered. The group was euphoric, noticing the cave's spiritual energy had stabilized. One of them celebrated being able to absorb it smoothly, while another, on the verge of beginning his cultivation path, excitedly shouted Xiaoya's name. The blonde agent, Xiaoya, encouraged them to train while she kept watch, and the team thanked her for the opportunity. The peace was interrupted when Xiaoya detected figures approaching the entrance, warning that other pioneers were arriving. 3 muscular men entered, led by one with an eye patch and glowing red eyes who arrogantly declared the resource-rich land was now theirs. Xiaoya grew worried, recognizing all 3 newcomers were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, a level her team couldn't challenge. Despite the danger, Xiaoya tried to reason with them, politely stating they had arrived first and even offering to let them join. Her diplomacy was met with contempt. The eye patch-wearing leader mocked her low level and ordered them to get lost or face the consequences. Xiaoya's expression hardened. She reflected on the harsh reality of survival of the fittest in this new era, but as a member of the Xia Nations Association, she decided she couldn't allow this injustice. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, Fang Yi stepped between Xiaoya and the hostile leader. With his sword ignited, he coldly asked the large man if he had nothing better to do than bully a young woman. The eye patch-wearing leader was left stunned and speechless. Without hesitation, Fang Yi unleashed a single, devastating swing that created a fiery explosion, sending the 3 aggressors flying. The force of the attack startled Fang Yi's own teammates from their meditation. He remembered the tragedies caused by those who followed the survival of the fittest principle, knowing only overwhelming force would work on such people. To make his point, Fang Yi drove his blade into the ground in front of the rival leader. Surrounded by an immense golden aura, he coldly ordered them to scram. Terrified by this second display of power, the leader called Fang Yi a monster and screamed for his men to run as Fang Yi watched them flee. His teammates rushed over, buzzing with excitement over his incredible power. Fang Yi smiled, brushing it off and suggesting it was time to leave. As they left, Xiaoya contemplated the immense power Fang Yi had shown, realizing he had held back. Convinced he was a top-tier pioneer, she knew she had to report this major discovery to her organization immediately. The scene shifts to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, where a woman on the phone with Xiaoya repeated in surprise that another high-attribute pioneer had appeared. The office worker grew flustered, realizing she had said too much, especially with an imposing man standing behind her. She awkwardly hung up after confirming the report. The young woman cheerfully asked her gray-haired superior if they were lucky enough to have 2 high-attribute pioneers in a row. He, however, grimly corrected her that luck had nothing to do with it, explaining that every high-attribute individual is destined to become a new center of power, a responsibility that stressed him immensely. Under a sunny sky, Fang Yi returned to the city. He tried to disguise himself as a cosplayer, but his powerful presence and authentic sword only drew more attention. His walk was interrupted when he saw on his phone that news of the cave incident had already gone viral. He chided himself for his carelessness, knowing the eruption of his internal flame was too noticeable. Dismissing the idea that his teammates would betray him, he focused on a more urgent matter. The massive yang energy he had absorbed was pushing him toward a new breakthrough. He needed to find a secluded place immediately and headed for the back mountain. 5 minutes later, on that same mountain, a silver-haired young woman named Su Qingying, a garden restoration expert, felt a sudden, powerful presence. She saw an intense burst of light, like a miniature sun, and recognized the signs of a cultivator breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The scale of the energy astounded her. She'd never imagined a breakthrough of that realm could be so monstrous. Driven by a sense of duty and a flash of recognition, she raced toward the disturbance, vowing to catch the mysterious individual this time. High on the mountain, Fang Yi was focused on his breakthrough. He pulled in huge amounts of golden energy, which spun around him before forming a bright, sun-like ball above his head. As he meditated in the air, the power behind him formed a complex, star-shaped divine shape. Golden energy sparked across his skin, and his eyes glowed with great power as he tried to control the wild energy. Finally, the power came together, taking the shape of a giant divine axe made of pure golden and light blue energy, crackling with power. Meanwhile, Su Jingying arrived and stopped suddenly when she saw the amazing sight. She watched in total disbelief, seeing that the mysterious person was about to swing the divine axe he had just created. His level of control was incredible. She wondered how anyone could command so much spiritual energy with such perfect skill and steadiness, asking herself if this man had secretly been training for centuries. The sight brought back a painful memory. Su Qingying remembered her own attempt to break through to the Ghost Axe 2-star level. The pressure from her own divine axe had been too much for her, pushing back and making her cough up blood. It left her stuck in bed for a full week. She was naturally strong, but she had still failed badly. She couldn't understand how this monster could handle a breakthrough that was so much more powerful than hers. As she ran closer, she was even more amazed. The huge amount of spiritual energy, the perfect control in every move of the axe, and the way every bit of power seemed to have been purified thousands of times. It was all beyond anything she had ever seen. She decided that this person wasn't just an amazing monster, he was like a god who had come down from the sky. She also noticed his calm and steady way of doing things. Most pioneers, when they felt a breakthrough was about to happen, would rush to get it done. This person, however, moved with a deep sense of experience and a strong mind, like a master from old times. Her thoughts were stopped when the giant, fiery divine axe began to move. She watched the awesome sight as it swung with a purpose, heading east. At the peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes burned with pure golden light as cracks of raw energy spread across his face. He floated inside a blinding storm of golden power, successfully controlling the huge amount of energy he had gathered to evolve. A system window then appeared, officially confirming he had succeeded. He had reached the Ghost Axe realm, 2-star. The new divine axe slammed down into the earth, releasing all of its power in one huge shockwave that tore across the mountain. Su Qingying was caught in the powerful blast and had to hold herself steady against the wave of golden energy. The leftover force cut a huge path through the forest before fading away, but when she looked up, the mysterious man had completely disappeared. Breathing hard from the effort and her frustration, Su Qingying couldn't believe she had missed him again, especially since she had arrived in only 30 seconds. A worrying thought came to her. He must have known that she was tracking him. She worried that if he stayed this hard to find, her mission to recruit him would be impossible. Just as she was about to give up, she paused. A sudden idea hit her. She looked away from the path of destruction and toward a giant old tree that was now glowing with a soft, leftover golden light. With a new feeling of certainty, she called out into the woods that seemed empty, calling him Senior and asking if he was still in the area. From the shadows of the forest, Fang Yi appeared, his hooded body giving off a cool confidence. His glowing red eyes were on Su Qingying. He immediately knew she was the person who had been looking into him for the past few days. Seeing she had been found, Su Qingying stood her ground and properly introduced herself. She said she was the captain of the Firefly Squad, a part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Xia Nation, and also one of the nation's first pioneers. On behalf of the association, she sincerely invited him to join them. She admitted she had been following him for 2 days and hoped her methods hadn't made him think badly of her. As she spoke, Fang Yi stayed quiet, and his face was hard to read under his hood. Su Qingying added that while the public didn't know yet, all the official papers for the association were ready. Inside, however, she was very nervous, choosing her words carefully, and worrying if she was bothering him or making the powerful man angry. She knew she had to sound soft and respectful. Her carefully planned speech was cut short by Fang Yi's simple, direct question. "Why should I join?" The direct question surprised her completely. She stuttered for a moment, panicking over what to say. She quickly saw that empty, nice words would be useless against someone so smart. The truth was her only choice. Pulling herself together, she explained what the association was for. She told him that the Xia Nation wanted to gather and unite all the early pioneers, to guide them on an organized path, and also give them extra protection. She knew that growth was messy right now, and that an association might feel like a cage to a free spirit like him. But she asked him to look at the bigger picture. A great return of spiritual energy was coming, and they would all need to stand together to face the unknown enemies of the future. After listening to her passionate speech, Fang Yi leaned casually against a tree, looking tired and uninterested. He told her plainly that he was not willing to join. He explained that, for now, he still couldn't bring himself to fully trust her or the association she represented. Su Qingying was left completely stunned and speechless by his direct refusal, her eyes wide with shock. Facing his refusal, Su Qingying grew desperate. She quickly pulled out her identification card from her jacket. Holding it up for him to see, she quickly introduced herself again as Su Qingying and mentioned she used to be a well-known athlete before the spiritual energy returned. She begged him to believe her, hoping her public identity would give him a reason to trust her. Fang Yi paused and thought about her words. He touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that he now vaguely remembered her. His mind remembered a framed picture of her celebrating a victory as the runner-up in the Xia Nation's long-distance championship. He realized her natural athletic skill was what made her such a fast and good pioneer. However, his face then became hard. A dark memory from his previous life came to mind, showing a vision of a ruined city. He knew that in his original timeline, the Sia Nation's work, including the association, had failed in the end, leading to the end of humanity. Now that he had returned with his system, he knew he had to be part of the solution, but joining the association at this point was not the right move. Putting on a more thoughtful look, he looked back at a hopeful Su Qingying and confirmed that he did remember her. He told her he would think about her offer, and before she could answer, he jumped into the air and sped away from the spot. Just as quickly, he reappeared right behind a startled Su Qingying. He gave her a firm condition: she must keep his location a secret from everyone for now. In his mind, he studied her respectful behavior and guessed that the association was careful about upsetting powerful pioneers who weren't with them. He saw this as a weakness he could use. Su Qingying suggested a deal. She explained that the association had detected the energy from his breakthrough and that she had to file a report. She suggested sending a report that was a mix of truth and lies to protect his identity while keeping her bosses happy. After a moment of thought, Fang Yi agreed to her plan. Su Qingying tried to call out to Fang Yi as he agreed to her plan, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. She ran down the mountain slope after him, but it was no use. Tired and annoyed, she walked alone on a forest path, muttering in frustration about how many times she had failed to catch him and how he was now trying to avoid her. She sighed, complaining about the tiring work of erasing the powerful energy signs he left behind after every incident. Her thoughts were cut short by a voice in her earpiece, telling her to stop worrying about the hard-to-find pioneer and remember the mission she was on. The voice seriously told her that the strange creatures had appeared again. Su Qingying froze, her eyes wide with shock as she asked if they were really back. A scary memory flooded her mind, showing her surrounded by a crowd of terrifying wolf-like creatures with bloody mouths and glowing red eyes. She thought to herself that she would never forget those strange, bloody beasts. The story explained what they were: cold, evil, and bloodthirsty monsters born from the pollution zones made by the spiritual energies return. They got power from these zones, turning into monsters that ate humans. Some could even hide as natural disasters, killing anyone as they split up lands and made new pollution zones. If they weren't stopped, their very destructive nature would let them keep eating the human world until nothing was left. A heavy storm suddenly hit the city. The night sky wasn't lit by streetlights, but by constant, violent flashes of lightning. Rain poured down, and red alerts lit up people's phones, warning of the severe thunderstorm and telling everyone to stay inside. Another alert announced that the Yuhuang Mountain area was closed because of flooding risks. From their windows, people commented they hadn't seen a storm this bad in years, with some joking that a powerful being might be facing a lightning trial nearby. Hidden in a rainy alley, Fang Yi watched the storm grimly, his red eye glowing. He could feel the huge amount of lightning energy in the air, recognizing its wild power. He knew this was no ordinary storm, but another anomaly, with its power focused on a single point. His eyes scanned past the city buildings and locked onto a distant mountain peak that was being hit by lightning again and again. He had found the center of the storm. Without hesitating, Fang Yi raced into the downpour, leaping across rooftops as he sped toward the mountain. When Fang Yi reached the base of Yuhuang Mountain, his system immediately confirmed a pollution zone was detected. He looked up at the peak, but instead of its usual beauty, he saw a grim scene with skeletal remains scattered among twisted trees. Another system notice added to the danger, stating the pollution level was unknown. Still, Fang Yi moved forward without hesitating, walking into the dark, stormy woods with a determined look. As he got closer to the center of the storm, he saw a massive bolt of blue lightning strike the mountain's summit, lighting up the whole area. He had found his target. Inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, officials held a tense meeting. A large screen showed a vortex of blue energy over a mountain peak. An official reported that the danger on Mount Yuhuang was rising quickly, so they had to close it off and call it a new contamination zone. The grim-faced association leader said the situation was so critical, he had to pull Su Qingying from another important mission. He asked her to report on what was happening. Su Qingying told the officials that it was currently impossible to climb the mountain, as the unstable thunder energy was about to explode. Because of this, the area was officially classified as an A-level contamination zone. She continued with more worrying news. Based on how fast the energy was growing, the mountain would soon be an S-level threat, which would start their highest emergency plan. But she pointed out a major problem. Based on their data, no explorer they had could safely get near the area, admitting that not even she could handle it. A wave of shock went through the room, as calculations showed the mission would mean certain death even for highly advanced explorers. Facing this impossible situation, a man in a security uniform ordered the foot of Mount Yuhuang to be completely sealed off, with patrols sent out 24/7 to stop anyone anyone from trying to climb it. The association leader firmly agreed. He declared they had to stop the threat by sealing the mountain and that no one could go near it until the energy concentration dropped. While the association thought Mount Yuhuang was too dangerous, Fang Yi was already deep inside the zone. Huge bolts of blue lightning crashed down around him. As the storm raged, Fang Yi stood firm, protected by a golden aura from his breathing technique. He knew, however, that just surviving the storm wasn't enough. To get the purest thunder energy, he had to climb to the center of the storm at the mountain's peak. His decision was fueled by dark memories of the past. He knew that the creatures they faced now were just the beginning, and even more terrifying monsters would appear in the future. He realized that his current fire-based powers were not enough for the challenges to come. He had to become stronger himself, not just rely on his weapon. Surrounded by the lightning, Fang Yi saw a rare and perfect opportunity to use the thunder energy to strengthen his own body. Fang Yi knew if he didn't take this chance to get stronger, he would face certain death from the disasters to come. His eyes glowing gold, he drew his flaming sword and, with a defiant roar, plunged it directly into a massive bolt of blue lightning. The wild energy surged through him, causing terrible pain, but his face remained determined. His body shook violently as the electricity coursed through him. He realized this thunder power was like a divine punishment, actively fighting against him. The storm was furious that he had entered its territory and seemed to demand that he give up. Staring at the chaotic sky, he wondered how he could possibly make such a raw force obey him. Then, he had an idea. He calmed himself and remembered his system's rule. To get a power, he had to touch the energy source. A golden aura exploded from him as he unleashed his golden sun breathing technique, determined to fight through the storm. With a loud roar, Fang Yi pushed forward, using his flaming sword to cut a path through the storm of blue lightning. The clash of his golden energy against the raw storm created a huge, chaotic explosion. Blood trickled from his mouth from the strain, but his eyes burned with determination. He knew this was a desperate gamble where he had to push himself to his limit, facing death in order to live. Finally, after a hard struggle, he reached the peak. He plunged his sword into the ground, cracking the rock as he arrived at the center of the storm. Here, the power was even more terrifying, a violent flood of thunder energy that made it hard to even breathe. He felt the storm's full attention on him and realized it no longer just wanted to push him away, it wanted to kill him. As if to prove it, the storm gathered its full power and shot a single, massive beam of white-hot lightning directly at him, an attack meant to completely destroy him. As Fang Yi faced the storm's final attack, his system activated, detecting a powerful thunder attribute and starting to process it. Far below in the city, people watched from a tall building, amazed. One man taking a photo had never seen lightning so big. Another wondered if a god was going through a trial, even thinking he saw a person in the sky. At the mountain's peak, the fight ended in a brilliant explosion. Fang Yi had won. A system message confirmed it, announcing he had obtained refined divine thunder power and could now summon heavenly lightning to make his body godlike. He was rewarded with 5 writing points. Fang Yi now floated in the air, surrounded by blue lightning and his golden aura. He understood his new power. The thunder attribute was a top-tier force for both attack and defense. Unlike his sun power, which was mostly for defense, the thunder could refine his body and turn it into intense energy. He decided that the thunder was now his spear and his shield. He also realized the power wasn't just about destruction, it was also about purification and rebirth. He could feel the energy strengthening his bones and muscles without any pain. The system then offered him an upgrade to punish evil, which would grant him double critical damage, asking if he wanted to use writing points to get it. Landing softly, Fang Yi thought about what to do next. His first thought was to put this new thunder power into his Tang sword. He considered it carefully. While it would make the blade stronger, he worried it might mess with the purity of the sun attribute already in it. He also knew that putting too many different powers into one item could damage or even destroy it. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Looking at his hand, he decided to do something different. He would implant the thunder attribute directly into his right hand. The system immediately responded, asking if he wanted to put the thunder attribute into the chosen item. A confident smirk appeared on his face as he gave the command. Instantly, all the wild blue lightning in the air rushed into his right hand as he claimed the storm's power for himself. The next day on the storm-damaged peak of Mount Yuhuang, the immediate danger was gone. Below a cliff, Su Qingying and an army officer named Major Han Li stood over numerous figures in body bags. Su Qingying reported that the contamination zone's energy had strangely dropped from its most dangerous level to a mild level in just 3 hours, though some electricity was still in the air. Major Han Li listened and immediately figured out what had happened. Someone had been there. It was a seeker, a person who actively looks for these dangerous events. Su Qingying was shocked, wondering if another seeker was involved and if they could have survived. She knelt and looked for clues but couldn't sense anything, guessing that the heavy rain had washed away any evidence. She concluded that the seeker must have left the mountain safely around 8 p.m. the night before. Major Han Li agreed with her timeline. The strange event began around 6 p.m., and the army sealed the mountain at 7 p.m., so the seeker must have climbed the mountain before it was closed. He noted that their instruments predicted the danger would reach grade S, but after 8 p.m., the energy suddenly dropped. Standing where the lightning had been strongest, the major added his own theory. He believed the seeker not only survived the lightning, but probably had a thunder-related power, turning the disaster into a great opportunity. He concluded this person was the direct cause of the sudden change. The major then shared his biggest worry. People like this were the most dangerous because they didn't know whose side they were on. Su Qingying agreed, adding that if such a powerful person was a threat, the disaster they could cause would be huge. They had to be found quickly. Miles away, sitting on his couch and unaware of the military operation now focused on him, Fang Yi let out a sudden, loud sneeze. Back on the mountain, Major Han Li made his decision. He gave a firm order to his troops. Find this person immediately, at any cost. As his command was given, he assigned the mysterious target his temporary codename, the Tyrant. The investigation on Yuhuang Mountain started right away. The army hoped the Spiritual Practitioners Association could recruit the mysterious person codenamed Tyrant soon. In the meantime, they would keep all information about the event secret and start their own investigation. On the Rainy Peak, the association leader told Major Han Li that they already had a high-level pioneer trying to make contact. He then turned to Su Qingying and ordered her to give her report to the major. Su Qingying was caught off guard by the order and gasped in panic. Forced to think fast, she began her half-true report. She connected the current incident to the pioneer who had recently cleared the pollution zone at a local university. Inside, she was panicking, terrified she would say something wrong and reveal her deal with Fang Yi. She explained that she had been trying to contact him, but he was hard to find. She mentioned finding the body of a mutated rabbit he had killed and correctly identified his Yang Flame attribute from the evidence. She finished by promising to do her best to get close to him and find out how he had cleared the university's gate. She silently prayed for help, knowing that mixing truth with lies was her only way to make her story sound real. Major Han Li listened closely, thinking about what a pioneer with a Yang Flame attribute meant. He seemed happy with her report and thanked her for her hard work, calling her a talented young pioneer. Su Qingying gave a sharp salute and replied that it was her duty. With the meeting over, Major Han Li mentioned they would release fake news about natural disasters to hide the event from the public. He also said he disagreed with posting spiritual energy information online where bad people could use it. As the officials talked, Su Qingying quietly sighed, relieved that the tough questioning was finally over. Back at his home, Fang Yi used his golden sun breathing technique to easily dry his white hoodie, making it glow with a warm light before holding it up, perfectly clean and dry. After putting it on, he checked the changes in his body. Even after adding the powerful thunder attribute, he could still feel a clear difference. He looked down at his right hand, which now sparked with blue lightning. It had completely changed, becoming the strongest part of his body and getting a huge boost. As he flexed his fingers, making small balls of lightning appear, he could feel that he was close to another upgrade. What surprised him most was how the once wild thunder attribute had become as calm as a kitten after being added to his body, letting him control it freely. He compared this to the terrible pain he felt when he first unlocked the Yang attribute, and wondered if the energies got weaker during the process. Remembering the system told him this new power dealt double damage to strange and evil creatures, he was eager to test it. His thoughts were broken by a sudden alert from his phone on a nearby table. He picked it up, wondering what was happening now. He had set up special news alerts after the last incident, knowing that in these crazy times, the government would issue warnings to protect people. For a pioneer like him, however, these warnings were more than just notices of danger. In every crisis, there was a chance to grow stronger, even if it meant risking his life. As Fang Yi thought about what to do next, he looked at the major news alert on his phone. The report said a huge explosion had just happened inside a chemical plant, causing a lot of pollution in the city. The official story said no one was hurt and told people to stay calm, but Fang Yi was suspicious of an event this big. He checked online forums, where people who saw it happen gave a much scarier story. People who lived nearby described a super creepy feeling they couldn't explain. One person asked if it was a cold, evil aura, and another quickly agreed. While many were doubtful, the overall feeling was one of dread and fear. The words, cold and evil aura, felt familiar to Fang Yi. Suddenly, a terrifying memory from his past life came back. A bloody hand and a horrible monster. He remembered hiding in fear from a giant, red, demonic beast as it destroyed everything around it. The creature, a gross, multi-eyed rat-like monster, was a threat he knew too well. Back in the present, he looked serious. He remembered the nature of these creatures. They were plants or animals that changed in a strange way after becoming self-aware, their power going wild and giving them terrifying hunting and killing abilities. They loved to appear in the dark of night. Realizing this new threat was 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had fought before, Fang Yi knew he had to do something. Clenching his fist, which sparked with his new blue lightning, he decided he would go out that night to stop these creatures from surviving and getting stronger. Standing up, he was surrounded by blue electrical energy. It was time, he decided, to test his new 200% critical hit ability in a real fight. On a dark and stormy night, rain fell on the empty city streets. As a traffic light changed, a blur of motion sped across the wet road, a squad of cloaked figures moving with amazing speed. These were the members of the Destroyer Squad, and they were hunting. One member reported to their headquarters that they were tracking Anomaly File Number 7, codenamed Candle Knight, but had lost the target. The creature's known ability was to blend into the darkness, making it very hard to follow. The squad member added new, scary details to the file. The anomaly made a faint sizzling sound when it was close and liked to eat humans. As lightning lit up the sky, the squad landed on a rooftop to look over the city. Their leader, a determined man with light hair and a scar on his face, knew the stormy weather was perfect for the creature's hunt. He said with grim certainty that they could not let that happen. Miles away, in a busy command center, an operator got the updated information. He confirmed the new data for File 7. Candle Knight had been submitted. The situation was serious. An extermination request was filed as a high priority, with a goal to solve it in 12 hours. The order came back from headquarters. The Destroyer Squad was to keep chasing the target, but their own safety was most important. The team immediately started the chase again, leaping from building to building through the rainy city. The squad leader paused, looking at a glowing holographic map of the city full of red markers showing active anomalies. He knew that a 12-hour response time wasn't fast, but it was the best headquarters could do. The country was large, and with anomalies appearing everywhere, even their advanced resources were stretched thin. Just as the Destroyer Squad got close to their target's last known location, a warning came from their headquarters. The operator told them that the area they were entering was currently occupied by Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association agents. A photo of Su Qingying appeared on the screen as the operator explained that her team was watching pioneers there and could be asked to help. The Destroyer Squad's leader acknowledged the message and asked headquarters to have her come help, saying he had heard of her good work. Elsewhere, Su Qingying was surprised to learn she had become so famous. The Destroyer Squad waited grimly in the rain. Soon, Su Qingying and her own cloaked team arrived, taking a spot on a higher rooftop. With a hand on her hip, she looked down at the squad below and casually asked if they were the ones calling her for overtime. The Destroyer Squad's leader was not happy with her casual tone. He sternly told her that the Candle Knight anomaly eats people and that this was much more serious than a simple overtime request. One of Su Qingying's team members shot back, asking if that was the right way to ask for help. Su Qingying then turned to leave, saying that the Destroyer Squad seemed so good, they probably didn't need help after all. She announced that her team, the Ying Squad, would be leaving. As they started to go, her team members muttered among themselves, one worrying about their boss's savage attitude and another defending her, saying their own missions were just as dangerous. The leader of the Destroyer Squad immediately panicked and called for her to wait. He apologized for his harsh tone and begged for her help. He explained just how dangerous Candle Knight was, and that without her famous tracking skills, they would be at a great disadvantage. He stressed that if his team failed, the people of the city would be the ones to suffer, as the monster would kill them all. After agreeing to work together, the two teams stood on a rainy rooftop, ready to hunt. Su Qingying concentrated, and a glowing blue ball of energy appeared in her hand. She announced she had found the creature. The orb's energy expanded, showing the monster's location. Hidden in the dark, wet ruins of a chemical plant, the monstrous, multi-eyed rat-like creature called Candle Knight was eating something. Its file noted that it liked darkness, dampness, and eating people. With the target found, Su Qingying gave the command for the joint operation to start. The creature's senses were sharp, and it instantly looked up, aware of their presence. It jumped away, just as an attack hit the ground where it had been. A member of the Destroyer Squad said the target had spotted them and ordered the team to form up. The squad members moved with incredible speed, their cloaks blurring as they chased it. They surrounded the creature from all sides, and with their prey trapped, they shouted together, ready to attack. One of the destroyer squad members lunged forward, shouting the order to attack. He hit the creature hard, sending it crashing into a pile of rubble. But instead of being weaker, the monster's body began to change, its back erupting with red sores and black spikes. With a furious shriek, the enraged Candle Knight fought back, creating a vortex of dark energy. Su Qingying desperately shouted for the teams to watch out for the sound wave and dodge. Her warning was a moment too late. A powerful sonic blast erupted from the creature, sending the squad members flying back. The destroyer squad's leader was thrown from the rooftop, crashing onto the street below. One of his team members rushed to his side. The leader pushed himself up, bruised but alive. He admitted that if he hadn't moved back at the last second, his bones would have been broken. He knew they were in grave danger. If the creature stayed in the city any longer, it would cause a huge disaster. The battle took another turn as Candle Knight continued to change. It grew large, bat-like wings and let out a roar, its throat glowing with green energy. It then spewed a corrosive, dark substance that filled the air with toxic green smoke. The creature aimed this blast at the ground, trying to melt the street to burrow underground and escape. One of Su Qingying's team members warned her that the monster had a corrosive dark power and that anything it touched would be destroyed. She explained that their team didn't have a power strong enough to fight it. Su Qingying, however, stayed calm. She ordered her team to stay alert and not to mess up the destroyer squad's formation, reminding them their main job was to gather information and help with strategy. Meanwhile, a destroyer squad member with a dagger prepared to strike the escaping creature. Suddenly, a pair of menacing red eyes glowed from the darkness. The winged Candle Knight lunged forward, narrowly dodging an attack from a leaping squad member. Enraged, the destroyer squad leader yelled at his team not to let the monster escape. The winged creature flew through the city streets, chased by the cloaked members of the Ying squad. From a high rooftop, Su Qingying and two of her team members watched. Suddenly, she sensed a sharp increase in spiritual energy from the creature's direction. Realizing something important was about to happen, she ordered her team to stay outside while she followed it in by herself. The chase led them to a large, dark, abandoned factory. Inside, Su Qingying said she would scan the area's spiritual energy. The destroyer squad's leader noticed the advanced watch on her wrist. She confirmed it was a new device from the association, explaining that the watch showed the energy level a squad could safely handle was 50. Candle Knight's reading had been just 48. Suddenly, the device on her wrist began to flash wildly, the reading shooting past 80. Su Qingying shouted that the energy levels were going crazy. At that moment, a massive, shadowy form with glowing green eyes appeared in the rafters above. They had been led into a trap. Su Qingying realized with horror that there was more than one creature in the factory. The shadowy, monstrous face of a new creature loomed behind them. The destroyer squad's leader panicked, yelling that they needed to retreat immediately. Taking charge, Su Qingying suggested a tactical retreat toward the main door to force the hidden enemy to show itself. She fired a blast of energy to clear a path, shouting for her team to follow. But before they could escape, she cried out in pain and collapsed, her senses overwhelmed by an invisible poison gas. Su Qingying suddenly found herself alone in the vast green darkness of the factory. She called out to her team, but no one answered. She knew they were nearby, but the poison had made them unable to sense her. Putting the pieces together, she realized the full trap. Candle Knight had led them to this factory, which was the territory of a much more powerful creature, a giant serpent she had only faintly sensed earlier. As if summoned by her thoughts, the huge, armored head of a shadowy serpent with glowing green eyes loomed over her. She now understood that unlike Candle Knight's simple dark power, this creature's black mist was a strong poison, and they had been breathing it in since they arrived. The gas worked silently, paralyzing its victims while draining their spiritual energy. Fighting back would only use up their power faster, leading to certain death. She could feel her own spiritual energy was almost gone, and without it, she knew she would soon be another victim. As she collapsed to the floor, her strength gone, she despaired at the terrifying intelligence of a creature that was just playing with them. She closed her eyes, wondering if this was the end. Lying defeated on the factory floor, Su Qingying saw a single ray of light cut through the green darkness above. A flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, the factory ceiling exploded inward, and a blinding light filled the room. Her eyes widened as a figure came down from the blast. It was Fang Yi. He landed gracefully in the rubble, his hooded figure standing out against the glowing hole in the ceiling. He stood before the giant serpent, immediately identifying it as a dark attribute creature. Without warning, the serpent lunged, its massive fangs aimed at him. At the same time, the Candle Knight monster burst from the shadows, attacking from behind. Fang Yi dodged the serpent's attack and came face to face with the growling rat-like beast. As the two creatures closed in, he finally understood the full trap he had walked into. In a shocking move, Fang Yi let the Candle Knight monster bite his shoulder. As blood splattered, he noted their surprisingly smart tactics, one creature for luring prey, the other for killing them. He taunted the beast latched onto him, asking if it enjoyed biting people so much. In response, he unleashed his new power. Bright blue lightning erupted from his body as he challenged the monster to taste his thunder property. At the same time, he fired a massive beam of golden solar energy from his free hand, which hit the lunging serpent head-on. Now, covered in crackling electricity and free from the stunned rat creature, Fang Yi turned his full attention to the serpent, unleashing a flood of golden flames as he challenged it to see how well it could handle fire. The giant serpent lunged with a furious roar, its huge mouth open to eat its prey. With amazing agility, Fang Yi dodged the attack, flipping through the air while swinging his glowing golden sword. As he landed, he coolly told the monster to look at his blade, a clear challenge to the giant beast. The serpent seemed to pull back, cautious of the glowing weapon. Seeing his chance, Fang Yi counterattacked. Leaping through the air, he delivered a powerful slash to the serpent's face, his sword covered in the crackling blue energy of his thunder power. The force of the blow was huge, but the result wasn't what he expected. Instead of crushing its skull, the creature's head split down the middle, revealing a second identical head underneath as if it were shedding its skin. Fang Yi landed on his feet, his eyes wide with surprise at this strange development. The creature's split head then pulled apart completely, shedding its outer layer to reveal its true, healed form. As green energy pulsed in its neck, Fang Yi knew the fight was far from over. The serpent reacted with shock and pain as the leftover thunder energy from Fang Yi's sword ran through its body. It roared in fury as the electrical energy grew stronger, overwhelming its dark power. Watching the creature twist in pain, Fang Yi gave a small, confident smirk. He knew he had the advantage, as he had already sensed this serpent's dark aura was stronger than Candle Knight's. He then revealed his clever plan. When he attacked with his sword, he had held back the full force of his fire. Instead, he had used the blade to carry and channel the thunder power from his hand directly into the snake's body. He compared the two creatures, realizing this serpent was a far more dangerous and evolved monster than Candle Knight. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder where the rat creature had bitten him. He hissed, looking down to see strange purple snake scales growing from the wound. He understood immediately. Just as he'd thought, this was a smart, mutated species. Its poison, delivered by its partner's bite, had a paralyzing effect that let it kill silently. He could feel a sharp pain from the wound, but he also felt his Golden Sun breathing technique working to fight the venom. With a determined look, he knew he had the perfect counter. The Yang Flame power could dissolve the poison, the Golden Sun technique would protect and heal his body, and the Thunder power would purify anything left. As the energy from his powers pulsed through him, Fang Yi recognized the benefit of his combined abilities. The mix of his Yang Flame and Thunder powers now gave him a clear pain signal to any poison, acting as an early warning system. He knew he was lucky. For others, the serpent's sneaky poison would have been impossible to cure. He guessed that for the serpent to have grown so large, it must have relied on surprise attacks. He thought of the monster's den, filled with the skulls of its victims. With Candle Knight acting as the perfect bait, the two creatures had become a deadly trap even for top pioneers, which explained why so many had disappeared. But in the end, it didn't matter. As he watched the creature's huge skeleton burn to ash in his holy fire, he knew its reign of terror was over. Standing before the fire, Fang Yi felt satisfied. His inner flame was powerful, but the triple critical hit from his new thunder power had sealed his victory. He felt confident that his fighting skills were now pretty good, even compared to other high-level pioneers. He stood silently for a moment, watching the flames burn the last of the monster. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, reaching out his hand as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't alone. Someone was still there. He turned just in time to see a figure stumbling out from the smoke, coughing from the ash. It was Su Qingying. She stood silently, covered in soot and clearly tired, but she was alive. As the smoke cleared, Fang Yi found himself looking at the unconscious members of the other squad, with Su Qingying sitting among them. He recognized her as the agent from the association and coolly told her that there was no need to pretend. He added that her playing dead act needed work, which surprised her. Embarrassed, Su Qingying covered her face. Realizing this was the same powerful pioneer she had been tracking, she tried to make an excuse, claiming she woke up from the smell. Fang Yi, however, wasn't fooled. He complimented her, pointing out that while her teammates were out of energy, she was strong enough to keep a small reserve to protect herself. If she had really been unconscious, he explained, she wouldn't have been able to smell anything. Flustered, Su Qingying could only offer an awkward thank you. In her mind, she was amazed. He had seen right through her. She had indeed kept a bit of spiritual energy for protection. She had no idea how he had beaten both Candle Knight and the giant serpent all by himself. Noticing her embarrassment, Fang Yi's tone softened. He told her she didn't need to cover her eyes and that he only asked her to be honest with him and keep his identity secret. Seeing she and her team were safe, he said it was getting late and he would be leaving. Su Qingying tried to call out to him, but it was too late. Saying that explaining things would spoil the surprise, he jumped effortlessly through the hole he had made in the factory ceiling and disappeared into the night. As he traveled across the rooftops, Fang Yi thought about the battle. He was glad Su Qingying hadn't tried to absorb the dark power from the monsters, remembering its disgusting coldness. He wondered why he couldn't absorb it himself. He guessed maybe the dark energy was already gone, or his body had instinctively rejected it. He decided to think about it later, at home. Left alone in the huge, abandoned factory, Su Qingying looked up at the moonlit hole in the ceiling where Fang Yi had disappeared. She sighed, disappointed that she hadn't gotten a good look at his face, and realizing he still didn't trust her, or the association. Her quiet moment was short. Acting like a squad leader again, she walked over to the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad and gave him a few slaps, telling him to wake up. The man groaned and slowly opened his eyes, bruised and confused. His first thought was panic, and he shot up, shouting that they had been ambushed. Su Qingying just watched him with a calm look. The leader and his squad members then saw why she was so calm: the massive, smoking skeleton of the giant serpent. They stared in total disbelief, confused by the scene. The leader demanded to know what happened and where the powerful yang energy came from. Su Qingying calmly explained that a powerful pioneer had rescued them. She continued her carefully planned report, explaining that the pioneer was likely the person from her original mission, a very high-level individual with a yang attribute. She let her voice trail off, suggesting his appearance was a lucky coincidence. The other squad members were in complete awe, with one saying it was unbelievable that one person could defeat both monsters. Su Qingying added that she hadn't managed to recruit him yet, and that he had even managed to track her back, which only made him more mysterious. Getting back to their grim job, the destroyer squad leader asked where Candle Knight's body was. As he began using a green energy technique to clean the scene, he said they needed to collect the remains for the association. As the squads began the cleanup, the destroyer squad's leader used a green orb of energy to gather the strange, dark remains left from the battle. As he stepped forward, he accidentally crushed a piece of debris on the floor, which suddenly exploded in a blast of bright blue electrical energy. He jumped back in pain, yelling at the force of the shock as Su Qingying looked on in surprise. This new discovery only made things more mysterious. The remains, which they now realized belonged to Candle Knight, were crackling with leftover electricity. The squad leader turned to Su Qingying, questioning her report. He reminded her she had said the pioneer had a yang attribute, yet this incredibly strong electrical power told a different story. The two leaders knelt to look at the electrically charged body. Su Qingying was stunned by the pure strength of the thunder power left behind, confirming it was a high-tier power. This led the destroyer squad's leader to a new idea. Maybe two high-level pioneers had appeared, one to kill the serpent and another to kill Candle Knight, before leaving together. Su Qingying knew that wasn't right. She struggled with how to explain the unbelievable truth, remembering the image of the lone pioneer holding both crackling blue lightning and roaring golden fire. She knew no one would believe that a single person could have two different top-level powers. Having just one made you a genius. Having two was almost unheard of. The impossible proof was right in front of them. The burning skeleton of the giant serpent was the work of a Yang Flame Walker, while the electrified body of Candle Knight was the clear mark of a Thunder Tyrant. The combined squads could only look on in complete disbelief, wondering what kind of monster this mysterious pioneer really was. As reinforcements from the association arrived, Su Qingying was glad she had left team members outside. If she had been inside too long without checking in, they would have reported her missing. She grimly realized the rescue team now at the scene had originally been sent to collect their bodies. Her two subordinates, who were knocked out by the serpent's poison, finally woke up. They scrambled to her side, crying with relief that their captain was still alive. With the threat gone, the association's team began their work. Their job had changed from a rescue to a forensic investigation. Using advanced scanning tech, they carefully analyzed the leftover spiritual energy and the battle signs, trying to piece together what happened for their report back to headquarters. Soon, one of the specialists approached Su Qingying and the destroyer squad's leader with his findings. He reported that after comparing all the data, from fighting habits to the way both monsters were killed, there was a 99% probability that one person was responsible for killing both of them. The two squad leaders stared at each other, their faces showing both shock and serious concern. The other squad members murmured to each other in disbelief. They were processing the fact that they had been saved by a pioneer with two different high-tier powers, something they never thought was possible. They knew either monster could have easily killed them all, yet this powerhouse had finished them both off, seeming to use single strikes. The power difference between them and this mysterious person was just ridiculous. Understanding the huge importance of this discovery, Su Qingying contacted her superior. She reported that the information on her target had been significantly updated. Looking up at the hole in the ceiling, she confirmed that the mysterious pioneer from the university and the powerful individual codenamed Tyrant were, in fact, the same person. Back in his office, the association superior listened calmly to her report. After thinking about the information, he gave a new command, telling Xiao Su to pause her mission for now. He explained that the pioneer had saved her team, killed the monsters, and secured the area. These were not the actions of an enemy. He added that he and Old Han, Major Han Li, didn't agree on the matter, and for her own safety and to avoid leaving a bad impression on their powerful potential ally, she was to stop all contact with the Tyrant for the time being. While on the phone with her boss, Su Qingying, though she had agreed to pause her mission, couldn't help but add one more piece of information. She told him she had one more theory, based on what happened when she had tracked Tyrant to the back mountain where he was advancing his power. Her boss, interested, asked her to explain. She explained that during that encounter, she had sensed an incredibly strong aura where he was active. At the time, she suspected he might have a spiritual weapon but thought it was unlikely. However, now that it was confirmed he had 2 high-tier powers, the possibility seemed much more real. The association superior was surprised by this new information, questioning if the pioneer really had a spiritual weapon. He quickly became skeptical, leaning back and saying it was highly unlikely. He argued that no matter how talented, a solo pioneer couldn't possibly have such a rare item without outside help. Furthermore, he added, the team had found no traces of a third spiritual energy, which would usually come from a separately made spiritual weapon. Su Qingying quickly corrected him, clarifying an important detail. The spiritual weapon aura she had sensed during her first encounter with him was clearly a yang attribute. This new information completely changed things. The superior's eyes widened as he understood what this meant. If the weapon's attribute came directly from the user's own yang energy, it meant he wasn't just using a weapon, he was creating it. This led to an amazing conclusion. If he could create his own spiritual weapons, then he had to be a spirit creation realm cultivator. Such a being could theoretically do this alone, but that level of power was almost mythical. Su Qingying was floored by this idea, knowing that cultivators at that level were extremely rare, with barely more than 2 in the entire world. The superior then thought of an even more terrifying possibility. If this person did have a third, separate attribute, it would shift the balance of power and shake the entire pioneer community. He explained that according to all known research, different attributes clash inside the human body, making it nearly impossible for them to exist together. So far, no pioneer had ever been confirmed to have 3 different spiritual attributes. Therefore, if the pioneer truly had a spiritual weapon, the fact that they didn't detect a third energy signature from it might actually be a good thing. As the call ended, the superior was left with a single worrying thought. He could only hope that such a powerful pioneer would never become an enemy of humanity. Back at his apartment, Fang Yi stood thoughtfully under a hot shower, washing away the dirt and tiredness from his recent battle. As he dried off, he thought about the current state of the world. He knew there was less than a year until the official spiritual energy revival, but dangerous monsters and strange events were already happening more and more often. He used his yang attribute to easily dry his clothes, his hand glowing with golden energy as he thought about how many pioneers, like himself, had already started cultivating on their own. He thought back to the aggressive men he had met at the lava river, realizing that once the connection between the body and the spiritual world was opened, people naturally became more sensitive to the world's changes. He recognized that even without the country's official approval, many self-trained pioneers had already reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. The fact that the government, through agents like Su Qingying, was now reaching out to wild pioneers like him showed that both sides were in a relatively peaceful phase of mutual exploration. Standing in his room, thinking about Major Han Li and Su Qingying, he concluded that for now, the monsters were still under control, and there was no serious conflict yet among the different pioneer groups. However, as he finished getting dressed, he knew this peace was fragile. The government had already created the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, but it still hadn't told the public about it. He understood their strategy perfectly. While people were talking more about local problems and strange events, the government was walking a fine line, trying to both protect humanity and give subtle early warnings without causing mass panic. Despite his recent victories, Fang Yi's analysis of the world situation was still grim. He knew the problem was the government's lack of confidence to officially start a full-scale cultivation era. With such a huge population, he understood that once the full truth was revealed, society would likely collapse into chaos and death. In the current state, even official pioneers couldn't stop the inevitable chaos, and the mix of internal problems and external threats from monsters would only make things worse. He admitted that the government's gentle, careful approach wasn't wrong, knowing that human fear and panic could be more destructive than any monster. However, what truly worried him was how fast the monsters were developing, which was far exceeding his expectations. He reviewed the information on the creatures he had just fought. They were a typical product of dark attribute contamination, specifically the shadow attribute, a sub-branch of dark energy that his system identified as a natural enemy to pioneers, and currently something he couldn't absorb. He realized these monsters were far smarter than typical beasts, working together to trap and kill pioneers, whom they saw as a good food source. He knew, however, that these creatures were still much weaker than the true dark-type monsters he remembered from his previous life. Monsters that could destroy entire countries on their own. Still, the close call was a serious reminder of the growing danger. He was certain that if he hadn't been there, Su Qingying and her entire squad would have been wiped out. A bit of hope sparked inside him as he thought about the system's wording. The fact that the dark attribute was only temporarily unabsorbable suggested that once certain conditions were met, he might be able to use its power himself, a possibility that could be key to winning in the future. He reviewed his current abilities. He now possessed the Golden Sun breathing technique of the Yang attribute, the Divine Thunder tempering of the Thunder attribute, and the Crimson Flame blade technique. With these perfectly suited, high-tier techniques and his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm pioneer, he knew very few could match him. Yet, as he stood surrounded by his own great power, he knew with absolute certainty that it was still not enough. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his phone ringing. He picked it up, surprised to see a call from his auntie. On the other end of the line, his aunt asked about his health before explaining the real reason for her call. She told him that his cousin was coming to study in the city and, worried for her safety, asked if she could stay at his place for a few days instead of a hotel. Feng Yi was taken aback, his memory of his cousin extremely fuzzy. All he could recall was a quiet, straight-A student who was obsessed with her studies. He couldn't even remember what she looked like. Despite this, he agreed, telling his aunt that there was a spare room. When he asked when she would be arriving, his aunt simply replied that she would give the cousin his address and let her come over by herself. Elsewhere, in a dark room lit only by a computer monitor, a person with long, almost claw-like fingers typed quickly on a keyboard. The person, wearing a big hoodie with bare ears, was finishing a phone call with her mother. Her mother, who was Feng Yi's aunt, told her that she should arrive at her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon and that she would bring some specialty snacks. The person politely ended the call, saying it was no trouble and that she had something else to do. On her screen was a chat window for a group called Spiritual Energy Revival, Martial Arts Vanguard Team. The user, Feng Heiju, had just announced her arrival in the city and her plans to stay at her cousin's place. After ending the call, she clicked her mouse, pulling up a new window. It was a rumor alert about an internet-famous town, now nicknamed Death Town, where 3 more people had vanished in relation to a pork beast challenge. A gruesome, blood-splattered image of the town was with the article. With glowing glasses reflecting the screen, Feng Heiju identified the location as Yanghuo Town, her interest clearly sparked. Her browsing was interrupted when her mother entered the room, asking if she had finished packing. Feng Heiju told her mother that she was packed, but that she'd rather stay in a hotel than bother her cousin. Her mother insisted, saying it was much safer than staying alone and that she trusted the cousin completely. Gently pushing her daughter out the door, her mother gave her some final advice. Be sure not to cause trouble and help out around the house when she could. Feng Heiju reassured her mother that she understood. Once the door was closed, Feng Heiju let out a small sigh, preparing herself for the visit. She thought of it as just one more hurdle to overcome. Adjusting her glasses with a flash of determination, she resolved that no matter what her cousin was like, he couldn't possibly be more difficult to handle than a monster. The next day, under a bright blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses pulled a suitcase toward an apartment building. She checked her phone, confirming that the map had led her to the correct destination. Looking up at the building, she murmured to herself that this must be the place, ready to finally meet the cousin she barely remembered. As Lin Yi stood outside the apartment building, Fang Yi came out, carrying a bag. She called out, asking if he was her cousin. He stopped, surprised, and asked if she was Lin Yi to confirm, though he admitted to himself that he didn't recognize her at all. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Later, inside the apartment, they sat on the couch, making polite conversation. Fang Yi asked if she was in the city for a summer camp, which she confirmed. He told her to let him know if she needed anything, and she thanked him. After their brief chat, he gave her the key to her room, which was across from his, before going to his own room. As she watched him leave, she felt relieved, thinking her cousin seemed easy to get along with and wouldn't get in her business. However, Fang Yi was not clueless. From the moment she sat down, he had sensed a faint but strange spiritual aura from her. He wondered if his senses were off, or if she just wasn't good enough to hide her power. He immediately suspected that she was also a pioneer. The aura he felt was faint but clear, and he realized her story about a summer camp was probably a cover for her real reason for being in the city. Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Yi was on her phone, confirming Fang Yi's suspicions. She messaged her pioneer group, the martial arts vanguard team, saying her cousin seemed nice and wouldn't interfere. The chat turned to recent events, with members talking about the powerful pioneer at the lava river. Lin Yi warned her team to be careful, as many powerful people were still hiding. After agreeing to wait for her signal, she logged off. She decided it was best not to do any cultivation for now, worried her cousin might discover her secret. 3 days passed. Fang Yi soon found that living with his cousin was making his cultivation difficult. His meditations could be interrupted at any time, like when she came out of the bathroom wrapped only in a towel. He also worried that the bright golden aura from his breathing technique was too obvious and would be impossible to hide. But the hardest part was her overwhelming kindness. One evening, she proudly gave him a delicious-looking dinner she had made. He tried to insist on doing the dishes, but she refused, saying it was the least she could do. He found her perfect politeness and extreme cleanliness almost strange. Despite the trouble, Fang Yi decided to go along with it. He thought that by letting her be overly helpful, he might get her to let her guard down. He knew this was the only way he could find out what she was really up to. Their quiet dinner was interrupted when her phone on the table began to vibrate. Both cousins glanced at the message, their expressions surprised for a moment. Fang Yi used the chance to excuse himself, saying he would go back to his room while she chatted. His cousin could only quietly reply as he left. Left alone, she stared thoughtfully after him for a moment before turning to her phone. Sitting on her bed, she took the call, her expression turning serious. She repeated the information she was getting, confirming that the great change of heaven and earth would happen again the next day at 3 in the afternoon, and she promised she would be there. Fang Yi easily overheard his cousin's phone conversation. She agreed to meet at the entrance of Yanghuo Town. He recognized the name as an internet-famous town in the suburbs, about an hour's drive away. With his suspicions confirmed, he watched her through the wall, his own spiritual energy flaring. He was now certain his cousin was also a pioneer. He was confident, however, that with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to sense him spying. He was impressed by her power. She was still just a middle school student, but she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was close to another breakthrough. He wondered if her high natural talent was the reason for her somewhat strange personality. He now understood her real purpose in the city. The summer camp was just an excuse. She had learned about the coming great change of heaven and earth, and had come to be at the center of it. He knew that every one of these great changes was a chance to get a new technique to increase his own strength. He wondered what kind of power would appear this time. In the end, it didn't matter. With a determined look, he decided that whatever power appeared, he would take it for himself. In her room, his cousin suddenly paused, feeling a strange sensation. She looked around, wondering if it was just her imagination, or if someone had been watching her. Seeing nothing but the moonlit mountains outside, she dismissed the feeling and continued her preparations. The next day, the town of Yanghuo was buzzing with activity, with its mountains in the background. At the town's entrance, Lin Yi met a friend from her pioneer group. The friend playfully teased Yi about her cousin, asking if he was handsome. Yi replied that he was a good person, but just an ordinary-looking guy. Her friend sighed in disappointment. Just then, another woman from their group arrived, a redhead in a purple dress. She reminded the first friend that Yi herself had always said she was just an ordinary person. With the rest of their team there, the redhead announced it was time to get to business. One of the male members asked if a certain she was not coming. The redhead confirmed it would just be the 6 of them, adding that the missing member was always mysterious. Unknown to them, Fang Yi was watching from a nearby cafe balcony, his sword beside him. He noted that his cousin's little squad seemed to be pretty low-key. From where he was, he could sense their strength. The weakest was at the 2-star Ghost Axe level, and the man who had spoken was even a 3-star. He also overheard them say their team was usually stronger, with one powerful member often absent. As he sat watching, his attention was drawn to the mountains overlooking the town. His eyes narrowed with anticipation, sensing this was where the real event was about to happen. High in the mountains, the great change of heaven and earth finally happened. A giant green vine came down from the clouds, looking like the beanstalk from the fairy tale. This strange event would appear randomly and wasn't destructive, but for pioneers, it was an important key to understanding the changes in their world. Deep in the misty mountains, Lin Yi and her squad finally saw the incredible sight. The red-haired leader looked up in awe, confirming this was what they were looking for. The group stood in disbelief before the massive, pulsing vine. However, the awe quickly turned to fear. The group's adventurous friend suddenly grew pale and urged the others to stop, saying they shouldn't go any further. She was trembling with dread. She explained that seeing the vine in person gave her a terrible feeling. The leader then asked if they had seen the rumors on their internal pioneer forums. The friend's fear came from a dark story. She said she knew some of the pioneers from a team that had tried to touch the vine the last time it appeared. They were powerful, much stronger than she was, yet they all met a horrible end. She explained that after they came here, they were all buried, their skeletons now twisted within the roots of a dark version of the vine. Overcome with terror, she clutched her head in panic. She confessed she had a feeling they would all suffer the same fate. As she spoke, the reality around the group changed, and they were no longer on a mountain path. Instead, they were trapped inside a terrifying, pulsating, fleshy red cavern, the ground itself a gross mass of organic tendrils. The vision of their death was just a scary premonition. Back on the misty mountain path, the squad's adventurous friend, scammed in an online romance, was still shaken by the feeling of dread. She admitted that while she was originally ready to take the pioneer's risk to either come back rich or die, the moment she saw the vine, she felt an overwhelming fear. Her gut told her this was a new, unknown, and powerful high-level monster, a mutation she couldn't handle. Tears filled her eyes as she said she wasn't ready to die here and wanted to back out. The red-haired leader and Lin Yi looked at their upset teammate with understanding. They confirmed they had all felt the same heavy feeling from the vine. Lin Yi explained it further, describing it as a feeling of complete emptiness within the wood-type vine. It was a strange feeling, as if all life had been swallowed by time, leaving only an empty shell. This, she explained, was why they all felt so scared. The group came to a scary conclusion. The vine was trying to eat their life force. Just as the fearful friend was about to panic, Lin Yi grabbed her hand, her face showing fierce determination. She declared that this was the path of the martial pioneer, a path that required them to face such dangers directly. Unseen by the group, Fang Yi watched from a nearby cliff. He, too, could sense the heavy, suffocating death energy coming from the giant vine. He noted that out of all the world monsters he had faced, besides the pure dark attribute, this vine gave him the worst feeling. He had to admit, the small squad had serious guts to even think about cultivating in such a dangerous place. He analyzed the monster more closely. While it was clearly a plant, a symbol of life, it felt completely lifeless. It wasn't really alive, but a dead thing pretending to be living, with no spiritual energy of its own. He could see it was stained with the blood and bodies of its past victims. Back with the squad, Lin Yi took charge. She stood on a cliff edge, speaking to her team with a new purpose. She told them they didn't have much time to waste. Knowing the danger, she suggested a new plan. They would carefully sense the energy around the area, checking out the monster without getting too close. Confident in her plan, Lin Yi believed that by sensing the monster's energy from a distance, her team would be safe enough. She found a spot high in a tree and began to meditate, surrounding herself in a protective bubble of blue spiritual energy. From a clifftop far away, Fang Yi watched them. He was impressed by their caution, noting they had chosen a distance that was both safe and good for cultivating. He gave credit to his top student cousin for correctly figuring out the best range, a position that was neither too reckless nor too timid. As Yi's cultivation grew stronger, the spiritual energy around her began to surge. Fang Yi watched in surprise, realizing she was about to have a breakthrough to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. He was genuinely impressed. His cousin was truly talented. In a bright flash of blue light, she successfully broke through. Her teammates watched in awe, amazed that she had already reached such a high level of power. However, the huge energy disturbance from her breakthrough did not go unnoticed. Deep in the forest, the sleeping roots of the giant vine began to twist and glow with a scary green light. The pioneers felt the ground shake, and one of the men looked back in alarm. The whole group panicked as the monstrous vine began moving directly toward them, its tendrils bursting from the earth. The team's leader was shocked that the creature could have possibly sensed them from so far away. The vine's attack was fast and brutal. Vicious green tendrils shot up from the ground, trapping 2 of the male pioneers. The rest of the squad scattered in fear as their friends screamed for them to run, warning that if they didn't escape now, they would all die there. The team's leader quickly realized what caused the disaster. Yi's breakthrough had created too much of a disturbance, getting the monster's attention. As she shouted a warning, dark green tendrils began to wrap around Yi's protective bubble, which was still shielding her while she was weak after her breakthrough. The leader knew they couldn't get caught. Once the vine wrapped around them, its deathly aura would eat them instantly. Under the immense pressure, Yi's energy shield began to crack. Chaos broke out as the red-haired leader tried to pull her panicked friend to safety. The friend screamed that they couldn't leave Yi behind, but the leader replied desperately, asking what she was supposed to do. She furiously asked if she should use her own precious spiritual energy to protect Yi, basically dying so her teammate could level up. As chaos erupted around them, the red-haired leader tried to calm one of her male teammates, who was arguing that they should leave Lin Yi to save themselves. He coldly said that life and death were up to fate, and if they didn't leave right away, they would all die with her. He reminded her that they were all just people who had met by chance, and that she was being too emotional. This cold, practical view, however, only made the leader angrier. She shoved him aside, shouting that she would not leave her teammate, even if it meant going against the rest of them. From his clifftop spot, Fang Yi watched the scene. He knew his cousin, still just a student, was probably unaware of how much danger she was in as she remained weak in her meditative state. The vine's power was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure if even he could save her with his current strength. But he knew he had to act fast, as the tendrils were already starting to crush her protective barrier. He clenched his fist, a golden aura flaring around him. He had made a promise to his aunt to take care of her, and a promise made must be kept. The red-haired leader jumped into action, leaping through the grabbing vines to reach Yi. She landed a powerful kick against one of the tendrils, breaking it with the force of the hit. But her victory didn't last long. Dozens more vines shot out, wrapping around her and trapping her completely. Just as the vines were about to crush her, Yi's protective shield finally broke. But before the monstrous plant could grab its new victims, Fang Yi stepped in. Leaping through the air, he sent out 2 arcs of bright golden energy from his sword. The rest of Yi's squad could only watch in horror, screaming her name as they saw her shield break. A massive, fiery, phoenix-shaped blast of energy shot down from the sky, hitting the mass of vines with explosive force. Fang Yi landed gracefully in the now cleared area, a small pillar of golden flame rising from the ground where he stood, having saved both his cousin and her brave leader just in time. As Fang Yi floated in a bright aura of golden light, just his presence was enough to overwhelm the deathly vine. The surviving members of the Pioneer Squad watched in stunned silence as the monstrous plant, which had just been moments from killing them all, stopped its attack and began to pull back from the overwhelming yang energy. The tendrils pulled back from the intense light, hissing and dissolving as they retreated. As Fang Yi came down, surrounded in a radiant glow, the pioneers could only cover their eyes from the blinding light, barely able to understand what was happening. The practical male pioneer who had suggested leaving Yi was completely shocked, questioning if this newcomer was another pioneer. The red-haired leader, just as stunned, recognized the power for what it was, the purest form of the yang attribute. She knew that only a high-tier power of this level could possibly push back such a powerful, life-draining monster. The male pioneer had a crisis of confidence. He had always thought of himself as extremely talented, having reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in a very short time, a feat few in the country could match. He knew that even the talented Lin Yi's skill barely matched his own, and yet this mysterious stranger was on a completely different level. He looked down at his own hands, then up at the glowing figure on the clifftop, feeling completely insignificant. If pioneers like that existed, he wondered, then what were they? The newcomer hadn't just beaten him, he had beaten all of them with his pure, overwhelming power. As Fang Yi stood bathed in the golden light of his power, his system activated. It had detected the extreme wood attribute from the deathly vine and had started the auto-writing process, quickly finishing a new technique. The system window then showed the details of his new ability. Endless Vitality, a technique that could instantly absorb all nearby life force to quickly heal injuries. As the power of the vine flowed into him, he was surrounded in a surge of green, life-giving energy. He was amazed at the incredible wood attribute technique he had just gotten, realizing that as long as there was life nearby, he now had what was basically a non-stop energy-absorbing engine. As Fang Yi absorbed the last of the anomaly's power, his system successfully extracted the vine's main attribute. A notification confirmed it. Extracted attribute, Desolation. The system described its scary power, the ability to instantly create a desolate aura that would destroy all surrounding life. Fang Yi stood calmly in the swirling green energy, fully taking in the new power. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with the same vibrant green as the desolate vine. He stood in the now lifeless clearing, a faint green aura around him. He now understood why the vine could only grow in such a dangerous, remote place. If it grew anywhere else, it would drain every bit of life for miles around. He thought about the ruthless nature of the Desolation attribute, a powerful force that forcibly stole the life force of others. His thoughts were interrupted by a grateful voice. The red-haired leader of the pioneer group approached, her clothes torn and her body bruised, but she was alive. She thanked him greatly, saying that without him, they would all be dead. She then asked how they could possibly repay him for saving their lives. Fang Yi simply waved her off, coolly telling her there was no need and that they would meet again someday. He then turned and walked away. In his mind, however, he didn't feel like a hero. He knew that he had only found this opportunity because of their information. In his mind, he was the one who had benefited from the situation. As for the conflict he had seen among the pioneers, he wasn't concerned. With a final leap, he launched himself into the air, leaving the stunned squad behind. He knew that people's true characters are easily shown in a crisis, and a disorganized team like theirs would not be safe in the dangerous new era. Left in the empty clearing, the adventurous girl and the shaggy-haired man watched him go. The girl, still in shock, wondered aloud what they should do now. The man, however, answered her with a bitter, blaming tone, asking if she now regretted her earlier hesitation to save their teammates. With the immediate threat gone, and Lin Yi now at the third tier, the red-haired leader knew their best option was to stick together. Sometime later, Yi's eyes opened, glowing a brilliant blue as she came out of her meditation. Her teammates rushed to her side, relieved she was finally awake. The male pioneer who had suggested leaving her now said that their fate depended on their leader's wisdom, but another teammate said their focus should be on the mysterious stranger who had saved them. Still confused, Yi asked what had happened, noticing her other teammates lying unconscious on the ground. She stood up and was immediately hit by the powerful burning warmth of a leftover yang attribute on a nearby tree. She could feel its intense heat even from a distance. The shaggy-haired man then stepped forward, offering to explain what had happened while she was unconscious. Later that day, back in front of her cousin's apartment, Yi was still trying to understand the incredible events. She couldn't believe that someone so powerful actually existed. Her teammates' words echoed in her mind. He had called the mysterious pioneer a monster. He had described how the vines they couldn't even scratch had been easily pushed back by his power, and how the massive beanstalk had retreated far into the sky, no longer daring to come near them. Such was the overwhelming presence of the man who had saved them. She knew that even though he was long gone, the vine was still calm, a sign of his lingering power. She opened the door to the apartment and was surprised to find Fang Yi there to greet her. He looked at her with concern, noticing that she looked a little pale. Yi quickly pulled herself together, forcing a smile as she brushed off his concern, blaming her tiredness on a long day of studying. Fang Yi accepted her excuse, telling her she had worked hard and should go rest. He offered to order takeout for dinner, and she agreed before heading to her room. Once inside, she collapsed onto her bed, completely exhausted. She knew that breakthroughs were mentally draining, requiring a lot of concentration. She felt more tired than if she had stayed up for a month straight. Lying on her bed and scrolling through her phone, she felt a sense of relief. She was no longer an ordinary person. She wouldn't die from a few all-nighters. She accepted that this constant, life-threatening struggle was the fate of a pioneer in a world where things had begun to change. She thought of her cousin's seemingly normal, peaceful life and knew that such a life was no longer possible for her. Her quiet thoughts were interrupted by a new message in her Pioneer group chat. It was from a user named Jiaolan, the mysterious, powerful member who was usually absent. Jiaolan had sent a simple, direct message. "If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me." This was the first time Jiaolan had ever spoken in the group, and it immediately got Yi's attention. She replied, agreeing to the request, before asking her own question to the group. She asked if they thought the man who had saved them could be the same one from the Dark River Lava Dragon incident, and if so, why he would have helped them. The group chat immediately lit up with a post about the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. The post described his sun-splitting slash in great detail, telling how the witness had been forced out of the cave by a blast of white-hot light. The author of the post declared with total certainty that no other pioneer in the Xia country could match his power, and warned everyone to stay away if they ever met him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was heading out for the evening on his bicycle. He was confident that after the day's events, his cousin would have let her guard down around him, letting him come and go without making her suspicious. With his new freedom, he had a new mission in mind. It was time to find a suitable carrier for his new desolation attribute. He knew that this power was most compatible with plants, and he pedaled off into the night to begin his search. As he rode through the night, Fang Yi thought about the best way to use his newly acquired desolation attribute. He knew that despite its power, it was still a bad attribute at its core, based on destruction and decay. He worried that putting it on his own body could lead to bad reactions. Furthermore, he was concerned that its evil nature might conflict with the good, purifying power of his thunder attribute. He decided that the best solution would be to find a carrier for the attribute, something like the strange vine itself. He guessed that the original vine monster had been born when a regular plant sensed the return of rich spiritual energy and chose to evolve, creating the desolation attribute as a way to gather more power. With this in mind, a plan began to form in his mind. With a confident smirk, he knew exactly where he needed to go. He followed a moonlit road, guided by a sign pointing toward the forest park. He arrived at the large urban park and left his bike, going into the woods. Under the bright full moon, he walked through a field of vibrant, glowing flowers. He knew he needed to find the perfect lucky one, a plant that could create the greatest connection with his own spiritual energy and show a sense of closeness to him. Closing his eyes, he focused, reaching out with his own spiritual energy. A vibrant green aura flowed from him, spreading throughout the forest and covering the plants. He could feel a response from the plants, a wave of their own spiritual energy rising up to meet his. He noted that while their response was a lot, it still wasn't strong enough for what he needed. As Fang Yi continued to send out his spiritual energy, he realized he needed a much stronger response from the plants around him. Suddenly, he stopped, his attention drawn to a specific spot in the forest. There, in the tall grass, a single white flower with a glowing center gently swayed, as if calling to him. He wondered if this was the one he had been searching for. He approached it carefully and reached out his finger. As his fingertip touched it, the flower's petals closed around it, and he could feel it absorbing the spiritual energy he was giving off. The flower then bloomed again, seemingly happy, as if it had just had a good meal. Fang Yi knelt beside the flower, a small smile on his face. He noted its strong spirituality. Though it was just a plant, it had reacted to his touch like a greedy puppy, eagerly eating his spiritual energy and then rubbing against his fingers for more. He knew he had found his carrier. Out of the entire forest, this small flower had the strongest reaction to his aura, making it the perfect container for the desolation attribute. He told the flower that it was the chosen one and asked if it was ready. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed a vortex of green spiritual energy, focusing it entirely on the small white flower. A system window appeared, asking for confirmation. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? With his eyes glowing a vibrant green, he gave his consent. A brilliant light erupted from his hand as the flower began to transform, its petals opening into a much larger, more complex, and powerful form. The implantation process was finished in a bright flash of green light. Fang Yi was surprised for a moment by the sudden burst of power. The small, simple white flower had been completely changed. Its petals had opened into a beautiful, lotus-like flower, and its leaves had grown thick and bright, all of it glowing with a powerful green aura. The newly powered flower immediately began to show its influence. It released a massive wave of desolation energy, its roots digging into the ground as it drew power. The effect was instant and destructive. The green, healthy forest around Fang Yi was drained of its life in seconds, the trees dying and the ground turning to dust. He was amazed at the pure, evil power of the desolation attribute. In just a few moments, the energy had eaten the entire section of the forest and was still spreading quickly. As the flower's light began to fade and its form shrank to a smaller size, Fang Yi knew he had to leave. If he let the process go on any longer, the huge energy disturbance would surely get the attention of the Spiritual Energy Association. He reached down and plucked the glowing flower from the ground, roots and all. He knew this park was a risky place for such an experiment. Being so close to the city center, it was certainly watched by the association, who were worried about how the spiritual energy revival could turn even normal plants into dangerous threats. He had noticed the increased number of security cameras and the lack of any other people in the park when he arrived. As he walked away, holding his new prize, he noticed something incredible. The flower was still absorbing energy from the air, surviving and even doing well without its roots connected to the earth. He looked at it more closely, a smile of wonder on his face. He found it magical that its spirituality hadn't weakened at all since being pulled up, especially since it had been just an ordinary wildflower moments before he chose it. This led him to a deep conclusion. By giving the desolation attribute to the plant, he had unlocked its evolutionary potential, setting it on a path to becoming something far greater than it was ever meant to be. Just as Fang Yi was about to leave the park, a loud alarm blared through the forest, its red light flashing. A loud robotic voice gave a serious warning. Abnormal value exceeded. Fang Yi immediately realized that even though he tried to be quick, he had still set off the park's monitoring system. With no time to waste, he grabbed his newly acquired desolation flower and quickly left. Miles away, in a high-tech control room labeled Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, the same alarms blared. Technicians scrambled, shouting that the anomaly value was going crazy and demanding to know what was happening. An order was quickly given. All staff were to put on their protective bracelets, enter the park, and immediately block off the area, stopping anyone from entering or leaving. A team in full protective gear entered the now lifeless section of the forest. One member checked the reading on his wrist device, which showed a dangerously high value of 30. He noted that this was terrifyingly high. For comparison, the incident at Qingcheng University had only ranged between 8 and 10, and even the powerful Dark River lava dragon had peaked at 25. Another team member added that the park's original spiritual energy level had never even gone above 10. As one of the researchers took a soil sample, another reported his strange findings. The air humidity, surface temperature, and sunlight were all completely normal, yet all the plants in the area looked as if they had been drained of their life in a matter of seconds. The team leader decided they needed to get closer to the center to figure out what kind of spiritual attribute could have caused such an event. However, as one of the members stepped forward, another researcher with glasses, who seemed to be a senior member, shouted at him to stop and not get any closer. He warned them with serious authority not to touch anything, identifying the leftover energy as the desolation attribute. He then asked if any of them knew about the vine that had recently come down from the sky. The younger researchers were stunned into silence. One of them finally found his voice, realizing with growing horror that the senior researcher was talking about the infamous, devil-like vine that had already been classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed their fears. Standing before a ghostly image of the vine with the souls of its victims trapped at its base, he explained the source of its terrifying power. The reason it was so deadly, the reason it had killed so many pioneers, was its natural desolation attribute, a powerful parasitic ability that drained the life force from all surrounding creatures, making everything it touched its own. The young researcher, who had been about to step into the dead area, clutched his chest, sweating and gasping in terror. He thanked his superior, realizing that he had just been saved from certain death. The senior researcher explained that the area around any plant that had awakened the desolation attribute was a dead zone, where anyone who entered would have their life force eaten. He remembered seeing data on another such plant in the Xia country, a rotting ancient tree in a forbidden zone in Wan City that instantly destroyed any life that came near it. He looked around at the lifeless clearing with serious concern, noting that the mutation of plants in this new era could not be ignored. From what they knew, the desolation attribute was the strongest a plant could awaken, and now, in addition to the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third had been born. His lecture was interrupted by a hand clapping him on the shoulder. The research team turned in surprise to see the stern face of Major Han Li, who had arrived with his own group of soldiers. The major had already been told about the situation. He ordered all the researchers on site to change into the advanced protective suits his men had brought, and to follow him into the contaminated area. With Major Han Li leading the way, the newly equipped team, now joined by Su Qingying, stepped firmly into the dead zone. As they moved forward with their scanners, they made a series of confusing discoveries. They couldn't find a source for the desolation energy, and the aura itself was quickly fading, the level having dropped to 25 in the few minutes since they arrived. This went against what they knew about the celestial vine, which was supposed to be able to move. Major Han Li turned to Su Qingying, suggesting they investigate the area more closely. She agreed, her expression serious. As Major Han Li and Su Qingying began their investigation, two members of the team with glowing blue auras started tracing the flow of the leftover spiritual energy. The energy trails led them from the outer edges of the dead zone back to a single starting point. As they got closer, they stopped, their faces filled with shock. The Major and Su Qingying realized the horrifying truth at the same time. The source of the desolation energy had been dug up and taken away. A researcher in a protective suit couldn't believe what he was hearing, questioning how such a thing was even possible. Major Han Li knew that if someone truly had the power to enter a desolation dead zone and steal its source, their identity was extremely important. Su Qingying, however, had another theory. She showed a glowing data pad to the Major, explaining that after running a big data analysis, they had found a person whose movements matched both this incident and another recent mutation. The file on the screen showed a picture of Fang Yi, his name clearly visible. Just then, Major Li told Su Qingying that he would send her all of Fang Yi's information, confirming that he was highly likely the same pioneer she had been in contact with. With that, he tipped his hat, saying the rest was up to her association to handle. Left alone in the desolate woods, Su Qingying held the datapad, her expression one of grim understanding. 2 hours later, back in his apartment, Fang Yi carefully placed his new desolation flower into a small pot. He smiled, thinking that this was his first time raising a flower. He affectionately named it the obedient little white flower, and told it that since it now had the desolation attribute, it would cultivate on its own and become a powerful helper for him. He knew its special, life-draining powers would be a great help in battle, and its simple appearance would be the perfect camouflage, easily hidden from his cousin. As he gently touched a petal, he thought that in the dangerous new world, raw power was only part of the equation. The real key to victory was having more secret weapons. Fang Yi's quiet evening was interrupted by his phone buzzing on the table. He picked it up, surprised to see the caller ID, Old Wang. He immediately recognized the name as his childhood friend, Wang Liang, whom he hadn't seen in the 3 years since he'd left to join the army. A brief flashback showed the two as close friends in their school days, a bond that was broken when Wang Liang suddenly announced his decision to enlist. Fang Yi answered the call. On the other end, Wang Liang's cheerful voice greeted him, asking if he was back in town and inviting him out for a drink at their old spot. Fang Yi was taken aback by how sudden it all was. Wang Liang just laughed, adding that he had a big secret to tell him and that he shouldn't be shocked when he heard it. However, the seemingly friendly reunion was a carefully planned setup. After hanging up the phone, it was revealed that Wang Liang was not alone. He was in a dimly lit room, reporting to a tough and heavily scarred woman with long red hair and a high-ranking military uniform. Su Jingying was also at the table. Wang Liang confirmed to the officer that he had done as instructed. He then made a special request, asking that if Fang Yi was not the person they were looking for, they would guarantee his safety. The red-haired officer tapped her finger impatiently on the table. She coldly dismissed his concern, ordering him to simply do his mission and not do anything unnecessary. With a chilling lack of feeling, she added that if Fang Yi turned out to be the wrong person, Wang Liang should just consider it a punishment for his friend. At a quiet bar, Fang Yi and Wang Liang toasted with their beer glasses. They sat and drank, catching up after being apart for 3 years. Fang Yi noticed his old friend seemed much more mature and guessed that his time in the army must have been hard. Wang Liang talked about his experiences in the military before asking Fang Yi how he had been. Fang Yi gave a simple reply, saying he was doing well and had gone to college. As he drank his beer, he thought back to his past life. In that chaotic time, he never had the chance to see Wang Liang again. He remembered that his friend, as a soldier, had probably died in some forgotten battle. He wondered if this time, in this new life, he could change his old friend's fate. Wang Liang then changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious. He asked Fang Yi if he had seen anything strange lately, like zombies or monsters from movies. Fang Yi was immediately on guard. He knew it wasn't surprising for someone in the army to know about the spiritual energy revival, but the direct question felt like a test to see what he knew. Playing dumb, Fang Yi asked what he was trying to say. Wang Liang sighed and explained that he wasn't trying to comfort him, but to warn him. He told Fang Yi that in the near future, everything they valued, education, wealth, status, would become worthless. The entire world order was about to change. Fang Yi listened closely, his face showing no emotion as he stared at his empty glass. He knew that ordinary soldiers were sworn to secrecy and couldn't leak any details about the spiritual energy revival. This confirmed his suspicion. The military had identified him as a target, and Wang Liang, his childhood friend, had been sent to test him. Wang Liang, seeing his friend's silence, tried to reassure him. He told him not to worry, that as long as he didn't reveal anything, he would be fine. But Fang Yi understood the situation. Despite his pretended ignorance, his friend was still trying to help him. Even at the risk of breaking military rules, Wang Liang was kindly warning him to be careful of the coming changes. Their conversation was suddenly cut short when Wang Liang's phone began to vibrate urgently. He answered the call, and a furious voice on the other end ordered him to return to his team immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Wang Liang snapped to attention, accepting the order as Fang Yi watched in silence. He immediately jumped up, apologizing to Fang Yi and explaining that he had an urgent mission and couldn't see him home. As his friend was about to leave, Fang Yi dropped his act. He asked if the mission was related to the spiritual energy revival and told his friend to take him along. Wang Liang stopped, turning back to look at Fang Yi with a mix of shock and confusion. Fang Yi stood up and grabbed his friend by the collar. He told Wang Liang to take him to see his superiors, letting him know that he was aware of the real reason for their meeting. He reassured his friend, telling him that while he didn't know exactly what his superiors knew, he knew Wang Liang would never hurt him. He explained that he was more interested in what the military was dealing with, knowing it had to be related to the great changes happening in the world. Since the Spiritual Energy Association was already handling the monsters, he was curious what the military's role was, and he wanted to see it for himself. Wang Liang agreed, and the two of them walked toward a massive, heavily guarded military base in a mountain valley, labeled Military Number 19 Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they got closer, Fang Yi was struck by the incredibly dense spiritual energy in the area. He noted that the concentration level was so high it had likely surpassed a standard pollution zone. As they were met by a squad of soldiers, one of them ordered Wang Liang to return to his team. After a quick check, the soldiers allowed Fang Yi to enter the base, leading him through a brightly lit corridor. Inside the military base, Fang Yi and Wang Liang were led into a massive, cavern-like training ground. There, a large group of soldiers was in a desperate battle, using crackling blue energy to hold back a monstrous, spiky black creature with a single glowing red eye. The beast fought back with fierce power, shooting a devastating beam of red energy that tore through the soldiers' ranks, causing cries of pain and fear. Standing on a raised platform, the tough, red-haired officer watched the scene with a critical eye. Fang Yi, who had been brought before her, immediately recognized the creature's power as a mix of two different attributes. The officer confirmed his thought, saying the monster was a perfect mix of the dark and flame attributes, making it exceptionally fierce and cruel. She added that it had already seriously injured several of her soldiers. A caption identified her as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm officer named Ji Royan. Spotting Wang Liang, she barked his name, and he immediately stood at attention. She furiously asked why he had brought an unauthorized person into a restricted area, but before he could explain, she cut him off. Her expression softened a little as she told him to forget it, explaining that the situation was urgent and they needed him to join the formation immediately. She then turned her attention to Fang Yi. She saw nothing special about him, noting that his spiritual energy was only slightly active. She briefly wondered if he was the powerful pioneer they were looking for, but dismissed the thought, knowing she had to focus on the battle. She gave him a stern warning. Since he was Wang Liang's friend, she wouldn't say much, but he was in a restricted area, and his life was now his own responsibility. He was also sworn to secrecy about anything he saw. Fang Yi simply replied that he understood. With that done, Ji Royan took command. She picked up a massive energy cannon and shouted the names of 2 of her soldiers. The 2 men immediately jumped into action, their bodies covered in blue energy as they fought the monster up close. Ji Royan then aimed her cannon and fired a massive blast of pure energy at the creature. The attack hit the monster head-on, creating a huge explosion. But the creature was far from beaten. It let out an angry roar as its shadowy form began to pulse with a terrifying red light, its fanged mouth growing larger and more threatening. It was clear that the attack had only made it angrier, causing its mutation to get worse. The enraged monster lashed out with its massive claws, and one soldier shouted a warning to his comrade. The other soldier managed to block the attack, but the force of the blow sent him flying backward. Ji Royan immediately took charge, ordering her team not to be careless and to keep their distance. She knew they had to finish the creature off before it could complete its evolution. Watching from the side, Fang Yi was impressed by the soldier's performance. He saw a well-trained team of comrades who trusted each other completely, with incredible discipline and coordination. He knew that every person was essential, and that when they worked together, they could unleash a power far greater than their individual strengths. This thought, however, was immediately broken when he realized the monster's power was increasing at a scary rate. He shouted at them to run, warning them that they were no match for the creature in its current state. But his warning was lost in the chaos. The monster shot out a massive blast of dark purple energy, sending the soldiers flying. Ji Royan refused to back down. She ordered her team to raise their alert level and upgrade the restricted area's mutation level. With a furious roar, she commanded that no one was to retreat. It was too late. The monster's transformation was complete. It now stood as a huge, demonic beast, covered in black and red flames, its eyes glowing with pure evil. One of the soldiers shouted a terrified warning. The evil dog had fully mixed with the dark attribute and completed its mutation. The creature's single eye, now a burning red orb, focused on a new target. It fixed its gaze on Wang Liang, who could only stare back, frozen in terror. As the monster prepared to strike, Ji Royan and Fang Yi both reacted in horror, realizing with a jolt that Wang Liang was in mortal danger. Just as the monster completed its evolution, lunging forward in a blast of power, a soldier was violently thrown backward by a surge of energy. Ji Royan immediately shouted for her team's attention, announcing that the C-level evil dog had fully mutated and was now reclassified as a B-level threat, requiring an immediate change in their battle plan. The soldier who had been thrown to the ground coughed up a spray of blood. Fang Yi rushed to his side, catching him and asking if he was all right. The injured soldier explained that he had been trying to send spiritual energy to the monster's restraining collar, but the creature's evolution had caused the device to violently explode. Despite coughing up a black, thick liquid, the soldier tried to be brave, telling Fang Yi not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19. Fang Yi could only look on with a grim, angry expression. Realizing her normal weapons were now useless, Ji Royan dropped her heavy energy cannon to the ground. She stood before her remaining troops, her determination unshaken. She gave a final, desperate order. No matter what they had to do, even if it cost them their very lives, they could not let this B-level mutation escape the restricted zone. But just as she and her team were about to make their last stand, Fang Yi stepped directly in front of her, blocking her path. Ji Royan demanded to know what he thought he was doing, but he ignored her. His eyes and hand began to glow with a brilliant blue light as arcs of raw lightning crackled around him, a clear sign that he was about to join the battle himself. Surrounded by crackling blue lightning, Fang Yi mocked the monstrous creature, his eyes glowing with power as he questioned how tough it was. He then charged toward the mutated beast, his arm a bolt of bright blue energy aimed right at the creature's head. The impact was huge, as a massive explosion of divine thunder erupted when he hit it, completely overwhelming the monster. The sheer force of the attack created a powerful shockwave that sent the nearby soldiers flying backward. One of the soldiers, stunned, said he couldn't believe it, realizing this was the same B-level monster that even their commander, Ji Royan, couldn't beat alone. Wang Liang, just as shocked, turned to Ji Royan and asked if his friend was really who they thought he was. With a serious look, she confirmed that none of them were wrong. She declared that he was, without a doubt, the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fang Yi stood calmly before the beast, which was still on fire but clearly hurt by the lightning. Seeing it wasn't completely beaten, he noted that he would have to finish the job. He then told Ji Royan and Wang Liang to stand back for their own safety. Ji Royan watched him, thinking about how her whole squad needed a complex formation just to face a B-level threat, yet he was getting ready to handle it all by himself. She wondered what kind of power he had. She had to admit that his was the most extreme form of the thunder attribute she had ever seen. She knew that even now, he was a top-tier pioneer in the entire country, and she began to wonder about his potential once the spiritual energy revival was fully underway. As Fang Yi raised his hand, gathering even more electrical energy, a shocked look appeared on Ji Royan's face. She looked up to see a massive storm of thunder energy forming in the sky above him, and she couldn't help but wonder just how scary his power would become as he continued to evolve. With a final step forward, Fang Yi unleashed the full power of his thunder attribute. A massive pillar of bright blue lightning erupted from the ground where the monster stood, a display of power that truly matched his codename, the Tyrant. His eyes, still crackling with leftover electricity, showed a calm determination as the blinding light from his attack began to fade. The surviving soldiers watched in terror. One commented to another that the sight made his whole body shake. While he could handle the monster's corrosive dark power, the pure, destructive force of the thunder was on a completely different level. Once the dust settled, Fang Yi casually gave a thumbs up to his friend, announcing that the threat was gone. Wang Liang rushed over, shouting with relief that Fang Yi had scared him to death. Overjoyed, Wang Liang playfully punched his friend on the shoulder, laughing that he never expected his old buddy to be so powerful. The mood then shifted as Wang Liang apologized, admitting he had suspected Fang Yi was a pioneer but had to follow orders. Fang Yi brushed it off, asking why his friend was being so formal after 3 years apart and telling him he understood. Their reunion was interrupted as Ji Royan approached them. She formally thanked Fang Yi for his help, extending her hand as a sign of respect. With a slight smile, Fang Yi accepted her thanks. He shook her hand, replying that it was no trouble and that he had mainly acted to save his friend. She then formally introduced herself as Ji Royan, the warden in charge of Forbidden Area 019. She explained that since he had saved the entire base, she needed to file a proper report and asked if he would be willing to leave his contact information. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation, while Wang Liang watched from the side, silently amazed at the strange experience of seeing his tough commanding officer act so respectfully toward his childhood friend. With the formalities done, Ji Royan made a direct and serious offer. She said that Fang Yi's strength was greater than many of the military's own special pioneers and formally invited him to join the army. However, she admitted that an invitation from a single base warden like herself was probably not enough to convince him. Inwardly, she was still trying to grasp the sheer scale of his power. What shocked her most was the realization that he was also a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm cultivator, the same as her. Yet, his abilities had reached a level far beyond the known limits of that realm, making him a monster of incredible power. Fang Yi calmly asked Ji Royan if she truly meant that she felt she was not worthy of inviting him. With the weight of her superior's authority on her, she confirmed his words, saying there was nothing to deny. She explained that the order to involve him had come from High Command, and she was certain that they would come to invite him personally in the future. Fang Yi let out a small laugh, telling her it wasn't necessary to be so formal. He placed a hand on his chest and explained that he genuinely respected all of them, knowing that not everyone had the courage to sacrifice themselves for others. He admitted that he had never seen soldiers in combat before, and what he had just seen had truly moved him. Touched by his sincerity, Ji Royan could only offer a quiet thank you. He then made an offer of his own. He told her that if they ever ran into trouble in the future, they could call on him for help, just as they had always done for ordinary people like him in the past. However, he added one important condition. They could not interfere with his personal cultivation or restrict his freedom. His unexpected proposal left Ji Royan momentarily stunned. With their business concluded, Fang Yi announced that it was getting late and he should be leaving. Ji Royan agreed, saying that she and Wang Liang still had to get rid of the mutated creature's body and that she would arrange for someone to take him back. As he stood before the soldiers, Fang Yi finally understood the military's true purpose in this new era. He realized they stationed themselves in these dangerous, spiritually rich zones for two reasons: to use the energy for their own training, and more importantly, to act as a crucial line of defense between the ordinary world and the strange monsters that now threatened it. After he was gone, Ji Royan turned to Wang Liang and said that his friend could no longer be described with a simple word, like impressive. She knew that what they had seen that day was just a small part of his true strength. The fact that a pioneer could reach such a high level of power so quickly showed that he had an amazing level of insight. She concluded that he was a rare mix of luck, courage, and raw ability, all the things needed for greatness. Seeing his commander's deep respect for his friend, Wang Liang eagerly suggested that if she felt she wasn't the right person to recruit him, she should let him, as his childhood friend, take on the job. Ji Royan, however, quickly brought him back to reality with a sharp tap on the head, ordering him to stop talking and help her clean up. He could only agree as he was dragged off to work. Later that night, back at his apartment building, Fang Yi meditated on the roof, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. He thought about his meeting with the military. He knew that while the trip had revealed his identity, he had only shown them his thunder attribute, keeping his other powers a secret. Based on their respectful attitude, he concluded that this was likely a good thing. He now understood that his rare thunder attribute was a perfect counter to the dark monsters the military was fighting, making him a very valuable asset. He knew they would try to recruit him, not threaten him, which would give him access to the fastest ways to get stronger and the most advanced information. The day's events had also made clear the different roles of the nation's two main pioneer forces. The military, represented by Ji Royan, were the Night Watchers, the hidden protectors of the nation. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, was in charge of handling the threats that slipped into the cities, protecting civilian life as much as possible. He understood the government's two-part strategy, using the forbidden zones to contain the biggest dangers while slowly releasing information to the public about the coming changes. This careful approach was buying valuable time, preventing society from collapsing into chaos. As he continued his meditation, a bright orb of golden energy pulsed in his core. He noted that despite absorbing the rich energy of the forbidden zone, he hadn't felt an immediate need to level up. However, the feeling quickly changed. Golden energy surged through him, and cracks of power spread across his face. Having spent even a short time in such a spiritually rich place had filled him to the brim. He recognized the signs immediately. He was on the verge of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the streets below, his cousin Lin Yiyi was walking home with groceries, wondering if he had returned yet. She thought that if he was home, she could have him try her cooking. Her casual thoughts were suddenly shattered when she looked up and saw a massive pillar of golden light erupting into the night sky from the direction of her apartment building. Her eyes widened in shock and alarm. A reflection of a flaming divine axe appeared in her eye as she recognized the powerful energy of a ghost axe realm advancement. But she immediately knew she was wrong. The sheer scale of the power, showing up as a massive fiery divine axe in the sky, was far too terrifying for an ordinary breakthrough. She could only stare in disbelief, wondering if another powerful pioneer was making their move in the city. On the street below, Lin Yiyi stared at the sky in complete disbelief. She recognized the immense power of the Ghost Axe realm, but this was something else, a force so powerful it was changing reality itself. As a giant, divine hand made of pure golden energy formed in the clouds above, she realized the terrifying truth. This was the power of the legendary spirit creation realm. The realization that a pioneer of such incredible strength was living right next to her sent a wave of shock and fear through her. The massive energy surge did not go unnoticed. Miles away, in a high-tech command center, red alarms blared as technicians scrambled. An urgent warning flashed across their screens. The anomaly value had reached a catastrophic level of 99, its location pinpointed to the southeast of the city. An official and Su Qingying reacted with alarm. The official demanded to know what was happening, ordering all units to the target area. Su Qingying wondered how such a powerful anomaly could have gone undetected, noting that an energy reading of this size size was powerful enough to destroy an entire city. Before a holographic map of the city, military leaders held a tense emergency meeting. They debated the two terrifying possibilities. Either a new, godlike spirit creation pioneer had just appeared, or the city was on the brink of a massive disaster. One grim-faced officer suggested it could very well be both. The situation escalated as the senior official frantically called headquarters, demanding they send all advanced equipment, short of large-scale weapons. His panic was cut short, however, when a subordinate burst into the room, breathlessly announcing that the alert had been cancelled. The anomaly had been identified not as a monster, but as a pioneer undergoing a promotion. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden light faded as Fang Yi let out a quiet breath of relief. The breakthrough was complete. He casually noted that he had successfully reached the one-star spirit creation realm. Aside from his body feeling lighter and more agile, he didn't feel a significant difference in his raw power. His quiet moment was interrupted when his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from his friend, Wang Liang. The message was a warning. A new anomaly had appeared at Qingcheng University's playground. Internal military sources had confirmed it was a pollution zone, and more worryingly, it was the second time this specific anomaly had occurred. Fang Yi texted back, saying he knew about the previous heat anomaly. Wang Liang confirmed it was the same one, back again, and playfully warned Fang Yi not to tell anyone he was the source of the intel. After Fang Yi jokingly threatened to report him, Wang Liang's tone turned serious. He told Fang Yi that he was genuinely worried for his safety and urged him to be careful. Fang Yi put down his phone, his expression thoughtful. His friend's warning only confirmed his own strategy. This was exactly why he was so cautious in his dealings with both the military and the association. He knew that being too well known could bring unwanted trouble, which was why he had deliberately chosen to keep his powerful Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame Blade technique a secret. They were his hidden aces. He typed a final reply to his friend, reassuring him not to worry, he would be careful, and he still had trump cards left to play. Lin Yi opened the apartment door, announcing that she was back. Seeing Fang Yi on the couch, she asked if he had eaten yet, offering him the bag of takeout she had brought. Distracted by his phone, he simply told her to leave it on the table and that he would get to it later. As she watched him, a worried and slightly frustrated expression crossed her face. In her mind, she thought about her cousin's character. She saw him as a perfectly good person, but with one major flaw, his laziness. He seemed content to just stay at home all day playing on his phone, not even bothering to go to college. She found it ironic that while she and her fellow pioneers were constantly busy, seeking opportunities and hiding their true identities, her cousin lived such a carefree, seemingly aimless life. Exhausted, she went to her room and collapsed onto her bed. She knew that news of the incredible spirit creation pioneer who had just appeared in their district would spread like wildfire. Feeling a sense of duty, she resolved that when the time came, she would protect her seemingly clueless cousin as a way of repaying him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was not just playing on his phone. He was analyzing the news report from Wang Liang, which showed a massive, raging fire at the university playground. He noted that the first anomaly had been intense heat, and now it was a fire. He wondered if this was another form of the Yang attribute. The video showed the fire had started incredibly fast and was burning with terrifying intensity. Online comments from witnesses expressed shock, with some wondering if special forces were now being called in for simple fires. The report also mentioned that all the surrounding trees and flower beds had been burned and the area was now completely locked down. Fang Yi observed that the video was short and ended suddenly, but it was clear this situation was far more serious than the previous incident at the university. He wondered what would be different about this new Yang attribute. Realizing he had to investigate in person, he knew that to get into the sealed-off area, he would have to contact his new military acquaintance, Ji Royan. The next day, a crowd of reporters had gathered outside the sealed gates of Qingcheng University, blocked by a line of soldiers. They shouted questions, asking for confirmation about the rumors of a fire that couldn't be put out, and demanding to know why an incident of this size was not being reported in the news. As the reporters pressed for answers, Ji Ruoyan and Fang Yi arrived. The crowd watched, wondering who these two imposing figures were as the soldiers immediately opened the gates, allowing them to pass without question. The reporters were left outside, confused as to how they had gotten in so easily when they had been completely blocked. Inside the cordoned-off area, they looked out over the smoldering ruins of the university playground. Fang Yi remarked on the sheer destructive power, questioning if this was the sky fire he had heard about. Ji Ruoyan confirmed that was its official name. She explained its terrifying nature. It appeared without warning, was impossible to put out, and could only be left to burn itself out until everything it wanted was turned to ash. The name, she suggested, was quite fitting. With the initial look done, Ji Ruoyan told Fang Yi she needed to head to the principal's office and asked if he would wait for her. He told her to go on ahead, saying he would be fine there. Alone, Fang Yi walked along the edge of the destroyed area, which was now blocked off with yellow tape. He knelt and touched the scorched earth, analyzing the scene. He noted that the ground was already cold, and more importantly, there was no leftover spiritual power left from the sky fire. He realized with some disappointment that this meant he couldn't collect its attribute. His plan had been too simple. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice called his name. He looked up to see his ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, standing on the steps nearby with a friend. She asked in surprise what he was doing there. Her friend with glasses immediately recognized his name, asking Chu Qingli if this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned, the one who had only gotten into a vocational college. Chu Qingli simply confirmed it was him. The friend then patted Chu Qingli's shoulder with a smug, condescending look. She told Fang Yi that she understood he was likely there because he was still hung up on his ex, but now that the gap between their lives was so big, he should just give up. Fang Yi could only stare back, genuinely confused by her assumption, questioning the very idea that he would be hung up on her. From a distance, other students began to gossip about the scene. They wondered who the guy with the school beauty Chu Qingli was, guessing he must be another sad suitor. They noted he didn't look like a student from their university and complained about how security could have let an outsider in. Chu Qingli's friend with glasses stepped forward, aggressively confronting Fang Yi. She told him that Chu Qingli was now the university's campus belle and that he should think clearly about his actions. She warned him that countless guys far better than him were pursuing her and that he didn't even rank. She ordered him to leave, telling him this was not a place he belonged. She then threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he didn't explain how he got in. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli watched him with a complicated expression. She remembered him claiming he wouldn't regret their breakup, yet here he was. She concluded that his previous lack of interest must have been an act, and that he was just putting on a brave face. Their confrontation was interrupted when Ji Royan returned, asking Fang Yi if the girl was his friend. Chu Qingli was surprised by the sudden appearance of the imposing red-haired woman. Fang Yi coolly dismissed the idea, clarifying that they were merely high school classmates and couldn't be considered friends. Ji Royan accepted his explanation, simply saying they were just classmates. Ji Royan then put on a pair of sunglasses, her already intimidating presence growing even stronger. Both Chu Qingli and her friend were visibly nervous by the woman's powerful aura, wondering who she was and how she could possibly know someone like Fang Yi. Ji Royan then turned to Fang Yi with an update. She explained that she had spoken with the principal, and the matter of the sky fire was more complicated than they had thought. She told him that the principal was coming to take them to the fire's starting point, and since Fang Yi was now a special military consultant, his presence was required. Fang Yi agreed without any issue. Just then, a group of stern-looking officials in suits arrived, ordering everyone to scatter and announcing that the playground was to remain sealed off. Chu Qingli gasped in shock, recognizing the man leading the group as the university's principal. The other students were equally stunned. The principal was known to be an incredibly busy and hard-to-find figure, someone who was rarely seen on campus. They realized with awe that he had come personally to meet with Fang Yi and the mysterious red-haired woman. Chu Qingli's friend, however, completely misread the situation. She smirked, thinking that the principal had finally arrived to deal with the two people who weren't supposed to be there. Chu Qingli, however, remained silent, a look of uncertainty on her face. To the absolute shock of Chu Qingli and her friend, the principal and his group did not approach Fang Yi and Ji Royan as trespassers. Instead, the elderly principal walked directly up to Fang Yi and greeted him with a warm, respectful handshake. He addressed Fang Yi as the consultant, introduced by Ji Royan, explaining how worried he had been about the school's recent anomalies and the safety of the students. He expressed his immense relief that they had come to solve the situation. In an even more stunning display, the principal then bowed slightly to Fang Yi, formally putting him in charge of the entire playground matter. From where she stood, Chu Qingli could only watch, her eyes wide with total disbelief as her entire view of her ex-boyfriend was shattered in an instant. The principal's security then moved to secure the area, forming a human barrier and ordering all unrelated people to step back. As the crowd of students, including Chu Qingli, was pushed away, they buzzed with confusion, unable to understand why their respected principal was bowing to such a young man. Lost in the crowd, Chu Qingli listened as the students' opinions changed around her. They now guessed that Fang Yi must have some extraordinary special identity to deserve such treatment. Someone recalled that just moments ago, he had been dismissed as Chu Qingli's suitor or ex-boyfriend. Another person remarked on the complete reversal of status, suggesting that now, even if she were to pursue him, she might not even be able to get his attention. The final cutting realization settled in as the crowd noticed that throughout the entire exchange, the young man had not once looked at or acknowledged the campus belle, leaving her to stand alone and completely ignored. At Qingcheng University's North District, the principal led Fang Yi and Ji Royan to the site of the anomaly. He explained the series of events, starting with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped was the end of their problems. However, a few nights ago, a fire had started on a playground. A fire so intense that even the fire department couldn't put it out. He was thankful it happened at night when no students were around, allowing them to quickly seal off the area. The principal continued, his face growing more serious. While a single fire might have been a fluke, it was followed by fires on 2 more playgrounds. He said he had personally seen a crimson flame come down from the sky and float in mid-air, a clear sign of a supernatural event. He told them that while the other fires were eventually put out, one still remained. As they got closer to the final location, Fang Yi noted the sharp, choking smell of something burning. They arrived at a basketball court where a single hoop was on fire with a raging, eternal flame. The principal confirmed this was the starting point, the one fire that simply could not be put out. As they watched the anomaly, Ji Royan checked a device on her wrist, which showed a reading of 11. She explained to Fang Yi that it was a basic spiritual anomaly detector. She clarified that any reading over 10 was considered a disaster for ordinary people, requiring a complete lockdown. Suddenly, the device began to flash and beep wildly, the reading shooting up to 60. Ji Royan cried out in alarm at how high the value had become. Panicked, she warned the principal that if the energy kept rising, it wouldn't just affect the university, but the entire city. She declared they needed to immediately send an elite squad of pioneers to contain the threat. Before they could act on the plan, however, Fang Yi took matters into his own hands. Without a word, he leaped over the chain-link fence, ignoring the no-entry sign and heading directly into the fire. He was instantly covered by the intense flames, as Ji Royan and the principal watched in shock. At that exact moment, the reading on Ji Royan's device jumped again, now showing an incredible 110. She shouted that the anomaly had just been upgraded to S level. The principal, panicked, asked what they were supposed to do now that Fang Yi was inside. Ji Royan could only stare into the fire, questioning his recklessness and muttering that even the strongest soldier from the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare to enter such a dangerous area alone. Inside the fire, however, Fang Yi stood completely unharmed, his silhouette calm against the raging flames. He knew that just as his Yang attribute had protected him from the divine thunder, it could also shield him from this sky fire. But he quickly found a major problem. While his power was protecting him, it also stopped him from touching the source flame itself, which meant he couldn't activate his system's ability to create a new technique. Realizing his protective aura was both a help and a hindrance, Fang Yi knew he had to get to the source flame. He watched as the fire wrapped around the basketball hoop like a great fiery dragon, understanding that he needed to get to its heart. Without hesitation, he prepared to face the fire head-on as the fiery dragon lunged toward him with a ferocious roar. In an incredibly risky move, he deliberately turned off his Golden Sun protective aura, leaving himself completely vulnerable. The sky fire instantly rushed in, covering his body in a storm of raw, burning energy. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain as the flames burned him, but he forced his hand forward, determined to touch the anomaly's core. His gamble worked. The moment his hand touched the source, his system activated, confirming it had detected the strong fluctuation of the Skyfire attribute. Despite the pain, a determined grin spread across his face. He was amazed at the Skyfire's power, noting its will was even stronger than the Desolation attribute he had recently gotten. With fierce determination, he declared that he would absorb this power no matter the cost. The system began its final calculation, successfully compiling the new data. With a triumphant smirk, he knew he had succeeded. A new system window appeared, announcing his reward. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art, a power designed to eliminate evil and seal all demons. As he mastered the new ability, the once wild flames became extensions of his will, wrapping around his arm like a tame dragon. The system confirmed that the compiled technique was now unlocked and ready for immediate use. As he focused his will, he began the final process of extracting the Skyfire attribute itself, absorbing its essence directly into his being. His eyes began to glow with a burning red light as fiery markings appeared on his face, a physical sign of his new power. With his hands clasped in a seal and his eyes burning with red energy, he prepared to unleash his newfound ability, calling out the name of the 9 Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art. As Fang Yi unleashed his new power, massive, glowing red chains erupted from his back, lashing out into the fire. Outside the fence, Ji Royan and the principal watched in awe. Ji Royan immediately recognized the energy signature, identifying it as a sealing aura. She remembered seeing a high-level military pioneer seal a forbidden land once before. While their methods were different, the powerful sealing aura was unmistakably similar. With a single command to shrink, Fang Yi commanded the chains to pull back. They pulled inward with immense force, gathering all of the wild sky fire and squeezing it into a single, tightly bound orb of pure energy. Floating in the air, Fang Yi held the chained ball of fire, the sealing process now complete. The sealed orb of fire then gently floated back down towards the basketball hoop. Fang Yi landed gracefully and explained the situation to the principal and Ji Royan. He stated that he had temporarily sealed the skyfire and told them not to unseal the playground or allow anyone near it for repairs. This, he explained, would at least stop the fire from spreading any further. The principal readily agreed, assuring him that the playground would remain sealed, adding that it wasn't a problem since the university had 7 or 8 others. Ji Royan, however, watched Fang Yi with a silent, intense look, her expression hard to read. The principal, very impressed, remarked on how humorous Fang Yi was and offered any further help he might need. Ji Royan, however, interrupted, telling the principal she needed to speak with Fang Yi about some things. The principal happily excused himself, leaving the two of them alone. Once he was gone, Ji Royan turned to Fang Yi, her tone direct and serious. She told him that he had been hiding his true depths very well. Fang Yi tried to play it off casually, saying that the skyfire was indeed powerful and hard to deal with, but she saw right through his act. With a sharp look, she told him to stop pretending, making it clear that she wasn't talking about the fire, but about his own incredible talent and level of power. Ji Royan dropped her intense questioning, admitting that it was normal for pioneers to have secrets, especially for one as powerful as him. Fang Yi simply listened with a calm expression. Her tone then shifted, becoming more serious and sincere. She explained that although she had no right to ask anything of him, she hoped he would listen carefully. She painted a dark picture of a future world in chaos, a time of great change where the Xia nation would desperately need top-tier talents like him. She put his potential into clear perspective, telling him that once the spiritual energy fully revived, a person of his power would be as important as a modern-day nuclear weapon. Because of this, she warned, every major power, from the various military forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association, would rush to recruit him. She told him to be prepared for high-level officials to personally give him invitations with incredibly generous offers. She admitted she had her own reasons for telling him this. If he were to join her military unit, it would be a great asset, and they would gain a powerful friend. Therefore, she advised him to start thinking about his options now, so he wouldn't be caught off guard when the time came. Fang Yi, however, was silent for a moment before asking a curious question. He asked why both she and Wang Liang seemed so hesitant to recruit him for their own forbidden zone, even acting as if they weren't worthy. Ji Royan explained that it was because of another legendary military region, a group so insanely powerful that she felt he would be far more interested in joining them instead. A small smirk appeared on Fang Yi's face as he confirmed if she meant a top-level unit. She confirmed that was the case, though she admitted she hadn't seen them much herself. She had heard they were extremely busy lately, so much so that even officers from other military regions were feeling the pressure of their activities. Changing the subject, she suggested they stop talking and go, as the principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria. As they walked, Fang Yi silently concluded that even the nation's most powerful forces were facing their own big troubles. His mind raced with the implications. Ji Royan's words meant that terrifying anomalies, with power far beyond the capabilities of current pioneers, had already begun to appear. He realized that the pioneers fighting these threats must include spirit creation realm cultivators like himself, and perhaps some who were even stronger. A new sense of urgency washed over him. He felt that the day of the full spiritual energy revival was fast approaching, and his preparations were still far from enough. His thoughts then shifted back to the immediate task at hand, how to best use the Skyfire attribute he had just collected. He analyzed its nature, an irregular, wild, and all-consuming flame that left nothing in its wake. He realized it would be the perfect weapon against anomalies that could reproduce or regenerate endlessly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The wild and powerful nature of the Skyfire was a perfect match for his Crimson Flame Blade technique. He imagined enchanting his sword with this new power, realizing it would be an incredible enhancement to his fighting style. To test his new powers, Fang Yi heads to the back mountain, a place he often uses for training. When he arrives, he is surprised to find the path blocked by a large sign warning that the mountain is dangerous and entry is forbidden. He wonders who could have done this. He knows there haven't been any monsters in the area, and he doubts the military would have found his training spot so quickly. He concludes that the only group that would know his habits and do him such a favor would be the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. He realizes the association has gifted him this place as a private training ground, a way to win his favor. With a smile, he decides to accept their gesture. However, his thoughts are interrupted when his sharp senses detect an unwanted presence. He realizes an intruder has managed to sneak onto the mountain. Fang Yi senses a familiar aura, similar to the one he felt at the factory, though not as strong. Hidden among the trees, a monstrous, monkey-like creature with glowing red eyes watches him. Fang Yi notices the beast seems smart, as it hesitates and checks his strength instead of attacking blindly. With his sword already glowing with energy, he decides it's the perfect time for a show of power. A system window appears before him, asking if he wants to put the newly acquired Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The system describes Skyfire as a powerful light attribute, perfect for destroying evil. With a fiery determination in his eyes, Fang Yi accepts. Immediately, his sword erupts in a column of endless, crackling flames. With an excited smirk, he looks forward to combining the endless power of Skyfire with his Crimson Flame Blade technique. He decides the mutant creature will be his first test subject. Fang Yi unleashes a massive firestorm on the monster. The creature is taken by surprise, its eyes widening in terror before it is completely covered by the storm of flames, screeching in pain. Standing in the middle of the flames he created, Fang Yi checks his new ability. He realizes the energy of his attack is now double, or even triple, what it was before, and most importantly, the flames do not harm him. He touches the blade of his sword, still covered in fire, and notes that it feels cool. Suddenly, he senses that the creature has survived the attack and is trying to escape. With a determined look, he decides to chase the intruder to see what it's capable of. Meanwhile, deep in the same forest, a young woman with curly red hair is doing a live stream from her phone, mounted on a selfie stick. She tells her viewers that she isn't a liar, but that she has always been incredibly lucky, and that amazing content just seems to find her. Her viewers are doubtful, with one commenter daring her to prove her luck by going to Qingcheng University to film the mysterious Skyfire that everyone is talking about. Her confident broadcast is suddenly interrupted as her expression changes to one of pure shock. The monkey-like monster that escaped from Fang Yi leaps out of the woods and attacks her viciously. The force of the attack sends her phone flying, its screen cracking as it hits the ground, but the live stream continues. Through the cracked screen, her viewers see the monster pinning her to the ground, but they think it's just a fake fight with bad special effects. The streamer, however, is in real danger. She cries in terror as the monster holds her down, its paw covering her mouth. The creature opens its massive, fanged mouth, ready to deliver a deadly bite. Before it can strike, a massive blast of fiery energy shaped like a dragon's head hits the monster, sending it flying back. The streamer looks up in shock, saved at the last second. Her viewers are now blown away, not by the realism of the danger, but by what they believe are incredible fire dragon special effects. The sudden, dramatic turn of events causes her viewership to shoot up to over 13,000 people. Still terrified, the streamer looks over her shoulder, asking who is there. She scrambles to grab her phone from the ground. Getting to her feet, she aims the camera at the source of the attack. She stands before a raging fire and shouts to her audience that she has captured it on film, that there is a person standing inside the fire. Her camera captures the silhouette of Fang Yi standing completely unharmed within the flames. In her terrified and amazed mind, she concludes that she has just been rescued by a true immortal. The video of Fang Yi's rescue of the live streamer, Malala, instantly goes viral. It becomes the top trending topic online, with over 13.5 million views. The headlines are dramatic, calling him a mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, and an immortal come down to Earth to save the world. In an office, Chu Qingli's friend excitedly calls her over to look at the video on her computer screen. She is thrilled, telling Chu Qingli that this proves powerful cultivators are real and that the Skyfire at the university was no fake. Chu Qingli, however, is dismissive, telling her friend not to believe such things and that it's all just acting and special effects. But as she looks closer at the screen, her doubtful expression freezes into one of shock and recognition. Her friend, not noticing her reaction, points excitedly at the screen, triumphantly saying she was right and commenting on how handsome the man in the video is, before noticing her friend's stunned silence. Internally, Chu Qingli is in turmoil. She desperately tells herself the video must be fake and that the figure only looks like Fang Yi. She reasons that if it were really him, he would have been burned to ash by such intense flames. Her denial then shifts to fear as she considers the possibility that it truly is him. She worries that he might use his new power to get revenge on her for their breakup, but she stubbornly resolves that she will never bow her head to him, no matter what. Elsewhere, the red-haired leader of Lin Yiyi's pioneer squad shows the same video to Yiyi on her phone. The leader asks if the man looks familiar, suggesting he's the same person who saved them from the monstrous vine. Yi agrees that he does, and then adds a stunning piece of information. She recently learned that a powerful master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives in her neighborhood. She begins to wonder if her quiet cousin and this incredible pioneer could possibly be the same person. In yet another location, Zhang Xiaoya and a male pioneer from the lava cave incident also watch the video. The man recognizes Fang Yi's fighting stance and points out how much stronger he has become, while his companion notes that the way he wields his blade is identical, realizing they were incredibly lucky to have had such a powerful figure on their side. The news of Fang Yi's public display of power reaches the highest levels of the nation's two main organizations. Inside a sleek, modern skyscraper, likely the association headquarters, the city's crisis seems to be getting worse, with the current pioneers struggling to keep up. In a high-level meeting room, Su Qingying addresses a group of officials. She informs them that the military has already been in deep communication with Fang Yi, and she expresses her firm belief that he will agree to help them. Meanwhile, in a military command center, Ji Ruoyan, Major Han Li, and other officers discuss the new intelligence. They are astounded by his rapid progress, calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm so quickly. They debate how many high-tier attributes he could possibly possess, with one officer concluding it must be 3 or even more. They agree that trying to intimidate him was foolish, and that their only option is to recruit him. Major Han Li asks if the High Command has decided to approach him personally. Ji Ruoyan confirms they have, but adds that the top brass is still hesitant to humble themselves, as all previous top-tier pioneers have come from within the military's own ranks. Taking charge, Major Han Li outlines their new strategy. He orders his subordinates to find out what new weapons or equipment Fang Yi might need, and to provide him with information on suitable training locations as a gesture of goodwill. He also gives a crucial final command. The viral livestream video, and all the rumors spreading from it, must be properly managed and controlled. The entire spiritual energy circle in the Xia Nation has now turned its attention toward Fang Yi. Both Su Qingying and Ji Ruoyan think about his future. Su Qingying appears concerned about the immense pressure he now faces, while Ji Ruoyan wears a slight, confident smile. Both women, leaders of their respective groups, eagerly await to see what this extraordinary young man will do next. In a quiet hospital room, a heart monitor beeps steadily. A mysterious woman with long purple hair sits by the bedside of an unseen patient, whom she calls her teacher. She speaks softly, telling the patient that the Xia Nation seems to have found a new hope. With the appearance of a person as powerful as Fang Yi, she adds, the chances of her teacher finally waking up have become a little higher. One day later, back at the apartment, Fang Yi is having breakfast and thinking about the previous day's events. He reflects on how the news of his battle in the back mountain went viral, all because a daring live streamer had managed to sneak into the restricted area for views. As he eats, he notes that the video has since been completely removed from the internet and the live streamer's account has been banned, correctly assuming it was the work of the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. His casual thoughts are suddenly interrupted as he realizes something is wrong. His cousin, Lin Yi, never came home the previous night and hasn't sent him any messages. He finds this very unusual, even if she was out on a mission. A feeling of unease grows as he tries to call her, but the call goes directly to an out-of-service message. Now genuinely worried, he knows something must be wrong and decides he has to go find her. Meanwhile, deep in a dark and misty forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad are lost and trapped. The leader asks Yi if she has any idea how long they've been stuck there. Yi estimates it's been about 10 hours, but she can no longer keep track. The red-haired leader, looking exhausted and bruised, apologizes greatly, blaming herself for dragging Yi into this mess. She admits she thought they were just investigating a strange phenomenon. As she speaks, she clutches her side in pain. Yi tells her to stop apologizing, insisting that it was her own lack of strength that was the problem. She urges her leader to stay alert and save what little energy they have left. As she tries to stay strong, her thoughts drift to the overwhelmingly powerful master she witnessed, wishing she had even a fraction of his power to save them. Their desperate conversation is cut short as a massive, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes and a menacing, spiky form appears in the fog directly behind them. The shadowy monster lunges from the fog, its claws aimed at the red-haired leader. Reacting with incredible speed, Lin Yi shoves her companion out of the way, shouting a warning. She then unleashes a blast of bright blue spiritual energy from her hand, creating a sharp blade of light that cleanly cuts off the attacking creature's head. As they get to their feet, more of these shadowy, zombie-like figures come out of the fog. Yi realizes with horror that these must be the reanimated bodies of other people who were trapped and died in this place. After defeating one of the creatures, which dissolves into a puddle of black mist, Yi Yi explains that the main monster is just playing with them, turning its victims into these strange puppets. The red-haired leader adds that their attacks have no real effect on the mist itself, and their spiritual energy is being drained quickly, all while the real enemy stays hidden. They soon realize they are trapped in some kind of illusion created by the monster, a swirling gray space where the creature seems unbeatable. It is a waiting game. The monster is just letting them get tired. A bead of sweat rolls down the leader's face as the seriousness of their hopeless situation sinks in. Suddenly, the sky above them tears open to reveal a single, massive, blood-red eye staring down at them. The leader screams Yi's name in terror. The eye is a gross, pulsating ball of flesh that begins to bubble and multiply, splitting into numerous smaller, slimy eyeballs. Angry and desperate, the red-haired leader lashes out, furiously chopping at the flying eyeballs and destroying several of them in a frenzy. Yi Yi, however, senses a change in the creature's energy and warns her leader not to be careless, realizing that their enemy is finally losing its patience. The main eye then unleashes a powerful, concentrated blast of red energy. Yi Yi manages to put up a crystal barrier just in time, but the force of the impact is huge. The barrier shatters, and Yi Yi finds herself alone, surrounded by dozens of the glowing red eyes in the heavy darkness. She feels her hope fade, wondering if this is how she is going to die. Trapped in the monster's dark domain, Lin Yi Yi is slowly being eaten by shadowy tendrils. She can no longer hear her leader's voice and realizes they have both been swallowed by the darkness. A wave of regret washes over her as she apologizes to herself for being overconfident, admitting she was wrong to think they could handle such a dangerous mission alone. As she accepts her fate, her mind wanders to the future she will never see, wondering what the world will be like after the full spiritual energy revival. With a final thought of despair, she laments that she will never see the magnificent era to come as she reaches out a hand, sinking into the abyss of glowing red eyes. Tears stream down her face as she closes her eyes, ready for the end. Just as all hope seems lost, a massive explosion of brilliant blue light erupts, tearing the darkness apart. A figure bursts through the shadows, radiating an immense aura of crackling blue energy. It is Fang Yi, his eyes glowing with power. He remarks to himself that he almost didn't make it in time. Yi Yi stares in utter shock and disbelief, tears still fresh on her cheeks, as she recognizes her rescuer and gasps his name, identifying him as her cousin. With a powerful blast of divine thunder, Fang Yi completely shatters the monster's shadowy domain. He lands gracefully in the now clear forest, his hand still sparking with leftover electricity. He has saved both his cousin and her unconscious leader. Yi Yi can only stare, her world turned upside down by the stunning revelation that her seemingly ordinary and lazy cousin is, in fact, an incredibly powerful pioneer. The battle is not over yet. The true form of the anomaly, a grotesque, multi-eyed, fleshy orb, appears from the shadows behind Fang Yi. Yi Yi snaps out of her shock and desperately shouts a warning, telling him that the creature's main body is behind him. Fang Yi, however, is not worried. His hand ignites with the golden red energy of Skyfire as a confident smirk spreads across his face. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to test the effect of his new power on a dark attribute creature. He leaps into action, unleashing his Crimson Flame Blade technique. The attack, now strengthened by the inextinguishable power of Skyfire, completely engulfs the monster in a raging fire. The creature lets out a final, agonizing shriek as it is burned by the divine flames. In the aftermath, the red-haired leader slowly regains consciousness. She finds herself and Yi Yi sitting safely on the ground, surrounded by a protective circle of fire. Confused and terrified, she asks Yi Yi if they have died and been dragged to hell along with the monster. Yi Yi, now much calmer, reassures her leader, telling her to look closely and that they are still alive. Still trying to process what has happened, the leader repeats Yi Yi's words in disbelief before asking who saved them. Fang Yi casually walks towards his cousin and her leader, a small smile on his face as the protective flames die down. He tells them the problem is solved and, noticing the time, remarks that they must not have had breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stares at him, her eyes widening in sudden, dawning recognition. She springs to her feet, her expression one of pure excitement and awe. She points at Fang Yi, confirming that he is the one who saved them before in Yanghuo Town from the monstrous death vine. Fang Yi looks slightly surprised, thinking to himself that he was recognized so easily. Lin Yi Yi is completely stunned by this new revelation. She asks her leader if she's saying that the powerful fire attribute master who saved them from the vine was also her cousin. The leader turns to Yi Yi, equally shocked by the connection, and asks how this supermaster could possibly be her cousin, reminding Yi Yi that she had described him as a completely ordinary person. Fang Yi can only scratch the back of his head with an awkward smile. The leader, still buzzing with excitement, grabs Yi Yi's shoulders. She reminds her that this is the same savior who defeated the Desolation Vine with a single, incredible slash. Yi Yi's mind races, trying to connect the dots. She realizes her cousin is indeed the high-level fire user, but she is still confused, as she just witnessed him use an incredibly pure and powerful thunder attribute to destroy the monster's dark mist. Her thoughts spiral as she fully grasps the implications. The immense power of both his fire and thunder abilities means he is a super genius with dual high-grade attributes. Then, another, even more shocking realization hits her as she remembers the immense spiritual disturbance in her neighborhood, the one that signaled a breakthrough to the legendary spirit creation realm. She wonders if that incredible display of power was also her cousin's doing. Tired of the confusion, Fang Yi cuts in and confirms that yes, it was all him. He then changes the subject, asking them about the dark attribute anomaly. He says that they should have known this type of creature was not to be taken lightly, and asks why only the two of them came, and where the rest of their teammates were. The red-haired leader explains that their other teammates were unavailable. One was sick and grounded at home, while another was on a more difficult mission, clarifying that their squad doesn't always operate as a full unit. Yi Yi then admits it was her own fault, confessing that she had become reckless after her recent breakthrough and wrongly believed she could handle the mission alone. Fang Yi listens, his expression thoughtful. He recalls the infighting he witnessed within their team before. He notes that the leader, who had been openly critical of her teammates, is now defending them to an outsider. He sees her loyalty, and he knows his smart cousin has likely sensed the team's instability as well. With his identity now revealed to two people he feels he can trust, he makes a proposition. He turns to his cousin and her friend and asks if they would like to form a team with him. Both women are stunned into silence for a moment before the red-haired leader erupts with joy. She clasps her hands together, overjoyed at the prospect of teaming up with such a powerful master and exclaiming that she is incredibly lucky to benefit from Yi Yi's connection. Yi Yi, however, is having a more profound realization. She understands that a pioneer as powerful as her cousin must have known her secret all along and had been quietly watching over her. The thought that on this difficult and lonely path of cultivation, she has a reliable and powerful family member helping her without asking for anything in return brings her an overwhelming sense of happiness and relief. A single tear of gratitude rolls down her cheek. Wiping it away, she flashes a bright, happy smile and a peace sign at her cousin, thanking him greatly and promising to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner. Just then, Yi Yi's phone buzzes with a notification. She announces that Sister Jiaolan, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, has just posted a new mission. The message is an alert for a high-risk collection task in a place called the Extreme Dark Zone, which is explicitly stated to be related to the dark attribute. Jiaolan's message ends with a stern warning for everyone to think very carefully before signing up. Fang Yi asks if they know about this zone. Yi Yi explains that it is a border area that is strictly forbidden by the Xia Nation. The dark attribute energy there is so overwhelmingly powerful that most pioneers make it a point to avoid the area entirely. She adds that most of the strange anomalies that have been appearing in their city are actually energy leakages from this forbidden zone. Because of the extreme danger, even the government has been unable to explore it deeply, as past attempts have resulted in severe accidents. Intrigued, Fang Yi suggests they should give it a try and asks Yi Yi to message Jiaolan for more specific details about the mission's content. Yi Yi replies that it's useless, as Jiaolan is famously mysterious and rarely says more than a few words at a time. Fang Yi considers this information. He deduces that for Jiaolan to be able to issue a mission in a top-secret government-controlled area, she must either be an incredibly bold rogue going against the authorities, or she holds a high-ranking position within the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. He concludes that the latter is far more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi Yi, using her online handle Feng Heiju, sends a message to Jiaolan, stating her interest in signing up and asking for more details. To both her and the red-haired leader's surprise, Jiaolan replies with uncharacteristic detail. The mission is to collect something called a shizai flower. She warns that while the rewards for this mission are much higher than usual, all the dangers within the extreme dark zone are related to the dark attribute, and the risk level is far greater than anything they have encountered before. She explicitly advises all pioneers to form teams before attempting the mission. The two women are stunned by how thorough her response is, as it's completely out of character for her. A moment later, another, even more direct message from Jiaolan arrives. She warns that the mission could involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate is extremely high, urging them to reconsider. Then, she adds a final, thinly veiled piece of advice. If you have a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, it's not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, the mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital, who is revealed to be Jiaolan, walks down a corridor flanked by guards. She looks at her phone and thinks to herself that she's done all she can. It is now up to that person to decide if they are willing to accept the challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi smirks, having completely understood the subtext. He tells Yi Yi that Jiaolan's message isn't just a warning, it's a direct and personal invitation. He translates the hidden meaning, I know who you are. I know a pioneer of your caliber would be interested, and I'm daring you to come. Fang Yi realizes with certainty that this entire mission posting was aimed directly at him. Looking out at a vision of the dark and desolate landscape of the extreme dark zone, he finds the prospect interesting and decides he will indeed be making a trip there. Lin Yi, using her online name Feng Heju, officially accepts the mission, telling Jiaolan that her team has 3 people. The scene changes to a hospital waiting area, where Jiaolan is walking with 2 female helpers. One of them is worried about the small size of the team that just signed up. Jiaolan, however, is calm and confident. She says that if he is a pioneer that the Xia nation can truly trust, he will come. The helper asks more, worrying about what will happen to the other pioneers if he doesn't show up. Jiaolan simply replies that if he doesn't come, then it means their fates were not meant to be. As they walk, a smirk appears on Jiaolan's lips. She asks her helpers if they really believe the purpose of a mission to collect the Shizai flower is to send powerful pioneers to their deaths. She explains that the true goal of this incredibly dangerous task is the exact opposite of what it seems. A vision reveals what the flower is. It blooms from a dark, evil pool, fed by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. Jiaolan says that getting this flower is a necessary step to strengthen the nation, as it is the only way to save even more pioneers in the long run. The reason for this mission, she explains, is to protect both the future main strength of the Xia nation, represented by the new generation of pioneers like Fang Yi and his team, who are shown traveling to the mission on a subway, and to revive the top-tier fighting force that has already died in battle. They arrive at the hospital room of her teacher, the comatose elderly man. Holding his hand, she repeats their goal. They must get more Shizai flowers at any cost. She reveals his identity and the great importance of their mission. Her teacher is the only pioneer in the entire Xia nation to have reached the legendary Jinggang realm, and the Shizai flower is the only thing that can wake him from his coma. Jiaolan explains the huge strategic value of such a person. After the full spiritual revival, a Jinggang realm powerhouse is like a modern-day nuclear weapon, making him the nation's greatest asset in talks with other countries. From her point of view, sacrificing a few pioneers or even entire squads is a worthy price to pay for his return. Her helper, however, gets concerned for Jiaolan's own well-being, telling her that while the mission is important, her health is too. The comment causes a dark reaction. Jiaolan's face darkens as she repeats the words, "My health is important." She suddenly explodes with rage and sadness, shouting that her life is indeed important, but only because it was a gift, paid for by the lives of her fallen comrades who died to save her. She clutches her head, hit with a sudden, intense pain, a physical sign of her trauma. After a moment, she calms down and apologizes for her outburst. One of her helpers asks if her headache is acting up again. Jiaolan dismisses their concern, saying it's not yet time for her medicine. A vision of her former happy team flashes in her mind, and she looks away with a sad, tired expression, murmuring that it's all in the past. The story flashes back to a traumatic memory from Jiaolan's past. In a dark, empty landscape, a voice screams for the sword-wielding squad to leave immediately. A younger Jiaolan kneels among the bodies of her fallen comrades as her dying captain tells her the mission to get the Shizai flower is now in her hands. As she trembles in despair, thinking of her teacher and her country, she realizes the extreme dark zone is a truly unforgiving place. She screams in protest, refusing to leave her captain. In his final moments, the captain places his hand on hers, transferring his spiritual energy to her. He tells her he hopes their powers will be of use to her and pleads with her to make it back alive. Back in the present, Jiaolan stands in the hospital, thinking about that tragic day. She reveals the bitter irony of her team's sacrifice. They gave her their power, but they didn't know that a Shizai flower is useless if it is touched by blood or not picked perfectly whole, meaning their mission failed even as they saved her life. Later, after a long journey, Fang Yi's new team arrives at the empty outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader complains about the long walk. She asks why they don't just fly, given their power. Yi Yi explains that even for pioneers, flying for a long time is not possible until one's spiritual energy is overwhelmingly large. Fang Yi remains silent, his glowing red eyes focused on their destination. They finally arrive at a massive, heavily guarded checkpoint that marks the entrance to the zone. Beyond rows of tank traps and fencing, they see a shimmering blue energy barrier. Fang Yi confirms that this must be the extreme dark zone. Even from a distance and through the multiple barriers, he can feel the deeply unpleasant aura of the dark attribute coming through. Yi and her leader are clearly disturbed by the heavy energy, with the leader saying that it's 1,000 times more terrifying than the monster they fought before. Fang Yi simply tells them to stay calm. He then points out that they are not the only ones who have answered the call. A large, diverse crowd of other pioneers has already gathered at the checkpoint, waiting for the mission to begin. Yi guesses that the pioneers are not just here for the big reward. She explains that the dark attribute is known to be very difficult to deal with, ruthless, and naturally hostile to humans. However, with the increasing number of violent dark attribute monsters appearing in the cities, pioneers have realized they can no longer afford to ignore the source of the problem. Many have come here to face the threat directly and find a way to fight back. The red-haired leader agrees with her logic, and Fang Yi looks on with a slight smile, impressed by his cousin's sharp mind. The scene shows the various wild pioneers, each with unique gear and styles, all waiting for the gates to open. As they wait, Fang Yi explains his reason for taking on such a dangerous mission. He says that he has already faced dark attribute monsters twice before. The first was the mutated rabbit, which was more like some kind of gross, rat-like beast. The second was the serpent and its rat-like partner, Candle Knight, a smart pair that worked together to lure and trap pioneers, a mission that nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He explains that the most important detail, as his cousin Yiji correctly pointed out, is that these creatures seem to be cleverly and purposely bypassing the military defenses at the city's borders. He suspects they are using some unknown method to get into urban areas, and these incidents have happened so often that they can no longer be ignored. The situation has become so bad that if they don't face the source, the cities will eventually be overrun. Therefore, he concludes, they have no choice but to go to the extreme dark zone. At the checkpoint, a military officer watches as Su Qingying briefs a group of pioneers before the energy barrier. She stands with a grim and serious expression, ready for the dangerous mission ahead. Her focus is broken when she spots a familiar group approaching. She is completely shocked to see Fang Yi walking up with Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Her green-haired subordinate, Zhang Xiaoya, is equally surprised and calls out to her, but Su Qingying is frozen, covering her mouth in a panic. She silently prays that the great master won't notice her in the crowd, but her hopes are crushed when Fang Yi looks directly at her, a questioning look on his face as he calls out her name, identifying her as Captain Su. Resigned, Su Jingying walks over with her cloaked squad members, having already received military information about Fang Yi's team. The red-haired leader, always mischievous, sizes up the beautiful silver-haired girl and asks Fang Yi if this is Yi Yi's sister-in-law, a teasing term for a potential girlfriend. The suggestion sends both Yi Yi and Su Qingying into a panic. Su Jingying blushes and waves her arms, exclaiming what a huge misunderstanding it is. Fang Yi calmly clarifies that she is not, explaining that she is Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association who helps him out with miscellaneous tasks. This explanation, however, only seems to make Su Qingying more flustered, as she finds the description even more annoying than the romantic idea. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud, arrogant voice. An imposing older man in heavy red armor with two other armored pioneers steps forward and calls them a bunch of shameless brats. He complains loudly that the new generation of pioneers is younger and more disrespectful, not even greeting their elders. He scolds them for talking casually in such a dangerous place. He finishes with a sarcastic comment, saying he hopes they can all rely on each other inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader gets angry, but Yi Yi holds her back, trying to calm the situation. Fang Yi calmly steps between them, signaling for his teammate to calm down. Not intimidated, the red-haired leader points a finger at the arrogant man, telling him to mind his own business and warning him that it's anyone's guess who will be scared to death inside. The man's expression turns into an angry glare. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle breaks the tension. The man smirks, seeing that their car has arrived. A large armored transport with police lights pulls up, and its back doors open. The mysterious Jiaolan steps out, and her presence immediately gets the attention of every pioneer there. The crowd gasps, recognizing the infamous Sister Jiaolan. She walks forward with an air of authority, with her guards on either side as the pioneers murmur in awe, wondering who she is to deserve such a grand entrance. Fang Yi watches her approach and figures out her purpose. She is the one who will open the gate for them. Jiaolan stands before the massive, crackling blue energy barrier. She raises her hand, gathering a swirl of pure energy until a glowing blue symbol forms in her palm. With a powerful push, she shoves the symbol forward, and the huge energy barrier tears open, revealing a dark path into the Forbidden Zone. With the gate now open, the S-Class mission has officially begun. With the huge energy barrier torn open, Jiaolan stood before the dark portal, with red and black energy whipping around her. She announced that the pioneers could now enter, but gave them one last, important warning. The shizai flowers they were sent to get had to be perfectly whole and must not be touched by human blood. She said that if the flowers didn't meet these rules, there would be no reward, and with that, she told them to start. The large group of pioneers began to walk into the scary portal. As they walked, a member of the arrogant pioneers group grumbled to his leader, complaining that Jiaolan was sending them to their deaths without going in herself. The arrogant pioneer's teammate told him to be quiet, reminding him that if they died, the government would pay a lot of money to their families. As Fang Yi's group watched the others enter, Su Qingying analyzed the strength of the various teams for him. She identified the arrogant pioneer as a one-star spirit creation realm cultivator, the same level as Fang Yi. She also noted that there were several other powerful people who were hiding their auras, making them hard to judge, while the rest were solid pioneers at the 1-star or 3-star Ghost Axe realm. She concluded that the teams were all about equal in strength. Fang Yi was surprised to hear that the arrogant man was also at the spirit creation realm, as he hadn't sensed a high level of spiritual energy from him. He thought to himself that the mission must be very difficult to have attracted so many elite teams. Back outside, one of Jiaolan's helpers gave her a final report from a tablet. She confirmed that a total of 37-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, 7 1-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Pioneers had entered. The mission involved monsters ranging from B level to S level in danger. Jiaolan calmly told her helper to get the monitoring equipment ready, assuring her that she was prepared. Inside the portal, the pioneers found themselves in a deserted, dark, and misty place filled with dead trees. As Fang Yi's group stepped into the extreme dark zone, they were immediately surrounded by shadowy black tendrils of energy. Fang Yi warned everyone to stay close, explaining that the overwhelming dark attribute in the area would block their vision, and that they could easily get separated and lost. His warning was followed by the red-haired leader suddenly kneeling over, feeling sick. She apologized, saying she couldn't stop herself from throwing up. Su Qingying calmly went to her side and told her it was a normal reaction. She explained that the terrible smell was a mix of rotting bodies and brain fluid, a scent that most people couldn't handle. She then pointed to another group of pioneers in the distance who were also on the ground, vomiting from the bad air, showing that even those of similar strength were affected. Su Qingying continued to explain that the dark attribute was a natural counter to pioneers, acting as a form of pollution that weakened them. She also warned that the monsters in this zone were extremely active. Fang Yi listened closely as she explained the known threats. She explained the official monster classifications. B-level monsters were a threat to pioneers of the same level. A-level monsters were powerful enough to attract spirit creation realm cultivators, like the extreme dark zone itself. And S-level monsters were disaster-class threats, powerful enough to challenge even those at the legendary Jingong realm. However, she added a final grim warning. The dark attribute in this zone acted as a power-up for the creatures. A monster that would normally be a B-level threat would be at least an A-level threat inside this zone. The red-haired leader expressed her surprise at this new information. Lin Yiyi, worried, asked Su Qingying if she and her team were unaffected by the pollution. Su Qingying chuckled, explaining that she was not affected because she and her team were used to dealing with similar monsters and were not bothered by the smell. She also revealed that she had recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was working hard to evolve her water attribute into an ice attribute. Lin Yi then spoke up, addressing Su Qingying. She noted that since they were both at the same level, she wondered if she also felt her spiritual energy being heavily suppressed, even more so than during her previous missions. Su Qingying confirmed her suspicion, adding a grim warning that many high-level masters, including 1-star spirit creation military elites, had died in this zone, so they needed to be extremely careful. As they went deeper into the deserted landscape, Su Qingying took the lead. She saw that they could no longer see the group ahead of them and urged her team to move a little faster. She then gave an important instruction. They should all speak less to save their physical strength and concentrate their spiritual energy to prevent the heavy dark mist from taking advantage of any weakness. As he walked, Fang Yi thought about his own condition. He was surprised that he didn't feel the same severe discomfort as the others. He concluded that it was likely because his enhanced Yang and Thunder attributes naturally pushed back the dark attribute, or perhaps his spiritual power had simply become stronger after his breakthrough to the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the zone, the arrogant pioneer and his team were in a fierce battle. With a powerful slash of his glowing green sword, the leader easily cut off the head of a monstrous beast. He laughed arrogantly, mocking the zone's dangers. His teammates cheered him on as he declared that they would be the ones to get the Shizai flower, vowing to show the younger generation what true strength looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling with nausea, making small gagging sounds. Fang Yi noticed her distress and thought to himself that despite her power, she was still just a child. He gently placed a hand on her back, sending a comforting wave of spiritual energy through her. The effect was immediate. Lin Yi felt the nausea and the chilling cold vanish, replaced by a comforting warmth like the winter sun. She marveled at the incredible power of the spirit creation realm. She commented on the comforting warmth of what she believed to be a rare, high-grade fire attribute. She thought about how her own wood attribute slowly absorbs energy and how Su Qingying had mentioned her own water attribute turning into the rare ice attribute. Fang Yi corrected her, clarifying that it wasn't a fire attribute, but the yang attribute. He apologized for not explaining it to her before, and casually revealed that he was the one responsible for both the incident at the North Gate and the fire on the playground at Qingcheng University. The red-haired leader was shocked by this confession. She asked in disbelief if he was admitting to having 3 different high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related events were not the same, noting there were small but important differences between the Yang and Skyfire attributes. Inwardly, Fang Yi thought about his 4th power, the Desolation attribute. He decided to keep it a secret, believing it was always wise to have a hidden advantage. Outwardly, he gave a vague confirmation to his team's amazed questions. The red-haired leader, shivering from the heavy cold, nervously approached Fang Yi. She explained that she had not yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and couldn't sense attributes very well, but she knew his Yang attribute could help her. Promising to behave, she shyly asked if he could warm her up as well. Fang Yi agreed to warm her for the day and placed a hand on her shoulder, sending a comforting wave of energy through her that made her yelp in surprise. As she breathed out a visible puff of warm air, sighing in relief, Zhang Xiaoya and the other member of Su Qingying's squad looked on in confusion. Seeing how well it worked, Fang Yi kindly offered the same to Su Qingying's team. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingying admitted that the warmth felt nice, and her 2 enthusiastic subordinates eagerly accepted the offer. With a series of quick pats, Fang Yi shared his protective yang energy with the 3 women, who all expressed their surprise and gratitude for the comforting warmth. Their brief moment of comfort was shattered by the sound of heavy, clawed footsteps crunching on the dead ground nearby. Fang Yi's expression instantly hardened as his senses picked up the threat, and he warned the group that a monster was approaching. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy wolf-like creature lunged from the mist. Su Qingying reacted instantly, leaping forward and creating a long blade of blue energy to stop the attack. The beast landed with a thud directly behind the terrified red-haired leader, causing Fang Yi to shout a warning to her. The monster, surrounded by a menacing purple and black aura, let out a furious roar and charged. Su Qingying identified it as a dangerous A-level monster. Declaring that she would handle it, she stepped forward and unleashed a powerful blast of sharp ice energy from her hand, which hit the creature directly. To their surprise, the monster vanished into nothingness upon impact. Su Qingying stood ready, an ice crystal forming in her hand, as Lin Yi wondered aloud if it had disappeared. However, Fang Yi saw the truth behind the attack. His sharp eyes pierced through the mist, revealing that the monster had been a distraction. The real threat was a massive horde of zombie-like figures with glowing red eyes, walking silently toward them. He shouted a desperate warning for everyone to watch their feet, but it was too late. The ground beneath them erupted in a mass of shadowy hands and tendrils, trapping the entire group as the zombie horde closed in from all sides. Surrounded by the grabbing zombie horde, Fang Yi calmly told his companions to get back as he drew his sword. His eyes lit up with a brilliant, fiery light, and he unleashed a massive, explosive wave of pure fire. The entire horde was instantly burned by the inferno, their shadowy forms dissolving into the flames as they shrieked in pain. Standing among the dying embers, Fang Yi casually twirled his sword, announcing that they were safe for the moment. He explained that despite the illusion of a large crowd, there had only been 2 monsters controlling the puppets. Su Qingying was shocked, realizing that the monsters in this zone had already evolved to the point where they could mimic human language. Fang Yi grimly suggested that it was likely because they had eaten many people and learned from their victims. The group was stunned by the power they had just seen. Su Qingying noted that the extreme dark zone was so dangerous that it had made even the weakest of these creatures into A-level threats, making them impossible for anyone below the spirit creation realm to fight head-on. In a separate location, the mysterious Jiao Lan watched the event unfold. She was impressed, realizing that Fang Yi had destroyed 2 A-level phantom beasts with a single strike. She admitted to herself that even she would have needed to fight them for several rounds to win. Understanding the new level of danger, Lin Yi declared that if what Su Qingying said was true, it was more important than ever for them to stick together. She warned that the monsters could disguise themselves and attack when they let their guard down, and she urged the red-haired leader to get up from the ground. The red-haired leader, however, was still shaken, not by the monsters, but by the overwhelming power of Fang Yi's attack. She complained about the terrifyingly heavy aura, which she found more suffocating than the zombies, feeling that even a slight touch from his flames would have killed her. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the deserted landscape. Lin Yi asked if the others could hear what sounded like ocean waves. The ground began to shake violently, causing the entire group to stumble and lose their balance. In the distance, they saw other pioneer teams fleeing in absolute terror. One man desperately shouted at his comrade to stop fighting and run, screaming that the approaching threat was pure evil and that they were seeing ghosts. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi watched with grim expressions as the chaos unfolded. Before them, a massive, swirling vortex of pure dark energy, filled with countless monstrous forms and glowing red eyes, swept across the landscape, consuming everything in its path. The arrogant pioneer and his team were caught in the middle of the disaster, which was identified as the legendary Dark Tide. As the terrifying Dark Tide swept across the land, eating pioneers who screamed for help, the arrogant pioneer scoffed. He dismissed the threat, proudly declaring that if the regular troops couldn't handle it, it didn't mean he couldn't. With a defiant roar, he summoned a huge barrier of green energy with his sword, proclaiming that everything inside the zone was his to take. He then charged recklessly into the heart of the swirling red and black storm. His confidence was instantly broken. The moment he entered the tide, he was covered by its suffocating dark tendrils. He realized with horror that the monsters inside were far more powerful than he could have ever imagined, far beyond A-level or even S-level. Full of terror, he knew he couldn't let himself be caught, but it was already too late. He and many other pioneers were swallowed by the overwhelming darkness, their screams echoing as they were pulled into the deep. From a safe distance, Fang Yi's group watched the horrifying sight. The red-haired leader, shaken, wondered if the others were all dead and if they had any chance of escaping. Lin Yi asked Su Qingying to explain what the Dark Tide was. Su Qingying grimly described it as the ultimate form of the dark attribute, a tide of pure corruption that ate everything in its path, including other monsters. She was confused and terrified, explaining that their mission was supposed to have been planned to avoid the Day of the Tide, and she feared that all the pioneers who had gone ahead were now gone. Lin Yi remembered hearing about the Dark Tide on pioneer forums, where it was described as a force that could destroy an entire city. Terrified, she urged her cousin to retreat while they still had time. Fang Yi, however, stayed calm. He told everyone not to panic and created a large protective barrier of golden energy, crackling with blue lightning, around the whole group. He explained that this spiritual shield was a natural counter to the dark attribute and told them that, if they needed to, they could combine their powers to keep the barrier up and survive the tide's impact. Su Qingying was shocked by his plan, asking what he was going to do. She warned him that the Dark Tide was a concentrated state of the dark attribute and that their combined power couldn't possibly stop it, reminding him that the powerful spirit creation pioneer had just been swallowed whole. Fang Yi was not bothered. With his sword erupting in golden flames and his other hand sparking with blue lightning, he confidently declared that he would go and destroy it. Before anyone could react, he leaped forward, becoming a streak of pure fire and lightning that shot directly toward the massive wave of darkness. His teammates could only watch in stunned disbelief, with Su Qingying wondering if he really meant to destroy the Dark Tide itself. He plunged into the heart of the storm, his light cutting a path through the swirling chaos. Inside the eye of the tide, Fang Yi floated calmly, completely unharmed inside a protective golden aura as the monstrous dark energy swirled around him. He looked at the small, flame-like wisps of red energy inside the storm and smirked, confirming a suspicion he had. Floating in the heart of the Dark Tide, Fang Yi was surrounded by a gross horde of countless monsters, their multi-eyed forms twisting in the darkness. He analyzed the true nature of the threat, realizing that these were not just A-level monsters being controlled by the dark energy. Instead, they were upgraded composites, fused and evolved versions of countless smaller monsters. He understood that the tide was a living incubator, constantly evolving its creatures from B-level to A-level and then to S-level. The whole event, he concluded, was at least an SSS-level threat, which explained why it could so easily eat even powerful spirit creation realm pioneers. A monster lunged at Fang Yi. His eyes blazed with golden fire, and with a single powerful slash of his flaming sword, he unleashed his Crimson Flame Blade technique, easily destroying the A-level composite beast. He thought about his incredible growth. The combination of his new Spirit Creation Realm power and his Skyfire Enhanced sword allowed him to instantly kill a creature that would have previously been a tough fight. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed something familiar. It was the arrogant pioneer, still alive, but being consumed by the tide's dark energy. The man was still conscious, struggling against the corruption that was taking over him. Fang Yi saw that since the man was still responsive, his spiritual energy hadn't been completely drained. He figured that even if his spiritual foundation wasn't as solid as his own, being a true Spirit Creation Realm pioneer gave him a small chance of survival. Deciding to act, Fang Yi gathered his Divine Thunder power. He unleashed a massive blast of purifying lightning, striking the dark mass that held the arrogant pioneer. The man was thrown clear of the tide, landing hard on the ground, unconscious, but free from the corruption. Standing over his fallen rival with his sword still burning, Fang Yi noted that the man could be saved, but just barely. His victory didn't last long. The dark energy around him began to twist and come together, and the monsters he had just destroyed began to reform before his eyes. He watched as a massive, multi-eyed creature regenerated from the darkness, realizing with grim certainty that the tide could infinitely reproduce its minions. He wondered if this terrifying regenerative power was the special characteristic of monsters that were above S level. Facing the endlessly regenerating horde, Fang Yi decided on a new, much riskier plan. With a confident smirk, he proposed to try something different. He deliberately dropped his protective spiritual energy aura, leaving himself completely exposed to the full, overwhelming power of the dark tide. The moment he was unprotected, his system activated, detecting the extreme dark attribute. However, it quickly reported a failure. The attribute's power was too special and could not be taken at this time. Fang Yi was disappointed but not entirely surprised. He realized that even after reaching the Spirit Creation Realm, the dark attribute was still beyond his reach, confirming that it was fundamentally different and more complex than any other power he had faced. With his options running out, a determined smile appeared on his face. He concluded that since he could neither destroy the tide nor absorb its power, he would have to find another way to deal with it. As the monsters closed in again, he briefly regretted not bringing his little white flower, the Desolation Flower. Knowing its life-draining power would have been a perfect counter. He wondered what other options he had left. Then, his eyes widened with a sudden realization. He knew he had a ready-made solution right in front of him. Outside the tide, the rest of the team watched from the safety of their golden barrier. The red-haired leader, still shaken, asked Su Qingying if she had ever seen such a situation before, but Su Qingying could only admit that she hadn't. Suddenly, the chaotic, swirling energy of the dark tide grew unnervingly still, pressing silently against their protective shield. The strange calm only increased the tension. Lin Yi was terrified, admitting that even when they faced the monstrous Desolation Vine, she hadn't felt so anxious. She was consumed with worry for her cousin, fearing the worst. Su Qingying tried to reassure her, pointing out that his protective barrier was still active, just flickering. She took Yi's hands, telling her they should focus their own spiritual energy to help strengthen the shield. She added with grim logic that if a pioneer as powerful as Fang Yi were to fall, their own fates would be sealed anyway. Su Xingying continued to boost their morale, reminding them that Fang Yi was a Spirit Creation Realm cultivator who used several powerful attributes, and she suspected his true strength was even greater than they knew. She told them that it was not up to pioneers at their level to worry about rescuing someone so far beyond them. Her surprisingly humorous and confident words managed to calm Lin Yi, who thanked her. Su Xingying simply smiled, admitting that her own teammates often said she was too serious, and asked if Yi felt a little better. Their tense weight was shattered as a massive column of pure fire erupted from within the dark tide, pushing back the oppressive darkness. From the heart of the inferno, Fang Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the 9 Dragons, Skyfire Sealing Art. He rose from the flames, his body glowing with a mixture of blue and golden energy. Outside, his teammates watched in absolute awe. The red-haired leader excitedly pointed him out to a stunned Lin Yi, while Su Qingying stared in disbelief at the sheer scale of the power on display. The technique appeared as 9 colossal, fiery dragons that swirled and danced, their combined light completely overwhelming the dark tide. Elsewhere, the mysterious Jiaolan, who had been monitoring the mission, was thrown off balance by the immense spiritual pressure. She recognized the power as the legendary Skyfire attribute and the technique as a powerful seal. She watched in utter disbelief as the 9 dragons came together, compressing the entire, city-destroying dark tide into a single, unstable orb of fiery energy. questioning if he had truly managed to seal the entire event. But Fang Yi was not finished. Having contained the tide, he gathered his divine thunder power in his hands, unleashing it in a massive vortex of crackling blue energy that swirled around the sealed fiery sphere. With a powerful roar, he invoked the name of his combined technique, the Nine Dragons' Edict. The two immense powers of fire and thunder crashed together, creating a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of the extreme dark zone. With a final, decisive command to seal, Fang Yi brought his hands together, forcing the chaotic energy to collapse in on itself. The vortex of fire and lightning compressed into a smaller, more stable sphere, finally settling into a small, brightly glowing orb of perfectly contained, pulsating power. After Fang Yi's incredible display of power, the arrogant pioneer lies unconscious on the ground. Fang Yi thinks that, for now, they are safe, and that he has unexpectedly rescued someone, wondering what he should do with him. Lin Yi runs to her cousin, very relieved that he is okay. Su Qingying, standing by the fallen pioneer, offers to have her team take care of the unconscious man. Later, Su Qingying approaches Fang Yi, asking why he does not seem happy after successfully sealing such a high-level dark attribute. In her mind, however, she is completely amazed, thinking that he truly kept his word to destroy the dark tide and that he is a truly incredible person. Fang Yi explains to the group that they must move quickly. He says that the seal he used is only temporary and that the overwhelming dark attribute energy in the area is still strong. They must hurry to find the Shizai flower before the seal wears off. Su Qingying understands and confirms that her team will take the man back to the association for treatment while her teammates carry the unconscious pioneer on their shoulders. The group stops at a cliff, looking out over the empty landscape. Su Qingying realizes that none of the other pioneers who went ahead made it out, sadly concluding that they were all eaten by the dark attribute, as not a single trace of them remains. The red-haired leader mourns how people who were alive just moments ago have completely vanished. Fang Yi, for his part, thinks that maybe he is cold-blooded, but he feels relieved that he didn't have to watch them die. As they approach a scary dark pool, Fang Yi takes command. He tells Lin Yi and the others to go ahead with Su Qingying's team, explaining that this pool is now the most dangerous thing and it's better for him to stay behind to protect them. The group agrees and moves forward. When he is left alone, standing on a rocky ledge, a system window appears before Fang Yi, telling him that it has detected a new, strong fluctuation of the dark attribute. Immediately, a powerful vortex of purple and black energy erupts from the ground around him. The system confirms that the detection was successful and announces that it is activating its ultimate computing power to begin writing a new technique. Fang Yi is lifted into the air, his arms outstretched, as huge pillars of pure dark energy rise around him. The system declares that the writing process has been successful, and Fang Yi's eyes snap open, now glowing with a menacing purple light, filled with the essence of the power he has just mastered. A system window confirms his new acquisition. He has obtained the Dark Attribute Technique, the Limitless Dark World. The system explains that this ability allows him to create a sealed space of dark mist, inside which spiritual energy is massively weakened. Fang Yi thinks about his new power, recognizing the dark world as a special domain he can control. He understands the huge strategic advantage this gives him. The corrosive effect of his new power will drain his enemies' spiritual energy and slow their ability to refill it. He imagines himself rising over a sea of desperate hands. He realizes that if he combines this new weakening effect with his other powerful attributes, he will become even more formidable, confidently concluding that he could destroy even a monster stranger and more powerful than the dark tide itself if it were to appear again. As the last of the purple energy settles, Su Qingying, still in disbelief, asks Fang Yi if he feels the dark mist reforming around them. Her eyes widen in shock as she fully processes the immense spiritual fluctuation she is sensing. She stares as Fang Yi is surrounded by the leftover energy, wondering how he could possibly be having another breakthrough without any of the usual big signs like a change in heaven and earth. The realization then hits her with stunning force. He hadn't just sealed the S-Class Dark Tide, he had absorbed its power. She finds the very idea ridiculous and unbelievable. In the early days of the spiritual revival, all pioneers knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying power, born from the collective negative emotions and deep-seated evil of all living things. Because of this, absorbing its power is strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback shows a failed official experiment where researchers tried to purify the dark attribute but paid a painful price, leading to it being classified as a uniquely dangerous monster. The power of these dark monsters can range from D to S class, but even the weakest can overwhelm early pioneers, let alone the absolute S-class threat of the Dark Tide, which could eat even Spirit Creation Realm cultivators with ease. Another flashback reveals the fate of a 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer who, before the ban, tried to absorb the energy from a mere sea-level monster. He was driven mad by the backlash, suffering from skin decay and a mental collapse, and remains in a psychiatric hospital to this day. Back in the present, the chaotic dark energy goes down, receding back into Fang Yi as he lets out a quiet breath. He calmly calls out into the empty, misty landscape, stating that whoever has been watching them for a long time can come out now. His red eyes scan the area with a sharp, knowing gaze. From the mist, Jiaolan emerges. She confirms that if she is not mistaken, Fang Yi was the one who single-handedly sealed the Dark Tide. Su Qingying is stunned by her sudden appearance, gasping her name in disbelief. Jiaolan floats down, landing before Fang Yi and asking what he was just doing, specifically questioning if he was absorbing the dark attribute. Fang Yi calmly confirms that he was. The directed mission sends another wave of shock through Su Qingying. In a swift and shocking motion, Jiaolan draws a pistol and aims it directly at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouts Jiaolan's name, demanding to know what she is doing, while she and a terrified Lin Yi can only watch in confusion and fear. Su Qingying immediately leaps into action, placing herself between Jiaolan and Fang Yi and blocking the gun with her arm. She confronts Jiaolan fiercely, reminding her that if she recalls correctly, Fang Yi is the military's highest priority recruitment target. She then challenges Jiaolan, pointing out that the association had also wanted to recruit him before the military intercepted him, and demands to know the meaning of this hostile action. Ignoring Su Qingying's defense, Fang Yi calmly places a hand on her shoulder and addresses Jiaolan directly. He finds it strange, asking if their mission wasn't to find the Shizai flower. He points out that while she seems eager to complete the mission, she also appears very unhappy that they did not die there. Jiaolan remains silent, her expression unreadable as she continues to aim her weapon, the light glinting off the barrel. The red-haired leader, however, is not so calm. She erupts in anger, shouting at Jiaolan. She reminds her that their squad had always trusted her, and she furiously questions why Jiaolan didn't step in when they were facing the Dark Tide. She declares that without Fang Yi, they would have been doomed, pointing out that Yi is still just a child. She accuses Jiaolan of simply standing by and watching, only to now threaten the very person who saved them. Jiaolan suddenly lowers her weapon, a smirk playing on her lips. She dismisses the entire confrontation as a joke, remarking that Fang Yi seems to be very well liked by his teammates. She then congratulates him, announcing that he has passed the test. The sudden change leaves the red-haired leader and Su Qingying completely confused by her words. Fang Yi, however, understands immediately. He asks if her true purpose was to test him. Jiaolan confirms his suspicion, explaining that because of his incredible talent and strength, she didn't want to rely on cold, impersonal data. Instead, she wanted to see for herself what kind of person he truly was. She then turns to address the red-haired leader's earlier accusation. She explains that she didn't step in because pioneers must follow the harsh rules of this new world. She states that this is their shared fate, a life where fortune and disaster can change in an instant. However, she tells them they are lucky to have a trustworthy and powerful person protecting them. She asks if they have noticed that no other monsters have dared to attack them since the tide was defeated, explaining that the creatures are terrified of the power Fang Yi displayed. Fang Yi looks on with a grim expression, agreeing with her assessment. He adds that the Dark Tide itself follows the same principle. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. With the test concluded, Jiaolan offers to lead them to the Shizai flower, stating that she knows the area better than they do. As they follow, Su Qingying whispers to Fang Yi, expressing her feeling that something is mentally wrong with Jiaolan. She reveals a crucial piece of information. Jiaolan's own squad had previously encountered the Dark Tide, and she was the only survivor. Fang Yi processes this information, piecing together a clear picture of her psychology. He understands that her absolute obedience to her mission and the rules has made her cold and detached. He also deduces that the sacrifice of her teammates has left her with a form of post-traumatic, self-destructive tendency. Yet he realizes that another powerful belief keeps her going, and that witnessing him seal the Dark Tide had simply caused her to lose her composure for a moment. With a newfound understanding, Fang Yi shows a hint of a smile. He tells his teammates that they should all be considerate of this injured person. The red-haired leader asks if Jiaolan is injured. Fang Yi, observing her closely, confirms that she is. He explains to his team that her spiritual barrier is severely damaged, estimating that while she has the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura has dropped by at least 2 levels. A visual of her crumbling spiritual energy confirms his assessment, indicating she has suffered a significant internal injury. She even stumbles slightly as she walks, a clear sign of her weakened state. Noticing their concern, Jiaolun looks back and quietly thanks them, but dismisses the issue, stating that her injury is not a problem. Led by Jiaolun, the group travels through an empty, misty landscape filled with dead trees and the bones of fallen creatures, an area identified as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walk, Fang Yi's sharp senses pick up on something amiss, and he spots the skeletal remains of a fallen pioneer half buried in the ground. Finally, Jiaolan announces they have arrived at their destination. Before them, in a small clearing, a single, beautiful shizai flower glows with a soft, ethereal purple light. As Jiaolan begins to walk towards the flower, Fang Yi watches her, sensing that something is wrong. His suspicion is confirmed as vicious, shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes erupt from the ground, surrounding the flower as if to guard it. The sudden appearance of the monsters does not stop Jiaolun. Instead, her expression becomes one of intense and unnerving obsession. She reaches out a hand, whispering that she can finally see it again, her face shadowed as if she is in a trance. Fang Yi's expression becomes serious and urgent as he realizes the immediate danger, knowing she is not in her right mind. Reacting instantly, he summons a ball of golden red flame in his hand, shouting a command to awaken her spirit. He then hurls the fireball directly towards the entranced Jiaolan, intending to snap her out of her dangerous state. The fireball flies towards Jiaolan. Snapping out of her trance at the last second, she recognizes the attack as a very rare and powerful Yang attribute. With surprising speed, she knocks the blast away with her arm, and the impact sends out a shockwave. She and Fang Yi now stand facing each other in a tense silence, as golden energy crackles around his hand. Jiaolan, now fully awake, is shaken. The sight of the flower had brought back a bad memory, and the ghostly images of her fallen friends flash in her mind as she wonders if her preparations were still not enough. Seeing that she has returned to her senses, Lin Yi and Su Qingying rush to her side. Yi asks if she is all right, while Su Qingying wisely notes that Jiaolan is being badly affected by the dark attribute, and suggests it would be safer for them to all stick together. Ignoring them, Fang Yi steps forward confidently. He states that for the shizai flower, it is enough if he goes alone, deciding to handle the situation himself. He calmly walks through the empty, misty clearing, approaching the glowing flower. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. A massive, ugly, wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes bursts from the earth, lunging forward. Its mouth opens wide, showing a terrifying storm of smaller, screaming faces and dark red energy as it roars in hunger. Unfazed, Fang Yi summons crackling blue energy to his fingertips, saying a single word: Divine Thunder. He lets out several massive bolts of lightning that go through the monster's body. The creature roars in pain, its body filled with electricity, but it does not fall. Fang Yi watches it, realizing that this fox demon must have eaten countless other monsters to change so much, identifying it as yet another S-class threat. Knowing that the seal on the dark tide is temporary and their time is running out, he realizes he must end this quickly. Seeing the monster's amazing strength, a confident smirk appears on his face. He decides that if it won't die, he will use it as a test subject for his new power, gathering the scary purple energy of the dark attribute into his hand. With a confident look, Fang Yi unleashes his newly acquired power, the limitless dark world, on the S-class fox monster. A massive storm of swirling purple energy erupts from him, completely trapping the surprised creature. The energy hardens into a large, dark purple sphere, enclosing both Fang Yi and the monster inside its area. Inside this new reality, shadowy purple tendrils whip out from all directions, wrapping tightly around the S-class beast. The monster struggles and whimpers in pain, its massive form beginning to shrink under the immense pressure of Fang Yi's area. A system window then appears, confirming the devastating effect of his technique. Under the influence of the limitless dark world, the S-class anomaly has been forcibly downgraded by 2 full levels to a B-class threat. Standing before the now weakened creature, Fang Yi notes that the S-class anomaly must have had a very weak foundation to be downgraded so easily. With the monster now manageable, his sword ignites in a blaze of golden red fire. He declares that the fight is over and delivers a single, massive fiery slash, completely destroying the creature in a fire. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Lin Yi watch the massive orb of dark energy. Su Qingying finds it strange, noting that while it is clearly a dark attribute, it feels different from what she's used to. Lin Yi agrees, confirming that she doesn't feel the usual disgusting and heavy coldness from it. Jiaolan provides the explanation. She states that this is because they are witnessing Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he created himself after mastering the dark attribute without a teacher. Jiaolan thinks about the immense importance of this achievement. She explains that creating a domain is an incredibly difficult ability. Before this moment, the only person she knew who could create a spatial domain with their spiritual power was her teacher. She guesses that, besides him, there are at most 3 other people in the entire world with this power. A painful memory flashes in her mind, showing a vision of a massive, citywide disaster. She recalls how her teacher had tried to use his own domain to stop the disaster, but had ultimately failed. Their thoughts are interrupted as the purple sphere disappears, revealing Fang Yi standing alone in the clearing. Jiaolan and Su Qingying are stunned at how quickly he finished the battle. With a casual wave and a reassuring smile, Fang Yi announces that the chaotic burial mounds should be safe from any more trouble now. With the area now secure, Fang Yi calmly walks towards the glowing shizai flower. He carefully cups his hands around the plant, gently pulling it from the ground with its roots intact to preserve it. Holding the glowing prize, he examines it for a moment, concluding that this should be enough to complete their mission. Jiaolan watches him with a tense and nervous expression as the mission reaches its critical point. Fang Yi returns to the group and presents the flower to Jiaolan, who remarks on its small size. He confirms that their mission is complete and urges them to leave immediately, explaining that the sealed dark tide is unlike other monsters and could become a problem at any moment. He adds that they also have to deal with the unconscious, arrogant pioneer and his team. Her tense mood melts away, replaced by real gratitude. Holding the glowing flower, she sincerely thanks Fang Yi, admitting that his overwhelming power was the only reason for their success. She then thanks the rest of the group and announces it is time for them to leave. As the others begin to walk away, Jiaolan pauses for a moment, looking back to thank Fang Yi one last time. She then reveals the full, critical importance of their mission. She explains that Elder Wu, the Xia Nation's only Jinggang realm pioneer, is on the brink of death, and the shizai flower is the only life-saving medicine that can save him. With a slight, grateful smile, she tells Fang Yi that he has just saved the life of the nation's most powerful protector. Fang Yi listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes this new, important piece of information, quietly repeating the name of the legendary Jinggang realm to himself. As the group finally emerges from the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they are met with a sky filled with swirling red clouds. The red-haired leader throws her fists up in triumph, shouting with immense relief that they can finally see the light and have made it out alive. Lin Yi agrees, grateful to see the daylight again. Their return is met with a wave of cheers from a large crowd of officials who had been waiting anxiously. They celebrate the successful retrieval of the shizai flower, admitting they didn't quite believe it when Jiaolan had first informed them. As the team walks through the path cleared by the crowd, the red-haired leader is surprised by how many people are there. Someone in the crowd wonders aloud who the person was that actually managed to get the flower. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression becomes one of surprise as she notices something ahead of them. Parked directly in their path is a massive, heavily armored military vehicle, flanked by elite soldiers. The red-haired leader immediately recognizes the vehicle and the symbol of the legendary Star God War Zone, the most powerful and famous military force in the entire Xia Nation. A wave of realization and embarrassment washes over her as she understands that Jiaolan is a member of this elite unit, making her regret having yelled at her earlier. The Star God War Zone is ranked as the #1 military district in the nation. After the spiritual energy revival began, their unique advantages allowed them to secure the most resource-rich forbidden zones, turning them into valuable cultivation grounds. As they get closer, an official carefully hands the shizai flower, now safely stored in a glowing blue container, over to a high-ranking officer. The officer is revealed to be Major Han Li, who takes the container with a slight, satisfied smile. In a stunning and unexpected show of respect, Major Han Li and his entire group of soldiers snap to attention, giving Fang Yi a sharp, formal salute that visibly surprises him. Major Han Li then turns to Jiaolan, assuring her that he will immediately deliver the shizai flower to the hospital and that she can rest easy. Jiaolan agrees, saying she will follow shortly. With its precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle speeds away. With the immediate crisis handled, Jiaolan turns to face Fang Yi. He asks her directly if she is from the Star God War Zone. She confirms that she is, and adds that word of his incredible strength has already spread throughout her entire military district. With a confident and knowing look, she tells him that it won't be long before he becomes a very famous and important figure. Jiaolan continues her conversation with Fang Yi, openly admitting that she recognizes his individual strength is great enough to single-handedly overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone. She then makes a formal recruitment offer, pointing out his seemingly limitless potential and inviting him to join the Star God War Zone, promising him access to the best cultivation resources. She also reassures him that the rewards for this mission for his team and for Su Qingying's squad will be delivered soon. Fang Yi listens with a slight smile but seems to be considering his options. Her tone then becomes much more serious as she explains the true seriousness of their situation. She tells Fang Yi that with the world changing so rapidly, the nation's most urgent concern is the threat of dark attribute anomalies. A vision of a city being consumed by a massive, ominous cloud of purple and black energy illustrates her point. She warns that the number of these anomalies is growing at an alarming rate. She explains that the influence of these dark zones will continue to expand like a deadly tumor, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. Because of this immense danger, she says, they have no choice but to establish forbidden zones and have organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association strictly guard them. She clarifies that she is not telling him this to pressure him into joining, but because she believes that an outstanding and powerful pioneer like him has earned the right to know the truth of the world's situation. Understanding her sincerity, Fang Yi smiles and gives her his assurance. He tells her that he understands, and that if he encounters any anomalies in the future, he will not stand by and do nothing. He tells her she can rest easy on that point. Hearing his promise, Jiaolan's stern and weary expression finally softens into a genuine, relieved smile. Formally introducing herself, she says it's a pleasure to meet him and offers him a small, dark token. Fang Yi takes it, revealing a black tablet with a dragon symbol and the characters for Star God War Zone. Jiaolan explains that this token will grant him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for his cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone itself will always be open to him. She then makes one final, important request, asking if he would like to come and see Elder Wu. Fang Yi asks if she meant the Jing'an Realm Pioneer. She explains that this person is her teacher, and she thinks Fang Yi should meet him, though she says this is just a personal wish, as she would like to be his friend. Fang Yi accepts her offer and the token she gave him, putting it in his pocket. He agrees to go with her, saying it's always good to have more friends. As a gift to seal their new friendship, he holds out a hand crackling with blue lightning, telling her he has something for her. Jiaolan is confused, but Fang Yi explains that he thinks he can clean out the rest of the dark attribute poison in her body. Before she can react, he unleashes a flood of blue lightning that completely surrounds her, leaving her shocked. The energy flows through her, and she is amazed to find that the thunder attribute has a healing effect. The cold, deep pain she felt is replaced by a warm numbness, and she realizes the discomfort is completely gone. Internally, her old wounds from the dark attribute begin to heal as her body is cleansed by the energy. She feels like she is being reborn as the rare and powerful thunder attribute removes all the toxins from her body. When it's over, Fang Yi asks Jiaolan how she feels. Still surrounded by faint sparks of lightning, she confirms that she feels great and that the leftover dark energy has been completely removed. Su Qingying watches as paramedics take care of the unconscious, arrogant pioneer. Wondering if it's possible to save someone so badly injured, she turns and is surprised to see Fang Yi and Jiaolan still there, but she immediately notices that her aura seems different and her injuries appear to be gone. Jiaolan explains that Fang Yi used his rare, pure thunder attribute to completely clean the dark attribute poison from her system. Su Qingying is amazed by this, realizing that this is the true nature of our boy's power. It can be used to destroy enemies and to save people. She points at Fang Yi in amazement, who just asks her what she's looking at. A brilliant idea strikes Su Qingying, and she excitedly waves over the paramedics. She goes to Fang Yi and suggests a partnership, explaining that if they could combine his spiritual power with their advanced medical equipment, they could save many more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show she is serious, she bows deeply, begging him to show his power just one more time. Fang Yi stays silent, thinking about her request. Fang Yi agrees and unleashes a controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand, asking if that is enough of a demonstration. One of the paramedics, seeing the pure energy, excitedly confirms that it seems to be working, and that such a high-level thunder attribute can indeed fight the dark attribute. Jiaolan explains that when Fang Yi treated her, the power was sent directly and destroyed the corruption inside her. Su Qingying suggests that all they would need is for Fang Yi and the patient to hold hands. However, the paramedic clarifies that not every cultivator, even at the spirit creation realm, can handle such pure energy. He explains to a smiling Su Qingying that while Jiaolan's injuries were serious, they were minor compared to the other patient. He estimates that healing the arrogant pioneer would require 10 times the amount of spiritual energy. He adds that just saving the pioneer's life will be a great achievement, and a full recovery is likely impossible. Fang Yi agrees to the procedure, asking the paramedics how to transfer his spiritual energy. They lead him toward toward the ambulance. A paramedic tells him to place his hand into a special device and release his spiritual energy, which Fang Yi agrees to do. From a distance, Lin Yi watches, thinking about how she never imagined Jiaolan was a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. She is amazed that her cousin is so powerful that even this legendary military unit is trying to befriend him. She remembers how the normally cold Jiaolan personally asked to be her cousin's friend and even gave him her personal token. After a while, Fang Yi turns to Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, checking on them. Lin Yi confirms they are feeling fine. She then explains that she and the red-haired leader have decided to go out for more training and take on some missions by themselves. They feel they can't always depend on him and need to grow stronger on their own. Having finished transferring his energy, Fang Yi agrees with their decision, simply telling them to be careful. He watches them with a small proud smile, thinking that his cousin has grown up. Su Jingying and her team prepare to leave. She waves goodbye, telling Fang Yi and Jiaolan they will see each other on the next mission. Jiaolan then tells Fang Yi it is time for them to go visit Elder Wu. As their ambulance drives away, Su Jingying is visibly frustrated, complaining loudly that the military's Star God War Zone has stolen such a powerful person from them. Her teammates try to calm her down. A final thought reveals the internal problems within the Spiritual Energy Association, which is described as being too chaotic, and its top elite squads unwilling to cooperate. Fang Yi and Jiaolan arrive at a large, modern hospital, which is the highest security ward of the Star God War Zone's medical base. Fang Yi asks if this is where Elder Wu is. Inside the hospital room, they stand before the bed where Elder Wu lies unconscious, surrounded by medical equipment. Fang Yi comments on the strange sight, noting how odd it is that the ultimate powerhouse of the Jinggang realm is actually a shriveled old man. Fang Yi observes the elder's condition. The old man's face and neck are covered in red veins, and he breathes through a respirator. Jiaolan explains that his condition was much worse before, saying he looked like a corpse. She adds that even after using the precious shizai flower on him, he still has not woken up. Concerned, Fang Yi wonders what could have happened to such a powerful person to leave him in this state. Jiaolan begins to tell the story of the battle that led to her teacher's coma. She describes how a huge dark attribute anomaly appeared over the capital city. To stop the anomaly from consuming the city, Elder Wu, her teacher, stepped forward to seal it all by himself. A flashback shows the rest of her squad transferring their own spiritual energy to their teacher to support him. The anomaly they faced was far beyond an S-level threat. A monstrous dragon-like form made of dark energy loomed over the ruined city. Jiaolan continues, explaining the immense danger. If the anomaly had fully come down, it would have destroyed the capital and all the surrounding cities, plunging the entire nation into chaos. In a desperate last stand, Elder Wu used his own personal domain to seal the S-level anomaly, but the disaster was even more powerful than they expected. The overwhelming power of the dark attribute backfired on him, corrupting his body. Jiaolan concludes that if he hadn't been a master of the Jinggang realm, he would have been instantly turned to ash. Back in the present, Fang Yi looks down at the comatose hero with new respect. He acknowledges that to stop the destruction of a city, Elder Wu is truly a great pioneer. As Fang Yi looks at the comatose Elder Wu, his thoughts go to his past life. He remembers that many pioneers had sacrificed themselves so he could be the last human to survive. He realizes with a sad thought that in his original timeline, Elder Wu had probably already died by this point. A new determination fills him, and he reaches a hand towards the elder. Jiaolan, startled, shouts at him, demanding to know what he is doing to her teacher. Fang Yi calmly tells her not to worry. He explains that while the shizai flower is already working, he wants to try and remove some of the stubborn dark attribute that remains in the elder's body. He places his hand on the elder's chest, and a powerful surge of blue lightning begins to flow into the old man's body. Fang Yi explains that this will help him wake up faster. Jiaolan watches in shock, exclaiming that the power he is trying to clean came from an S-level disaster. After a moment of hesitation, she gives in, telling Fang Yi to go ahead and try. Perhaps he is the miracle they need. The room is filled with the crackling of Fang Yi's power as he pours his energy into the elder. Jiaolan warns him to be careful, explaining that the dark attribute inside her teacher is far more terrifying than the dark tide. She adds that, without the shizai flower, the elder's recovery would not have been so slow. Fang Yi, his face serious, confirms that he understands. He can feel the immense power of the darkness within the elder's body. He knows that even though the shizai flower's purifying power has weakened it, the dark energy can still exert an immense and oppressive force. Suddenly, a powerful wave of dark energy erupts from the bed, pushing both Fang Yi and Jiaolan back. Jiaolan shouts a warning, telling Fang Yi to be careful and focus his mind as the dark energy is beginning to affect him. In response, a brilliant golden aura erupts around Fang Yi as he activates his own spiritual protection. His eyes glow with a golden light, but he realizes with a start that the dark energy has pulled his consciousness into a vision of the past. He finds himself standing alone on a deserted street in a ruined city, looking up at the massive, terrifying red eye of the anomaly that had consumed the sky. Inside the mental vision, the anomaly's massive red eye looms over the ruined city and asks Fang Yi who he is. Fang Yi realizes that by touching the dark attribute left in Elder Wu's body, his spirit was pulled into this dangerous illusion. Unbothered, he confidently replies that his identity isn't important, as he is just the one who has come to eliminate it. As his hand glows with blue lightning, he concludes that this anomaly isn't as powerful as it seems. In response, the giant eye launches a massive, sharp red spike at him, catching him by surprise. Fang Yi quickly activates his golden sun breathing technique, his eyes glowing with golden power as he prepares to defend himself. He swiftly dodges the storm of red spikes that rains down from the sky. The anomaly then unleashes tendrils of strange, red and black lightning. Fang Yi notes that this strange lightning is as strong as the divine thunder he absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. The anomaly reveals its true form, shifting into a huge swarm of countless insect-like creatures made of pure dark attribute energy, swirling around a central red eye. Fang Yi recognizes that each of these creatures is as strong as the monsters from the Dark Tide, and he understands there are tens of millions of them. The entire swarm then comes down on him like a terrifying vortex. In response to the huge threat, Fang Yi summons his flaming sword. Facing the monstrous swarm, he declares that his only option is to wipe out these pests. With a determined shout, he charges forward and unleashes a massive, fiery slash that cuts a bright path through the heart of the swarm. His powerful attack successfully cuts the central eye of the creature in two. He analyzes the threat, identifying it as an S-level collective anomaly. However, he guesses that its power has been greatly weakened, maybe because it's an illusion or because of the purifying effects of the Shizai flower that was already used on Elder Wu. The two halves of the swarm fall to the ruined city below, exploding on impact. Fang Yi lands on a rooftop, looking over the remains. He guesses its current power is around A level and reflects with awe that this is the city-destroying disaster Elder Wu faced alone. Fang Yi realizes the threat is even greater than he first thought. Gathering dark, swirling energy in his hand, he unleashes his own dark attribute technique, the limitless dark world. A massive vortex of pure darkness erupts from him and begins to absorb the insect-like anomaly. The creature is shocked, realizing its opponent is not human. With a confident smirk, Fang Yi simply replies, "Guess so." He shouts a command to open, and his dark vortex fully absorbs the rest of the S-level anomaly. As the last of its energy fades, a final warning message echoes through the void. "We will be back soon." Fang Yi floats inside a sphere of his own dark energy, thinking the final message must have been a piece of the anomaly's consciousness. He considers the warning use of the word "we" and wonders if this means other similar disasters are waiting to appear. As the illusionary world roars and begins to fall apart around him, he decides it's best to leave and think about it later. His consciousness returns to the real world with a jolt. He immediately reaches into Elder Wu's body and begins to pull out the corrupting dark attribute energy. A mass of dark purple energy, crackling with his own blue lightning, is pulled from the Elder's chest. To contain the dangerous substance, Fang Yi uses his 9 Dragons Skyfire sealing art, trapping the energy inside a sphere of red, fiery chains. Holding the sealed orb, he explains to a stunned Jiaolan that this is the dark attribute remnant left in Elder Wu's body. He concludes that this must be the last piece of the city-destroying anomaly. He explains that while the sealed orb of dark energy is still powerful, its influence has been greatly reduced thanks to the Shizai flower and Elder Wu's own seal. He praises the Elder, noting that he is truly the nation's #1 pioneer for using his own body to hold back the dark power. He knows anyone else would have died many times. As Jiolan looks at her teacher, she sees the red veins on his face have faded and his breathing seems more peaceful. She tells Fang Yi that he has truly saved the Elder's life. Fang Yi, however, humbly says that it wasn't all his own ability. He explains that without the Shizai flower weakening the corruption first, he wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute. Jiaolan agrees, saying that while the flower saved the Elder's life, Fang Yi's power has now given him a chance for a full recovery. With a final surge of power, Fang Yi clenches his fist and completely crushes the sealed orb of dark energy, turning it to dust. He announces that the remnant is now completely useless. He then tells Jiaolan he has one more thing to tell her. He reveals that in the mental illusion, the remnant of the dark attribute anomaly warned him that it would return. He concludes that they must always be prepared, as they can't let an old man who has just recovered from a serious illness fight on the front lines again. Jiaolan confirms that she knows, as she has heard the rumor before. When Fang Yi asks her what she means, she explains that the monitoring departments of the military and the association collect data on spiritual energy changes. She reveals a rumor based on this data. With the current power of the Xia nation, they might not survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Of course, she adds, no one believed it. Feng Yi remarks that monitoring spiritual energy changes sounds very official. Jiaolan then asks if he also believes the rumor could be true. A shadow crosses Feng Yi's face as he wonders if his own rebirth has somehow changed the future. He recalls that in his original timeline, he lived for 3 years after the spiritual energy revival, and by that time, the entire planet had been nearly destroyed. Coming back to the present, he puts a comforting hand on Jiaolan's shoulder, telling her not to overthink things and that Elder Wu should wake up soon. He looks at her with a serious expression and makes a solemn promise. If the disaster does return, he will stand with them and fight. He knows that the final battle against the great disaster will come, sooner or later. He declares with fierce determination that this time, he will change everything. Later that night, Fang Yi is back at his apartment. He sits meditating on his couch, surrounded by the swirling energy of his new dark attribute. He thinks about his recent battles, feeling that after his 2 fights with S-level anomalies, he is close to breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. However, he knows the full spiritual energy revival is coming fast, and even with his new dark attribute, his current strength is not nearly enough. He thinks about the terrifying power of the anomaly he faced in the mental illusion, realizing that even when it was weakened, its true power was immense. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices the potted plant he had left on his table, the obedient little white flower. He speaks to the glowing flower, telling it that it's not easy to carry around and admitting it was his mistake for not bringing it with him on his last mission. Smiling, he picks up the plant, which seems to brighten up, and tells it that he regrets not giving it a chance to level up. He then decides to take it out for a walk. Fang Yi heads to the back mountain, his private training ground. As he walks along the moonlit path, he notes how skilled the association's plant research department must be. He observes that in the short time since the area was last damaged, the forest has already begun to recover, a sign of nature's improved self-healing in this new era. He finds a good spot in the woods and kneels down, taking the flower from its pot to plant it in the rich soil. He makes a mental note to thank Su Qingying and her team for securing this place for him. As he prepares to plant it, he holds the flower and gently warns his new companion to take it easy and only absorb a little at a time, reminding it that if it becomes too greedy, not even all the forests on the planet would be enough to feed it. Once in the soil, the obedient little white flower immediately takes root. A massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupts from the plant, spreading quickly through the forest and absorbing the life of all the nearby trees. After a few moments, Fang Yi stands with his arms crossed in the now dead and empty section of the woods, deciding that the flower has absorbed enough for now. With a satisfied smile, he gently pulls the brightly glowing flower from the ground, roots and all, and tells his companion it's time for them to find a new place to feed. He holds the plant, which seems to bloom with new energy, and wonders where it might rank among all the evolved plant-type spirits. He concludes that with its powerful desolation attribute, it must be at least an A-level threat. As he walks along a dark ridge, he notices the deep silence of the forest, and realizes that all the animals that once lived there must have fled in terror from the flower's power. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud, ferocious howl that echoes through the night. Fang Yi's expression hardens as he recognizes the sound as the howl of a wolf. On a nearby cliff, against a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves with glowing red eyes gathers, their forms shifting and growing. Fang Yi realizes with alarm that the wolf pack is in the middle of a dangerous evolution. Standing before the pack of monstrous wolves, Fang Yi identifies the huge creature on the cliff as the Wolf King, noting its evolution is almost complete. With a loud howl, the Wolf King finishes its transformation, its body now glowing with a menacing green energy. Fang Yi, holding his potted flower, is surprised by the immense spiritual power coming from the creature, realizing with alarm that it is about to become an A-level anomaly. The newly evolved wolf pack quickly surrounds him, cutting off any escape. Fang Yi figures out that the Wolf King has evolved a new, powerful poison attribute from its original wood attribute, a change likely caused by absorbing the dark attribute energy in the area. Despite the danger, Fang Yi remains calm, dismissing the threat as only A-level in strength. He takes his obedient little white flower out of its pot, telling it that it's time for them to solve the problem. He kneels and plants the flower in the ground, thinking that while the anomaly is only A-level, the large number of wolves is a problem. More importantly, the city is just down the mountain, and letting them get there would cause a major disaster. As the Wolf King lunges to attack, Fang Yi tells his flower to begin, and a brilliant green energy starts to flow from the plant. He decides to test the flower's power, curious to see how much damage it can do on its own. A massive beam of green, life-draining energy shoots into the night sky, visible from far down the mountain where another group of pioneers is watching. This new squad observes the scene with concern. One of the men notes that the Wolf King has successfully evolved and is incredibly strong. He asks about the contamination level, and a cloaked figure replies that it has reached 90. The man and his companion are stunned by the dangerously high reading. The squad's blonde-haired leader grows tense, realizing the danger is still increasing. He identifies the Wolf King's wood attribute as being at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, maybe even reaching the Spirit Creation realm, while the rest of the pack is also powerful. He worries that his team doesn't have enough people to handle the threat, admitting that even he has only recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Suddenly, the leader notices the massive beam of green energy and the clear presence of the dark attribute. He now understands why the contamination level is so high. He shouts in alarm, explaining to his team that the Wolf King has evolved dual attributes, something he knows is extremely rare among anomalies. The contamination reading on the squad leader's watch suddenly spikes to 100. The leader grits his teeth, knowing they must stop the wolf pack's evolution before the area below is lost. He recognizes that the beasts, already cruel, will only become more terrifying with their new power. He decides to call the Spiritual Energy Association for backup. Just then, the ground begins to shake violently. One of his men asks if it's an earthquake, but the leader knows the wolf's evolution shouldn't cause such a tremor. He realizes with growing fear that another, different anomaly has appeared. His watch confirms his fear as the contamination reading skyrockets to an impossible 1000. The pioneers look on in terror as a massive eruption of green desolation energy bursts from the mountaintop. The green-haired pioneer recognizes the power of desolation, wondering in disbelief why it would appear here. As the life-draining energy rushes toward them, the squad panics. One man cries out, asking if this is the giant vine from the sky that had disappeared, sad that there was no warning. The squad leader shouts for his team to retreat and get all nearby residents evacuated immediately. However, just as quickly as it appeared, the huge wave of desolation energy seems to stop. One of the men calls out to the leader, noting that the energy has stopped advancing. The squad watches as the massive vortex of green power pulls back, sinking back into the mountain. They wonder if the danger has passed. One asks if they should still report it, while another questions if they should go up the mountain. On the mountaintop where Fang Yi planted his flower, the ground is covered in a network of thick green roots. These roots sprout dozens of glowing white flowers, which then erupt in a massive burst of green energy, blooming into a huge, radiant flower-like structure. The energy then transforms into a sea of white petals that covers the entire area. The Wolf King howls in fury as the seemingly harmless petals turn into a deadly weapon, forming a sharp blade that slices through the air. Fang Yi stands calmly among the swirling petals and explains the terrifying nature of his flower's power. The sea of spiritual flowers will endlessly grow back and multiply, absorbing and purifying the enemy until nothing is left. Fang Yi stands on his flower's massive root system. As the wolf pack begins to fall to its power, he taunts the Wolf King, asking how its pack members will do without the same spiritual protection he has. The smaller wolves are quickly trapped by vines covered in white flowers, their life energy rapidly drained until only their skeletons remain, collapsing into dust. Having absorbed the life force of the entire pack, the flower and its petals turn a deep, menacing red. In a last, desperate attempt, the Wolf King gathers its energy and fires a powerful green blast from its mouth. The red flower, however, easily forms a protective barrier, absorbing the full force of the attack. Hidden among the swirling red petals and vines, Fang Yi tells the beast that its attack is useless. He explains that the desolation attribute of his spiritual flower has already taken root deep within the mountain itself. The Sea of Flowers, he says, draws its power from the mountain and uses it on the mountain, creating an endless cycle of power. The Wolf King, now smart after its evolution, seems to understand its hopeless situation, but still refuses to give up. It identifies the main red flower as the source of the power and charges directly at it. Fang Yi watches with a small smile, mockingly asking his little flower what it will do now that it has been discovered. In response, the central red flower grows to an immense size and lunges forward to meet the charging Wolf King. It opens its massive petals and traps the beast within its grasp. The Wolf King howls in agony as its life force is drained away by the powerful desolation attribute. The massive red flower continues to absorb the Wolf King, its green energy being eaten by the desolation attribute. Fang Yi watches with a serious expression, surprised that his flower is allowing the dark attribute to invade it. The Wolf King is completely consumed by the flower's pulsating red petals. Fang Yi is amazed by this development, marveling at the formidable power of the desolation attribute. He realizes that he never expected the flower to be able to create its own technique without his direct input after he implanted the attribute. As the giant flower shrinks back down, he understands the terrifying nature of its new ability. Once an enemy is trapped within the sea of flowers, there is no escape. The flower then spits out the clean, bleached skeleton of the Wolf King. Fang Yi concludes that even if the spiritual flowers are destroyed, they can endlessly grow back and use their desolation power to reduce any enemy to bones. Standing before the massive red flower, which is now surrounded by a field of smaller red flowers, he decides to give this new technique a name, the Endless Spiritual Sea. A system window appears, confirming his creation and announcing that the spiritual flower has successfully written the desolation attribute technique, Endless Spiritual Sea. Having finished its battle, the flower's petals close up, glowing brightly from within. Fang Yi looks on, a bit tired from the battle, as a single red petal gently brushes his cheek. The flower then erupts with a massive surge of energy, and Fang Yi realizes with surprise that his little flower is also about to evolve. In a high-tech control room, alarms blare as an analyst reports an A-level anomaly. He explains they are detecting two different spiritual powers in the same area. Just as the Wolf King was evolving and creating a dark attribute, a separate and powerful desolation attribute appeared. The Association Superior, listening with Su Qingying, demands to know the location. A technician points to a map, explaining it was an area Su Qingying's team was previously in charge of. The Superior questions this, asking if the Destroyer Squad wasn't already sent to deal with the Wolf Pack. His question is cut short by a call from the squad on the ground. The squad leader reports that a powerful wave of desolation energy appeared and wiped out the A-level wolf pack. However, he adds that the desolation power moved back into the mountain, where a large number of unusual flower anomalies have since appeared. The pioneers stand before the mountain, which is now glowing red from a sea of flowers, unable to get closer. The Association Superior and the squad leader continue their talk. The leader warns that if this new, unknown anomaly were to erupt, it would be far worse than the Celestial Vine. He requests support, admitting that even with all the pioneers there, they likely couldn't handle an unexpected event. The Superior agrees and decides to send 2 elite teams. Su Jingying, however, has another idea. She looks at her superior with a knowing expression, stating she has a feeling that the source of the desolation power is Fang Yi. She interrupts the call, pointing out that Fang Yi's home is in the area and confidently declaring that he will protect everyone. As she speaks, a vision shows Fang Yi floating in a fiery aura above the city. Back on the mountain, the landscape is now covered in a sea of red flowers. Fang Yi stands before his obedient little white flower, which has grown to a massive size. He observes that, just as he suspected, after eating the Wolf King, the flower is about to evolve a second attribute. The giant red flower blooms, its center now glowing with a brilliant golden light. Fang Yi is surprised, noting that the flower's new power is a fire attribute. He touches the massive plant, remarking on how its evolution method, simply swallowing enemies, is an incredibly easy way to gain power. After its evolution, the massive flower shrinks back to its original handheld size, its petals now a deep red. A system window appears, confirming the spiritual flower has completed its evolution. It is now classified as an A-level anomaly named the Desolate Fire Spirit Flower and has dual desolation and fire attributes. The notification adds that the flower has a strong desire to eat spiritual energy and can be placed in the limitless dark world to be nurtured. Fang Yi reads the notification, confused by the mention of the limitless dark world. A new idea strikes him. He realizes he can place the flower inside his personal dark domain. He understands that the domain contains a large amount of dark attribute anomalies and a good environment. He thinks that if the spiritual flower eats the energy inside, it could even evolve a third dark attribute. Just as he holds the orb of his dark domain, a massive storm begins to gather in the sky. His eyes glow with golden light as he realizes he is about to have another breakthrough, this time to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He sits down to cultivate, and a massive pillar of golden divine energy comes down from the heavens, surrounding him. As he meditates, he feels his power becoming easier to control, the spiritual energy of the world merging with his body as if they were one. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with spiky hair senses the immense energy of the breakthrough. He follows the light and is amazed to find the source of the power. He is thrilled, recognizing the legendary Heavenly Fireblade and realizing he has found a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator. Watching a video of Fang Yi's previous battle, the man is surrounded by his own fiery aura. He declares that he will crush this new fire attribute pioneer to prove to everyone that he is number one. Back at his cultivation spot, Fang Yi's sharp senses pick up a new presence. He shouts out, asking who is there. The mysterious man launches a massive fireball at him, questioning if he is a fire attribute pioneer. Unfazed, Fang Yi gathers his dark energy and easily absorbs the powerful attack with his own vortex. He smiles, satisfied that he has finally lured out this hidden enemy. Fang Yi recalls that he had sensed the man hiding nearby for a while, not even trying to hide his spiritual energy. He identifies the newcomer as a wild pioneer, someone not with any organization who loves to challenge others, who has just broken through to the spirit creation realm. The muscular man, now fully revealed and surrounded by a powerful, fiery aura, lands before Fang Yi. He comments that Fang Yi is interesting and that he can feel a strong spiritual pressure from him. He then introduces himself as Jiang Lu and aggressively asks how Fang Yi managed to hide from his fiery attack earlier. Fang Yi remains silent, observing his new opponent. With a confident grin, Jiang Lu says he forgot to introduce himself properly. He declares that his name is Jiang Lu and that Fang Yi will remember it soon enough. With that, he charges forward, his body covered in flames, ready to attack. In response, Fang Yi calmly raises a hand, pointing 2 fingers toward the sky, and simply says the words, "Divine Thunder." A massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning comes down from the heavens, aimed directly at the charging Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is caught completely by surprise, wondering what this new power is. The divine thunder strikes him head-on with immense force. He lets out a pained cough, smoke coming from his mouth after the powerful impact. He struggles to his feet, his body covered in crackling blue electricity and scorch marks. He wonders what just happened, questioning how his opponent could use a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire pioneer. He grits his teeth, his body still shaking from the powerful electrical shock. Fang Yi stands over the defeated Jiang Lu, who is on his hands and knees, completely unable to move. Fang Yi grabs him by the hair and brutally smashes his head into the ground, causing the rock to shatter. With crackling blue lightning still surrounding him, Fang Yi mockingly asks his opponent to repeat his name, saying he didn't hear it the first time. Jiang Lu can only stare in silent shock, his face pressed against the broken ground. Jiang Lu is filled with disbelief, wondering how he could have been so easily defeated. He had just reached the 1-star spirit creation realm and had always been the fastest cultivator he knew. He couldn't understand how he lost, especially when he hadn't even had a chance to use his ultimate move. His mind flashes back to a time when he was celebrated by his peers, his rare and powerful fire attribute making him a true powerhouse. He had believed that everyone would eventually have to submit to him. A small, dismissive sound escapes Fang Yi's lips as he sends another surge of electricity through Jiang Lu's body, causing him to scream in pain. Jiang Lu wonders how his opponent can have a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire user. Fang Yi, his eye glowing with blue energy, looks down with disappointment, remarking that he had expected his opponent to be much stronger. With a condescending smile, Fang Yi mocks the younger generation's overconfidence as he pins Jiang Lu to the ground with his electrical power. Jiang Lu grits his teeth in pain and frustration, his mind racing. He realizes that even though his opponent is clearly at the 2-star spirit creation realm, his spiritual pressure feels as if it is much higher than his own, by at least 2 entire realms. A final, terrifying realization hits him. It feels like a difference of 3 full realms. Convinced he is about to die, Jiang Lu thinks to himself that his end has come, and that he, the great Jiang Lu, is truly going to die here. Terrified on the ground, Jiang Lu begs Fang Yi not to kill him. With a cold, silent look, Fang Yi lets him go. He warns him that a pioneer's power shouldn't be used lightly against others, and suggests that if he has so much free time, he should focus on clearing up some of the new anomalies. After a final, dismissive look, Fang Yi walks away, leaving a confused Jiang Lu on the ground. Jiang Lu watches him leave, wondering about Fang Yi's great spiritual power and whether the gap between them is because Fang Yi is a genius or because he himself is too weak. Later, in a luxury apartment, a sad Jiang Lu enters a room where 2 men are waiting for him. One of the men welcomes him back and comments on his new hairstyle, while the other, a red-haired man, immediately scolds him, saying he had warned him not to pick fights. The red-haired man continues to scold him, telling Jiang Lu that his aggressive attitude is too dangerous, especially since the spiritual energy revival hasn't officially started yet, and that it will only bring him trouble. To his friend's surprise, instead of getting angry, Zhang collapses onto the sofa, completely defeated. Confused by his strange behavior, one of the men asks what happened and if he is still the same fight-ready Zhang they know. The red-haired man asks Zhang what happened, reminding him that he had gone to challenge the Heavenly Fireblade user. Still sad, Zhang quietly admits that it was over in an instant. His other friend grabs him, demanding that he speak clearly. With tears on his face, Zhang breaks down and confesses that he was the one who was defeated instantly. His friends are in total disbelief. Zhang in a frantic state, wishes he had realized something was wrong and backed down, which would have saved him from this shame. The seated man expresses his confusion, questioning how the Heavenly Fireblade could be so strong when Zhang himself is a rare genius who broke through to the spirit creation realm in just a few months. Zhang then remembers the fight, recalling how his best technique, the meteor flame, was shattered in a single moment by his opponent's powerful thunder attack. His friends try to make sense of the defeat. The seated man wonders if Zhang simply fought the wrong person, arguing that with his pure firepower and his spirit creation realm level, it's almost impossible for anyone to beat him so easily. The red-haired man suggests that maybe this person wasn't a pioneer at all, and that their first guess about his strength was wrong. Zhang furiously rejects their ideas, screaming that he couldn't have been mistaken and that the location was definitely his opponent's territory. He insists they wouldn't understand because they didn't experience it. He describes the man as a monster, recalling the terrifyingly powerful thunder that felt like it was going to make his head explode. Both of his friends are shocked into silence as Zhang declares that his gut feeling tells him it was the right person. He explains his horrifying conclusion. His opponent is a top-tier pioneer with both fire and thunder powers, and his thunder power is somehow many times stronger than Zhang own fire. He believes the man was hiding his true strength, which he guesses must be at least at the 3-star spirit creation realm. His friends are stunned by this. The red-haired man thinks about how impossible a 2-star wild pioneer at that level should be, concluding that if Zhang is right, this person will become a nightmare for all other pioneers. After a moment, Zhang looks up with new determination and asks his friends if he should try to become his opponent's apprentice, leaving them completely speechless. While meditating in his apartment, Feng Yi is surrounded by a swirling golden aura. He finds it strange that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough to the 2-star spirit creation realm has suddenly disappeared. He opens his glowing, fiery eyes, deciding that the problem isn't with him, but must be because of some outside factor. He realizes that the spiritual energy in the air has become unstable, making it impossible for him to gather it and advance. This confirms his fears. Remembering the secret government monitoring of spiritual energy and the rumors of a coming disaster, he wonders if something truly terrible is about to happen. Looking out at the city, he sees a massive electrical storm brewing, confirming his suspicion. The full spiritual energy revival is beginning early, right here in his city. He immediately tries to call Jiaolan to find out what the military knows, but the call won't go through. He worries that they might have been forced to go silent, which would be the worst-case scenario. Just then, his phone rings with a call from Su Qingying. He answers to the sound of static as a panicked Su Qingying tells him the situation has changed and asks for his help. As Feng Yi asks if the bad signal is due to monsters appearing in the city, a monstrous, bat-like creature with glowing red eyes suddenly slams into his window, cracking the glass. Through the static, Su Qingying confirms the problem is huge and that she is in the city. With a final crash, the creature wreathed in dark energy shatters the window and charges toward the still-seated Feng Yi. Unimpressed, he calmly remarks that the creature is overestimating its own strength. Reacting instantly, Feng Yi summons a blade of pure blue electrical energy from his hand. He leaps into the air and throws it at the charging beast, piercing it completely and destroying it in a flash of light. The noise brings Lin Yi rushing from her room, shouting a warning to her cousin about the bat-like monster that has just appeared. She stops, staring in shock at the destroyed window and her cousin, who stands calmly amidst leftover lightning. She asks him what's wrong. Looking through the shattered window, Feng Yi explains that while monsters usually appear randomly, it's worrying that they are now appearing directly in their home, and more than one. He believes the situation is still under control for now. They both look out at the massive electrical storm over the city, and Feng Yi says this could be the start of a major disaster. He finds the situation very unusual, noting that a 2-star Ghost Axe realm monster would typically hide in the dark rather than boldly attack a pioneer's home in the middle of the city. Realizing a difficult fight is coming, he tells Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knows and have them gather at the apartment. She agrees without hesitation. Feng Yi then steps onto the ledge of the broken window, telling his cousin that since she is about to have her own breakthrough, he is trusting her with the safety of their home. He tells her to guard the window while he is gone. Elsewhere, across the chaotic city, Su Qingying and her squad are on a rooftop, their communications already being affected by the intense storm. One of her teammates, Zhang Xiaoya, wonders if their equipment is just broken. Su Qingying grimly states that if a true disaster happens, they will have to handle it on their own. They look up at a massive, swirling vortex in the sky, and Su Qingying hopes it's just a false alarm. Acting as captain, she gets on her communicator, checking patrol statuses and ordering all units to stay on high alert. Her command is cut short as she, Zhang Xiaoya, and the other member of the group look up with expressions of pure shock and terror. A massive swarm of the dark, bat-like monsters begins to descend from the vortex, and a warning is shouted that a group of anomalies has appeared, signaling the start of an invasion. Across the city, a red alert warns of the biggest rainstorm in 50 years, telling all citizens to stay indoors. The streets are filled with fear and confusion as people look at the dark sky, wondering if it's the end of the world. Meanwhile, Zhonglu and his red-haired friend are speeding through the wet streets on their motorcycles. The friend yells to Jianglu that the situation feels wrong and asks if they should stay or go, but Jianglu is silent and grim. Suddenly, a monstrous bat-like creature in dark red energy dives at them from the sky. Jianglu reacts with anger, shouting that the creature is looking for death as he summons a fireball. He launches a powerful fire blast at the monster, while his friend wonders why it would attack them, since they usually avoid pioneers as strong as Jianglu. To their shock, the creature comes out of the flames with a screech, completely unharmed. Jianglu realizes with panic that it's not that the creature wasn't burned, but that it revived instantly. Overwhelmed by the power of the monsters in this city, he decides they need to go home right away. The scene flashes back to several hours earlier, in a high-tech control room at the Spiritual Energy Association. Su Qingying and her superior are in a meeting where an official suggests they need their best people to communicate with Fang Yi. Just as the superior turns to speak with Su Qingying, an alarm interrupts them. A special warning appears on the main screen, announcing that an A-level anomaly will arrive in the city center within 24 hours, and that many bat-like anomalies are already gathering in the suburbs. The association superior questions if it's really an A-level anomaly, and a worried Su Qingying declares they must send a team immediately and that she will go too. The scene returns to the present, where the leader of the destroyer squad looks up in terror at a giant version of the bat monster coming down on him. He frantically yells into his communicator, correcting the report and warning that the anomaly isn't A-level, it's S-level. The creature's huge, shadowy form grows, its glowing red eyes watching as it prepares to destroy everything. The scene shifts to a quiet military district with empty, futuristic hallways. Outside, however, a fierce battle is raging. A massive swarm of glowing red bat-like anomalies attacks a military warship, which fires a huge blast of energy in defense. In the heart of the swarm, Jiaolan fights hard, her body a whirlwind, as she uses powerful purple energy whips to slice through waves of the dark creatures. Jiaolan pauses, watching the endless stream of monsters. She knows her unique ability lets her shape and strengthen her spiritual power, but the number of dark attribute bats keeps growing. It feels like they are trying to stop her and her soldiers from doing something important. Just then, a young blonde man, crackling with yellow lightning, lands beside her. He smiles, complimenting her on her power. He then explains their bad situation. The entire military district is being held by only a few high-level officers. He asks for her orders. Jiaolan tells him that their communications are being jammed, making it impossible to contact anyone outside. She assumes the other military districts are facing the same problem. Facing a sky turning black with the swarm, Jiaolan makes a hard decision. She shouts her commands, ordering 2 squads to stay and defend the restricted zone no matter what. She declares that everyone else will follow her to break through the enemy lines and try to connect with other military forces. With her command given, she, the blonde lightning user, and their soldiers jump into the battle, ready to fight for their freedom. As they fly towards the city, Jiaolan has a horrifying realization. Looking at the city, now completely covered by the blood-red swarm, she understands their real goal. The anomaly's ultimate target was never the military zone. It was the entire city. In the pouring rain, citizens scramble for cover. At a bus stop, the live streamer Malala and a man wait, but she is excited instead of scared. She tells the man that the strange, heavy rain is a perfect chance for a popular stream. With a determined smile, she says that sometimes you have to take risks for amazing footage. Her excitement quickly turns to horror. In the next moment, a shadowy bat-like monster lunges from the darkness and eats the man as Malala watches, screaming. The air fills with chaos as a massive swarm of these creatures descends on the street. Malala runs for her life, hearing the terrified shouts that the bats are drinking their blood. One of the creatures catches up and attacks her, and she screams, believing her end has come. Just as the monster is about to strike, a bright blue blade of energy slices through the air, killing the creature and saving her. A figure surrounded by blue lightning lands gracefully behind her. The rescuer is Su Qingying, who stands with two of her cloaked squad members. She offers a hand to the terrified Malala, telling her that her teammates will take her home safely. As the two squad members help the shaken girl, one warns Su Qingying that the number of sea-level bat anomalies is growing, and they seem to be evolving. With a furious look, Su Qingying says that if they know the creatures evolve by eating humans, then they must hurry and get all civilians to a safe place. She then gives her final order, telling her team to meet her back at this spot later, as it is the area with the most anomalies. Her teammates agree as they lead Malala away, leaving Su Qingying alone to face the growing blood-red swarm. High above the city, Fang Yi leaps and lands on a rooftop, facing a huge multi-eyed version of the bat anomaly. Looking at the endless swarm below, he is surprised that the whole group has already evolved, their power approaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. In response to the great threat, he summons a bright, blazing sword of golden fire. With a single, powerful swing, he sends a massive wave of flames that cuts through the swarm, burning a huge number of the creatures instantly. However, as he watches, his eye glows red, and he realizes this fight is not over. He understands this anomaly is different. The bat swarm seems unkillable, constantly healing and multiplying, making them impossible to destroy with simple attacks. He sees that swarms of these dark attribute creatures have appeared in every crowded area of the city. It feels like countless identical disaster zones have appeared at once, and he knows finding the association members in the chaos will take too much time. Looking out at the city, now covered in a swirling dark mist, he concludes that he has no choice but to deal with the swarms one by one. Deciding on a new strategy, Fang Yi raises his hand and uses his ultimate technique, the limitless dark world. A massive, swirling vortex of dark green energy erupts from him, and he declares that the anomalies will become food for his spiritual flower. As his vortex begins to absorb the swarm, he thinks of his allies. A vision of the pioneers he gathered at his home appears in his mind: Lin Yiyi, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and others. He knows he must act quickly. He believes that with his cousin's ability and the protection of the other pioneers, his home should be safe for now. But he also understands that if the disaster gets worse, the nightmare will become real, and survival will become nearly impossible for everyone. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying is still fighting on a rooftop, surrounded by the endless swarm of bat anomalies. She grits her teeth in frustration, realizing that no matter how many she destroys, they just keep coming. Her spiritual power is recovering too slowly, and she worries that she will soon be completely out of energy. She also briefly thinks about her two teammates, hoping they are safe while escorting the civilian. A sudden, terrified scream for help makes her look at the sky. She sees a massive, dense ball of the red anomalies gathering, forming a single, terrifying creature. Realizing the danger is getting worse, she leaps up the side of a building. She knows that if the anomalies keep getting stronger, they will soon reach the spirit creation realm. With her team spread thin saving people, they don't have enough power to handle this new threat, especially now that the creatures have started attacking buildings. She fires several powerful blasts of blue energy at the bats, trying to break through. However, the huge number of creatures is too much, and they overwhelm her, knocking her from the sky. As she falls, she has a horrifying realization. Looking at the massive, swirling vortex of dark energy and lightning above, she understands the swarm's true purpose. An anomaly king is about to be born. The city is falling into ruin, overwhelmed by the massive swarm of shadowy, bat-like creatures under a heavy downpour. The disaster is so immense that it seems no one, not even the military or the Spiritual Energy Association, can stop the city's destruction. In the middle of the chaos, pioneers fight desperately. Reports come in that pioneer teams are sacrificing themselves or being destroyed. Su Qingying fights alone, her protective barrier holding back the endless horde, as a new alert classifies the S-level anomaly as an anomaly king. In the association's command center, the situation is grim. Officials receive reports of catastrophic casualties. The number and regeneration speed of the creatures are overwhelming their defenses, and it's too late to call for reinforcements from other regions. A subordinate reports that the city is completely surrounded by a massive black fog, cutting off any chance of rescue. They realize with horror that they have become an isolated city. Facing the city's final moments, the association superior stands with his men, declaring that as pioneers, they will stand and fall with the city. He vows that the monsters will have to step over their dead bodies. With grim resolve, he gives a final order to send a last code to headquarters. If they cannot stop the disaster, headquarters must immediately launch a destruction strike to prevent the dark attribute from spreading. Meanwhile, Su Qingying's fight continues. Her protective barrier begins to crack under the constant attack of the swarm, and she feels her spiritual power is almost gone. Gathering her last strength, she concentrates her energy and unleashes a final, massive blast at the swirling vortex of monsters. However, her attack is easily deflected. The evolved creature, now more visible, lets out a terrifying shriek as it reveals its true power, which Su Qingying is shocked to realize is at the level of a 3-star spirit creation realm. The creature attacks her barrier, shattering it completely. Defeated, Su Qingying grits her teeth in despair, her spiritual energy nearly gone. The creature's power shatters Su Qingying's protective barrier. Defeated and injured, she falls through the air as the massive creature descends upon her. Realizing this is the end, she gathers her last energy for a final, desperate attack. Just as she's about to attack, a streak of brilliant fire flashes past her, exploding and stopping the monster. Through the fading light, Su Qingying is shocked to see Fang Yi standing before her, his sword still blazing. He turns to face the threat, his eyes glowing with great power, one fiery orange, the other electric blue. He declares his power is divine thunder and charges forward, channeling both fire and lightning into his blade. He meets the creature head-on and with a single, devastating swing, slices the massive creature completely in half. The two halves of the monster erupt in a series of fiery explosions that light up the dark city sky. After the battle, Fang Yi and Su Qingying land on a rain-slicked road. He calmly apologizes for taking so long to find her, explaining there were too many identical swarms of monsters. Still weak, Su Qingying warns him to be careful, as the creatures can revive. As she speaks, the scattered remains of the monster begin to reform in the sky. Fang Yi simply looks up, stating that he already knows this. Facing the regenerating swarm, Fang Yi tells Su Qingying not to worry, as he always finishes what he starts. He gathers a huge amount of purple dark attribute energy into his hand and unleashes his limitless dark world, a powerful vortex to absorb the enemy, declaring he always keeps his word. Watching this incredible display, Su Qingying is filled with new hope, realizing she had forgotten the city still has a peerless pioneer like Fang Yi. The massive purple vortex spreads across the street, pulling in the entire swarm of bat-like creatures. With a single command, Fang Yi causes the vortex to shrink, squeezing the countless monsters into a single, stable orb of pure dark energy. He turns to Su Qingying and asks if she is all right. She thanks him for saving her and says she is fine, having medicine that can help her recover. Noticing her injuries, Fang Yi's expression is serious. He places a hand on her shoulder, and a surge of blue lightning immediately covers her, causing her to cry out in surprise. He explains he has cleansed the dark attribute from her system and tells her to bandage the wound. Su Qingying is amazed by his powerful thunder attribute, noting her wound's pain has lessened and it's healing faster than the association's advanced medicine. Meanwhile, in the association's command center, an operator shouts in excitement that the number of monster groups seems to be decreasing. However, one of the superiors grimly corrects him. He explains that all rescue pioneer teams have been attacked and have lost contact. The number of monsters outside the city is not decreasing at all. He concludes that the swarms in the city are gathering because the anomaly king is about to appear. He thinks sadly about wanting to see his parents, but knows it is now impossible, deciding all he can do is perform his final duties. As they both watch the massive green vortex in the sky, Fang Yi asks Su Qingying if she has any solid information on what they are facing. She explains it is a Super S-class anomaly that plans to feed on the entire city, with a power level as high as the monster that the Star God Warzone had to seal. With a grim expression, she tells him that such an event is called a cataclysm, and the swarms of monsters are just a warning of the true disaster to come. She says that within the swarm, a terrifyingly powerful spirit is being born, and if it succeeds, the entire city will be destroyed. Su Qingying then shares what the association has learned. While monsters of the same type often eat each other to evolve, dark attribute anomalies are different. A fully evolved one, called the Anomaly King, has a power that forces all other anomalies of its type to obey it. She turns to Fang Yi with a worried look. While his power is incredible, she points out he hasn't reached the legendary Jinggang realm. She reminds him that the nation's strongest pioneer was left bedridden after sealing a similar disaster. Pleading with him, she says they can't afford to lose another genius and urges him to escape, break through the monster's blockade, and tell the military to abandon the city. Fang Yi interrupts her desperate plea with a gentle tap on her head, playfully asking if she has forgotten everything she learned in school. His expression then turns firm as he declares that this city is his home, and he will pay any price to protect it. Su Qingying is left speechless by his determination. Without another word, he walks away and leaps to a high rooftop, standing before the massive green vortex from which the Anomaly King is emerging. Surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, he grimly notes that it seems the city is being offered as a sacrifice for this king's birth, and he activates his golden sun power. He turns back to Su Qingying, who has followed him, and asks to borrow her wrist device, explaining that he needs it to detect anomalies and contact the association. She hands it over. With the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi declares that he must go up there and destroy the creature before it can fully form. He stands ready as the monstrous anomaly king continues to emerge from the swirling vortex high above the city. Back in the association's command center, the tense mood is broken when an operator shouts that they've reconnected with a lost pioneer's signal. It's Captain Su. The operators are shocked to see her tracker moving at an incredible speed, flying directly toward the center of the storm, the most dangerous area. They yell at her to come back, knowing that going in alone is a suicide mission. An official grabs a communicator and desperately tries to reach her, ordering her to stop immediately and wait for backup from headquarters and the military. On the rooftop, Fang Yi holds Su Qingying's wrist device, which crackles with static. Having finally figured out how to use it, he speaks into the communicator, asking if they can hear him. The official on the other end is stunned, demanding to know who he is and where Su Qingying is. Fang Yi ignores the questions and takes charge, telling the official that he needs everyone in the command center to work with him because he is going to destroy the Anomaly King at the center of the storm. As Fang Yi flies towards the massive vortex, he continues his demand, telling the speechless official that if they don't want the city to be destroyed, they will cooperate. He demands that all their communication equipment and information be used to help him. After a moment of shocked silence, the official makes a decision. He furiously orders everyone to stop what they are doing and immediately connect with the unknown pioneer. He commands his teams to use all available satellite radar to give him information and assigns an operator to be his main contact. The operator immediately begins his report, explaining that satellite images show a huge number of anomalies surrounding the king, swirling like a typhoon. He suggests that the number of anomalies on the northern route is lower, offering it as a possible way in, and recommends an approach from the southeast to avoid the thickest swarms. As the information comes in, Fang Yi continues to fly into the storm. Suddenly, the operator shouts a warning. Fang Yi has been spotted by two powerful anomalies, ranked A and S, both estimated to possess the strength of the two-star spirit creation realm. He desperately urges Fang Yi to get away. The official watches the monitors grimly, knowing that it is too late to retreat. At that moment, a massive shockwave hits the command center, throwing the staff into chaos as they scream in panic. High in the sky, Fang Yi effortlessly cuts one of the powerful bat-like anomalies in half with his flaming sword. His eyes burn with fiery energy as he calmly asks, and then, in the command center, the operators are in stunned disbelief. The main official exclaims that the anomaly's source has disappeared, realizing with shock that the pioneer killed a dark attribute S-level anomaly in one hit. His subordinate excitedly confirms that it must be the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. The entire command center erupts in cheers, happy that they have been saved. Meanwhile, Fang Yi analyzes the situation. He understands that after enchanting his sword, its flames can now counter the dark attribute, greatly slowing down the anomaly's regeneration. However, as the creature he just defeated begins to reform from the dark energy, he realizes his current power isn't quite enough to stop their regeneration completely. He concludes that if he had broken through to the next level earlier, one hit would have been enough. Realizing he needs a different plan, Fang Yi clenches his fists, gathering both his fire and thunder energy. Deciding that speed and frequent attacks are the only solution, he unleashes a flurry of fast slashes that cut the reforming monster to pieces, though he notes with annoyance that their endless numbers are a problem. Suddenly, a strange, swirling green orb of energy appears in the sky, catching the attention of the dark creatures, which begin to fly down towards it. On the ground, a group of cloaked pioneers watches in confusion. One of them wonders what is happening as the bat-like creatures have suddenly stopped their attack. The association superior, who is with them, grimly states that this is not good. He knows there is only one reason the swarms would stop. They are being called back by the Anomaly King, which means its arrival is getting closer. The remaining military and pioneer forces watch as the swarms gather into a massive blood-red cloud over the city, understanding that their only chance is to stop the swarms before they can be fully recalled. Outside the surrounded city, the battle continues. Jiaolan, from a high point, unleashes a powerful blast of energy into the swarms of dark creatures. Her subordinate, the blonde lightning user, approaches her with a grim report. He asks how much longer it will be until they can enter the city, and Jiaolan replies that their instruments estimate it will take at least another half hour. The subordinate despairs, knowing that in half an hour, the Anomaly King will have fully hatched and the city will be lost. Jiaolan can only watch the huge blood-red swarm, explaining that they have no choice, as the number of creatures is more than 10 times what they first thought, a threat equal to 10 S-class anomalies. Even with the military's powerful weapons, they can't completely eliminate the endlessly regenerating creatures. Jiaolan worries that if they fail, the nearby cities will also be consumed by the dark attribute. She asks if they still don't have enough people to break through the blockade. Her subordinate replies that they are completely outnumbered, complaining that some pioneers are just watching from a distance, not realizing the danger will eventually reach them too. Suddenly, Jiaolan's expression changes as she notices something in the sky. Her subordinate asks what she sees. They both watch as the swarms of bat-like creatures within the city begin to come together, flying towards the area where the Anomaly King is being born. At that moment, a bright point of golden light erupts from the very center of the massive vortex. The subordinate recognizes the energy, asking in disbelief if the bright flame could be Fang Yi. He turns to her, questioningly saying her name. With a new, confident smile, Jiaolan simply replies that it is nothing. She then takes command, shouting to all her forces to increase their firepower and push forward without worrying about their supplies. She declares that they must enter the city because the Star God Warzone will not abandon any city. As her forces advance, a single fiery figure rises into the heart of the storm, a beacon of hope against the darkness. Jiaolan and a stunned Su Qingying can only stare at the immense sea of flames he has created. From the safety of a shattered apartment window, Lin Yiyi excitedly recognizes her cousin's blade technique, while the red-haired leader looks on in amazement. High above the city, the remaining swarms of bat-like creatures converge on Fang Yi, trying to stop him. Unimpressed by their numbers, he notes that they have all come to stop him. With a determined look, he declares that this is exactly what he wants and swings his massive, blazing sword. The attack creates a colossal fire explosion that radiates through the sky, cutting a huge path through the endless horde of dark creatures. As his eyes burn with intense fiery energy, Fang Yi has a sudden realization. He feels the sensation of being on the verge of a breakthrough returning, the same feeling that had disappeared earlier. He understands that despite the thin spiritual energy in the air, he has found the conditions to break through again. With a confident smile, he decides to speed up the process. He raises a hand and calls forth a swirling vortex of purple energy, unleashing his limitless dark world, which opens like a massive dark eye in the sky, with him as a shining star at its center. Reaching out his hand, he calls for his spiritual flower to emerge. A glowing red orb appears, with cracks spreading across its surface. From within it, the massive red, desolate fire spirit flower emerges, crackling with dark energy. It immediately begins to attack the swarms, draining their life force as Fang Yi commands it to absorb them and help him achieve his breakthrough. The newly summoned desolate fire spirit flower immediately starts to act. The red flower erupts with great power, sending out a lot of dark tendrils toward the swarm of bat-like creatures. The tendrils pierce through the monsters easily, and the flower begins to eat them, using their dark energy to help Fang Yi's breakthrough. Once the swarms are gone, Fang Yi lands gently in the middle of the now huge red flower. From there, he watches the big green and red vortex in the sky where the Anomaly King is still forming. With his eyes glowing red, he thinks that although the giant creature is visible, it feels strangely unreal, like a reflection in water. However, a confident smirk appears on his face as he realizes he can sense the creature's core. He can hear its heartbeat, a dull, powerful sound like war drums. Fang Yi understands that the king's power can bring out the deepest and most evil desires in people, making it a serious threat. His eyes glow with an intense red light as he realizes the king is holding back, hiding itself, maybe because its evolution isn't complete yet. Standing on his flower, Fang Yi asks it if it has found the king's exact location. The flower seems to confirm that it has, sending the location to the device on Fang Yi's wrist. The device glows with a red light, shooting a beam into the sky that shows the Anomaly King's core inside the swirling vortex. With the target found, Fang Yi's eyes begin to glow with golden energy as he uses his golden sun breathing technique at full power. A huge explosion of pure golden energy shoots out from him, going toward the heavens like a rising sun, aiming to destroy the dark creatures for good. Far below in the ruined city, Zhang Lu and his friends watch the sky in total disbelief. They wonder what kind of power can create such a bright light, thinking it must be a fire attribute. However, one of them realizes that a normal fire attribute can't be so strong or fight the dark attribute so well. They come to the only possible conclusion. It has to be a high-tier yang attribute, the natural enemy of the dark power. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, the tense mood is broken by shouts of joy. An operator reports that the number of monsters is dropping fast and the containment field is shrinking. Staring at the monitors in disbelief, the officials can hardly believe the situation has turned around so suddenly. Outside the trapped city, a military convoy is forced to stop. A subordinate reports to Jiaolan that all the swarms blocking their path are going back to the city as if they get a new command. From where she is, Jiaolan watches the massive golden light of Fang Yi's power shining over the city, realizing that he must be attacking the Anomaly King's core. Her blonde subordinate joins her, confirming that the incredible power belongs to the Tyrant, and recognizing it as the purest form of the Yang attribute. Jiaolan, however, says she's worried about him facing such a powerful enemy alone. Her subordinate, feeling urgent, declares that they must enter the city immediately to help, but Jiaolan stops him, her eyes on the sky as she shouts for him to look. Her expression is one of pure shock. Inside the massive vortex, a strange, green, spiky ball like a giant virus has appeared. Jiaolan realizes with horror that the Anomaly King is starting to hatch early. Down in the streets, other pioneers also see this scary development. One man stares at the pulsating green mass, identifying it as the source of all evil. Filled with anger and sadness for their fallen friends, he and the other pioneers promise to kill every last monster. Meanwhile, inside a damaged building, Lin Yi, the red-haired leader, and another pioneer watch the crisis. Yi insists that they can't just wait to be killed. They must do something to help her cousin, understanding that the birth of the Anomaly King will require the whole city as a sacrifice. Elsewhere, Su Qingying uses her powers to heal an injured pioneer, showing the desperate fight happening all over. Lin Yi rallies the other pioneers in the building. She reminds them that the very creatures trying to stop her cousin are the same ones that have hurt their families and friends. As she speaks, an idea suddenly comes to her. She remembers the massive flower her cousin has summoned, the one that eats the swarms of bats. She realizes its power is just like the desolation attribute of the ghost vine they have seen before. This leads her to a stunning conclusion. Her cousin also has the power of the desolation attribute. With this new understanding, Lin Yi suggests a bold plan. She tells everyone that they will transfer all of their spiritual power into the network of vines created by her cousin's flower, feeding it their energy to make it stronger for the final battle. The other pioneers agree without hesitation, raising their hands and sending their combined power toward the flower. From the ground, the association superior notices the streams of blue energy flying toward the sky. At first, he wonders if other pioneers are gathering their power to attack the monster directly, but he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing they aren't strong enough to hit it from so far away. He then understands their real plan. They are sending their spiritual energy to the plant that Fang Yi has summoned. Inspired by their bravery, the superior declares that he too will help. He lets out a powerful surge of his own blue energy, sending it toward the sky. All around the city, the remaining pioneers follow his lead. They focus their wills and send out their spiritual power, creating a massive wave of energy that flies toward the heavens to help in the fight. Su Qingying, while helping an injured pioneer, suddenly senses the huge shift in power. Looking up, she sees Fang Yi's spiritual flower, now glowing with the combined energy of every pioneer in the city. Realizing this is humanity's last stand, she gathers her own remaining power and sends it to join the others, supercharging the flower for a final powerful strike against the Anomaly King's core. The monster lets out a final pained scream as the attack hits its target, followed by Fang Yi delivering a quick, decisive slash that cuts through its body. After the huge battle, Fang Yi floats in the air, wiping blood from his face. A voice from the communicator urgently warns him that all the bat swarms from outside the city are now coming to his position. The numbers are huge. Tens of thousands of B-level, A-level, and even S-level monsters are rushing toward him, a seemingly endless wave of red and black. Unbothered, Fang Yi looks up at the pulsating green cocoon of the Anomaly King and says that no matter how many minions it sends, he will destroy them all. He taunts the creature, asking if it is hatching early because it is afraid of him. Provoked, the Anomaly King finally begins to emerge. A monstrous, shadowy green claw tears through the cocoon, and its full form begins to take shape. With his hand covered in golden flames, Fang Yi watches with a serious expression as his true enemy reveals itself. The fully formed Anomaly King, a terrifying beast with a single, menacing green eye, lets out a final horrifying scream, ready for the final battle. The fully formed Anomaly King swirls in the sky, a terrifying vortex of dark green energy and shadow, with a glowing green orb of power at its center. Its immense power immediately shakes the city. The ground cracks and splits as a violent earthquake rocks the streets, sending the remaining pioneers running. They cry out in despair, realizing that the king can destroy them all just by appearing. From outside the city, Jiaolan and her subordinate watch with grim expressions, their hopes resting only on Fang Yi. Deep within the city's ruins, Su Qingying also looks toward the sky, her face a mix of worry and hope as she silently prays for him to succeed. From the safety of the apartment building, Lin Yi clenches her fists, her expression fierce and determined, sharing the same desperate wish. Floating high above, surrounded by a bright golden light, Fang Yi faces the monster. He speaks to the creature, identifying it as the king of the dark anomalies and the cause of the city's suffering. As his own spiritual flower blazes with fiery energy around him, he explains that he grew up in this city and loves his life here, making his reason for fighting clear. In response, the Anomaly King lets out a furious, deafening scream. With a final, determined look from his burning red eyes, Fang Yi gives his final message, telling the monster that for the sake of his home, it has to die. Their two immense powers collide in a massive explosion of red, green, and golden light, the fate of the entire city hanging in the balance. The huge clash between Fang Yi and the Anomaly King creates a massive, blinding explosion that lights up the sky. When the light fades, Fang Yi is floating in a strange, dark void, facing the single, giant green eye of the Anomaly King. The creature stares at him, its voice echoing in his mind as it mocks him for daring to challenge it when he is only at the one-star spirit creation realm. Before Fang Yi can react, the Anomaly King opens its huge, shadowy mouth, creating a powerful vortex. Fang Yi senses the danger right away, but cannot stop the force that begins to suck him in. As he is pulled into the monster's mouth, he realizes the Anomaly King is different from any other creature he has faced. Even after being hurt by his full power attack, it is still strong enough to swallow him whole. He lands inside the monster's gross interior, a cave of pink flesh and thick, slimy purple digestive fluids. He knows the liquid is not only very corrosive, but also has a huge amount of the dark attribute. He thinks any normal pioneer would be dissolved instantly. He finds it strange that such an evolved and smart creature would make the mistake of swallowing him alive. With a determined look, he realizes the monster has made a deadly mistake. He wonders if it is not afraid of an attack from the inside, knowing a creature's interior is always its weakest point. To test his idea, he gathers fire in his hand and slams his fist into the fleshy floor. The inner walls of the beast sizzle and burn. Fang Yi checks the situation, noting that while the corrosive liquid weakens his powers, he can still do a lot of damage. He decides that as long as his attacks work, he can solve this problem. With new confidence, he calls his desolate fire spirit flower to help him. He is surprised to realize that the Anomaly King's attack has not only eaten him, but has also pulled his spiritual flower inside with him. This is lucky, as the flower is now supercharged, having absorbed the dark energy of the bat swarms and the spiritual power of all the pioneers in the city. However, as he holds the bright red flower, he notices it seems to hesitate. He asks it what is wrong, wondering if it dislikes the Anomaly King's dark attribute. To his surprise, the Desolation Attribute flower, which usually feeds on dark energy, seems to be pushed away by the Anomaly King's unique power. Fang Yi finds this unexpected, as his original plan is to use the flower's life-draining ability to empty the monster from the inside. Realizing he has to change his plan, he holds the flower in one hand and once again slams his other fist into the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach. After the battle, the Anomaly King's form dissolves, but it immediately begins to reform in the sky, swirling into a huge vortex as it calls back all the remaining bat-like swarms. On the ground, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader watch in confusion and fear. The leader asks what is happening, but Yi can only say she doesn't know, her main worry being where her cousin is. Elsewhere, Su Qingying bravely leads the evacuation of civilians, telling them to move in an orderly way and promising the pioneers will do everything to protect them. When asked where Fang Yi is, she explains with a look of pure panic that he is still fighting the Anomaly King from inside its body. The military, led by Jiaolan, arrives with a large force. An officer reports that the swarms and the Anomaly King are attacking the city randomly and orders a quick evacuation to reduce casualties. Jiaolan stands on a military vehicle, giving firm commands to her soldiers, but she cannot help but look at the terrifying creature in the sky with a look of dread. The Anomaly King begins to absorb all the swarms, pulling them into its swirling form to get its power back. Inside the monster's stomach, Fang Yi is shocked by this, realizing the creature is far from beaten. As the monster begins to digest him, its powerful corrosive energy coming down on him, he feels his own power dissolving and his body being broken down. He notices the dark energy fading from around him and closes his eyes for a moment. When he opens them again, he is no longer inside the monster. He finds himself standing alone in the ruins of a completely destroyed city, with broken skyscrapers around him under a dark, threatening sky, leaving him to wonder where he is and what has just happened. In the ruined cityscape of the illusion, Fang Yi stands with a grim look. Behind him, a huge, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes begins to come out of the darkness. The monstrous creature immediately lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch down at Fang Yi. Fang Yi focuses his senses and realizes with concern that his spiritual power is gone. The beast continues its attack, bringing its huge fist down towards him once more. Leaping away with amazing agility, Fang Yi narrowly dodges the attack as the impact shatters the ground. He lands safely on a piece of rubble and realizes something important. He notes that even without his spiritual power, his body still feels strong from his training. He now understands the situation. This is an illusion created by the Anomaly King to trick him into thinking he has returned to his past life before he became a pioneer. The beast tries to crush him with a huge stomp, but Fang Yi once again leaps out of the way, dodging the attack. As he lands, he comes to a critical conclusion. The Anomaly King is not powerful enough to completely take his strength. Its power is not actually greater than his own. He understands that his abilities are not truly gone. Now, he just needs to figure out how to break through this mental block. He figures that every illusion must have a flaw, and that this flaw will be the Anomaly King's own weakness, which it will accidentally show. Just as he is planning, the beast moves with blinding speed, trapping him in its huge hand. The monster brings him close to its snarling face, its voice echoing as it tells the foolish human that once he enters this place, he will never be able to leave. Held in the monstrous beast's hand, Fang Yi's situation seems hopeless. However, a confident smirk appears on his lips as he realizes he has found the key to breaking the illusion. The Anomaly King's fake form begins to merge with his own, showing him a mocking, monstrous smile. The creature then opens its huge jaws, declaring that it is all over and that this is the unavoidable fate of him and all of humanity. To break his spirit, it shows him a horrifying vision of his defeated friends, Jiaolan, Su Qingying, and the others, lying lifeless, reinforcing its belief that humans are nothing more than food for its evolution. Pretending to be defeated, Fang Yi remains silent for a moment, before looking up with a small, defiant smile. He calmly asks if that is truly what the monster believes. In that instant, Fang Yi unleashes his true power. His body explodes in a brilliant golden surge of energy as he declares that the monster is nothing but a puppet. He explains that the monster does not seem to understand the truth of his existence. Golden shapes of countless people appear around him as he reveals he has been reborn for the sole purpose of protecting his home and everyone he cares about. The huge golden light completely covers the shadowy beast, causing a massive explosion that shatters the illusion from within. A wave of pure fire sweeps through the mental space, its power reflecting in a single blazing eye. Now free from the illusion and back in the real world, Fang Yi's form has changed. His hair blazes like fire, and his body crackles with blue lightning as he calls upon his system to get to work. Floating in the stormy sky, he is surrounded by a huge hand shape of pure golden energy, fully prepared to end the fight. Just then, a system window appears before him, confirming that he has met the requirements for a breakthrough and asking if he wishes to advance to the 2-star Spirit Creation realm. With his power surging, Fang Yi accepts his breakthrough to the 2-star Spirit Creation realm. He declares himself the King of Anomalies and charges forward in an explosion of golden energy. Fang Yi realizes that, thanks to the Anomaly King, he has reached a new understanding. Channeling his immense power, he delivers a devastating slash. In his new form, with golden flame-like hair and blue lightning crackling around him, he declares his rebirth is meant to change the world's fate and that he is the chosen avenger. Back in the real world, the Anomaly King laughs, mocking Fang Yi for being only a 2-star cultivator. Unfazed, Fang Yi leaps into action, preparing for the monster's next attack. He agilely dodges a powerful blow from the shadowy creature. The Anomaly King looms over him, its dark form filling the sky, telling him he can't escape and will become its food. However, the monster's expression changes to confusion, not understanding what is happening. In contrast, Fang Yi shows a confident smirk, knowing his plan is working. Suddenly, blue thunder energy erupts from within the Anomaly King. The monster writhes in pain, yelling at the stinking human for causing it pain and wondering what this strange body is. With his power at its peak, Fang Yi prepares his final move, declaring that he will seal the monster. He calls on his technique, the 9 Dragons Sky Fire, to purge all evil. From his fiery aura, 9 huge fire dragons emerge and converge on the Anomaly King's core. The monster screams, realizing the power is far greater than a 1-star cultivator's. The attack ends in a massive explosion of light that fills the city sky. The pioneers on the ground watch in awe as Fang Yi eliminates the anomaly. The anomaly king lets out a final scream of pain as its essence is destroyed by Fang Yi's power. The last of the anomaly king's power disappears from the sky, leaving a clear blue day. High above, a massive vortex of purple energy, the last of the dark attribute, is absorbed. Fang Yi, his form back to normal but still holding his blazing sword, stands as the swirling purple energy is drawn into a sphere before him. He looks on with a calm, serious expression, his eyes glowing red. He creates his limitless dark world, a vortex that pulls in all the leftover chaotic energy from the battle. On the streets, surviving pioneers and soldiers look up at the peaceful sky in disbelief. One of them wonders if the nightmare is finally over, while another confirms the battle has ended. Atop a military vehicle, Zhao Lan is met with a massive cheer from the survivors. They celebrate that the city has been saved and they have survived. As dawn breaks, Zhao Lan's blonde subordinate asks if she is going to find Fang Yi. She looks toward the rising sun with a gentle smile, explaining they have their own duties now. She explains their job is to help people's lives return to normal and restore the city. Below them, the survivors embrace, cry, and cheer in the morning light. Miles away, the Spiritual Energy Association's staff celebrates. They are overjoyed they helped stop the Anomaly King, feeling like they've woken from a bad dream. They stand by a window, reflecting. They are relieved Fang Yi appeared and defeated the king, thinking that without him, they would have carried the shame of the city's fall. Elsewhere, Su Qingying and the association superior watch as paramedics carry injured pioneers. Su Qingying asks if the pioneers are still alive. The superior places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, confirming their medical centers were not destroyed and they can be treated. Su Qingying knows that without Fang Yi, they would have no chance to be treated. She wonders about his true identity and incredible power, always doing what others think is impossible. The superior agrees, saying the event they all saw makes it clear Fang Yi has reached the 2-star spirit creation realm. He is sure headquarters will act now and someone else will try to contact him first. Su Qingying thinks about how much Fang Yi has grown. She once thought she could compete with him, but now he has completely surpassed her. She concludes he is a top genius in the entire Xia nation. The superior recalls the golden light and fire dragons that sealed the anomaly, an event everyone saw. He knows it will spark a lot of discussion and decides they must act quickly. A confused Su Qingying asks what he means. The superior suggests a new title for Fang Yi, the Sealer, thinking it's a fitting name. After the great battle, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader rush through the ruined streets, with Yi calling for her friend to wait. Panicked, Yi asks where her cousin could be, while the red-haired leader tries to calm her. Suddenly, Yi notices something in the distance. Her expression changes to relief, and with tears in her eyes, she joyfully calls out her cousin's name. She has found Fang Yi, who stands calmly in the rubble, holding his sword. Fang Yi asks why they came to look for him. Yi rushes to him, asking if he is all right after the battle. She tells him she knew he would need them, but Fang Yi is silent, looking exhausted. He finally tells her he is fine and says she did a good job. He then puts his arms around both his cousin and the red-haired leader for support. Internally, he thinks about how hard the fight was, admitting he used all the energy from his recent breakthrough for the final attack. He feels a little embarrassed that they are worrying about him. Overhearing this, Lin Yi suddenly notices something. She exclaims in shock, asking if he really broke through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. She is amazed by his fast advancement and incredible talent, while the red-haired leader is also stunned that the big shot has broken through again. Meanwhile, news of the battle has spread. Online forums are filled with talk about the man who saved the city, the pioneer they now call the Sealer. People wonder who this mysterious person is, asking if he's a god for beating the Anomaly King with one slash when the association and military couldn't. They guess he might be part of a hidden organization, a secret weapon of the Xia nation. Elsewhere, Zhang Lu's red-haired friend points at a computer screen, sure that the person in the video is the one who defeated Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu watches the footage, filled with excitement. He declares he is honored to have lost to someone so powerful. He leaps from his chair, announcing he's going to find this man and ask to become his student. His friend, however, advises against it, suggesting that many people will be looking for him right now. The scene shifts to the great Xia capital city. In a dark, secret room, shadowy figures gather around a glowing table to discuss recent events. One man, smoking casually, says he's disappointed he didn't get to see the military and the association destroy each other in the disaster. Another member suggests they find a pawn or assassin to deal with this new powerful figure. But a mysterious woman with long, sharp fingernails dismisses the idea. She says such a simple approach isn't worthy of the so-called chosen one and savior of the world. She holds up a photo of Fang Yi, scornfully noting his new title, the Sealer. With a swift motion, she pierces the photo at Fang Yi's neck with a sharp nail, tearing it. She calmly says there's no need to rush as the photo in her hand bursts into a purple flame. She declares that anyone who stands in their way will be destroyed. As she speaks, the purple flames form the shape of menacing eyes, making their threat clear. While Fang Yi and Lin Yi are resting in their apartment after the intense battle, they are startled by a knock at the door. Fang Yi opens it to find Su Qingying and the association's superior. Su Qingying is holding several large gift boxes, and the superior expresses his sincere thanks on behalf of the Spiritual Energy Association. He explains that they made a grave mistake during the S-class anomaly invasion, and it was only thanks to Fang Yi that they avoided terrible consequences. Su Qingying excitedly thinks of him as a big shot. Fang Yi tells them it's no problem and invites them inside. After Fang Yi serves them water, the group sits down at the table, with Lin Yi also joining them. The association superior thinks to himself that the association should get a better home for Fang Yi. He then gets to the point, explaining that the association has another matter to discuss. He reveals that they plan to publicly promote the title of the Sealer. Intrigued, Fang Yi asks him to explain. The superior projects a map showing powerful pioneers who have appeared in every major city, explaining that they are well-known figures. He contrasts this with the recent S-class anomaly, which he calls the most terrifying disaster yet. He explains that they want to use the name The Sealer to establish their city, Tai Tai, as a key strategic city. Fang Yi listens to their proposal. The superior clarifies that after the disaster, they have decided that their city needs a powerful pioneer leader. Su Qingying adds that in the future, anomalies will become more frequent, and they can't risk their city being nearly abandoned again. When Fang Yi questions the term abandoned city, Su Qingying explains that without him, everyone in the city would have died. Fang Yi tells his cousin that he understands now, admitting his knowledge of the world is still lacking, but reassures her that they don't need to be so negative. He realizes that by focusing only on his own training, he has ignored the city's broader development. Looking out at the city, he understands that while Tai Tai was a major city before, its importance doesn't match the top-tier cities. He recalls that among over 100 cities, the top 3 are Dushen, Tian, and Kang, with other major centers also being important. He concludes that this recent disaster is also an opportunity for Tai Tai City to become more important. The superior confirms this, explaining that cities are now judged based on the number and strength of their pioneers, with higher-rated cities getting more resources. He concludes that everyone needs a symbol of hope. He proposes that the association will protect Fang Yi's identity while creating a mysterious public image for the Sealer, letting others build his legend. Fang Yi agrees, understanding that some mystery is smarter than full exposure. Lin Yi agrees, adding that human imagination can sometimes be more threatening than reality. Fang Yi calmly says he has no problem with the association's plan, as it helps him and the people he cares about, and he hopes for a good partnership. He extends his hand to seal the deal, which surprises both the association superior and Su Qingying. Fang Yi and the superior shake hands, finalizing their new partnership. The superior officially welcomes him, calling him by his new title, the Sealer. In the following days, with the full cooperation of the association and the military, Tai Tai City begins to recover quickly. The reconstruction of the city and the rescue of the injured go on in an orderly way. The great disaster has helped speed up the creation of a new order across the world. The scene then shifts to the modern headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushan City, where news of Fang Yi's actions has already arrived. Officials wonder if the Sealer is the pioneer who solved the S-class anomaly in Tai Tai. Inside an office, several men discuss the reports. One notes that Fang Yi is the most prominent among the newest pioneers, with another adding that his high-grade Yang attribute makes him a chosen one and a natural enemy to the Dark attribute. An official, pointing at a monitor showing footage of Fang Yi, reveals that the data indicates he has more than just one high-grade attribute. He reminds them of the viral Skyfire video, which showed a high-grade fire attribute, and the military's codename for him, the Tyrant, which came from his high-grade thunder attribute. His colleagues are stunned, but the man with glasses insists there is something even more incredible about him. Their discussion is interrupted by a woman with wavy blue hair and glasses, who asks if they are talking about the Sealer. She confidently asks to see the data they have on him. The men immediately recognize her and comply, pulling up his file on the main screen. As she studies the information, she thinks that with more pioneers emerging, and with someone like Fang Yi taking the lead, there will inevitably be many who will challenge his authority. Her glasses gleam with a determined light as she admits that even she wants to see his power for herself, thinking that she and the Sealer will probably meet very soon. The scene shifts to a modern library in Kong City, where people are quietly reading. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is sitting at a desk working on her laptop when a young man nervously approaches her. With a blush, the man stutters as he tries to ask for her contact information, but Chu Qingli coldly interrupts him. She tells him that this is a library and he is disturbing others. Dejected, the young man walks away while Chu Qingli returns to her work. Internally, Chu Qingli dismisses the man as boring, thinking how people like him are completely unaware of the massive changes happening in the world. She reflects on her own recent transformation, recalling that after an exam, she unexpectedly awakened her spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Realm pioneer. She knows that becoming a pioneer is an incredibly rare thing and that she is one of the chosen few. She smiles, believing this new power is why she was able to escape the recent disaster that struck Tai Tai City. She scoffs at the idea of ordinary people trying to fight against anomalies. Her thoughts then drift to certain inferior guys, wondering what they could do in this dangerous new era. A flashback reminds her of Fang Yi telling another girl that he and Chu Qingli were just classmates. Chu Qingli grimaces, convinced that the old Fang Yi would have been quickly killed by the monsters during the invasion. She questions how she could have ever seen a similarity between a useless man like him and the incredibly talented Sealer. On her laptop, she looks at an article about the Sealer, thinking that he is 10,000 times better than her ex-boyfriend. With a confident expression, she decides that only a strong and handsome pioneer like him is worthy of being her partner. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is looking at a real estate brochure. He and his cousin Lin Yi, both dressed in stylish new outfits, stand ready for a day out. Fang Yi announces that they will be taking a break from training to find a new house. Lin Yi playfully asks if they are really not going to train, but Fang Yi explains that they need to balance their training with rest. He mentions that the association's suggestion to improve their living standard was a good one. Yi realizes the idea came from Su Qingying, who had told her their living conditions needed an upgrade and that she would go house hunting with them. Yi is thrilled, amazed that Captain Su has such resources, and was casually offering to give them 2 high-end houses. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi are enjoying their day off house hunting, a strange, bad-smelling green vapor begins to float around them. Yi asks her cousin if he can smell the stench, and Fang Yi agrees, comparing it to the smell of a sewer. His expression suddenly hardens as he realizes the smell is not an accident and that someone is following them. Both he and Lin Yi quickly turn around. From the green haze, a group of 3 menacing-looking men emerges. Their leader, a large, muscular, bald man with a heavy metal pipe, mockingly identifies Fang Yi as the Sealer and taunts them for only noticing him after they had already walked into his trap. The leader dismisses Fang Yi as a hyped-up pretty boy with no real strength, while one of his companions releases more of the strange gas. Another scoffs that Tai Tai City must be full of trash to have chosen a young kid like him as their captain. The men charge forward, demanding that Fang Yi hand over all the benefits he has received from the city. Lin Yi leaps into action, firing a powerful blast of blue energy from her hands. The attacker with the axe easily jumps over her attack. He then powers up his massive weapon with his own spiritual power. As he brings the glowing axe down, Lin Yi creates a protective barrier, grunting from the force of the blow. Meanwhile, the bald leader attacks Fang Yi with his metal pipe. Lin Yi shouts a warning, telling her cousin to be careful as these men also have spiritual power. However, Fang Yi effortlessly catches the weapon with his bare hand, stopping the attack completely. The bald leader stares in shock, unable to believe his powerful strike was caught so easily. With a look of complete contempt, Fang Yi's hand ignites in a brilliant burst of fire. He questions what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp would dare to rob him in the middle of the street. Without hesitating, Fang Yi punches the bald leader in the face, his fist covered in flames. The man flies backward, screaming in disbelief that he was beaten so easily. His friend with the gas tank watches in shock, confused why Fang Yi is not affected. He thinks his special, universal permeating potion should have paralyzed his opponent. Fang Yi just stares back, his hand still flickering with fire. The green gas is described as a potion made from the sweat of a wood attribute pioneer, designed to break an enemy's spiritual barrier, but it has a terrible, lasting smell. Angry about his defeat, the bald leader gets up, shouting he was just careless, and that since they are all at the spirit creation realm, they have nothing to worry about. He charges forward again, his body glowing with a purple aura. Fang Yi smirks, identifying his attacker's powers as mutated earth and wood attributes. He remarks that their sneaky tactics fit their crooked style. He confidently thinks that while a normal spiritual barrier might be weak to such tricks, they are useless against him. Meanwhile, the man with the axe-like weapon jumps high to attack Lin Yi. However, she reacts with amazing speed, kicking him in the groin and making him cry out in pain. As Yi lands, Fang Yi watches, thinking that while he doesn't want to cause a big scene, having his daily life interrupted is very annoying. He takes off his sunglasses, his expression now serious and his red eyes glowing with power. Telling his cousin to move, Fang Yi unleashes his true power. A huge surge of bright golden energy erupts from him, pushing back the attackers. He stands in the middle of a sun-like explosion of golden light that covers the area, stunning his opponents. The golden energy expands, trapping the 3 men. Covered in the intense, holy flames, the men scream in pain. They wonder what kind of terrifying fire this is, finally realizing the true power of the sealer as they beg for the pain to stop. Just as Fang Yi is about to use his full power, Su Qingying suddenly appears, rushing towards him and shouting at him not to kill the attackers, which surprises Fang Yi. Looking at the 3 defeated men on the street, Su Qingying explains with relief that these men are key targets the association is watching. Fang Yi asks if she plans to take them for processing. Su Qingying confirms, saying the association has started registering all pioneers, especially troublemakers like these. Standing over the defeated men, Fang Yi coldly tells them they are lucky. He says he dislikes being disturbed, and if they bother him again, things won't be so simple, which earns him an annoyed look from Su Qingying. As paramedics load the injured men onto stretchers, Su Qingying angrily scolds them, telling them that if this had happened 2 days ago, the association wouldn't have stepped in and they would have deserved to be killed. She reminds them that the sealer spared their lives for the association and warns them about the punishment waiting for them. As the ambulance drives away, Su Qingying watches with her arms crossed, muttering about the bunch of idiots who would dare to challenge the #1 pioneer. Lin Yiyi timidly asks Su Qingying what punishment the men will face. Su Qingying explains that because all 3 have criminal records, they will face life in prison even though they are at the spirit creation realm. They will lose their freedom and rights and will have to serve as pioneers in prison. Overhearing this, Fang Yi thoughtfully comments that this method is not a bad idea. Su Qingying turns to Fang Yi with a frustrated look, calling him the association's sweet bun and the future of the Jia nation. She complains that even with all their efforts to promote him, so many clueless people still challenge him, making her wonder if their publicity has been too quiet. She continues, saying it is the association's duty to recruit powerful pioneers like him and help them grow. She is firm that they cannot let these fools ruin the good relationship they have just built with Fang Yi. Changing the subject with a bright smile, Su Qingying excitedly tells Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi that she will take them to pick out a new villa and a new car. Standing before a tall, modern apartment building, Su Qingying declares that they must make an example of the attackers to scare others off. She presents 2 housing options: a top-floor penthouse in the city center and a very private 3-story villa in the mountains, perfect for training. Showing them a golden model of the villa, she explains that both places are fully furnished and ready to move into. Lin Yi comments that both options are very nice. With a confident smile, Fang Yi simply holds up 2 fingers and says he will take both. His decision leaves both Lin Yiyi and Su Qingying speechless. Fang Yi playfully asks if it's possible, saying he trusts Captain Su's sincerity. Flustered but happy, Su Qingying quickly agrees, assuring him it's no problem. Afterward, the 3 of them visit a luxury car dealership. Su Qingying explains that the association has a partnership with the showroom, and they can choose any car they like. While looking at cars, people comment on Lin Yi's fair skin and elegant look. From outside, a group of men watch them, noting that even though his clothes are ordinary, it is Fang Yi who stands out. They wonder if he is the son of someone important. Inside, Chu Qingli's friend is also present, and the others guess that Fang Yi is buying a car for his girlfriend. Chu Qingli's friend is shocked when she recognizes him. She remembers he is Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the same young man the university principal had personally greeted. Her mind flashes back to her previous argument with him, and she gets angry at the thought of him buying a car for another girl. She takes out her phone and starts recording Fang Yi, Lin Yiyi, and Su Qingying as they look at a sports car. Her phone buzzes shortly after. As she sends the photo to Chu Qingli, she excitedly texts her friend that she has seen her ex-boyfriend at a VIP dealership, buying a car for a beautiful girl. Chu Qingli, however, replies with a dismissive, "So what?" trying to seem like she doesn't care. Sitting in a lecture hall, Chu Qingli is clearly bothered. She wonders where Fang Yi got the money, scornfully thinking he must have been lucky to survive the disaster and is now being kept by someone wealthy. A cold smile appears on her face as she thinks that the gap between them is too big to overcome. As she confidently walks through the lecture hall, she thinks that once she reaches the top of the pioneer world, such things will be beneath her, dismissing him as a vulgar fool. Having chosen their new home, Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi arrive at the modern villa. Yiyi is thrilled, running up the stairs and shouting in disbelief that they actually have a real villa. Inside the fancy living room, she looks around in awe. Fang Yi, carrying their bags, playfully tells her to wipe her drool, reminding her they also have the penthouse in the city. Filled with excitement, Yi Yi announces she is going to check out the upstairs, running up the grand staircase while Fang Yi watches with a fond smile, thinking how childlike she is acting. As he watches her go, his thoughts turn more serious. He thinks that she is finally acting her age. His mind drifts to a vision from his past life, a memory of a fallen pioneer, and he realizes that before his rebirth, he had never seen his cousin again. He assumes she must have been a trusted pioneer who died in the line of duty. With quiet determination, he vows that this time, he will not let her die again. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone ringing. The caller ID shows the name Zhao Lan. He answers the call, and Zhao Lan's voice congratulates him on his promotion to Captain Fang. She teasingly mentions hearing that the association recently gifted him 2 houses. Lounging on a sofa, Fang Yi replies with a smirk that he thinks it's a good habit they should continue. Zhao Lan tells him not to bother with the flattery, knowing that a powerful pioneer like him doesn't care for such things. However, she admits that for improving one's living conditions, there is currently no better reward. She then adds that soon, when the first spirit fruits from the spiritual energy revival are ready, she will send some his way. Zhao Lan's thoughts show she understands the New World Order. She thinks about the huge gap between ordinary people and pioneers, a gap defined by power. She knows there is an even bigger difference between regular pioneers and a top-tier individual like Fang Yi. Getting to the real reason for her call, she places a hand on a top-secret folder and tells Fang Yi she has an internal mission she hopes he will join. Fang Yi immediately understands and tells her to explain. Zhao Lan asks if he knows of the Tianbao building in Kang City. Fang Yi recalls that it is the largest shopping mall in the city. Zhao Lan confirms, but explains that it was recently sealed off due to a monster invasion that caused many deaths, angering the citizens. She reveals that the building has now become a literal ghost building. Chang City becomes the center of attention, with the huge Tianbao building standing tall over the area. It was once the city's most famous landmark and busiest place. However, recently, because of frequent strange vibrations and events, the building becomes a place of terror. Surrounded by a dark, swirling mix of red and purple energy, the situation gets so dangerous that the Kang City Spiritual Association has to completely seal it off. Fang Yi arrives in Kang City to help with the mission. At the meeting point, he waves to a group waiting for him, introducing himself as the one who took the mission. The group has 4 other people. Fang Yi remembers Zhao Lan told him not to reveal his true identity or power level yet, so he decides to keep a low profile. Fang Yi quietly analyzes his temporary teammates. He notices the team is a mix of different people. He guesses that 2 of them are from the military because of their clothes. The other 2, a serious-looking man with gray hair and a woman with short purple hair, introduce themselves as members of the Kang City Spiritual Association. They say Officer Zhao Lan has already talked to them and that they will be working together. The group gets into an armored vehicle and drives through a heavy rainstorm toward the sealed building. Inside the car, it is tense. The brown-haired guy is driving, and the blonde girl in the passenger seat looks nervous. She breaks the silence, suggesting that since they don't know each other's strengths, they should agree to help each other once they enter the danger zone. In the back seat, it is even more awkward. Fang Yi sits casually next to the serious man and the short-haired woman, who are crossing their arms and staying quiet. Fang Yi rests his chin on his hand, thinking the team is messy, and the quality of the association members in Kang City seems low. The serious man in the back glares at Fang Yi. He leans over and whispers to the short-haired woman, questioning if this young guy is really the powerful expert that Sister Lan, Zhao Lan, promised to send. He is doubtful because Fang Yi looks too thin, like a student. He notices that Fang Yi isn't wearing an official device, and his power is completely hidden. However, the short-haired woman stares at Fang Yi with a shocked look. Her mind flashes to the rumors of a legendary figure surrounded by flames. She wonders if this student could actually be the Sealer, the godlike figure who single-handedly stopped a natural disaster. But looking at his young age, she finds it hard to believe. The short-haired, purple-haired woman stares at Fang Yi with great interest. She connects the dots, realizing this young student matches the description of the legendary figure with 3 rare high-level powers who sealed the King of Anomalies. She is now almost sure he is the Sealer. Meanwhile, at the Star God Warzone office, the phone rings. Zhao Lan answers and gets terrible news. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. The voice on the other end reports that they have lost contact with everyone inside. The anomaly level has shot up to 12,000, and there are 53 confirmed deaths. Zhao Lan looks stressed, realizing the situation is getting worse faster than they thought. However, she promises that the person she sent, Fang Yi, will be fine. She ends the call firmly, saying that since the mission was handed over to them, no more questions should be asked. Back in Kang City, the Tianbao building is surrounded by a terrifying, swirling mix of red and purple energy. The armored vehicle arrives, and the team steps out into a heavy, unnatural rain that looks like blood. Fang Yi observes the area with a serious look, noting the situation is bad and the creatures inside seem much stronger than what he has faced before. The group looks up at the massive skyscraper. The outside is covered in dark stains. Fang Yi points them out, and the team realizes the entire side of the building is covered in huge splashes of blood. The short-haired woman tells Fang Yi that the building has 40 floors and is the tallest in the city. While many were evacuated, the narrow inside makes it hard. Fang Yi realizes that some people didn't cooperate before the lockdown, meaning many civilians are still trapped inside. Fang Yi asks if there is a way to contact the people inside. The brown-haired driver says it is impossible. No news has come out since the anomaly started. He reveals that he helped on the second day of the lockdown. The driver remembers the building looked like a dead zone, aging decades in moments. He describes the horror of seeing chopped-up body parts falling from the windows, chewed on by monsters. He explains that in less than a week, the building's dark aura has grown heavier. Hearing this, Fang Yi turns to the group with a sharp, critical look. He confronts them, realizing that since they have no contact with the inside, their death count of 53 is just a guess based on the body parts they found outside. He coldly scolds the Kang City Spiritual Association for being too casual. The driver sweats nervously, stammering that they had no other choice. Fang Yi thinks about the grim reality, realizing the death numbers from the association are likely much lower than the truth. He reasons that for ordinary people, an anomaly is a world-ending event. In a closed space, they are like sheep waiting to be killed with no escape. Deciding to waste no more time, Fang Yi orders the team to enter the building immediately. He explains that some anomalies evolve by eating humans, meaning a higher death count will lead to stronger monsters inside. However, his leadership is immediately challenged. The serious gray-haired man grabs Fang Yi's shoulder, stopping him. While acknowledging the military's order to follow Fang Yi, the man demands that Fang Yi first explain his plan before they rush in. Fang Yi turns to look at him coldly, asking what plan there is to discuss when they are blind to the situation inside. He insists they have to go in to investigate first. The gray-haired man is not satisfied. He argues that everyone there has experience with anomalies, and that, as the commander, Fang Yi should at least know their abilities. He starts to criticize Fang Yi, pointing out that he hasn't even joined the official organization and lacks training. The argument is cut short when the short-haired, purple-haired woman steps in, looking angry. She pushes past the men, telling the gray-haired man to be quiet because they are short on time. She reminds him that Fang Yi took this mission because Officer Jiaolan recommended him, meaning questioning Fang Yi is like questioning a high-ranking officer. Fang Yi watches, silently, thinking to himself that fighting among themselves is the worst thing to do before a mission. Without arguing further, he turns and walks into the dark entrance, coldly telling them that if they don't want to enter, they should stay behind. The team, including the hesitant members, quickly follows him. The group enters the Tianbao building and finds it completely destroyed and spooky. Cars are crushed and trash is everywhere, but the blonde girl notices something strange. Despite the destruction, there is no sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow swoops down from the high ceiling. The serious gray-haired man senses something and looks up, confused. Before he can react, a terrifying green-eyed monster descends from the darkness, screaming as it ambushes him. Fang Yi reacts instantly and summons his sword that immediately bursts into intense flames. With a fierce swing, he sends a wave of fire at the descending monster, his expression cold and focused. The creature doesn't stand a chance. In a split second, it is sliced into pieces by a flash of light and sword beams. Fang Yi lands gracefully, posing with his flaming sword, as the monster behind him is completely destroyed. The serious gray-haired man and the short-haired, purple-haired woman are stunned. They can barely believe the fight ended the moment it began. The woman stares in shock at the massive blade of fire in Fang Yi's hand, wondering where he got such a powerful weapon. Ignoring their shock, Fang Yi crouches down to inspect the creature's remains. He grabs a piece of the body to examine it. Standing up, he analyzes the monster, noting it looks like a twisted mix of a bird and a gecko. He grimly concludes that based on the high level of mutation, this creature has already eaten a lot of humans. The short-haired, purple-haired woman looks closer at the body and has a terrifying realization. She identifies the dead creature as an A+ grade anomaly. The team is terrified by the fact that Fang Yi has just instantly killed a monster that would usually take a full team of elite pioneers to handle. As the smoke from the dead monster clears, the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man are left in shock. The woman realizes Fang Yi's power is much stronger than the one-star spirit creation realm, and the gray-haired man sweats nervously, realizing Fang Yi could have easily killed him. The brown-haired man admits he was wrong, saying he didn't expect this young man to be the legendary sealer. He always thought the sealer was an old expert who never put down his sword. Fang Yi turns his back to them, his sword still on fire. He explains that after he advanced, he combined his spiritual power with his sword, turning it into a spirit weapon he can summon and shape whenever he wants. He humbly suggests he isn't the only one who can do this. With the team's doubt gone, replaced by trust and fear, Fang Yi tells everyone to move faster. The purple-haired woman says she's relieved Fang Yi is on their team as they follow him deeper into the dark building. To light their way, Fang Yi summons a ball of fire in his hand and leads the group down a dark, narrow hallway, holding the fire like a torch. They reach a staircase that is completely covered in blood. Looking at the horrible scene, Fang Yi grimly figures out that the situation is much worse than the official report said. Based on the amount of blood, he guesses there are at least 500 dead, not just 53. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression gets sharp, his red eyes glowing as he senses something is wrong. The group enters a supermarket area. The brown-haired association member and the purple-haired woman look around nervously. They notice that while the floor is covered in blood and trash, there are no bodies. She wonders if the monsters ate the victim so completely that nothing was left. Unseen by them, a scary shadow monster with glowing green eyes gets ready to attack from the darkness. Fang Yi senses the attack and yells for them to watch their backs. The purple-haired woman turns around in terror, screaming as she sees the monster jumping at them. Reacting instantly, Fang Yi throws his flaming sword with amazing speed past his teammates. The sword hits the shadow monster in the air, cutting off its head instantly in a burst of black blood and fire. As the burning body of the monster falls, the brown-haired association member stammers in fear, realizing another monster was hiding right next to them. Fang Yi stands calmly in the middle of the flames. He looks at his teammates with a serious expression and asks if they really didn't sense something was wrong, showing the difference in their awareness. Fang Yi looks at his flaming hand and analyzes the situation. He tells the gray-haired man that even though the two monsters they just killed were strong, there weren't enough of them to have trapped and killed the previous rescue team. A thought hits him, and he suggests that the place they are in might not be the real Tianbao building. The team stands in the dark, blood-stained hallway, looking confused. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl ask him what he means. Fang Yi explains that even though the hallway is full of blood, the smell is wrong. He points out that the strong smell comes from the dark attribute and monsters, but there's no smell of dead bodies. He decides he needs to test his guess. The purple-haired woman watches anxiously as Fang Yi prepares to use a powerful technique. She agrees with what he said, noting that the place feels empty, as if no living thing has ever been there. Fang Yi guesses that this place is just a simple, empty copy created by the monster. He extends his hand and releases a huge surge of purple energy, saying that if he's right, this place has been turned into an empty shell. He creates a giant sphere of black energy, the limitless dark world, shocking his teammates who recognize it as the dark attribute. A system window appears, confirming his theory. It detects a similar dark attribute called the inner dark world and asks if he wants to see the data. The system explains that the inner dark world is a space created by splitting the dark attribute, acting like a nest that takes over the original space. It reveals that to enter the real inner dark world, one must find the door that builds it. Fang Yi now understands. He tells the team that to enter the real Tianbao building, they must find this door, and the same rule applies to those who tried to escape. He explains that the people trapped inside were affected by the dark attribute, causing them to hallucinate. They probably mistook windows for the door to safety. As he controls the dark energy, Fang Yi concludes this is why the people who tried to escape through the windows ended up dead. The purple-haired woman realizes with horror that the victims were tricked by the dark attribute until they died. She asks Fang Yi if their next step is to find the door. The situation gets worse instantly, as Fang Yi's system warns that the hostile dark inner world has been drawn to him and has fully appeared. Fang Yi is shocked by its sudden arrival, as a huge blast of purple energy comes down from above, crushing the team. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl immediately fall under the pressure, holding their heads in pain. They scream that their spiritual defenses are failing. Fang Yi's eyes glow with intense power, one red, one golden, as he glares at the energy. He instantly summons a barrier, creating a powerful dome of golden light to protect his teammates. Inside the barrier, the blonde girl and the brown-haired association member gasp for breath, relieved the pain has stopped. They look up at Fang Yi in awe, realizing that while they were almost knocked out, the sealer is completely unharmed. They admit to themselves that the dark energy nearly killed them without even hitting them directly, and without Fang Yi, they wouldn't have survived. Fang Yi suddenly focuses on a point in the empty air, his sword lighting up with intense flames as he declares he has found it. He unleashes a technique called Fire Dragon, pulls out his blade, and swings it violently at the invisible target, shouting that the entrance is right here. The force of the attack causes the space itself to break like glass. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman watch in shock as the hallway breaks apart before their eyes. Fang Yi steps forward onto the new ground, his expression dark and serious. The broken illusion reveals a huge, scary gateway swirling with dark green mist and shadows, the true entrance to the dark inner world. Fang Yi takes the lead, his sword blazing with fire to light the way, and orders everyone to follow him closely. As they walk deeper into the real building, Fang Yi keeps up a golden barrier to protect the team from the gross, red fleshy veins that now cover the walls. The blonde girl suddenly looks sick, covering her mouth as she says she can smell something terrible. Fang Yi looks ahead with a grim expression, identifying the smell as the smell of dead bodies and blood from their own kind. The group finally finds a horrible scene. The floor is covered with the dead bodies of the previous pioneers who had gone missing, confirming they had been trapped and killed in this dark space. The group is immediately ambushed as a swarm of shadowy, bat-like creatures descends from the ceiling, surrounding them. Looking up, the team sees a terrifying swirl of monsters above them, trapping them. Suddenly, a massive A+ grade demon-like monster with glowing red eyes dives down from the swarm to attack. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired association member are shocked, shouting that it's crazy to find another high-level dark monster so soon. Fang Yi reacts instantly, summoning his flaming sword. He throws the sword, and it pierces straight through the descending monster's chest in a burst of fire. The monster roars in pain as Fang Yi rushes forward to finish it. He drives his sword into the ground and grabs the hilt. With a series of incredibly fast swings, Fang Yi unleashes a storm of fiery attacks against the swarm and the large monster. He lands gracefully, setting off a massive explosion of holy fire that burns the enemies around him. The blonde girl and the purple-haired woman shield their faces from the intense heat, shocked that the dark monsters melted instantly when they touched his flames. They realize that since the mission started, they haven't had to do anything. Fang Yi walks through the destruction, his sword glowing like lava. He reaches his hand toward the floor, where the bodies of the previous victims lay. Fang Yi uses his fire to cremate the bodies of the innocent victims, giving them a proper burial. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl watch the flames in awe, saying that his title as the Sealer is well-deserved. Fang Yi turns to the group and gives his orders. He tells them that since they entered the building, they should help out. He instructs them to search the first floor for survivors, while he goes upstairs to handle the remaining monsters. The team, including the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman, stands ready to follow his orders, their doubt now replaced by respect. Fang Yi continues to clear the building floor by floor. On the 10th floor, he battles a swarm of flying shadow creatures, swinging his flaming sword to keep them away. He analyzes the enemies, realizing they have evolved to at least the 1-star spirit creation realm, but he easily cuts them in half, noting their abilities haven't changed much. Fang Yi then leads the team up the escalator to the 15th floor, his sword leaving a trail of fire. The air becomes even heavier. The blonde girl complains that the cold, dark power is getting through her protective barrier as they find a hallway filled with bodies. The gray-haired man notices something strange about the bodies. He warns the others that something is moving inside the corpses and that they are corrosive, telling the team not to breathe in the spores. A drop of liquid falls into a puddle, and a massive spiked shadow rises behind Fang Yi and the brown-haired association member. The monster reveals itself to be a terrifying, multi-eyed creature that looks down at them. It roars, unleashing a barrage of energy spikes. Instead of being scared, Fang Yi smiles, saying that things have finally gotten interesting. Fang Yi spins his sword rapidly, creating a shield of fire that deflects the incoming energy spikes. The monster comes down to attack directly, but Fang Yi prepares to counter, realizing the creature is trying to buy time to evolve further. He throws his flaming sword with great force, shocking the monster and causing a huge explosion. Fang Yi reaches out his hand, disappointed, and tells the defeated monster that he overestimated it, expecting a challenge at least at the 3-star spirit creation level. The gray-haired man is on high alert and turns sharply when he hears a noise, while Fang Yi asks who is there. Looking inside, Fang Yi asks if they are survivors. A young man hiding behind the door stammers in fear, asking if they are the Forerunners sent to help. The team discovers 5 people alive inside what looks like a hidden storage room for a luxury brand. The survivors are huddled together in the dark, looking terrified. Fang Yi realizes they must have hidden here to escape the attack. Seeing their fear, Fang Yi smiles gently to calm them. He reassures them that everything is fine now and that they have come to rescue them. The brown-haired association member steps forward with a friendly smile, introducing the team as the Kang City Spirit Association. He tells the survivors that the monsters outside have been killed and that they should come out quickly. The young male survivor stares at Fang Yi in disbelief, stammering as he tries to understand. He shouts in shock, asking if it's true that Fang Yi killed all those terrifying monsters with just a single slash. Meanwhile, outside the Tianbao building, a monitoring team watches the situation. The building is covered in a red, ominous energy, but the monitors are hopeful, noting that this time is different. They track Fang Yi's spiritual energy, observing the fire of his spirit weapon on every floor. Suddenly, an analyst shouts that the latest reading is from the 40th floor. The analysts are stunned. They report that the sealer cleared the Tianbao building from bottom to top in only 9 minutes and 56 seconds. They realize this news will shock the entire Pioneer Circle in Kang City. However, the celebration is cut short as a red alarm goes off. The monitor warns that it's not over yet, as they have detected an S-class monster eruption at the very top level. Back on the top floor, Fang Yi stands among the rubble, looking up with a serious expression. He realizes he has found the main target. Looming over him is a massive, skeletal creature with glowing green energy and black feathers. Fang Yi identifies the terrifying monster as the anomaly king of this location, the Bone Bird. Fang Yi charges directly at the massive anomaly king, the Bone Bird, leaping into the air with his sword. As he gets closer, he analyzes the creature, realizing the strange worms on it are not parasites, but part of its main body. With a powerful swing, Fang Yi unleashes a golden strike, but the Bone Bird blocks the attack with its thick, cage-like bones. Fang Yi is surprised for a moment as his attack is stopped. The monster glares at him with glowing green eyes. Below, his teammates watch in despair, worrying that even the powerful Sealer can't defeat this anomaly king, and they feel helpless because they are too weak to help. Fang Yi makes a sound of annoyance, realizing he has spent enough time testing the creature. He decides it is time to end the fight and stops holding back. He calls forth the Divine Thunder, covering his sword with crackling blue lightning. With the added power of thunder, he swings again, this time easily cutting through the bone defenses that had stopped him before. The Bone Bird roars in pain and rage, but Fang Yi, surrounded by blue lightning, just tells it to stop making so much noise. He unleashes a massive vertical slice of blue energy that cuts straight through the monster's giant body. Staring coldly at the creature, Fang Yi notes that even though this monster turned the building into a feeding ground, it is much weaker than the Bat Anomaly King he fought before. Fang Yi moves with incredible speed, delivering a flurry of quick slashes to the monster before landing gracefully on the ground. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl watch in complete shock, realizing that Fang Yi is not just fighting the monster, but completely dominating it by himself. The purple-haired woman watches closely, realizing that every cut is perfectly calculated, dissecting the monster with terrifying precision. Fang Yi realizes that he hasn't even needed to attack the Bone Bird's skull directly. As he dodges its attacks, he understands that the monster can't fight back because the power gap between them is too big. He concludes he has become even stronger than the Anomaly King. The monstrous bird lets out a desperate, broken roar as it tries to recover. Fang Yi looks at the creature with a cold, glowing red eye and asks if it still thinks it can heal, asking if it really thinks he is just playing around. He begins to gather a huge amount of spiritual energy, causing bright blue lightning to crackle around him. With the energy fully charged, Fang Yi leaps high into the air. He unleashes the power directly into the Tianbao building, sending a massive pillar of lightning through the structure that lights up the dark, red sky. The energy swirls into a vortex, cleaning the darkness from the area. As the attack finishes, the dark clouds break apart, and the golden light of the setting sun shines through, signaling that the darkness is gone. Outside the building, the association's monitors watch in disbelief as the Anomaly King's energy disappears. They realize Fang Yi is a pioneer on a completely different level, and they wonder if this is the true gap between them and a top-tier genius. They reveal that the S-class invasion has been classified as the King Sacrifice Hell, and the details of how it was solved are sealed in top-secret files, noting that Fang Yi's solution is something no one else could copy. Fang Yi lands safely on rubble as the dust settles. He turns to the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man, telling them the Bone Bird is dead and they can now contact the outside world. The purple-haired woman immediately activates her communicator, identifying herself as Song Yue and reporting that the incident has been successfully resolved. She confirms that thanks to the sealer, they completed the mission smoothly. As she speaks, Fang Yi walks away toward the exit. She expresses hope that the Kang City Spirit Association will cooperate and be grateful for his help. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman looks shocked by what she hears on the communicator. She asks about a Kang City captain who was just elected, angrily asking why he is coming now that the mission is finished. A streak of light flies through the city toward them. The voice on the communicator explains that the captain learned the sealer was there. They tried to stop him, but he is too arrogant to listen. The purple-haired woman is furious, arguing that the mission was given to the military zone, and they are responsible for the Tai captain. She declares they need to send Fang Yi away immediately, seeing the new captain's arrival as a challenge. As Fang Yi walks down a staircase, the purple-haired woman states that The Sealer is the most important captain recommended by their zone and warns that anyone who challenges him will face the consequences. Fang Yi walks out of the Tianbao building, looking to leave now that the battle is over. He pauses, confused, as he senses something approaching quickly from above. A figure comes down from the sky with great speed, crashing toward him. The attacker lands with a powerful impact, holding an energy weapon. He introduces himself as Yue Fengjiang, the new captain of Kang City, and aggressively asks if Fang Yi is the Sealer from Tai City. Fang Yi stands his ground, staring back coldly. Ye Fengjiang gets in his face, analyzing him. He mistakenly thinks Fang Yi is a wind attribute pioneer, but notes that Fang Yi is hiding his power, guessing he is at least at the spirit creation realm. Yue Fengjiang changes his energy weapon into a claw and attacks. Fang Yi draws his flaming sword and they begin a fast-paced duel. The captain leaps high for a crushing blow, forcing Fang Yi to dodge as he lands heavily on the street. Yue Fengjiang looks down on Fang Yi, thinking he is just a brat. He decides to use this fight to establish his own reputation and his family's dominance. Outwardly, he laughs arrogantly. He thanks Fang Yi for solving the crisis, but then accuses him of overstepping his boundaries, lecturing him about rules and seniority. Fang Yi, not impressed, explains that he only came because the military asked for help, and there was no captain when he arrived. He coldly asks what this new captain wants from him. Yue Fengjiang smirks, claiming he is a man of excellent style and has no bad intentions. However, he reveals his true greedy reason. He wants to borrow Fang Yi's powerful sword. He begins to gather dark energy in his hands. Surrounded by a purple and white aura, Yue Fengjiang threatens Fang Yi, saying that if he doesn't comply, he will never leave Kang City. Fang Yi remains completely calm. He smiles, finding the demand ridiculous, while Yue Fengjiang looks at him with a twisted, excited expression. Fang Yi decides to end the conversation. He summons his full power, unsheathing his sword as flames erupt around him. Yue Fengjiang is shocked by the sudden and huge spike in Fang Yi's power. With his eyes glowing and his aura flaring, Fang Yi mocks the captain's request to borrow his weapon, saying he will borrow the captain's entire family instead, signaling he is about to beat him severely. Fang Yi starts the battle with a powerful fire slash. Yue Fengjiang dodges the attack with incredible speed. Instead of being scared, he smiles and says the fight is getting interesting. Nearby, the purple-haired woman, Song Yue, realizes the fight has cut off their signal again. She urgently tells her team they must leave immediately to tell the military and their bosses, and to get the survivors to safety. Fang Yi, surrounded by flames, gives them a stern warning. He gives them 10 minutes to leave, hinting that if they stay, they might see a captain die. The brown-haired association member tries to warn him, but Song Yue quickly covers his mouth. She shouts that she understands and drags him away to keep them safe. As the group runs away, Song Yue complains angrily that Yue Fengjiang is causing trouble right after he got elected. Her teammates agree that it might be good for the Sealer to teach their arrogant captain a lesson. With the others gone, Fang Yi glares at his opponent and holds out his hand. He unleashes a powerful thunderbolt at Yue Fengjiang. The captain deflects the lightning with his weapon, but the force is huge. Yue Fengjiang shouts a challenge, telling Fang Yi that if he wants to kill him, he should stop holding back and use 100% of his power. Fang Yi responds by landing a heavy attack that sends shockwaves through the area. A massive explosion erupts behind Yue Fengjiang, destroying the nearby buildings. Yue Fengjiang slides backward to regain his balance, thinking the sensation he just felt was terrifying. Sweat runs down his face as he looks at Fang Yi. He realizes Fang Yi's yang power is incredibly strong and explosive. For the first time, the arrogant captain admits to himself that his body feels fear. Fang Yi stands in the raging flames, his figure dark with glowing red eyes. He smirks at Yue Fengjiang's earlier taunt about using full power. He coolly replies that if he were to use 100% of his power, he is afraid Yue Fengjiang wouldn't even last 10 minutes. Yue Fengjiang smiles confidently. He laughs like a maniac, convinced the power is in the sword itself. He believes it is a new secret weapon from the Spirit Association, and that Fang Yi is just lucky to have it. Fang Yi stays silent, staring at him with a cold, unimpressed look. In Yue Fengjiang's mind, he imagines the weapon in a containment tube, believing it holds terrifying power. He is jealous that such a special prototype was given to this kid. He grabs his chest, deciding his trip to the city was worth it, because he has found a treasure to steal. Filled with greed, Yue Fengjiang tears off his shirt with a surge of purple energy. He arrogantly calls Fang Yi a mere 2-star cultivator and demands he hand over the knife. He threatens to kill him to take it, shouting that Fang Yi still hasn't shown enough power to impress him. Meanwhile, at the Tai Spirit Association headquarters, the mood is tense. The superior slams his hands on the table, furious to learn that the Kang City captain has started a fight with their captain, Fang Yi. Su Gingying looks worried as the superior sweats, realizing how serious the situation is. She points out that the Sealer was invited by the Star God War Zone, meaning this conflict involves high-level military politics. The superior is confused when his assistant whispers an update, asking him to repeat the absurd news. The assistant explains that they contacted Kang City, but the other side arrogantly replied that if the fight isn't stopped in 10 minutes, the situation will be irreversible, thinking Fang Yi is the one in danger. The Kang City officials believe that since they are the third-ranked city, their captain is better and will not lose. The Tai officials are shocked and insulted that Kang City is looking down on them. The superior slams his fist down again, calling the Kang City officials fools. He realizes they think sealing a top-level monster is easy and have completely underestimated Fang Yi. The assistant adds that the Kang City captain is rumored to have just reached the 3-star rank and is supported by a huge family with endless resources. Looking out the window, the superior scoffs at the mention of the 3-star rank. With a serious look, he explains that the sealer has multiple top-level powers and his true fighting ability is far beyond his visible rank. He grimly concludes that because Kang City didn't experience the King's Sacrifice Hell, they don't understand the true meaning of Fang Yi's title. He predicts that the Kang City captain won't just lose, he might even die. Back at the battle, Fang Yi prepares a devastating punch, his red eye glowing. He lands a brutal punch on Yue Fengjiang's face, sending blood and teeth flying and shattering the arrogant captain's defense. The battle continues in the sky above the city. Yue Fengjiang is confused because his attacks have no effect on Fang Yi's flames, wondering why the fire blade is endless. As they fight, Yue Fengjiang realizes with horror that his spiritual power is disappearing on contact, as if it's sinking into the sea. He is overwhelmed by Fang Yi's constant attacks. Suddenly, Fang Yi appears right next to Yue Fengjiang's face, coldly whispering that they have arrived. Yue Fengjiang turns and is shocked to see the Kang City Spirit Association building right next to them. Fang Yi looms over him with a terrifying presence. He tells the captain that out of respect for the city and the military, he is giving him one last chance. Before Yue Fengjiang can respond, Fang Yi delivers a powerful kick that sends the captain flying down. Fang Yi doesn't stop. He unleashes a massive barrage of fire-slash attacks towards the building, shouting that he fears some people are hiding inside, so he has decided to make his presence clear. Yue Fengjiang is caught in the blast, his face twisting in shock and pain. The resulting explosion is massive, lighting up the city skyline. On the ground, people look up in confusion, wondering if a fire has broken out. The crowd begins to panic as the temperature suddenly rises. A man with glasses screams, pointing out that he can see 2 people fighting in the sky. High above, Fang Yi, surrounded by his golden fire, prepares to clash again with Yue Fengjiang, who is covered in dark purple energy. On the ground, a civilian recognizes the fire from the news and excitedly tells the others that the rumors about the spiritual energy revival are real. Fang Yi looks down at his opponent with a cold gaze. He checks the time and calmly tells Yue Fengjiang that he has 5 minutes left. He then throws the captain's own words back at him, asking if he didn't want to see 100% of his power. Yue Fengjiang, beaten and furious, can only growl. Fang Yi comes down from the sky like a meteor, swinging his flaming sword. As he unleashes a massive fire slash, he mocks the captain, asking how he can be in such a pathetic state when Fang Yi is only using 30% of his strength. Yue Fengjiang's face is filled with shock. He can't understand how this is not Fang Yi's full power, thinking it should be impossible for a 2-star cultivator to be this strong. Terror takes over Yue Fengjiang as he sees the attack coming. The massive beam of fire strikes him, blasting him through the sky. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, the Situation Room is in chaos. An operator reports a massive energy spike in the country. The map zooms in on Kang City, showing energy levels rising rapidly at the Spirit Association building. The superior with glasses is confused, noting that the energy is not the dark attribute, so it's not a monster invasion. He demands to know what is happening. A subordinate rushes in with the shocking report. The new Kang City captain, God Blade, is fighting the Tai City captain, the Sealer. The report explains that God Blade tried to steal the Sealer's weapon after he helped save the city, and when refused, he attacked with the intent to kill. The superior explodes with rage, screaming that Kang City must have a death wish. He orders his staff to warn Kang City immediately and make them stop the fight, threatening to remove every high-level official in the Kang City Spirit Association if they don't. He declares they must send someone over to handle this major incident. Just then, the doors to the conference room open, revealing a silhouette. The blue-haired woman enters, volunteering for the task. She is the Spirit Association headquarters forerunner, Gu Yuru, codenamed Sea Mystic. A young girl looking out the window shouts to her mother that she sees a shooting star, her eyes reflecting the bright light of the fight. Her mother quickly grabs her daughter to protect her, watching in horror as a huge explosion of light reflects off the skyscrapers, and she tells her family to run. Inside their apartment, the family quickly packs their bags. The father decides that Kang City is no longer safe and that they must leave for Shen City right away. As they look out the window one last time at the smoke rising from the city, the mother cries in fear, but the father tries to comfort them, promising they will find a way out as they leave their home. Back in the sky a minute earlier, Yue Fengjiang screams in pain as he is covered in a huge wave of fire, fighting against the intense heat. He bursts out of the flames, shirtless and hurt, and furiously threatens Fang Yi, warning him that his powerful Yue family will never let him go. Fang Yi hovers calmly in the sky, ignoring the threats, while Yue Fengjiang continues to scream that the Kang City Spirit Association will not let him get away with this. Inside the glass-walled headquarters of the Kang City Spirit Association, a group of officials watches the battle in a panic. Seeing the bright light of the attacks, they realize their captain, Yue Fengjiang, cannot last much longer and shout for someone to help him. They demand that the Tai City captain stop his attack, but Fang Yi just stares silently with a cold, annoyed look. Looking down at the officials in the building below, Fang Yi listens as they declare that Yue Fengjiang is their captain and that attacking him is a direct challenge to their association. One of the officials slams his fist against the glass, shouting angrily that they will not accept this behavior. Fang Yi glares at them with his glowing red eyes, not impressed that the Kang City Spirit Association is so arrogant even when facing a stronger force. He creates a huge swirl of fire around him, mocking them by suggesting they didn't care about the other captains because they thought their own captain was stronger, or maybe they just didn't want to get involved. Deciding to teach them a lesson, Fang Yi unleashes a massive fire slash directly at the Spirit Association building. The officials inside hide in terror as the holy flames crash through the windows, burning the office and proving that their threats mean nothing to him. Fang Yi turns his back on the destruction with a look of disgust. As he floats above the defeated captain, he mocks Yue Fengjiang, asking if he really thought he could take the sword from his hand with such poor skill. The battle reaches its peak as Yue Fengjiang, the arrogant captain, is left tired and bleeding, breathing heavily as he reaches his limit. High in the sky, Fang Yi challenges him to see if he can handle his attack and throws his flaming sword straight down at him like a meteor. Instead of dodging, Yue Fengjiang smiles with greed and rushes forward to catch the blade, mocking the local association for being useless while believing that only he deserves such a powerful treasure. His face twists into a crazy expression as he screams that this treasure belongs only to him. Fang Yi watches him with a cold, glowing red eye, thinking that he will never understand pioneers who use their power to rob and kill for things that don't belong to them. He thinks that these types of people are just like common criminals and that their existence is one of the reasons humanity faces destruction. With a final glare, Fang Yi decides that he must end this situation for good, while Yue Fengjiang rushes toward his death with pure excitement. A huge explosion happens the moment Yue Fengjiang tries to touch the weapon, covering the area in a giant ball of fire. Fang Yi stands calmly in the flames and reveals that he forgot to mention that his Tang sword is not a normal spirit weapon. It is a special weapon he created that only recognizes one master. The force of the blast sends the officials of the Kang City Spirit Association running for their lives, screaming for help as the building collapses around them. As they watch the fire, they are confused, remembering reports that the sealer was only at the 2-star spirit creation realm, while Yue Fengjiang was a full realm higher. The leader of the Kang City Association stands trembling in fear, realizing their information was completely wrong. He knows that Yue Fengjiang was the only 3-star spirit creation person in the city, a genius with huge resources who was close to the Jinggang realm and ranked in the top 5 captains of the nation. However, despite his impressive background, he was no match for Fang Yi, who lands softly on the rubble as the dust settles. Standing silently with his burning sword, it is clear that Fang Yi has far surpassed the level of a captain, and now has the power to destroy an entire city. Wang Zhong, the leader of the Kang City Spirit Association, trembles in complete terror, asking himself what he should do now. He looks at the destruction and wonders if Fang Yi really plans to make the entire Kang City Spirit Association be buried along with the defeated captain. Overcome with fear, Wang Zhong collapses to the ground among his terrified team. He begs the Tai City captain for mercy, screaming that this whole incident was their fault. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter approaching breaks the tension. Inside the cockpit, the pilot reports to his boss that there is a pure and extremely strong Yang attribute ahead, but notes that the flames near the Spirit Association seem to be weakening. Gu Yuru, standing at the open door of the helicopter, gathers a massive amount of blue water energy in her hands, wondering if the fire is really dying down. Fearing they have arrived too late, Gu Yuru unleashes her power, sending streams of blue energy raining down from the sky to put out the remaining fires. As she looks at the destruction below, she admits Fang Yi's strength, thinking it is truly amazing that he could almost destroy the third largest city on his own. She concludes that his abilities are at the level of a national-level pioneer. However, as her rain falls, she has a deeper realization. Her rain is only able to put out the fire because Fang Yi actively pulled back his power. She realizes that he showed mercy. Otherwise, her water would not have been enough to stop his flames. On the ground, Wang Zhong looks up with joy, shouting to Fang Yi that headquarters has arrived to save them. Fang Yi simply stands silently, staring up at the newcomer in the sky. From the helicopter, Gu Yuru stares back at him. As a water attribute pioneer herself, she senses that Fang Yi's pure power is far greater than what Yue Fengjiang had, ranking him among the top pioneers she has ever met. Suddenly, Gu Yuru's expression changes to one of surprise as she notices something specific. She focuses her gaze on the flaming Tang sword in Fang Yi's hand. Analyzing the pure power and fusion level of the weapon, she knows from her information that the Tai Tai City Spirit Association does not have the technology to develop such an advanced spirit weapon. As Fang Yi calmly puts his sword away, absorbing the flames back into his body, Gu Yuru comes to the only possible conclusion: that spirit weapon was created by Fang Yi himself. Wang Zhong, feeling brave with the arrival of the helicopter, points an accusing finger at Fang Yi. He demands to know if the sealer really needs to be so ruthless and asks how he plans to explain his actions now that someone from headquarters has arrived. Fang Yi glares at him with terrifying intensity. He coldly reminds the official that he gave them 10 minutes to solve the situation, but they failed to give him any explanation. Turning away, Fang Yi concludes that their silence means they agreed that their own captain deserved to die. Suddenly, Fang Yi releases a massive surge of fiery energy that surrounds the terrified officials. He warns them that if they dare speak to him in such a disrespectful way again, he will kill them all along with their fallen captain. Just then, Gu Yuru comes down from the sky, surrounded by swirling blue water energy. She calls out to the Tai Tai City captain to stop his aggressive behavior. Fang Yi turns his head silently to face the new arrival. Wang Zhong is overjoyed, thinking that Fang Yi is finally in trouble. He thinks that no matter how strong the sealer is, he cannot simply kill a city captain and get away with it. He believes that if this is not punished, captains everywhere would be in danger. Gu Yuru lands and introduces herself. She sternly asks how they are supposed to manage the spirit associations in different regions if such chaos is allowed. Wang Zhong smiles wickedly, thinking she is on his side. He eagerly waits for her to punish Fang Yi for destroying their headquarters. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Yuru does not attack. Instead, she stands respectfully before Fang Yi and admits that this incident was a failure of duty on the part of the Spirit Association. She bows her head in apology, promising Fang Yi that headquarters will give him a proper explanation for what happened. Fang Yi's expression softens into a small smile, and he simply hums in agreement, accepting her apology. Wang Zhong is left completely frozen, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief, as he realizes headquarters has sided with Fang Yi over him. Wang Zhong trembles, unable to understand what is happening. He watches as Gu Yuro bows to Fang Yi, realizing this is the headquarters' respectful way of dealing with the sealer. She explains their goal is to support and reward him to prevent more conflict. Wang Zhong is terrified, wondering if this is the end of it. He thinks about how his captain was burned alive and can't believe the headquarters isn't treating this as a serious issue or blaming Fang Yi. Fang Yi stands calmly, thinking the local association's opinion doesn't matter. He reflects that the Kang City captain, Yue Fengjiang, tried to kill him for his weapon and was ungrateful for his help, so his death was deserved. Gu Yuru walks over to the scared officials. She coldly asks why they did not stop the fighting, calling them arrogant fools. She then asks who is in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association, and Wang Zhong nervously raises his hand. Wang Zhong tries to smile as Gu Yuro gives him his orders. She tells them they have 3 days to calm the public in Kang City and come up with a good excuse to cover up the news of the battle. Her face then turns icy as she gives them their punishment. She announces that after 3 days, all of them will be fired and headquarters will send new people to take over Kang City. The officials are shocked. Gu Yuru gives a final warning that if they fail, they will face the full consequences. Fang Yi watches from a distance, surprised. He admits he didn't expect the Spirit Association headquarters to fire the entire staff of Kang City just to please him. Gu Yuru returns to Fang Yi, explaining that headquarters must make their position clear. She declares that anyone who challenges the sealer, again, will end up like the Kang City Spirit Association and Yue Fengjiang. She asks Fang Yi if he is satisfied with how they handled the situation, promising it will never happen again. Fang Yi, looking relaxed, tells her that anyone challenging him is challenging the headquarters. He says he doesn't care about the officials, but is more interested in how she plans to control public opinion about the supernatural events. Gu Yuru understands his question. She addresses the doubt about whether the news of the spiritual energy revival can still be kept secret in major cities. She explains that supernatural events are happening often, and disasters caused by anomalies are always appearing. She admits that many people have already guessed the truth, but the government can't make it public yet because the time isn't right. She warns that if they made it public now, the world would change instantly. Chaos would start within society, destroying the order they are trying to keep. She implies the situation is delicate, noting that if Fang Yi hadn't been there to save Tai Tai City, the results would have been terrible for the whole world. Fang Yi thinks about the results of his recent battles. He realizes the era of spiritual energy recovery might have officially started when the Anomaly King was destroyed. He considers that without the sacrifice of powerful people like Elder Wu, this new era would have come even faster, and humanity would have been unprepared. He finally understands the government's plan. Chaos among a small group of pioneers is better than total chaos for everyone. He pictures the powerful leaders of this new world, people like Ji Ruoyan, Jiaolun, and Su Qingying. He realizes that to keep the appearance of peace for normal citizens, the country needs these top-tier pioneers to face the crises. Fang Yi looks at the ruins, understanding why the Xia Nation is so strict about controlling public opinion. By managing information, they prevent weaker pioneers from causing trouble and stop panic from spreading, letting ordinary people adjust to the new era. However, he knows this plan depends on the cooperation of powerful pioneers. With a smirk, he realizes the situation is becoming urgent. As Fang Yi gets ready to leave, he admits to himself that while his current power helped him solve the disaster in Tai Tai City, it's not enough for what's coming. Gu Yuro interrupts his thoughts. She respectfully tells him a special plane is ready to take him back to Tai Tai City, but she asks for a moment for a personal request. Adjusting her glasses with a smile, Gu Yuro expresses her genuine admiration. She tells him she envies Tai Tai City for having a talent who is so young, yet has the power to destroy a city and the character to handle it. Fang Yi looks at her with interest, telling her not to be so polite. Gu Yuro extends her hand toward him warmly. She asks if, just as Gu Yuro and not as the sea mystic, she can be friends with him. Fang Yi is surprised by her humble and sincere request. At the Star God War Zone headquarters, Jiaolan listens to her blonde subordinate report the details of the incident in Kang City. Jiaolan slams her hand on her desk in anger, shouting that the situation is ridiculous and calling the Kang City Spirit Association fools. She looks at a chart showing the strategic rankings of cities. She notes that Kang City, currently third, is losing its position. She predicts that if this continues, Kang City will fall out of the rankings. She concludes that the Spirit Association headquarters needs to take over Kang City immediately. Jiaolan's blonde subordinate remarks that the Spirit Association headquarters is reliable, especially Sea Mystic, who might be trying to get Fang Yi on their side. Jiaolan agrees, saying their reward for the Sealer must be better than the association's. She decides to double the original reward for his help in Kang City. The subordinate expresses his admiration for Fang Yi's strength, saying his balance of ruthlessness and control makes him fit to be a city leader. He then suggests a specific reward that he thinks suits him best. He places a folder labeled Top Secret Restricted Area on the desk. Jiaolan goes silent, understanding the seriousness of this suggestion. She remarks that if she didn't know he admired Fang Yi, she would think he was trying to make things hard for him. The subordinate smiles, arguing that crisis and opportunity go together, and only Fang Yi is worthy of going there to train. He adds that another genius from their war zone is already training there. He explains that in the future, things even scarier than the King's Sacrifice Hell will appear, and they need Fang Yi to get stronger quickly to face the unknown. Jiaolan agrees, pulling out the documents and thinking that maybe their restricted area is too simple for him. Suddenly, a staff member bursts into the room, shouting for Sister Lan. She delivers the shocking news to a stunned Jiaolan and her subordinate. Elder Wu has woken up and wants to speak with her. Several hours later, back in Tai Tai City, the sun shines over Fang Yi's new luxury villa. Fang Yi sits on his couch, checking his phone. He receives a bank notification for 10 million yuan, likely the reward Jiaolan promised. Lin Yi walks in, welcoming her cousin back and saying she saw everything about the events in Kang City on the forums. Fang Yi comforts Lin Yi, telling her not to worry, but she is anxious because the internet is full of rumors that he brutally killed the captain of Kang City, Godblade. Fang Yi tells her the rumors are exaggerated and flicks her forehead, telling her to stop reading forums and focus on her training. Fang Yi stands up and says he is going to train and try to have a breakthrough. Lin Yi watches him, shocked. She asks in disbelief if he is moving too fast, as he just advanced, but he is already trying to reach the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi just laughs and says it isn't certain yet. Left alone, Lin Yi clasps her hands together with a worried look. She feels her cousin has something heavy on his mind. Upstairs, Fang Yi sits on his bed, surrounded by swirling dark energy. He holds a ball of golden energy containing the purest dark attribute from the Bone Bird, the anomaly king he defeated. He decides to merge this energy into his limitless dark world to make it more powerful. As he activates the energy, the spirit of the Bone Bird appears. A system window asks if he wants to embed the dark attribute. He agrees, and a golden sphere of energy surrounds him as the process begins. The system confirms the fusion is successful and his limitless dark world is upgraded. Now, when enemies are pulled into his dark domain, the Bone Bird and other anomalies inside will attack them. Fang Yi floats in his meditation, his body glowing with power. Inside his mind, he sees the shapes of the countless monsters he has absorbed. He wonders if this means they can actively fight for him. He realizes that, like the Anomaly King, he can now command these anomalies. With this new understanding, Fang Yi unleashes his full power. A massive, multi-armed golden avatar made of fire appears in the sky, towering over the dark energy. Suddenly, a golden system notification appears. It detects he has met the requirements for another advancement and asks if he wants to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. The huge energy from Fang Yi's cultivation manifests physically over the city, creating a giant golden image of a fiery god in the sky. The people below look up in amazement. A photographer excitedly points it out, recognizing the figure as the immortal who saved them from the bat monsters, believing their savior has come down again. Inside the villa, the power becomes too much to hold, and a blinding explosion of golden light bursts from Fang Yi's bed, filling the room. Meanwhile, inside Fang Yi's spiritual world, the scene changes to a dark, purple void. The spirits of the powerful monsters he has defeated and absorbed, including the huge bone bird and the giant serpent, rise from the darkness, towering over him. Fang Yi looks at these reborn monsters with a confident look. He thinks that these creatures have become like servants to a king, and their presence makes his limitless dark world stronger. He sits on a throne made of dark energy, looking down as the terrifying army of monster spirits bows to him, accepting him as their ruler. A system window confirms his progress, announcing that the limitless dark world has been upgraded and he has a new ability. The system explains this new skill, called Anomaly Warfare. It says that once Fang Yi pulls enemies into his dark world, he can summon these monsters to attack them. However, it warns that the stronger the enemy, the more spiritual power it will cost to keep the summons. Fang Yi holds a swirling ball of dark energy, which holds the essence of the Bone Bird. He smirks, welcoming the newcomer to his limitless dark world. He praises the bird's spirit for being extremely pure, noting it will be a big boost to his own strength. He tells the spirits to work hard for him, promising to treat them well. As he looks at his new army, he realizes he must increase his spiritual energy to use this new ability to its fullest. In the real world, the energy buildup reaches its peak. A giant beam of golden light shoots up from the city, piercing the clouds and lighting up the sky, signaling his success to everyone. Fang Yi floats in his room, surrounded by a golden aura. The system confirms he has successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. He thinks about the change, feeling that all his abilities are now perfectly part of his body, and his power feels clean and purified. His eyes open, glowing with a sharp red light. He notices a major improvement. The uncomfortable feeling he used to get when using the dark attribute is completely gone. Fang Yi steps off his bed, his feet still glowing with leftover golden energy. Standing in his room, he summons flames into his hand with a confident look. He decides he will need to explore the rest of his new powers through real fights. Later at the headquarters of the Star God War Zone, Elder Wu, now fully recovered, stands by a huge window with Jiaolan looking out at the city. They talk about Fang Yi's amazing progress, noting he has advanced in rank again very quickly. Elder Wu asks how much time has passed since Fang Yi got the Shizai flower to save his life, and Jiaolan confirms it has only been half a month. Jiaolan thinks about how in just over 10 days, Fang Yi has done things that would be a lifetime achievement for any other pioneer. The elder admits that Fang Yi did not just save him, but helped the entire future of the Xia nation's pioneers. He humbly admits that even he, a Jinggang realm pioneer, cannot completely control the dark attribute like Fang Yi can. Looking at their reflection, Elder Wu lists Fang Yi's achievements, clearing the anomaly kings of 2 cities, solving disasters, and leveling up twice in a few days. He expresses a strong desire to meet this favored son of heaven. Meanwhile, at the Taitai City Spirit Association, Su Qingying and the staff are alerted to a huge energy wave coming from Fang Yi's new home. Su Qingying realizes with shock that he has advanced again. The energy wave from the sealer, Fang Yi, is even bigger than when the Anomaly King appeared. The association staff immediately starts an emergency plan to make sure Fang Yi's upgrade isn't disturbed. Later, Su Qingying looks at her phone, thinking about the impact Fang Yi has had. She notes that since the disaster, he has gained immense respect, and even regular people feel safe knowing his spiritual power is protecting them. She reads online discussions where she anonymously tells people how strong the Sealer is. She makes fun of the pioneers of Kang City for looking down on him and mentions that their captain was completely embarrassed. She feels good that she helped build his reputation to prevent future trouble. Meanwhile, in an office in Kong City, Chu Qingli sits at a computer, looking frustrated. She complains that cultivation is extremely hard and that she has been stuck trying to advance to the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. She tries to find information about the Sealer on the Pioneer Network, but finds her messages are ignored, causing her to call the other pioneers mediocre. She bitterly thinks she just doesn't know the Sealer well enough. She wishes she could meet him in person, confident in her beauty. However, she worries that in this new era, her current status might not be enough to get his attention. Looking out at the ruined city, she reads online that Kang City has thoroughly offended the Sealer and is no longer a good place to stay. She decides she must return to Tai Tai City immediately. With a determined look, Chu Qingli walks out, resolving to grab her future and any opportunities she can find. The sun shines on the modern home as Lin Yi asks her cousin if he has finished his advancement. Inside, the two sit at a large table for a meal. Lin Yi asks if he feels any changes. Fang Yi casually replies that it's just okay. Besides his spiritual energy flowing better and his efficiency doubling, there are no huge changes yet. However, in his thoughts, Fang Yi suspects the deeper changes will only show when he advances to the legendary Jingong realm. Lin Yi then shows him a message on her phone. She explains that Sister Jiaolan asked if she wanted to go to the Tianhai forest, as New World anomalies seem to have appeared there. Fang Yi says he got the invitation too. He guesses the Star God Warzone wants to make up for the trouble in Kang City. Since they were both invited, he decides they should go together, which makes Lin Yi cheer happily. Later, they reach their destination, the Tianhai Forest. It is a forest on the border of the Star God Warzone's territory, with signs forbidding entry. The forest was originally normal, but over 5 years it grew wildly. The spiritual energy there is very high, leading to a high mutation rate in plants and animals. It is both an excellent training ground and a place of unknown terrors, but it remains under military control. Inside the sunny forest, Fang Yi and Lin Yi are greeted by a familiar face. The purple-haired woman from the Kang City mission waves to them, welcoming the captain of Tai Tai City. She asks if he still remembers her and explains she is currently stationed there. She adds that Officer Jiaolan asked her to meet them and explain the current situation. She says that just before they arrived, a tricky change happened in the forest. A mutated fire appeared, but unlike the dark attribute, this flame is extremely gloomy and cannot be put out. Fang Yi guesses it is a new, unknown fire attribute. The purple-haired woman confirms this and offers to go with them for safety. Fang Yi, however, asks Lin Yi for her opinion, suggesting they don't need a guide. Lin Yi confidently agrees. The purple-haired woman accepts their decision and says she will wait there, telling them to be very careful. As she watches them, she realizes she had focused all her attention on the Sealer and hadn't noticed the girl. She is shocked to sense that the spiritual energy from the girl is extremely strong, perhaps even higher than her own. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi walk deeper into the woods, she watches them with a smile, wondering what made them both so incredibly talented. The duo steps onto the scorched earth, the ground crunching as they enter the affected area. They stand before a terrifying sight, a forest on fire with a strange, raging fire that reaches the sky. Fang Yi asks if this is the place. Fang Yi extends his hand to sense the energy. He is shocked by the crazy aura of death, noting the gloomy, cold energy is just as strong as the dark tide. He remembers the warning that this fire cannot be put out and only spreads. Suddenly, Fang Yi activates his golden sun breathing technique. A huge surge of golden energy explodes from him, and he urgently tells Lin Yi to step back. The environment immediately attacks them. Dark, shadowy tendrils lash out from the burning forest, lunging at them. As Fang Yi defends himself, he realizes these flames are much stronger than normal fire and have a desire to eat human spiritual power. The dark energy clashes against his power, and he realizes that even his supreme yang attribute is not having a strong effect. Fang Yi puts a golden barrier around Lin Yi to protect her. He tells her the source of the black fire is ahead. He warns her that since her spiritual power is the wood attribute, she is naturally weak against fire and must stay inside his protection. Lin Yi confirms she understands. Fang Yi summons his spirit sword, the blade glowing as he prepares to clear a path. With a single powerful slash, he cuts the dark, burning trees in half. Fang Yi and Lin Yi walk through the path he cut, the forest burning on either side, but they move safely. As they go deeper, the death energy becomes even heavier. They reach a cliff and look down into a massive dark pit filled with glowing red veins of heat. Fang Yi notices something dripping from the rocks above. With his eyes glowing red, he focuses on it. He identifies the dripping substance as magma. They realize they have arrived at the center of the anomaly, standing over a pit of flowing lava. A system window appears in front of Fang Yi. It alerts him that it has detected a great change of heaven and earth. The system identifies the power as the Twilight Fire attribute and announces that it will automatically begin acquiring data to write a new technique. Fang Yi reaches his hand into the flowing magma. As he touches the strange energy source, a system window appears, announcing he has obtained the Twilight God domain. The system explains this power can absorb surrounding attribute powers to strengthen his own Yang attribute. Floating in the air and surrounded by a fiery sphere, Fang Yi wonders if this power is like the fire attribute of his Desolation Flower. The system adds that this power is specifically designed to boost his main Yang power. Suddenly, a terrifying red aura shaped like a demonic face erupts around him. The system alerts him that he has a new ability called Death Brand, warning him that it's special and dangerous. Fang Yi looks confused as the system explains the ability grants infinite death. If he is killed, this brand is put on the killer, trapping them in a cycle of endless death with yellow spring flames that burn them forever. Death collapse, which breaks down their body, and a hell scene where evil spirits welcome them to their grave. Fang Yi looks serious, thinking that while the ability is powerful, it might not be right for him at the moment. He orders the system to save the Death Brand ability, but chooses not to learn it for now. With the dangerous ability stored away, Fang Yi focuses on absorbing the Twilight Fire. A swirling orb of red and black energy forms as he finishes. Watching from a safe distance, Lin Yi is stunned that her cousin could handle such hellish flames so easily. As Fang Yi stands in the new Twilight Fire, she realizes with awe that he has gained yet another power. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression changes to a sharp smile. His eye glows red as he warns Lin Yi not to get distracted, sensing something else is nearby. A massive, shadowy creature with glowing red eyes emerges from the smoke behind Lin Yi. Terrified, she stammers, asking if it's a dragon. Fang Yi instantly swoops down between his cousin and the monster. His hand glows as he corrects her, saying it's not a dragon, but a mutated lizard. The creature reveals itself as a gigantic, demonic lizard with wings. Fang Yi looks at it with disgust, mocking it as a slightly larger, four-legged insect. He decides this creature is the perfect target to test his new Twilight Fire domain. The massive demonic lizard opens its mouth and shoots a stream of molten lava at Fang Yi. He reacts instantly, his eyes glowing red as he leaps into the air to dodge, a blade of fire extending from his hand. With a powerful swing, his golden slash collides with the monster's dark energy, creating a huge shockwave. The force of their battle is so great that the ground cracks, with red energy bursting from the openings. A blinding light erupts as the unstable energy in the volcanic pit explodes. A massive explosion rips through the forest, looking like a volcanic eruption. At the edge of the forest, the purple-haired woman, Song Yue, and Fang Yi's friend, Wang Liang, are knocked back. Wang Liang shouts in panic that they need to request backup immediately. Meanwhile, at a monitoring station, a red warning screen flashes, alerting the staff that a new mutated life form has been detected in the Tianhai forest. The data shows the spiritual energy has spiked by 1000%, classifying the danger as S level. At the Star God Warzone headquarters, Jiaolan and Elder Wu receive the news. Jiaolan finds it strange that the energy in the forest, which had been stable, suddenly went out of control when the sealer went in to train. Elder Wu, in his combat armor, says that although he trusts Fang Yi's strength, they should go check to be safe. Without wasting a moment, Elder Wu and Jiaolan fly through the air at incredible speed. As they approach, Wang Liang and Song Yue are running from the danger zone. They look up and see two streaks of light. They recognize the arrivals immediately, shouting in excitement and relief that it is Officer Jiaolan and Elder Wu. Elder Wu lands like a meteor, crashing into the ground with so much force that it shatters the earth. The dust settles to reveal Elder Wu standing tall, surrounded by a yellow aura, ready to face the S-level threat. Song Yue rushes forward, amazed at the speed of the man in front of her. She wonders if this is the true power of a Jinggang realm pioneer. She compares him to Fang Yi, noting that while the sealer creates big, flashy effects, Elder Wu is the opposite, powerful and restrained. In just a few seconds, they arrive at the location. Jiaolan lands gracefully, confirming the target is right there. Elder Wu steps forward, his face serious. He extends his armored hand toward the solid rock barrier blocking their path. With a simple swing of his arm, he unleashes a terrifying force, and the rock wall shatters instantly. With the path cleared, Elder Wu commands the team to enter, followed by Jiaolan, Song Yue, and the other soldiers. Deep inside the pit, Lin Yi shields herself from the violent energy, shouting to her cousin to see if he is all right. The dust settles to reveal Fang Yi standing calmly, his flaming sword in hand. Behind him lies the massive corpse of the mutated lizard. He reassures Lin Yi that he is fine, but says it seems someone has come to find them. Fang Yi looks toward the entrance with a glowing red eye, sensing the powerful people approaching. He quickly hides some of his power, and the dark energy around him vanishes. Elder Wu emerges from the tunnel, his yellow aura fading. He and Fang Yi stand facing each other, two generations of top-tier powerhouses meeting for the first time. Elder Wu breaks the silence, recognizing Fang Yi as his savior and calling him the Sealer. Song Yue and the others catch up, looking shocked and worried. Elder Wu ignores them, his focus on Fang Yi. He looks at the massive carcass of the S-level mutated lizard and asks if the Sealer really grew this powerful all by himself, clearly impressed. Elder Wu figures out that the mutated lizard was about to have a perfect evolution. He realizes that once it became a dragon, its power would have been equivalent to the legendary Jinggang realm. Analyzing the body, he is amazed that Fang Yi killed such a terrifying creature in a single slash. He then senses the twilight fire aura on Fang Yi's body, noting it is similar to the half-dragon's power, but much purer. He wonders if the warning signal they received was actually detecting Fang Yi's power, not the monster's. Jiaolan steps forward, looking at the dead beast in disbelief. She asks if he has solved the problem again, shocked that he just killed it without waiting for backup. She realizes that if the half-dragon had succeeded in breaking through, it would have had Jinggang realm abilities. Since they hadn't detected it before, she shudders to think what would have happened if the Sealer hadn't been there. Fang Yi greets Elder Wu with a smile, expressing his happiness that the senior hero has recovered. Elder Wu laughs, replying that with such a powerful successor, he can finally retire. Elder Wu then asks Fang Yi to keep the true nature of this creature a secret from everyone outside of Tianhai Forest, even from the Spirit Association. Fang Yi smiles, understanding immediately. Fang Yi then thinks about the nature of the forest. He realizes that Tianhai Forest isn't just a training ground, but a hotspot for spiritual changes where anything could appear. He guesses that the thing that appeared here might be even more dangerous than the dark anomalies in the extreme dark zone. He understands the burden on the Star God War Zone and agrees with their approach. As he walks away, he analyzes his new Twilight Fire power, realizing it is mainly focused on devouring, a trait that reminds him of the legendary beast Taoti. He wonders if the secret of Tianhai Forest is that a Taoti once existed there. Elder Wu extends his hand toward Fang Yi, thanking him and noting that it seems Fang Yi already understood the need for secrecy. As the group gathers, Elder Wu says they should not hope for the birth of high-level anomalies, and there is no need to put unnecessary pressure on the people. Fang Yi agrees. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind sweeps through the forest. Fang Yi's expression sharpens as he sniffs a distinct aura carried by the wind. The aura washes over the group. Lin Yi closes her eyes and smiles, saying it feels incredibly refreshing. Jiaolan, however, has a different reaction. Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes the spiritual power, exclaiming at its intensity. High above in the forest, a figure is flying through the trees at incredible speed. Jiaolan questions in disbelief if that monster, a term for a top genius, has already broken through to the Jinggang realm. The figure stops and reveals himself. It is a handsome young man with long blue hair and piercing blue eyes, wearing a confident smirk. High in the bamboo forest, Bai Su, the wood attribute pioneer and ace of the Star God War Zone, descends gracefully, stepping onto a falling leaf in midair. On the ground, the group of pioneers looks up in excitement. They sense his powerful aura and speculate he has broken through to the legendary Jinggang realm, believing their war zone finally has a supreme expert. However, Fang Yi observes with a sharp, analyzing gaze, his eye glowing red. He realizes the man's spiritual power isn't what the others believe it to be. Bai Su lands and tells Elder Wu and Jiaolan that he has finished his training. He looks around with glowing blue eyes, and noticing Fang Yi, he asks who the stranger is. Elder Wu introduces Bai Su as their zone's ace, who had been in seclusion to reach the next level. Bai Su greets them but clarifies he is only at the half-step Jinggang stage and hasn't truly broken through. Fang Yi smiles confidently and introduces himself as the captain of Tai City and the Sealer. As Fang Yi observes the green energy from Bai Su, he notes that unlike others, Bai Su's power feels clear and comfortable. Fang Yi realizes their strength is similar, confirming the Jinggang realm is very hard to fully enter. Bai Su looks skeptical of Fang Yi's title, but Elder Wu corrects him, explaining that Fang Yi saved his life and solved the Tai City disaster, making him a vital partner. He sternly tells Bai Su to be respectful. Bai Su is surprised to hear how much happened while he was away. Elder Wu explains to Fang Yi that Bai Su was a prodigy who awakened early with the nation's best resources, matching Fang Yi's own speed of improvement. This is why he has been isolated and is ignorant of the outside world. Elder Wu explains the harsh reality of the new world, saying human cultivation goes against the natural order, causing them to evolve slower than the creatures they fight. He reveals that despite the large number of pioneers, true power is very rare. Currently, only 5 people in the world have reached the peak 3-star spirit creation level, known as the Jinggang realm. Fang Yi listens as the elder admits that while there may be hidden talents like him, the barrier to the next level is huge. Elder Wu describes the Jinggang realm as a massive cliff most pioneers can never climb, with many dying just trying to break through. However, he explains that once someone breaks through, their body transforms completely, becoming almost like the immortals of legend. Elder Wu then turns to Bai Su. He smiles proudly, noting that Bai Su has reached the half-step Jinggang stage, and that his energy is calm and pure, a great achievement. Fang Yi remains silent, observing the interaction. Suddenly, Bai Su steps closer to Fang Yi, staring him down. He reveals that while in seclusion, he felt the shockwave from Fang Yi's breakthrough. He explains this energy wave helped him reach his current level, and because of this connection, he is eager to test his skills against Fang Yi. The two powerful pioneers face off, unleashing their auras. Fang Yi is surrounded by a golden fire dragon, while Bai Su creates a green nature dragon. Bai Su comments that despite their differences, he feels they are the same kind of people. Fang Yi accepts the challenge with a confident laugh, his body glowing with golden energy as he agrees to the fight. Seeing a battle is about to happen, Elder Wu steps in as the referee. He orders the others to step back to a safe distance and warns the two fighters to stop before they seriously injure each other. Fang Yi and Bai Su lock eyes, their gazes burning with energy as they prepare to strike. In a split second, their powers collide, creating a massive explosion that tears through the forest. Song Yue watches in shock, amazed to see a battle between two such monsters, while Jiaolan observes silently. Elder Wu watches intently, wondering who will win, the rising star of Tai City or the longtime ace of the Star God Warzone. With the duel underway, Bai Su clasps his hands, focusing his energy for his signature technique. As a wood attribute pioneer, he commands nature. The ground shakes as massive green vines erupt, surrounding Fang Yi like a wave. Fang Yi reacts instantly, concentrating blue spiritual energy in his hands. Moving with blinding speed, he dances through the chaotic vines, slicing them apart with energy blasts, noting that Bai Su can use the whole forest as his weapon. More vines appear from the shadows, trying to catch Fang Yi, but he just grins, saying all this wood is perfect kindling for him. He summons his sword, and flames ignite around his hand. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a massive slash of fire that cuts the giant roots, expecting the fire to burn them. However, the vines glow with green light and instantly heal the damage before the fire can spread. Fang Yi's expression turns sharp as he realizes his fire isn't working. Standing before the wall of vines, he asks if Bai Su's plants are immune to fire, noting wood should be weak against it. Bai Su touches the massive trunk and confidently explains that while that's normally true, his plant army is special and can no longer be suppressed by the fire attribute. Fang Yi glares at him, his red eye glowing. Suddenly, the vines erupt from the ground beneath Fang Yi again, giving him no time to react. The massive roots swarm over him, wrapping around his body and sealing him inside a giant spherical cage of wood. With Fang Yi trapped, Bai Su stands calmly outside, asking how he likes the move and noting that if they were real enemies, this prison would have been inescapable. Inside the dark prison of vines, Fang Yi remains calm, his red eye glowing as he checks the situation. He touches the cage wall, his hand glowing with energy. He notices the wood energy here is very pure, but as he makes contact, he feels a corrosive poison on his skin. Outside, Bai Su looks on confidently. He warns Fang Yi not to touch the wood for long, explaining that the giant tree naturally has toxins, and now that it's filled with his spiritual power, the poison is even more deadly. Instead of being afraid, Fang Yi smiles, his eyes burning with golden light. He challenges Bai Su's claim, deciding he wants to test how strong the poison really is. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the cracks in the wooden sphere. Bai Su's expression instantly changes from confident to shocked as he senses a terrifying surge of power. In an instant, a massive pillar of golden fire explodes upwards, shattering the wooden cage and lighting up the night sky. Bai Su stares in terror, sweat running down his face as the heat washes over him. He is in disbelief, thinking it should be impossible because his spiritually enhanced plants are supposed to be immune to burning. Watching the flames consume his creation, a shaken Baisu realizes this is no ordinary fire and wonders what kind of terrifying power Fang Yi has. Fang Yi takes advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack from above, telling his opponent he is distracted. Baisu reacts just in time, his eyes wide as he leaps away in a blur of green energy to narrowly dodge the flaming sword. As he lands, Baisu is shaken. He struggles to understand how Fang Yi, who is only at the 3-star spirit creation realm, has abilities that aren't inferior to his own. Fang Yi lands heavily on the scorched ground, surrounded by the intense flames. Looking at the burning landscape, Baisu realizes Fang Yi's strategy. He understands that Fang Yi knew he would try to use the forest's energy again and planned his retreat perfectly. Standing amidst the destruction, Baisu accuses Fang Yi of burning the forest on purpose to remove his advantage. Fang Yi smiles with dangerous confidence, admitting he did it on purpose. He explains that since Baisu is so strong, he had to think ahead and cut off his retreat. He adds that if he hadn't, Baisu could have drawn endless energy from the forest, making him harder to beat. Baisu looks down, trembling with anger. He thinks about his status as a genius and how he's being cornered in his own territory. However, his expression shifts from anger to a crazed determination. He refuses to accept defeat, telling himself that as a half-step Jinggang, he cannot lose. Laughing wildly, Baisu challenges Fang Yi to survive his next move. He slams his hands into the ground, causing massive, jagged roots to erupt violently, shattering the ground. Fang Yi watches with a serious expression, sensing the danger. Seeing this reckless display of power, Elder Wu and Jiaolan rush forward in panic. They scream at Baisu, asking if he wants to die, and warning that trying to recreate the forest with his own body will drain all his spiritual energy. Ignoring his senior's warnings, Baisu pushes his power to the absolute limit, causing massive roots to erupt from the cliffside. His face twists with strain as he screams, his eyes glowing with intense green light. Elder Wu and Jiaolan watch in a panic, with the elder shouting Baisu's name, fearing what will happen. Baisu unleashes his technique, recreating heaven and earth, forming a giant avatar of vines that sends Fang Yi flying back with a gust of wind. However, Fang Yi remains focused. He summons a fireball, noting the density of the wood energy. Instead of backing away, Fang Yi charges into the wave of vines, telling the worried onlookers that the match isn't over and he will handle it. Elder Wu stares in silence, unable to step in. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eye ignites with a golden flame, showing a shift in his power. He slashes through the dense plants with waves of fire. High above, Fang Yi summons a massive sword of energy. Baisu looks up in surprise, realizing he is open to attack. Fang Yi brings the giant blade down in a crashing slash. Baisu barely manages to dodge the strike as it cuts through the vines behind him. The strain of the battle finally catches up to Baisu. He covers his mouth and coughs up blood from overusing his power. Despite his injuries, he refuses to lose. With a wild look in his eyes, he clasps his hands together again, screaming that he can still fight and will recreate the entire forest once more. Fang Yi looks down with a faint mocking smile, asking if this is really all the strength he has. Without waiting for an answer, he closes the distance in a flash, launching into the air to deliver a powerful punch. Baisu reacts desperately, crossing his arms to summon a green barrier of energy to protect himself. The impact creates a huge explosion, shaking the ground. Songyue is stunned by the incredible power. She is shocked that Baisu has been pushed so far. However, beside her, Lin Yiyi smiles confidently. She watches her cousin float down from the smoke, thinking to herself that Fang Yi hasn't even used his full strength or his other elements yet. She mocks the so-called genius for losing so easily. Elder Wu and Jiaolan watch with grim faces. Elder Wu notes that Baisu's mind has broken under the pressure and admits the gap between him and the sealer is too big. Jiaolan explains that Baisu is a pure fighting addict who has never been defeated like this before. Fang Yi thinks the fight is over as Baisu kneels in the dust. Blood drips from Baisu's mouth, and he quietly whispers a thank you, as if accepting the lesson. However, Baisu suddenly screams that he can still continue. Green energy surges around him as he refuses to give up, shouting that his spiritual power isn't gone yet. Fang Yi, standing calmly, sighs, thinking it's time to end this. Baisu clasps his hands together with intense focus. He commands all living things to listen, and multiple glowing green avatars of himself appear in the air, preparing for a final, desperate attack. Fang Yi analyzes the situation, admitting that Baisu's ability to create clones proves he's a top-tier pioneer and the strongest opponent he has faced so far, as he has used up a lot of Fang Yi's energy. However, as the green clones fly down to attack, Fang Yi stands his ground. With incredible speed, he unleashes a storm of fire slashes, cutting the clones in half and destroying them instantly. The flames grow into a massive fire that burns the illusions. Bai Su is left confused, losing sight of his enemy, only to realize too late that Fang Yi is right next to him. Fang Yi launches a surprise attack that catches the Wood Pioneer completely off guard. Bai Su is immediately trapped in a vortex of golden fire. He looks paralyzed with shock, unable to move his body. Sweating and amazed, Bai Su looks up and sees the true gap in their power. Fang Yi stands on top of a massive dragon head made of golden fire, pointing his sword at Bai Su. He calmly asks if they can finally end the match. Elder Wu watches the amazing scene, knowing Bai Su's defeat is certain. He can only marvel at how the sealer keeps surprising him. Jiaolan comments that while she expected Bai Su to lose, she didn't think it would be such a complete defeat. Behind her, Lin Yi simply smiles, saying she knew this would happen. Song Yue and Wang Liang agree that the result isn't surprising, since Fang Yi is the man who solved 2 anomaly disasters alone. The duel ends with Fang Yi landing gracefully, while Bai Su stands across from him, breathing heavily. Bai Su looks at the man who beat him, muttering in disbelief about whether he is a half-step Jinggang or just a monster. A look of bitter disappointment crosses Bai Su's face as he admits his strength was nothing more than this compared to Fang Yi. Humbled, Bai Su clasps his hands and bows respectfully to Fang Yi. He thanks the sealer for the lesson but suddenly apologizes, saying he has urgent business and must leave. Before anyone can stop him, Bai Su bursts into a streak of green light and flies away. Jiaolun shouts after him, but Bai Su's voice echoes back that he is going back into seclusion to train. Jiaolan turns to Elder Wu in frustration, complaining that the war zone still needs him. However, Elder Wu looks on with understanding, noting that this is the first time the proud genius has been so frustrated, so they should let him go. Elder Wu then turns his gaze to Fang Yi, who is putting out the flames from his hand. The elder approaches him and makes a serious offer. He asks Fang Yi if he would consider staying in the Star God War Zone, suggesting he could hold a position with them while still being captain of Tai Tai City. With a serious expression, Elder Wu reveals his true plan. He wants Fang Yi to be his successor. Fang Yi looks stunned by the sudden offer. Elder Wu continues, explaining that the Star God War Zone has the second best resources in the entire Xia nation. He begins to describe the center of power, Shen City, the largest city in the nation. He explains that the people who hold power in Shen City are the absolute top pioneers. He promises that if Fang Yi accepts, he will eventually be introduced to that top circle. However, Fang Yi politely refuses. With his red eyes glowing, he thanks Elder Wu, but explains that he has no such plans. He reveals he isn't even technically part of the Spirit Association, and only took the captain title to protect his hometown. He states firmly that he does not want to join any specific group. Hearing this, Song Yue and Wang Liang are shocked, unable to believe someone would turn down such an offer. Elder Wu accepts Fang Yi's refusal calmly. He understands that the most powerful pioneers dislike being tied down by rules. Instead of pushing, Elder Wu suggests a friendship. He tells Fang Yi that even if he doesn't join, he can still make any request, creating a bond of mutual support. Fang Yi announces that he and Jiaolan will stay in the forest to continue their own training. Suddenly, the sky darkens as storm clouds gather. Elder Wu looks up, noting that the forest is rich in elemental energy and a thunderstorm is about to start. He realizes that the intense battle stirred up the natural energy, making the thunder attribute incredibly strong. He recalls that Fang Yi didn't even use his thunder power during the match. Laughing, Elder Wu praises Fang Yi's potential. He immediately orders everyone to leave the forest and give the area to Fang Yi, ensuring no one disturbs his training. As he watches Fang Yi, Elder Wu thinks that as long as Fang Yi remains a pioneer of the Xia Nation, it is the greatest blessing for their country. Fang Yi smiles, realizing Elder Wu understood his intentions. As he leaps into the air, he reflects that the Star God War Zone won't pressure him because of his great strength. He realizes this power gives him ultimate freedom. His eyes glow with blue electricity as he senses the storm. Floating high in the sky, Fang Yi welcomes the lightning. He activates his Divine Thunder technique, surrounding himself in a massive web of electricity to begin his training. In the Tianhai Forest, as the sky darkens, Fang Yi flies into the raging storm of lightning. On the ground, Bai Su, still recovering from their fight, creates a protective barrier. He watches in disbelief, thinking it's crazy for Fang Yi with his powerful fire attribute to touch an equally pure thunder power. Bai Su knows that two such strong opposing powers would clash and cause self-destruction. He knows that even pioneers with two attributes always have one that is stronger and one that acts as support, never two extreme conflicting forces. As he watches Fang Yi get covered by the electricity, he wonders if the sealer doesn't know this basic rule. Just then, a huge bolt of lightning strikes Fang Yi. However, instead of being hurt, a confident smile appears on Fang Yi's face as his eye glows with blue electrical energy, and he absorbs the power. From a safe distance, a panicked Song Yue shouts at Elder Wu and Jiaolan, asking why they aren't stopping him. She warns that the thunder power is too strong for any living thing to get near. To her surprise, both Elder Wu and Jiaolan stay calm. Jiaolan turns and tells her team the shocking truth. Fang Yi is not in danger because he also has a top-level thunder attribute. She explains that the pioneer known as the Tyrant and the Sealer are the same person. Song Yue and Wang Liang are stunned by the news. Song Yue thinks that while having two attributes isn't impossible, Fang Yi's power level is monstrous. Jiaolan smiles, admitting she had the same reaction when she first found out. She thinks that everyone has focused so much on his title as the Sealer that they forgot he is also the Tyrant, a genius of his time. In the middle of the storm, Fang Yi controls the wild energy, thinking that the stronger the lightning, the more power he can absorb to strengthen his body. Surrounded by a whirlwind of electricity, he shouts to the sky for more, saying he needs more spiritual power to be satisfied. Floating in the electrical storm, Fang Yi uses the divine thunder to temper his body. He feels the immense power surge through his bones, muscles, and every part of his body, refining him. As the process continues, his different attributes, fire, yang, and even dark, begin to blend and become more balanced within him. A series of system notifications confirm that each of his attributes has been tempered. Finally, a message announces the completion of the divine thunder tempering, stating that his body and spiritual power are now better fused and his energy has been restored. With a confident smile, Fang Yi feels like he has been completely reborn. To test his new power, he casually throws a bolt of thunder at a distant mountain, shattering its peak in a huge explosion. Looking at the destruction, he realizes the thunder in this forest is truly special. From the ground, Bai Su watches in awe. He notes that the spiritual stones in the forest are fed by that same thunder, yet Fang Yi destroyed a mountain with a single strike, and he senses Fang Yi didn't even use a third of his full power. He concludes that no other pioneer could do such a thing from a distance. As the storm calms down, Bai Su watches Fang Yi descend, knowing the training is over. With a determined look, he thinks that he and the Sealer will definitely fight again in the future. Nearby, Elder Wu smiles, thinking how this young talent keeps surprising him. His desire to have Fang Yi stay with their war zone is stronger than ever. He thinks about Fang Yi's amazing achievements and recognizes that his talent is almost limitless. He believes having such a person as his successor would leave him with no regrets. As the storm ends, Elder Wu laughs while Jiaolan says that the truth is the Star God war zone needs the Sealer's help, not the other way around. Elder Wu then turns to Jiaolan, commenting on how much she has grown, which makes him more confident in their future. A flustered Jiaolan asks if that's really true. Elder Wu's attention then shifts, and seeing Lin Yi meditating peacefully, he gets a new idea. Maybe they can invite her instead. Fang Yi, his training done, lands gently near his cousin, who is still absorbing the rich spiritual energy from the storm. With his red eyes glowing, he tells her this is a rare opportunity and she should work hard. At that moment, he notices that Elder Wu and Jiaolan are still there. Fang Yi asks them why they are still there. Elder Wu explains that he has a new proposal that requires nothing from Fang Yi. He formally invites Lin Yi to train at their Star God war zone. As he speaks, Lin Yi's green spiritual energy surges around her. Fang Yi considers the offer, thinking it's an amazing opportunity for his cousin, but he wonders what she herself would want. Having heard the conversation, Lin Yi opens her eyes, ending her meditation. Fang Yi turns to Elder Wu and thanks him for the offer. He explains that as her guardian, he finds it hard to refuse, but he can't decide for her. Just then, Lin Yi stands up, and, after being asked by Fang Yi if she has finished her training, she turns to Elder Wu and says simply that she will not go. Looking directly at the elder, she thanks him for the generous offer but repeats firmly that she does not want to go. Surprised but calm, Elder Wu asks for the reason for her refusal. Lin Yi explains that her way of thinking might be a bit childish. She says that if her reason was just not wanting her cousin to be used, it would be disrespectful. However, as a pioneer, she has her own pride. With a determined look, she declares that she wants to get everything she deserves through her own abilities, not because of her cousin. Fang Yi is momentarily speechless, surprised that his cousin has finally grown up. Elder Wu, not at all offended, laughs and gives her a thumbs up. He apologizes for being one-sided and tells her they will continue to watch her, encouraging her to do her best. A very happy Lin Yi promises that she will. Later, the scene shifts to Fang Yi's villa at night. As he and Lin Yi walk up the stairs, Fang Yi thinks about his recent power-ups. He considers his spiritual energy reserves solved and now needs to figure out how to best use his new Twilight Fire attribute. He also thinks about the more difficult, Death Brand ability he acquired, seeing it as a problem he must solve. As they reach the upper floor, Lin Yi suddenly stops and points, asking her cousin why someone is squatting in front of their door. The person looks up, revealing herself to be Su Qingying. She looks tired as she stretches, telling them they are finally back. Surprised to see her, Fang Yi asks Su Qingying why she is there. Su Qingying explains that a major incident has happened on the border, and the captain of Yue City came to their spirit association in Tai City, urgently asking for help. Fang Yi asks where the captain is now. Su Qingying replies that the captain is seriously injured and being treated at their medical facility. She explains that the captain fought hard to escape from the disaster in Yue City just to deliver a message. With no other options, she specifically asked for help from the sealer. At the Tai Spirit Association Medical Center, Fang Yi and Su Qingying came to meet the injured captain. Inside a hospital hallway, a young woman with short, messy dark hair and bandages on her face and arms turns in surprise as someone calls her name. It is Su Qingying, who has arrived with Fang Yi. The young woman greets Su Qingying happily, then notices Fang Yi and asks who he is. Su Qingying introduces him as the captain of Tai City, the sealer, and then introduces the young woman as Chen Ruo, the captain of Yue City. Chen Ruo immediately greets Fang Yi and, in a desperate moment, grabs his hands, begging for his help. She explains that the anomaly in Yue City is much more dangerous than reported, definitely above A+ rank, and she heard he has experience with such major disasters. Fang Yi remains silent, calmly studying her. Realizing she was too forward, Chen Ruo lets go and apologizes, explaining her desperation. She says the anomaly was only supposed to be B-level, but many pioneers have disappeared. Her entire team was lost, reinforcements vanished, and even her powerful sister was among the missing. Fang Yi listens intently, his expression serious. He thinks it's very suspicious for a B-level anomaly to cause so many disappearances, as even a border city should have capable pioneers. He turns to the upset captain and asks a direct question. Are the pioneers, including her sister, truly missing, or are they dead? Chen Ruo cannot give a clear answer. Su Qingying tells her to calm down and speak slowly, then has her sit down. She explains that she does not know what happened because she cannot contact any of them. Clutching her head in pain, she insists she has a special connection with her sister and can feel that she is still alive. After a moment, she seems to remember something important. She tells Fang Yi she almost forgot the most important thing, a thank you gift for his help. She pulls a small, dark brown box from her bag and offers it to him, pleading that she has no other options. Fang Yi takes the box, sensing its contents are heavily sealed, but he can feel a familiar Yang attribute energy coming from inside. He asks her what it is and why it is sealed. Seeing his interest, Chen Ruo looks hopeful, thinking her plan might work. Chen Ruo explains the gift. It is a spirit crystal that was condensed from a high mountain in Yue City that had a massive eruption of Yang energy. She reveals that it contains immense spiritual power and is a treasure of their city. Opening the box to reveal a glowing yellow crystal, she says they had hoped to use it to cultivate a Yang attribute pioneer, but no one could absorb its power. Some were even burned just by trying. Su Qingying, standing beside Fang Yi, is shocked to see a real spirit crystal. She explains to Fang Yi that they are very rare and valuable because pioneers without a specific attribute can absorb them to awaken a power, making them highly sought after. With a confident smile, Fang Yi closes his fist around the crystal, absorbing its golden light. He tells Chen Ruo it's a deal and asks if they should leave now. A startled but relieved Chen Ruo stammers that there is no problem. Later, the group drives along a mountain road toward Yue City. Inside the car, Fang Yi asks Chen Ruo to describe the anomaly. She explains that it all began when tombstones started appearing in the mountains. Villagers who saw them reported hearing noises from within. However, when pioneers investigated, the tombstones showed no unusual signs. They sealed off the area, but that same night, skeletal arms erupted from one of the tombstones and dragged a villager inside. As Chen Ruo finishes, the car stops in the pouring rain. They arrive at a village now surrounded by a vast field of gray tombstones. Chen Ruo tells Fang Yi this is the place and asks for his opinion. Fang Yi looks at the eerie scene but finds it strange, noting that he can't sense any abnormal aura. As they walk through the field of tombstones, which now glow with a faint purple energy, Chen Ruo explains that more tombstones have appeared randomly all over Yue City. At unpredictable times, skeletal arms reach out and drag people into the graves. She looks around in shock, realizing the number of tombstones has increased dramatically in less than a day. She then tells Fang Yi and Su Qingying to follow her to the rest of her people. As they walk, Fang Yi thinks about how strange the situation is. The concentration of the anomaly's energy is incredibly low. He wonders if its purpose is to make people lower their guard or if there is another reason. He concludes that capturing people seems less like a random attack and more like a ritual. Placing his hand on a tombstone, Fang Yi has a realization. He explains that anomalies can also perform sacrifices to bring about the revival of a much larger, more powerful anomaly. He recalls how bat-like anomalies in Tai slaughtered residents to bring forth their anomaly king. Hearing this, Chenro stops, a look of horror on her face as she asks if this disaster is also a sacrifice. Chenro explains with panic that the local mountain residents are very traditional and have refused to evacuate. They are even planning to hold their own ceremony the next day. Suddenly, she shouts that it's happening again. A skeletal purple hand erupts from the ground in front of Fang Yi. He dodges it with ease, noting the creature's strength is weak, only at the B level as reported. He summons his flaming sword and slices the arm in half. However, another skeletal hand immediately bursts from the ground and grabs his glowing blade. Fang Yi watches with a sharp, observant gaze. The skeletal hand belongs to a much larger, monstrous skeleton with multiple limbs that erupts from the ground. All around them, more skeletal creatures burst from the earth, surrounding Su Qingying and Chenruo. Chenruo shouts in shock, questioning why these creatures are not afraid of Fang Yi's powerful yang attribute. In moments, a massive horde of glowing purple skeletons swarms the area. Instead of being concerned, a slight smile appears on Fang Yi's face. He thinks his theory seems to be correct, but needs to verify it, remarking that the mission has suddenly become interesting. Amidst the chaos, Chenruo plays her flute, surrounded by skeletons as she emits blasts of green energy, slicing them apart. Chenruo notes that while the skeletons are not high level, they are relentless because they have no sense of pain. She realizes with despair that their numbers are far greater now and seem impossible to wipe out. Her hope begins to fade as she wonders if even the Sealer is powerless. Seeing her struggle, Su Qingying kicks away several skeletons and tells her not to get discouraged. Suddenly, Su Qingying finds herself surrounded by a massive wave of hellish red flames that burn the skeletons around her. She looks on in shock, wondering what this new power is. From the center of the battlefield, Fang Yi unleashes his Twilight Fire domain, rising into the air above a massive red sphere of energy. The ground below is covered in a sea of fire that instantly destroys the skeletal horde. As he activates his new power, a system notification appears, stating it has detected a special death attribute. The system then explains that his domain is continuously absorbing this unique attribute, converting its energy to strengthen his own yang attribute. A moment later, a final notification confirms the enhancement is complete. Su Qingying and Chenruo watch as a huge fire explosion wipes out the last of the skeletons. Chenruo is impressed, saying Fang Yi's, the Sealer's, reputation is well deserved. Relieved, she feels Yue City has a chance to be saved, apologizes for her earlier behavior, and offers to take them to meet her team. Chenruo leads them to a camp that serves as the base for the Yue City Spiritual Association. A group of pioneers greets her, calling her captain. Chenruo introduces Fang Yi and Su Qingying, explaining she brought reinforcements, the famous Sealer and the captain of the Tai Association. Her three teammates, Chen Feng, Chen Xing, and Chen Shi, look at Fang Yi in disbelief, doubting a young man like him could be the legendary pioneer who solved a disaster on his own. One of them comments that his age doesn't matter, as the situation in Yue City is completely different. The tension rises when Chen Feng scolds Chenruo for returning and bringing outsiders to die with them. He shouts that almost no one is left and the city is about to be devoured, revealing they were all deceived and lured here to be a sacrifice. As Chenruo tries to explain that her team has suffered, Fang Yi calmly observes them. With a serious look, he states that he accepted a request and will do his part. With complete confidence, he declares he will solve the problem here. Meanwhile, Chen Shi explains to a upset Chen Feng that because their city is far away and their customs are more traditional, their people pray to the gods when they face problems they can't solve. From a clifftop, Fang Yi looks down at a village surrounded by a strange purple mist coming from tombstones. He wonders if the people are planning a large ceremony to ask for blessings. Thinking about their old customs and rituals, Fang Yi suspects these traditions are connected to the strange anomaly. A sudden, strange wind rustles through the forest, startling Chen Feng and Chen Shi. In a clearing, they see a large crowd of villagers gathered for a ritual. Chenruo realizes the ceremony is about to begin and worries it would be a disaster if the tomb anomaly erupted now. However, Fang Yi finds it interesting. With a confident smirk, he asks who wants to watch the activity up close and starts walking toward the crowd. The group arrives at Yueyuan Square, where a huge bonfire burns. The villagers are desperate, crying out to their god to see their suffering. One man offers his own life to save his children. All around, people are bowed on the ground, pleading for the heavenly god's mercy. Suddenly, the bonfire goes out, the stone platform shatters, and large cracks spread across the square. The real horror begins as skeletal hands claw their way out from behind the tombstones. Someone screams that the monsters from the tombs are coming out again. From a swirling purple mist, several skeletons with glowing red eyes rise and stare at the terrified villagers. Panic erupts. An old man trembles, trying to say it must be a test from their god, while the rest of the villagers run in all directions. A mother holds her crying child, her face filled with terror as the child asks if their god will still save them. The chaos gets worse as the skeletons charge, and the villagers scatter, screaming for help. In the middle of the panic, a skeleton tackles the mother, separating her from her child. The little girl watches in horror, crying for her mother. Just as the child is left alone, an even larger ghostly skeleton appears from the mist behind her. The creature reaches its bony hand out for the crying girl. Before the skeleton can touch her, it is instantly destroyed in a flash of golden light. Immediately after, a huge wave of holy fire sweeps through the square, burning the attacking skeletons and turning the area into a fiery inferno. The surviving villagers stop running, completely stunned. Instead of fear, their faces fill with awe as they recognize the flames, with some shouting that it is heavenly fire. Their despair turns to joy as they raise their arms to the sky. As the flames rage, Fang Yi lands on the shattered stone platform. Against the fire, he tells the stunned crowd that their prayers are no longer necessary. With a cold, serious face, he states a hard truth. There are no gods in this world, and they will not come to save them. The villagers are silent for a moment, kneeling as they take in his words. However, they completely misunderstand him. Crying with joy, they shout that a god has appeared and defeated the disaster. They continue to plead with this new god to save them from the other monsters. Watching them, Fang Yi can only sigh quietly at their misunderstanding. Standing in the flames, Fang Yi extends his hand, his eyes glowing. He activates his Twilight Fire domain. Instantly, a massive, swirling red sphere appears in the sky, acting like a vacuum that pulls in all the deathly energy and skeleton parts from the ground. He then turns to the amazed villagers and clarifies who he is. He tells them he is not a god, but a pioneer captain from Tai Tai City, known as the Sealer. The villagers and Chen Ruo's team stare at the terrifying red sphere, stunned by the strange and powerful sight. Chen Feng, still in shock, questions what Fang Yi is doing. Chen Ruo, frustrated, reminds her team she had warned them he was no ordinary pioneer. She explains that he is the one who single-handedly solved the disasters in both Tai Tai and Kang City, and that he is treated as an honored guest by the highest authorities. Having absorbed the immediate threat, Fang Yi flies into the air like a golden comet toward the main village, which is still covered in a dense, purple mist and filled with skeletons. A system notification appears, confirming his Twilight Fire domain has successfully absorbed a large amount of the death attribute, making his own Yang attribute much stronger. Looking down at the countless skeletons below, he prepares to unleash his new power. He summons his blazing sword, its flames brighter than ever. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a huge wave of fire, declaring he will free Yue City for good. The fire, now mixed with a strange purple color from the absorbed energy, sweeps through the village, burning everything. From a safe distance, a group of survivors watches in disbelief and then cheers. They joyfully shout that the tombstones and skeletons have vanished, celebrating that heaven has not forgotten their city. After the attack, Su Qingying checks her device and reports that the anomaly readings in the Anding district are back to normal. Standing beside her, Chen Ruo confirms the Baimu district is also clear. She explains that only the Jinming district is left, the area with the highest concentration of the anomaly's power. However, as they prepare to move on, Su Qingying's face turns to shock. She urgently asks if they haven't noticed something terribly wrong. She points to the village, explaining that instead of disappearing, the pillars of purple light have actually multiplied, meaning the situation has gotten worse. Chen Ruo also shouts in alarm, confirming a massive energy surge is coming from the Jinming district and that the anomaly's power is rapidly gathering in one spot. Before their eyes, a terrifying event unfolds as a swirling vortex of dark green and purple energy begins to form a monstrous shape. From the mist emerges a giant skeletal being, a new anomaly king, its empty eye sockets glowing with a menacing green light. Facing this huge presence, Fang Yi stands his ground, calm and unafraid. As he faces the new threat, two system windows appear. The first tells him it is analyzing the unknown power it has detected. A moment later, the second window names this strange power, the Death Attribute. The huge Anomaly King, covered in green and black energy, glares down at Fang Yi. Its massive size dwarfs the entire village. Floating in the air with his golden aura, Fang Yi stares back, sensing a strange and difficult presence coming from the monster. From a safe distance, Chen Ruo and Su Qingying watch in disbelief. Chen Ruo stammers, asking what this creature is, and says its strange energy is even stronger than the S-class disaster in Tai Tai City. The group realizes this new Anomaly King must be the source of the light pillars. Su Qingying shouts a warning, telling everyone that it's about to attack. The Anomaly King unleashes its power, sending a swarm of shadowy black tendrils rushing out. The energy washes over Fang Yi, who is shocked by its effect. He feels a powerful, sick force that seems to twist his mind, as if his brain is being poisoned by the creature's presence. He realizes with horror that this is a fully evolved anomaly king, with an aura of death far more powerful than any monster he has faced before. The swarm of black tendrils comes down on Fang Yi, trying to overwhelm him. His face hardens and his red eye glows with focus as he prepares to fight back. He reacts with amazing speed, swinging his flaming sword and slicing through the shadowy arms. As he fights, Fang Yi thinks about the situation. He knows the Yang power should naturally beat the Dark power, so his flames should be very effective. However, he worries that even his strong Yang power is not completely stopping the enemy's attacks. Just as he cuts the tendrils apart, the Anomaly King's power surges again. At the same time, the surviving villagers begin to chant and pray once more, calling for their god to appear. The Anomaly King unleashes its full power. From the outside, Su Qingying looks on with a shocked expression, her eyes wide with disbelief. Inside the storm of energy, strange green tendrils erupt and wrap themselves tightly around Fang Yi's body, holding him still as Su Qingying screams his name in terror. A moment later, his sword falls to the ground and shatters. Far away in Tai City, Lin Yi is suddenly filled with a sense of dread, calling out for her cousin as if she can feel his pain. Pacing nervously in a forest, she tries to calm down, wondering why she is so afraid when it is just another mission for him. She reminds herself how powerful Fang Yi is, but a deep feeling of worry remains. She begins to regret her decision, wishing she had ignored his advice and gone with him. Her anxiety grows as she stares at her phone. Suddenly her phone rings, showing a call from Sister Jiaolan. Jiaolan's voice is serious as she delivers the terrible news. They have heard that Yue City is now completely surrounded by a massive group of tombs, and an official lockdown order has been issued. She then says bluntly that Lin Yi's cousin, Fang Yi, is in trouble. As she speaks, a large group of military vehicles speeds through the mountains, clearly preparing for a major operation. The news that Fang Yi might be dead shocks the Tai Spirit Association. The officials, who had just started to feel hopeful, are now filled with despair. They gather around a table, asking if their greatest hero, the Sealer, has truly died. They wonder if humanity's fight is pointless, if even someone as powerful as him can be beaten. At the Spirit Association headquarters, a high-level meeting is happening. A senior official expresses regret over the situation in Yue City. He says that the appearance of an anomaly king from a B-level threat confirms a key theory. These kings must be killed before they can fully evolve. However, Gu Yuro interrupts him, standing up and asking if this is really the time for theories. She declares she will go to Yue City herself. Another official tries to stop her, reminding her of her importance to Shen City and telling her the military is already handling it. Gu Yuro looks away, thinking grimly about the high cost of their strategy. First, they nearly lost Elder Wu, and now they seem willing to sacrifice Fang Yi. Her frustration boils over, and her body begins to glow with blue energy. She angrily confronts the official, accusing them of being willing to abandon a city just because the fight seems too hard. The man, shocked by her outburst, demands to know what she means. He shouts back that the Sealer went to Yue City on his own. In this dangerous new era, he says, a single mistake leads to death, and it's no surprise that even a hero like Fang Yi could die. Gu Yuro's anger explodes. Her blue aura flares as she questions the official's attitude, asking what the point of fighting is if they are all just going to wait to die. She reminds him of the disaster in Shen City and why Elder Wu risked his life if their plan was to just abandon cities they couldn't easily win. She brushes past several officials who try to reason with her. With a look of complete disgust, she calls them all a bunch of fools. She thinks to herself that she has seen the Sealer's true power and refuses to believe he could be defeated so easily. On the outskirts of Yue City, a huge military convoy has set up a blockade. Inside a command vehicle, Elder Wu watches the situation on a monitor. He explains that this new anomaly king has a variation of the dark attribute, a power they are now calling the death attribute. Sitting with Jiaolan and Lin Yi, Elder Wu guesses that the Sealer's defeat is because he has run into some kind of inescapable rule set by the monster. Elder Wu and Jiaolan get out of their vehicle and are met by soldiers. A soldier reports that their military vehicles cannot break through. Jiaolan asks the soldier to explain. The soldier says that even with all their forces, their attempts to break through have been useless. He explains that Yue City is now covered by a huge number of tombstones. Whenever they send in soldiers, an equal number of tombstones rise up to attack them. He finishes with the grim news that all their frontline soldiers have already been dragged into the graves. The soldier adds that the Anomaly King's power is still slowly expanding out from the city. Lin Yi trembles in fear. The soldier grimly says that the chance of fixing the situation in Yue City is 0 and asks Elder Wu if they should order a retreat. He explains that the Anomaly King seems immune to all powers and has captured all the pioneers at the front, including the Sealer. Hearing this, Lin Yi screams, refusing to believe it. She turns to Elder Wu and Zhao Lan, thanking them for their hard work, but declares that she will return to Yue City alone, not wanting to drag anyone else into a suicide mission. Deep inside the anomaly in Yue City, the land has changed into a terrifying, silent graveyard lit by an eerie green light. The ground moves, and massive tombstones erupt from the earth. The names carved on these new stones are Su Qingying and Chen Ruo. Above the graveyard, the Anomaly King weaves the death energy into thick threads. The energy comes together to form a stone coffin standing upright. Inside, Fang Yi is trapped, his body limp. Ghostly green centipedes crawl over him, wrapping around him to hold him forever. He appears completely lifeless, sealed in the tomb made by the monster. His eyes are hollow and dark, making it seem like the sealer has truly died. But, in the darkness of this death, a system notification suddenly lights up. The Death Brand ability that Fang Yi had gotten before has been successfully activated. The system confirms that he has now obtained the power of infinite death. Soon the system announces that the Death Brand trial has ended. Fang Yi is exhausted, but awake. He lets out a breath, thinking that the Death Brand trial was a very intense experience. He looks up at the huge, scary green skull of the Anomaly King above him, noticing that the King of Death now looks much friendlier to him. However, as his eyes glow with power, he admits to himself that he never wants to go through that rebirth trial again. Just before being sealed in the coffin, he realized the Anomaly King had targeted him with an inevitable death ability that he couldn't dodge. Facing certain death, he took a desperate chance. He decided to manually implant the dangerous Death Brand skill, the one he got from the magma but was hesitant to learn earlier, into his own body. The system confirmed the implantation and began learning the abilities. A huge surge of red, painful energy erupted from Fang Yi's body as the skill became part of him. While the system prepared to activate it, the energy squeezed tightly. Fang Yi stood helplessly before the Anomaly King as the monster got ready to kill him. The system told Fang Yi that the king's inevitable death rule was starting. At that moment, Fang Yi truly died. His eyes rolled back and his body went limp. The system confirmed his death, saying step 1 of the ability was complete. However, because Fang Yi was killed by the monster while holding the brand, the system immediately detected the killer. It announced that the death brand had been driven into the body of the King of Death, completing step 2. As Fang Yi's lifeless body fell, wrapped in the monster's dark and deadly energy, the system initiated its final phase. It triggered the death trial while Fang Yi was already dead, explaining how he was able to return to life and why he appeared so exhausted. Standing in the coffin's green aura, Fang Yi has successfully gone through the process. The system explains that the death trial he just experienced was a triple trial designed to test the holder. Fang Yi had to survive 3 terrifying tests to get the Death Brand's 3 abilities. First, the fire attributes Mystery Yellow Spring, where he was constantly burned by hellish fire. Second, the poison attributes Death Collapse, where his body was cursed to break apart endlessly. And finally, the earth attributes Hell Evil Scene, where the gates of hell open to drag him into a burial of evil spirits. Fang Yi thinks to himself, remembering that the pain was so intense it was hard to tell what was real, feeling like an endless cycle of death. However, having passed this hard test with great effort, he has now mastered the skill. His eyes open, glowing with a sharp red light, as he decides that now is the time for the real battle. He looks up with a sharp expression, realizing that he is now resisting the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule. Blue electrical energy begins to surge in his hand, creating a disturbance that the Anomaly King feels. The huge skeleton looks down, confused by the sudden power rising from the coffin. Suddenly, a massive blast of blue lightning breaks through the stone prison. Fang Yi shatters the stone slab and falls free, hitting the ground hard. The monster stares down through the green mist, watching its prisoner escape. Fang Yi walks through the smoke and debris, covering his face and gasping for breath, tired from the resurrection, but alive and free. The Anomaly King is in a state of pure shock, unable to understand that the human it just killed has come back to life. As Fang Yi stands before it, the system reveals that the Death King has sensed Fang Yi's resurrection. The giant skeleton summons its power, getting ready to fight the revived threat. Not giving Fang Yi a moment to rest, the Anomaly King launches a series of massive green energy blasts from the sky. The attack hits the ground with great force, causing a huge explosion of green energy that covers the area where Fang Yi was standing. However, as the dust clears, Fang Yi is crouching on the ground, completely unharmed. A grin appears on his face as he realizes the monster's attacks no longer work on him. The system confirms that Fang Yi has successfully avoided the inevitable death rule. He stands tall before the giant skeleton, his cape flowing in the wind, while the Anomaly King looks down in confusion and fear. Fang Yi looks up with a terrifying expression. One eye glows red and blood drips from his lip, but he smiles with total confidence. The Anomaly King suddenly feels a sense of extreme danger, its empty eyes widening as it realizes the hunter has become the hunted. The scene shifts to the mountains outside the barrier in Yue City, now covered in glowing green tombstones that radiate a thick aura of death. Elder Wu, Lin Yiyi, and Jiaolan stand on a cliff overlooking the disaster zone. Sensing the overwhelming death energy below, Lin Yi calls out for her cousin. Jiaolan decides they can't just wait. Telling the others not to worry, she summons purple flames in her hands and gets ready to attack the tombstones to break the barrier and save Fang Yi. However, before she can attack, a massive blast of blue water cuts through the air, stopping her. A woman comes down from the sky, surrounded by swirling water energy. It is Gu Yuru, who announces that she has also come to help. Jiaolan looks up in surprise, recognizing the newcomer as the Sea Mystic from headquarters. Gu Yuru shouts that she will fight with them. Combining her powers with Jiaolan, they unleash a huge dual attack of blue water and purple fire energy against the barrier of tombstones. The attack causes a chain of massive explosions that lights up the dark area. After the blast, two soldiers who had been buried in the rubble wake up, confused and weak, wondering what just happened. However, the anomaly reacts immediately. The ground shakes as massive green tombstones erupt violently from the earth, shooting up like spikes. Gu Yuru, Jiaolan, and Lin Yiyi find themselves standing back to back, completely surrounded by a circle of towering tombstones. Jiaolan notes with annoyance that the trap has activated again. She warns the other two to be careful, explaining that this anomaly can drag any living creature inside the tombstones. Suddenly, skeletal hands burst out from the ground and the stone surfaces. A swarm of skeletons jumps from the air, diving down to attack the three women. However, in the middle of their attack, the skeletons suddenly stop. They look terrified, trembling as if they sense something far scarier than their current enemies. Instead of attacking, the skeletons frantically dive back into the ground and the tombstones, desperate to hide. Gu Yuru and Lin Yi look on in total confusion, wondering why the monsters suddenly ran away. The group walks through the now empty battlefield, wondering why the Anomaly King would order a mass retreat and what it is planning. A heavy boot lands on the ground. It is Elder Wu, carrying two unconscious soldiers on his shoulders. He tells the group that this might be a good thing. He explains that the Anomaly King has pulled back its power, which means the people who were buried alive still have a chance to be revived. Elder Wu looks out over the field where many soldiers are lying unconscious, but safe. He concludes that this proves the sealer has not died. In fact, Fang Yi must be causing so much trouble inside that the Anomaly King had to pull all its power back to defend itself. The smoke clears, and Fang Yi's sharp red eyes look out calmly. He is completely unharmed in the center of the battlefield. The system updates the status to Death Count 2. It explains that because the King of Death used its power to kill Fang Yi, it has been pulled into a cycle of death. As a penalty, the monster's power has been weakened by 10%. Fang Yi thinks about the situation, noting that being targeted by the King of Death usually means certain death. He knows this inevitable death rule is what makes this monster so special and dangerous. However, a dark, confident smile appears on his face as he realizes he has turned the tables. He thinks to himself that this inevitable death rule will now apply to the monster. High above, the monster looks down in complete shock, unable to understand why the human is still alive. In a panic, it attacks again, firing a storm of green energy beams from its ribcage. The beams rain down on Fang Yi, who stands there without trying to dodge. The attack hits with full force, causing a huge explosion of green energy that completely covers him. The monster grins, thinking it has finally won, but the system appears again, raising the death count to 3. It announces that because the king killed Fang Yi again, its power has been weakened by another 30%, and it is starting to collapse. The monster's body begins to break apart. Pieces of its face crack and fall off. From the smoke of the explosion, Fang Yi walks out slowly, his body reforming and completely unharmed. The monster stares in absolute horror, its green eyes wide with fear, as it realizes its attacks are only hurting itself. Fang Yi wipes his mouth with a smirk. He mocks the creature, ready to continue this cycle until the monster is completely destroyed. He focuses his mind and fires a massive beam of energy at the monster. However, the monster easily deflects the attack with its hand. A system notice announces that a new mark has been activated. Suddenly, red hellish flames erupt on the monster's body, mixing with its green aura. The monster looks at its arm in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi leaps into the air and draws his sword, which is blazing with intense fire. As he attacks, the system confirms that the monster has received a hellfire burning debuff, causing it constant damage. The monster glares down at him with glowing green eyes, angry at being pushed back. Fang Yi swings his blade with full force, using his heavenly fire slash. The monster blocks the strike with its huge hand, resulting in a violent clash. The impact is huge for the monster. The system updates to show the death count is now 4, and the monster's power has been weakened by a massive 45%. As the energy from the battle swirls, a new system window appears, starting the next stage, the death collapse mark. The effect is immediate and painful. Fang Yi's body begins to crack and break like glass, showing that the cycle of death is starting again. The monster, refusing to give up, grabs Fang Yi and squeezes him tight. It brings him close to its face, trying to scare the human who won't die. However, instead of fear, Fang Yi looks back with a calm, mocking smile. Despite the cuts on his face, he asks the monster to look at its own condition. The monster pauses, confused by his confidence. Suddenly, intense flames erupt around Fang Yi, but he just smirks, unharmed. The flames spread to the monster's hand, and it watches in shock as its own bones turn to ash. The system confirms that the death count has reached 5, and the monster is now weakened by 60%. Another notice announces that the Hell Evil Scene mark has been triggered, speeding up the destruction of the monster's body. The monster roars in a furious rage, but it can't stop its body from crumbling. Outside the barrier, the massive tombstones surrounding the city begin to collapse. Zhaolan watches in disbelief, realizing the entire anomaly is breaking down. In the sky, the dark clouds disappear, letting light shine through. Lin Yi looks up with a bright smile, relieved that her cousin is alive. Elder Wu powers up his armor and orders the team to enter the city to rescue survivors and evacuate the injured. With their mission clear, Elder Wu, Zhaolan, Gu Yuro, and Lin Yi fly into the city. In the ruins of the anomaly, a hand desperately reaches out from the ground. Su Qingying pulls herself out, gasping for air, looking exhausted and terrified. Kneeling, she tries to understand what happened. She remembers her life force being drained away and feeling trapped in a green, hellish void inside the massive skeleton. However, she realizes the nightmare suddenly ended, allowing her to return. She immediately spots a tombstone nearby and realizes she must save the others. She frantically digs at the grave marked with Chen Ruo's name, shouting for her. Su Jingying uncovers the dirt to find Chen Ruo unconscious but safe. She is relieved to see that Chen Ruo is actually there, unlike Chen Ruo's sister, whose body vanished in the past. Suddenly, Su Qingying looks up, sensing a massive change in the air. She watches in awe as the swirling green vortex in the sky begins to crack. The massive skull of the monster crashes to the ground. Despite its collapsed state, the monster refuses to accept defeat. It glares up, declaring that it is the noble king of death, and questioning what kind of being Fang Yi is to challenge it. The monster is furious that a human dares to look down on it. Suddenly, Fang Yi's undead army of red-eyed shadow spirits appears from the darkness. The monster's eyes glow with intense red light as they glare. The system announces that the Hell Evil Scene mark has now weakened the monster by 80%. The monster freezes in shock, its face cracking further as it realizes it has no power left. The destruction speeds up. The system progress bar jumps to 100%, and the monster's green soul shatters completely. The system confirms that the monster's ability has been completely weakened and has now been seized by Fang Yi. Fang Yi opens his eyes, which have changed from red to a glowing mystical purple. The system declares the outcome. The old king falls. The new king ascends. Fang Yi stands victoriously on a high cliff, surrounded by a swirling aura of purple energy, the power of the death attribute he has just claimed. Behind him, the dark clouds part, and golden sunlight shines down on the new king. From the swirling purple energy in the sky, Fang Yi slowly comes down. His body is bathed in a divine light as the dark clouds begin to part, signaling the end of the disaster. On the ground, the survivors watch in complete disbelief. Su Jingying supports the injured Chen Ruo, while Gu Yuro adjusts her glasses, shaking with shock. She can't understand how the Sealer not only survived the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule, but also seemed to summon spirits from hell to swallow the monster. Elder Wu looks up with a mix of awe and a serious realization, thinking that Fang Yi's power might be even greater than they imagined. Fang Yi has done the impossible. He couldn't escape the death rule, so he broke it and seized the power to control life and death itself. Gu Yuro asks Elder Wu if humans are really capable of wielding such power. As she looks at Fang Yi, she sees the ghostly, skeletal face of the Death King over his own. She panics, wondering if the Anomaly King has awakened inside him. However, Zhaolan steps in with a confident smile, telling Gu Yuru to look closer at the battlefield. Across the empty land, a miracle is happening. The shadowy spirits Fang Yi summoned are not attacking. Instead, the people who were thought to be dead are sitting up, unharmed. The death power is being used to save them. Among the rubble, the villagers find Chen Xing, who looks beaten but is alive. As she wakes up, she is confused and groggily asks if she wasn't already dead, confirming she has been brought back. The villagers of Yue City look up at the floating figure of Fang Yi. Some in the crowd see the dark aura and call him a death god, while others argue that he is the sealer who saved them. Suddenly, the little girl who was saved earlier interrupts, shouting that the name the sealer sounds ugly. With a bright smile, she remembers the golden flames that protected her. To her, he is their god who defeated the evil. High in the night sky, Fang Yi decides it's time to end the conflict for good. He raises his hand and summons a massive jagged scythe made of dark purple energy. With a cold and serious look, one eye glowing red, he declares that everything must end now. He swings the huge energy weapon down, creating a massive slash of purple light. On the ground, the Yue City pioneers, including Chen Feng, look up in complete shock at the amazing display of power. Fang Yi's attack tears through the dark energy barrier that surrounded the city. The strike hits the swarm of red, ghostly spirits in the air, shredding and absorbing them with terrifying force. Amidst a chaotic storm of red and black energy, Fang Yi commands the spirits to return where they belong. He then shifts his energy, using his yang attribute to perform a mass purification. He extends his hand, releasing a blinding wave of golden light to wash away the remaining death energy. The survivors watch in awe as the bright light breaks through the darkness, lighting up the night like a second sun. As the technique finishes, Fang Yi is relieved the battle is finally over. Nearby, Chen Ruo collapses into tears, hugging Chen Feng, overjoyed that they survived. Feng Yi knows that fighting the King of Death used a huge amount of his spiritual power, and he worries about what unknown side effects the death brand he absorbed might have. Feng Yi slowly comes down from the sky, landing softly among the ruins. Suddenly, Feng Yi is caught off guard as Lin Yi rushes in and tackles him with a fierce hug, screaming for her brother in relief, leaving Feng Yi confused. He gently comforts his cousin, patting her on the head. She exclaims that she was terrified he had died, but Feng Yi just smiles and assures her that everything turned out fine. Suddenly, Feng Yi's sharp eye notices something nearby. He turns to find Su Qingying standing there with a bright smile, thanking him. Feng Yi looks a bit confused. Su Qingying looks past him towards the survivors, where the Yue City captain, Chen Ruo, is sitting on the ground, crying with relief as she hugs her teammate. Feng Yi watches them with a warm smile, asking if Chen Ruo's sister is still alive. He thinks that amidst all this bad luck, saving her is a rare good thing. Meanwhile, the mood among the leaders is much heavier. Elder Wu receives the final damage report. The scene is grim, with rows of body bags and coffins lined up. The report says that nearly half of Yue City's population was lost, mostly ordinary people. It also says that out of 1,500 pioneers who came to help, 50 are dead, 30 are missing, and over 1,000 are injured. Elder Wu looks down with a serious expression, talking about the need for reconstruction and making sure the victims' families are compensated. Gu Yuro stands behind him, adding that Shen City will also help the ruined city. Jiaolan looks down, feeling guilty and frustrated. She asks her teacher if they can finally make the spiritual energy recovery public, saying she feels useless because they couldn't save everyone while keeping secrets. Elder Wu looks at her kindly but firmly, explaining that such a big decision is not up to them. He says that ordinary people are not as weak as she thinks, and that many have already figured out the truth and are preparing for the future. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her she doesn't need to carry the weight of the world. Gu Yuru smiles, saying she originally came to meet the Sealer, but sees her help is no longer needed. The leaders watch as Fang Yi is surrounded by a crowd of cheering pioneers. They realize this battle has made him a central figure for the nation. The crowd chants his name, calling him their god and thanking him for saving them. Meanwhile, the battle's impact is felt globally. Elder Wu knows that publicly revealing that Xia Nation's pioneer, the Sealer, defeated the Anomaly King is a powerful warning to other countries. Spies from various nations scramble for information, frustrated that they still know nothing about his true abilities. Elder Wu understands that once the details of the Yue City incident are out, the world will believe Xia Nation has figured out the king's rule through Fang Yi, something no other nation has done. Because of this fear, other nations will not dare to act against Xia Nation. Fang Yi's victory has secured a huge strategic advantage for his country. Elder Wu addresses his team, ordering them to return and study all the data from the scene immediately. He gives a powerful speech, reminding them that the road ahead is long and they can't rely on the Sealer to solve every problem. Jiaolan and Gu Yuru smile, agreeing with their teacher. Gu Yuru says that retirement is impossible for them and that their Shen City team will be the ones to solve whatever comes next. Later, at his villa in Taitai City, Fang Yi is relaxing in a large bathtub, scrolling through his phone. He thinks about the battle. After clearing the area, officials found a dark attribute spirit crystal left by the King of Death and gave it to him as a thank you gift. He holds his phone, counting his rewards. He remembers the Yang attribute spirit crystal Chen Ruo had given him earlier. Two glowing crystals appear before him, the purple dark crystal and the golden Yang crystal. He realizes he now has two top-tier attribute crystals. Fang Yi stands up from the water. He decides to act immediately. Even though light and dark attributes usually clash, he thinks that since the system recognized him as the new King of Death, absorbing the dark energy should be fine. He presses the purple crystal into his chest, letting the dark energy swirl around him. A system window appears, confirming it has detected the dark attribute and identified the spirit crystal. The system announces it is starting an ultimate calculation and begins creating a new technique. Soon after, the system announces a new dark attribute technique called Death Walk. When Fang Yi activates it, his body is covered in purple shadows, and the system explains that the skill allows him to teleport through darkness. He thinks that while it sounds mysterious, it is basically a teleportation skill. To test it, he vanishes from his second-floor balcony and reappears on the floor below. He is satisfied, noting that a skill combining evasion and movement is very valuable in a fight. Fang Yi then checks his internal state. He realizes that after surviving the Death Brand trial, his body has changed to let him absorb dark attribute energy directly. He summons his skeletal avatar and senses his control over dark spiritual power has greatly improved. After absorbing the energy from the Anomaly King's spirit crystal, he feels he is very close to breaking through to the legendary Jinggang realm. He then looks at a cabinet where a golden light glows. It is the Yang attribute spirit crystal, the reward Chen Ruo had promised him. Fang Yi remembers with a bit of humor that after the battle, city officials thought it was too casual for Chen Ruo to give him such a treasure privately. So, they held a big formal ceremony to present it to him, and he even heard they built a statue in his honor. Putting aside the memory, Fang Yi picks up the golden crystal, thinking that having two top-tier crystals is a rare piece of luck. He holds it up to his eye, looking at the pure Yang energy swirling inside. As he channels his power into it, a swirl of fiery red energy erupts around him. The system activates again, detecting the strong Yang energy. Just like with the dark crystal, the system announces it is starting its ultimate calculation to create a new technique from this power source. Fang Yi focuses all his energy on processing the crystal, and the system confirms the new technique is successfully created. Suddenly, a blinding golden light bursts from Fang Yi's body, shining as bright as the sun. The system announces he has a new Yang attribute technique called the Sun God. Surrounded by intense, swirling flames, Fang Yi unleashes the full power of this new ability. The system explains that the Sun God technique lets him summon a sun avatar that can burn through anything. A glowing golden symbol appears on his forehead. High above the city, a huge golden bird made of fire appears in the sky, lighting up everything. On the streets below, a reporter broadcasts the amazing scene while online comments flood in. People joke about being blinded by the light even in faraway cities. The reporter tells the citizens not to panic, suggesting that their guardian, the Sealer, is just getting stronger. Online, people guess that the Taoist god, who had saved them before, is going through another trial. On a Pioneer forum, users confirm the event is in Tai City and recognize the familiar Yang energy, guessing that the Sealer has a new ability. In a dense, glowing forest, a group of pioneers is taking a break, including Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli. A male pioneer in her group praises the Sealer for being so impressive and for embarrassing Country B. He complains about a great prophet from Country B, who had wrongly predicted that the Xia nation wouldn't survive the first year of the spiritual energy recovery. Chu Qingli looks worried and asks if the prophecy could be true. The male pioneer angrily dismisses the idea. Despite his confidence, Chu Qingli looks down, thinking that a lot of dangerous things have been happening in the Xia nation recently. The mood turns hostile as the group turns on Chu Qingli. The male pioneer mocks her low cultivation level. Another man asks if she is a traitor and makes fun of her for still being at the one-star Ghost Axe realm. He points out that she used to be a rich, young miss, but in this new world, she is the one who is trash. Chu Qingli crosses her arms, trying to keep her pride. She shoots back that their strength is nothing special compared to the Sealer. She challenges them, saying they have no right to mock her until they are as strong as him. The male pioneer laughs, asking if she is actually planning to team up with the Sealer. The three men laugh at her, reminding her that the Sealer is famous for working alone. They harshly tell her she is kicked out of their team. As the men turn to leave, a desperate Chu Qingli reaches out, shouting that if she is leaving, they have to give her the share of the reward she earned. The leader looks back with a greedy smile. He coldly tells her she should be grateful they aren't asking her to pay them. He then unleashes a blast of wind energy, knocking her backward as he yells at her to get lost. Chu Qingli trembles with pain and anger, silently vowing that they will pay for this. Social media fills with panic as a great prophet from Country B predicts the Sea Nation will be destroyed within a year. In the Tai Tai Spirit Association office, the association superior discusses this with Fang Yi, explaining that these rumors are affecting the local pioneers. Su Jingying explains that Country B is using psychological warfare to shake their citizens' confidence. The superior adds that news of Fang Yi's power has spread, causing Country B to act aggressively. It is even rumored they had manipulated events to cause a near disaster in another city. The superior admits the disaster was strange because all signs pointed to it happening in Country B, yet it almost destroyed their own elite forces instead. To fight the panic, the association decides Fang Yi has to make a public statement. He stands at a computer and, with a single keystroke, sends his message. On his verified profile, Sealer 5, he posts a short, powerful sentence. "The apocalypse won't catch up to my speed of breaking through." The internet explodes. A flood of comments appears, with survivors confirming they saw Fang Yi destroy the Death King. People begin to mock Country B's prophecy. Fang Yi believes the simplest way to shut them up is to state the undeniable fact of his strength. Across the nation, pioneers look at their screens in shock, realizing Fang Yi is breaking through again. They cheer for the god of Great Xia, knowing the hell the prophet predicted has come to their city, but Fang Yi is there to stop it. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the enemy, the Country B information post, the atmosphere is chaotic. Staff members are frantically working, complaining about the Sealer and his terrifying power. They still haven't managed to get his personal data. The Country B Pioneer Network data expert explodes in anger, shouting at his team for failing to find this one person and threatening to fire them all. Back at the Tai Tai Spirit Association, things have calmed down. Fang Yi tells the superior his statement should keep things quiet. The superior laughs, thanking him. Suddenly, an assistant rushes in with a tablet, looking panicked. He reports that a new restricted area has formed in the western part of the Xia Nation due to the collision of two powerful attributes. The military has already sealed it off. Fang Yi asks what kind of attributes are involved. The assistant explains it is a mix of Yang attribute and Dark attribute. Because these two opposing forces are clashing, the area is extremely dangerous but also holds great opportunities. The message adds that Sea Mystic, Gu Yuru, from headquarters, sent the notice specifically for him, inviting him to go the next morning. Fang Yi accepts immediately. He clenches his fist, thinking this is a perfect opportunity to test his two new abilities. Soon after, in the desolate landscape of the western Xia Nation, a convoy of military vehicles drives toward a swirling vortex known as the Black Sun Pool. One of the armored vehicles stops, and Fang Yi and Jiao Lan step out. Fang Yi notes they had to bring so many people for monitoring because of the black wind and rain curtain, a natural barrier they have to break through. He stands calmly before the storm, observing the magnificent and chaotic clash between the Yang and Dark attributes inside. Beside him, the team asks if he is ready. Standing before the massive tornado of dark energy, Fang Yi prepares to face the new challenge. Outside the black wind and rain curtain, a restricted area covered by a massive dark tornado, Jiaolan introduces a group of new arrivals. She explains that they are elite pioneers from the headquarters in Shen City and Haishi City. She notes that these new arrivals are just like Fang Yi, top-tier geniuses at the 3-star spirit creation realm who are expected to reach the Jinggang realm soon. Behind her, the new team members appear, radiating spiritual power. A blue-haired man introduces himself as Wang Lan, the new captain of Haishi City, a 3-star water attribute pioneer. Beside him stands a spiky-haired man named Song Yiming, an elite pioneer from Shen City with powerful wind and fire dual powers. Wang Lan politely apologizes for their late arrival. Jiao Lan addresses the group, reminding everyone of the rules of the restricted area. She challenges them to use their own abilities to break through the dark curtain and enter the zone. Fang Yi stands silently, his red eyes glowing, as he notices the two new captains staring at him. Song Yiming lets out a dismissive snort, unimpressed by Fang Yi. Eager to prove himself, he steps forward and says he will go first. He draws a large blade from his back, ready to show his power. As he channels his energy, he thinks to himself that half the reason he accepted this mission was because of the Sealer. He had heard rumors about Fang Yi's rare Yang attribute and wants to compare his own strength. Flames erupt from his body as he leaps into the air, activating his dual powers. He combines blue wind energy with his blazing fire sword, boasting that he has the purest fire attribute, and uses the wind attribute to boost its power to the limit. With a massive swing, he unleashes a wave of fire and wind against the dark barrier. Jiaolan notes that Song Yiming is indeed a genius who has developed his two attributes to their peak. Song Yiming lands as the energy from his attack clears a path. He scoffs, saying the dark barrier is just mimicking bad weather and is easy for him to break. Wang Lan then decides it is his turn. He activates his spiritual power, summoning a sharp, blue water construct. As he charges into the dark storm, he forms a protective water umbrella around himself, using his defensive skill to push through the harsh environment. Inside the swirling darkness, the water shield glows brightly. Wang Lan feels the terrifying pressure of the dark climate, realizing that if he had come here right after reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm, he might have died. He looks up in amazement, wondering how the yang attribute and the dark attribute can truly exist together. Ahead of him, the massive vortex of conflicting energies swirls in the sky. Song Yiming holds a bit of dark energy, noting that it feels cold and repels the human body. He thinks just enduring it is impressive enough. Wang Lan is concerned, guessing that maybe Fang Yi can handle the pressure well because his fire attribute is naturally close to the yang attribute. He comments that passing through the curtain is quite difficult. Suddenly, Fang Yi unleashes a burst of golden flame, using a fire slash to cut through the darkness. Wang Lan and Song Yiming are forced to leap away. Wang Lan watches the golden figure streak past, trembling as he recognizes the pure yang attribute. Fang Yi tears through the final layer of the barrier, creating a massive opening of light. He stands casually with Jiaolan and greets the others, saying they have waited a long time. His presence is overwhelming. Song Yiming and Wang Lan stare at him in complete shock, stunned that the sealer moves through the deadly barrier so easily. Wang Lan asks how Fang Yi manages to keep the black wind and rain curtains split open. Fang Yi holds a ball of golden energy and calmly explains that it is simple. He says that as long as one uses a yang attribute that is stronger than the surrounding dark attribute, the darkness can be suppressed. He admits it uses a lot of spiritual power, but can be maintained with enough reserves. Meanwhile, Song Yiming is annoyed that Fang Yi calls such a feat simple. Wang Lan wonders if Fang Yi is really in the same realm as them. Jiaolan smiles and tells him he will get used to it, as every genius pioneer is shocked when they see Fang Yi's abilities. Fang Yi simply smiles, unbothered by their shock. Suddenly, the system alerts him that a source of pollution and an A-level dark anomaly have appeared. The ground begins to shake violently. Song Yiming looks eager. He says if it is just an A-level anomaly with a dark attribute, he wants to try fighting it. With Fang Yi in the lead, the group rushes toward the source of the disturbance. Ahead of them, 3 mysterious figures walk out from a cave. Fang Yi narrows his eyes and instantly recognizes that these people are from Country B. Jiaolan and Song Yiming are shocked to see others there. Jiaolan realizes these strangers have destroyed the anomaly. She shouts that there are no other authorized pioneers for today and concludes they must be stowaways. Jiaolan demands to know who they are. The 3 intruders stand boldly: a blonde man in a purple shirt, a muscular man with long black hair, and a man in a hood. The blonde man smiles arrogantly and introduces them as pioneers from Country B who have come to train. Song Yiming is furious, shouting that this is Jia Nation's territory and they have no right to be in a restricted zone without permission. Jiaolan backs him up, ordering them to leave, but the intruders stand their ground, saying that times have changed. The blonde man arrogantly states that if the Xia people won't take the resources here, his group will. He claims they are justified because they believe they are stronger than the Xia team. Hearing this, Fang Yi steps forward and calmly asks the intruders if they really believe that opportunities belong only to the strong. The blonde man smirks, thinking his country sent their elites here to start a conflict. Fang Yi looks at him with a cold, terrifying smile, his red eye glowing, and tells them that if strength is the rule, they can get lost. While Fang Yi confronts them, Jiaolan tries to report the situation to headquarters, but the enemies launch a sudden attack. The blonde man unleashes a surge of green energy, shouting that they have refused his polite offer. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are shocked, realizing the enemy has the rare and dangerous dark attribute. The blonde man laughs, declaring that this dark attribute environment is his perfect home field. Jiaolin analyzes the disgusting energy, realizing it is a nether poison attribute, mutated from decaying corpses. Panic sets in as she yells that the attack has destroyed all their communication devices, cutting them off from the outside world. Fang Yi realizes the intruders intend to kill them all. Song Yiming, refusing to wait, charges forward with his flaming sword. He shouts that if they can't absorb the dark attribute, they should just destroy it. Wang Lan tries to stop him, but he ignores the warning. Song Yiming unleashes a massive fireball at the enemy. However, the attack doesn't work as he expects. The green nether poison energy absorbs the fire, causing the fireball to explode violently and send a shockwave back towards Song Yiming. He stands his ground, shocked that his attack has failed. The explosion triggers a massive counterattack. A wave of green energy rushes toward the Xia team. Jiaolan shouts a warning as the deadly mist approaches. The green energy completely surrounds them. Wang Lan reacts just in time, creating a large blue water barrier to shield the group. Inside the barrier, while his teammates are tense, Fang Yi remains completely calm, his red eye glowing as he observes the enemy's power without any fear. The battle intensifies as the blonde man from Country B attacks Wang Lan's water barrier. A huge, shadowy claw tears through the shield, and Fang Yi steps forward, telling the group to scatter. He unleashes a powerful slash of golden energy, cutting through the dark mist and pushing the enemy back. The blonde man is caught by surprise as his attack is stopped. He quickly recovers, floating in the air, mocking Fang Yi as a fire attribute pioneer from Xia Nation. He warns that his teammates are even more useless than him. Suddenly, dark green vines shoot out from the shadows, wrapping around Jiaolan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming, trapping them in a corrosive mist. Jiaolan shouts a warning to Fang Yi, telling him this enemy has hidden his true strength and is at least at the second level of the Jinggang realm. Seeing the Ji team trapped, the blonde man laughs maniacally. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, the military watches helplessly as the massive black wind and rain curtain closes again, sealing the team inside. Jiaolan's subordinate anxiously watches a recording of the blonde man on a laptop, noting grimly that the rumors were true. Someone from Country B has mastered the dark attribute. He analyzes the video, concluding that while the enemy hasn't fully mastered the pure dark attribute, he has a deadly sub-attribute that causes wounds that cannot heal. The blonde man gloats that Fang Yi's partners are poisoned and will soon rot to death, their spiritual power becoming his food. He demands that Fang Yi return with him to the great Country B and become a part of him. Trapped, Jiaolan screams at Fang Yi to fight back. Suddenly, golden flames burst from Fang Yi's body, pushing back the darkness. He mocks the enemy, asking if he hasn't realized something important about their power matchup. Fang Yi activates his bonfire domain, creating a huge sphere of golden light that pushes back the nether poison. He asks the blonde man if he is surprised that the poison has no effect on him. The blonde man is completely confused. With a confident smile, Fang Yi unleashes a massive stream of fire, not at the leader, but at his two subordinates on the ground. Furious, the blonde man sees his defense broken and his men targeted. Fang Yi leaps into the air, taunting him, asking if he isn't going to save them. The blonde man calls Fang Yi arrogant and summons a large sphere of concentrated poison mist, shouting that as long as Fang Yi is human, he cannot escape its power. Ignoring the threat, Fang Yi charges straight into the attack, his flaming sword cutting through the sky. As he gets closer, the blonde man's expression changes to shock. He finally recognizes the nature of Fang Yi's power, realizing with horror that it is the Yang attribute, the one thing that can counter him. Fang Yi raises his flaming sword high, announcing his attack, Skyfire Slash. With a powerful swing, Fang Yi slices through the enemy's defense and body, cutting the blonde man in half. Filled with disbelief, the blonde man can't understand how a human could master a power so close to that of an anomaly king. His body falls apart, leaving him confused and defeated. Song Yiming and Wang Lan watch in absolute shock. The blonde man coughs up blood, but refuses to die. Using the area's dense dark energy, green vines pull his two halves back together. He shouts that because the dark attribute is so rich, Fang Yi can't kill him. Fang Yi floats in the air with a bored look, thinking to himself that the nether poison attribute is too weak and its ability to heal is terribly low. He decides that this opponent doesn't even require his ultimate move. Suddenly, the blonde man looks at his hands in confusion, realizing his regeneration has stopped. He screams, asking why he isn't healing anymore. Fang Yi snaps his fingers. The energy he had planted behind the enemy explodes violently in a burst of golden light, destroying him completely. He lands softly, walking away from the charred remains with a cool attitude. He reaches his hand out toward Wang Lan and Song Yiming, and crackling blue lightning surrounds them, targeting the green poison spots on their bodies. Fang Yi explains he is removing the dark attribute, leaving the two pioneers amazed. He then taps Jiaolan on the shoulder, purifying her as well. She expresses her shock that he killed a Jinggang realm pioneer so easily. Fang Yi analyzes the fight, thinking the blonde man did not reach the Jinggang realm through normal means because his spiritual power felt impure. He also finds it suspicious that the enemies seemed unaware of his existence. Jiaolan admits she is also confused, but recalls an internal rumor that years ago, Elder Wu blocked a strange disaster that was supposed to hit Country B with his own body. They consider the theory that the rivalry between the two nations has always been strong, and Elder Wu likely became a target because of his heroism. The mood lightens as Song Yiming bursts into excitement, declaring that from now on, he will hang a portrait of the sealer by his bed to motivate himself. Wang Lan asks his teammate with a straight face if he has been broken by the Yang attribute. Fang Yi turns away from the group, telling them that although he has removed the dark attribute, they are not in good enough condition to enter the core area of the restricted zone. He tells Jiaolan to take the others back or let them train in the outer area. As he speaks, he walks alone into the swirling wind and dust, leaving the team behind. With his eyes glowing gold, Fang Yi reveals his true intention. to see the true face of the core of this restricted area for himself. He stands alone before a massive, terrifying storm of blue lightning and dark energy. The sky cracks with power as he prepares to enter the dangerous core that no one else can reach. As Fang Yi walks into the storm of the restricted area, Jiaolan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan watch. Stunned by his bravery, Song Yiming watches in disbelief. Wang Lan asks Jiaolan what their chances of success would have been alone. Jiaolan smiles bitterly, admitting she used to be the top candidate to succeed Elder Wu, but since the sealer arrived, she has accepted second place. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are shocked that their proud leader's personality has changed so much. Suddenly, the dark energy in the sky crackles violently. Song Yiming panics, shouting about what is happening. Sensing danger, Jiaolan screams at her teammates to dodge. A defensive barrier is raised, just as a massive wave of dark energy erupts in a gigantic explosion. Despite their defense, Jiaolan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan are sent flying. The explosion leaves huge trails on the ground. Battered and lying on the scorched earth, the three pioneers realize this destructive power is the true face of the restricted area's core. They look up in awe at the terrifying landscape, resembling a giant fiery eye matching the satellite images they had seen. Jiaolan points out that Fang Yi is ahead of them, floating in the center of the storm. Fang Yi hovers, his body a conduit between golden fire wings and jagged spikes of dark purple energy. He looks at a sphere of dark power in his hand, confused as he senses a strange reaction. He realizes that these two opposite attributes, yang and dark, are slowly merging into a new type of spiritual power. The two energies swirl together in a chaotic vortex. The system alerts Fang Yi that it has detected a great change of heaven and earth involving the collision of yang and dark attributes. The reaction intensifies, and Fang Yi's body seems to split, half becoming a skeletal shadow and the other half burning with golden light. The system announces the birth of a brand new, unknown attribute. Turbid Yang. Fang Yi holds the stable, fused energy. The system immediately begins acquiring data to write a new technique based on this power. Fang Yi focuses, drawing the swirling vortex of purple and black energy into his head, absorbing the new attribute. His eyes suddenly glow with a blinding white light. The system confirms he has a new technique, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique, a power that controls infinite changes, dealing with illusions and reality. The dark energy in the crater suddenly vanishes, sucked dry by the vortex. Song Yiming is dumbfounded, wondering if the dark attribute merged with the yang attribute to create a monster. Jiaolan notices something strange about the atmosphere. She asks if the others feel it. They realize that while this new spiritual power looks terrifying, the natural repulsion and fear usually caused by the dark attribute have disappeared. Wang Lan suggests they cultivate using this pure energy. Jiaolan agrees, and the three pioneers sit in meditation within protective spheres, eager to absorb even a small amount of this high-level energy. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, military observers are confused. The massive energy readings have stabilized, but the signals from Country B's intruders have vanished. The soldiers realize the sealer must have eliminated the enemies. Remembering rumors of Fang Yi's ruthlessness, they conclude the intruders got what they deserved. The soldiers rush to contact headquarters, relieved they saved video evidence of Country B's actions. They plan to use it as a bargaining chip in the coming diplomatic conflict. Far away, at the highest military intelligence office of Country B, a group of men in black suits stands nervously. A blonde man with a mustache slams his fist down, demanding to know what happened to their strongest pioneer. He yells at his subordinates, asking how their agent could simply disappear. A man with long, wavy gray hair calmly suggests their missing agents are likely dead. With a dark expression, he admits their team suffered heavy losses and was outsmarted by the Xia Nation. The leader of Country B slams his fists on the table, screaming in disbelief about how their strongest could lose so inexplicably to the Xia Nation. He threatens the gray-haired man, demanding he get back all the benefits from Xia Nation, warning that if they fail, he will withdraw all funding for their organization. The gray-haired man stares back with a terrifyingly sharp look. He assures the leader they will avenge this grudge and make Xia Nation pay with interest. Suddenly, a burst of green spiritual energy erupts from his body, terrifying the guards. He stands and coldly warns the leader that although he is a proud citizen of Country B, he is not a dog like the leader's bodyguards. He states he hates being threatened and hopes the leader remembers that. The leader and his guards stand frozen in fear and anger as the powerful pioneer walks away. As the gray-haired man leaves, the leader yells after him, shouting that he will call the Xia Nation's leaders immediately and demanding the pioneers teach them a lesson. Walking down a dark hallway, the gray-haired man asks his subordinates for the results of their investigation. Three figures in dark cloaks follow him. One reports they cannot enter the the Xia Nation's restricted zone and have failed to locate the second young master. The subordinate explains the tracking instrument inside the target's body was likely destroyed, though they can't rule out interference from the massive energy fluctuations. Hearing this, the gray-haired man's face twists with hatred. He realizes his loss is real and vows that Xia Nation will pay. Meanwhile, Fang Yi floats in the center of the restricted area's core. The system provides details on his new ability, the Spirit Turbid Eye Technique, a powerful illusion art capable of dragging any creature into a realm of despair. It notes the scariest part is that Fang Yi doesn't even need to move to trap enemies in hallucinations until they die. Fang Yi lands thinking such a power seems almost too convenient. However, the moment his feet touch the ground, a sharp pain shoots through his body, causing him to freeze as his energy fluctuates wildly. He drops to one knee, coughing violently as his body struggles to contain the power. Wiping blood from his lip, Fang Yi remarks on how tyrannical the dark power is. Dark purple energy surges around him, and he realizes that even though he created a new attribute, the energy is still fighting back with a severe backlash. Despite the pain, a twisted, excited smile appears on Fang Yi's face. He finds the situation interesting, admitting it has been a long time since he faced such a difficult challenge. Inside a meeting room of the Country B Pioneer League, members discuss their recent failure. One finds it hard to believe their ultimate weapon was crushed by the Xia Nation. Another wonders if the failure was due to side effects. Suddenly, the gray-haired pioneer leader strides in with a terrifying presence. Without hesitating, the leader unleashes his power. Dark, ghostly shadows attack the members as he sarcastically comments that they seem to have unique insights. He orders a terrified subordinate to serve as bait for their next experiment. The subordinate begs for mercy, but the leader ignores his pleas, declaring that the previous leader was a straw bag. He vows to personally give the Xia Nation a display of power. Inside the Blue Star United Supreme Council Hall, the atmosphere is tense. A representative angrily declares that the Xia Nation has gone too far. The envoy from the E-Federation formally condemns the Xia Nation for killing important pioneers from another country, arguing that in the face of global disaster, countries should not be killing each other's forces. Suddenly, loud laughter echoes as someone shouts, "Killed well," shocking the representatives. Elder Wu, the Xia Nation's commander, walks in wearing full combat armor. He looks at the representatives with a mocking expression and orders his men to change their drinks to chrysanthemum tea, suggesting they need to lower their internal fire and calm down. The gray-haired pioneer leader is surprised to see Elder Wu but quickly dismisses the pleasantries, demanding an explanation for his country's powerful pioneer falling within Xia's borders. He looks at Elder Wu with suspicion, wondering how he recovered. Elder Wu flares his golden aura and scoffs, asking if the leader thinks he is worthy of demanding an explanation. He accuses the Country B pioneers of striking first, playing the victim while being the aggressors. The gray-haired leader asks for proof of the accusations, though fear gnaws at him. If Elder Wu has truly returned to his peak, then all their plans are already in danger. Elder Wu calmly raises a remote and says that if proof is what he wants, then proof is exactly what he will give him. On the screen behind him, a video shows the blonde leader and his team, proving that Country B's pioneers illegally crossed the border to steal resources. Elder Wu narrates that the intruders destroyed their own recording equipment but were killed in self-defense by Xia's pioneers. He declares that the arrogant intruders deserved to die. The audience is shocked by the clear evidence of Country B's treachery. Elder Wu stares down the gray-haired leader, quoting that those who commit injustice will destroy themselves. He warns that if any other nation tries to steal Xia's resources, they will face the same consequence. Enraged, the gray-haired leader secretly gathers green energy in his hand, preparing a sneak attack. He hurls 3 blades of green spiritual energy directly at Elder Wu. However, Elder Wu easily reflects the attack with a golden barrier, repelling the energy back at its source. The reflected force slams into the gray-haired leader, sending him flying backward. Elder Wu laughs heartily, mocking the attack as an insignificant trick. The gray-haired leader crashes onto the stairs, and his subordinates rush to his side in panic. Elder Wu watches with a satisfied expression, thinking about Fang Yi and how many more miracles the sealer can create for the Xia Nation. Back at the restricted area, a massive vortex of dark energy swirls. Jiaolan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming stand at the edge, watching. Jiaolan looks deeply concerned, fearing that the sealer might be in trouble. Inside the storm's eye, Fang Yi stands alone. Suddenly, his eyes erupt with golden light as the energy within him reaches a breaking point. He screams as a massive burst of golden power explodes from his body. The explosion settles into a dark, purple aura. The system confirms the Spirit Turbid Eye technique has been completely absorbed and his body will no longer reject the dark attribute. Fang Yi touches his eye with a confident smile, deciding to test the new technique. He commands the technique to open. Reality shatters into countless purple shards, creating a chaotic dimension. Fang Yi looks around, momentarily alerted. He notices the shards contain images of monsters he has fought before, realizing the illusions are based on his own experiences. He finds this new power very interesting. He reflects that his deadly encounters, which helped him grow stronger, would be a fatal hell for anyone else. Walking along a path split between ice and lava, he considers a new possibility. He thinks combining his new technique with the 3 hellish trials of the Death Brand would be even more terrifying. To test this, Fang Yi summons spirits of blue and fiery orange energy. The conflicting energies swirl violently, creating a vortex. Suddenly, the system reports a massive spiritual power overflow, announcing he is about to break through to the legendary Jinggang realm. Fang Yi stomps his foot, shattering the ground. A confident smile spreads across his face as he welcomes the sudden advancement. A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes. From the blinding light, a gigantic golden armored avatar manifests. Fang Yi leaps into the air and charges straight at it. His attack collides with the avatar in a blinding explosion, shaking the entire dimension. Outside, Jiaolan and Song Yiming feel the energy fluctuation. Jiaolan's eyes widen as she exclaims that Fang Yi is about to break through to the Jinggang realm. The clash erupts in a massive explosion of golden light and blue lightning. After the blast, Fang Yi floats in the air, surrounded by crackling energy. He looks calm but slightly confused, questioning if that was all the trial had. A predatory smile spreads across his face as his red eye glows. He decides it's his turn to fight back. The golden avatar strikes down, but Fang Yi stands his ground, raising a barrier and unleashing his limitless dark world. With a determined shout, he unleashes his divine thunder tempering technique. He channels this immense power and launches a counterattack, sending a massive blast of blue lightning at the golden avatar. The lightning strikes, causing a huge explosion that rips through the dimension. The system confirms the breakthrough is in progress as Fang Yi absorbs a torrent of golden and purple lightning. He has successfully reached the first level of the Jinggang realm. Fang Yi descends from the sky in a golden aura, pleasantly surprised he has broken through to the Jinggang realm here. He gathers massive power in his hand, his eyes glowing red, and with a simple swing, unleashes a devastating force that shatters the surrounding rocks. The impact is so strong Jiaolan and Song Yiming struggle to stand, the sheer force of his spiritual power overwhelming them. The storm from his breakthrough blows debris everywhere, tossing an armored vehicle into the water like a toy. An observer monitoring the situation is shocked as the energy data instantly exceeds the maximum limit, suspecting a major breakthrough. Watching the golden glow on the horizon, the team realizes the sealer has successfully advanced to the Jinggang realm. Jiaolan stands at the edge of a massive crater, noting that the restricted area's spiritual energy has been drained dry. Fang Yi absorbed almost everything, leaving only a tiny fraction. Wang Lan, surprised, comments that Fang Yi is like a bottomless pit, but admits it is better for the sealer to have the energy than for enemies from Country B to steal it. The 3 pioneers land near the center of the phenomenon to meet him. Suddenly, Song Yiming is completely shocked by the presence he feels. From the blinding light, Fang Yi walks toward them, emitting an aura so heavy it feels like a mountain is crashing down on them. Despite the pressure, Wang Lan cheerfully takes a photo with his phone, deciding to use it as a wallpaper to bless his own breakthrough. Song Yiming sweats nervously, wondering how powerful Fang Yi has become. Our guy emerges from the golden light looking calm. He greets the group casually, as if he didn't just cause a massive energy storm. Jiaolan looks at him with deep admiration, thinking if he was once a sharp sword, he has now become a divine sword shining with immense power. The group marvels at the situation, reflecting on how difficult it is for a pioneer to cross the half-step gap to the Jinggang realm, yet Fang Yi grew so powerful in such a short time. Jiaolan smiles, thinking Fang Yi has given her a huge surprise and is a true blessing for the Xia nation. Looking at his back, she envisions a future where he shines brightly, believing he will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with her teacher, Elder Wu, or perhaps even surpass him. Meanwhile, news of the event explodes online. Reports confirm the sealer has broken through again in the Xia nation's western region. Comments flood in as people realize the S-level restricted area was sucked dry by him. Citizens celebrate their country gaining another Jinggang realm expert and praise their hero. In a dark room, however, a hand touches a screen displaying the crater as someone mutters with hatred, cursing the sealer. The gray-haired pioneer leader warns other shadowed figures that if Fang Yi continues to grow, the Xia nation will unite and ruin their plans. He declares it is time for them to make a move. He recalls angrily that the sealer ruined their work in Tai Tai City, allowing it to escape destruction, and vows that this time, none of them will escape. A woman with long nails steps forward, revealing 2 photos of Fang Yi. She explains her followers hacked into the Pioneer mobile database and found these pictures to uncover his true identity. The gray-haired pioneer leader holds the tablet with a wicked grin, telling her he doesn't care what methods they use as long as they succeed. He expresses pleasure at their cooperation, looking forward to revealing the sealer's true face. At 3 a.m. in a city, a massive red beam of light shoots down, striking a high-rise building. On the rooftop, Jiang Lu finishes his cultivation, surrounded by a swirling red fire aura, satisfied with his hard work. He laughs triumphantly, celebrating his advancement to the 2-star spirit creation realm. Feeling confident, Jiang Lu poses for a selfie, eager to check how people online are worshipping the phenomenon he caused. However, his attention is caught by a specific notification. He reads a news report about the sealer breaking through a restricted area and the stir it caused online. Jiang Lu blushes with amazement, realizing Fang Yi has improved yet again. Inspired, he punches the air with determination, thinking that if a genius like the sealer is working so hard, he cannot be satisfied with a small breakthrough. Looking at an image of Fang Yi, he feels strong enough to follow in his footsteps. The next morning, Jiang Lu walks through the streets of Tai City, shouting excitedly that he has finally returned. As he walks, he accidentally bumps into a woman in high heels. Instead of apologizing, he turns around annoyed and aggressively asks her if her mother never taught her to apologize. With deceptive calmness, the woman adjusts her sunglasses and offers a polite apology. But behind the lenses, a complex, glowing purple pattern activates in her eye. A wave of psychic energy washes over Jiang Lu, and before he can react, the hypnotize technique takes effect. His eyes glow with a dull purple light as he falls completely under her control. A sinister smile crosses her lips. She commands the dazed Jiang Lu to follow her, telling him someone is looking for him. Stripped of his will, he mindlessly asks where they are going, but follows her obediently. As she adjusts her hat, she whispers the name of her organization, the Heaven's Choice Cult. She pictures their base, a dark, ominous cathedral she reveres as a holy land. Her expression turns serious. As she leads her captive through a dark alley, cloaked figures leap across the buildings above, escorting them. She reinforces her mission, to infiltrate Tai City, and not to disappoint the leader she calls Father. The woman vows to make Fang Yi's home base their new territory, declaring that the Heaven's Choice cult will soon shine over the entire nation. Jiang Lu wakes up in a dark, terrifying place identified as the Repentance Room of the Heavenly Chosen Church's headquarters in Tai City. He screams in agony as he is tortured, shouting that he doesn't know the person they are asking about. He realizes he can't control his own mouth and remembers being hypnotized, understanding he has been brainwashed. These cruel people are trying to force information out of him about his future master, Fang Yi. He finds strange comfort in the fact that he genuinely knows nothing. In a grand hall, a subordinate reports to a woman dressed as a nun, asking if the prisoner has spoken. The woman prays and explains that although she forced him to speak, he seems too ignorant to be useful. The subordinate worries, questioning if Jiang Lu is even qualified to be bait. He expresses concern that the sealer might not come to save such a person. The woman declares she will increase the torture, determined to complete Father's mission. At the Tai Spirit Association office, Fang Yi and Su Qingying sit across from two strangers. Su Qingying asks if they came to Tai City to ask for help finding Jiang Lu. One of the men, Jiang Lu's friend, explains that Jiang Lu came to the city to find the sealer and become his apprentice, but vanished upon arrival. The red-haired man explains they received a tip that Jiang Lu was taken by a mysterious group known as the Heavenly Chosen Church. Su Qingying and Fang Yi look shocked. Su Qingying recognizes the name as an evil cult supported by pioneer forces. The red-haired man admits his group has no confidence in fighting such a powerful place, which is why they came to ask Fang Yi for help. Su Qingying explains more about the enemy. She describes them as a group that opposes the Spirit Association and specializes in mental attacks. She adds that they operate as an ordinary church to infiltrate the common population, with their main headquarters in Chuanxi City, where they have nearly 1 million believers. She explains that while the local Spirit Association has tried to strike them down, the cult is elusive. Fang Yi becomes alarmed, realizing that if the cult's headquarters is in Chuanxi City, their presence here means they have infiltrated Tai City. Su Qingying urgently says she must notify the association to search the city. A sharp smile appears on Fang Yi's face as he reveals the truth. He notes that the cult sneaked in unnoticed and took the person looking for him. He concludes that the Heavenly Chosen Church is actually coming for him. Fang Yi sits in deep thought. He reasons that since this elusive organization traveled thousands of miles to target him, it would be difficult to find clues if they intentionally stayed hidden. His expression turns serious. He suspects the idea of them infiltrating Tai City is misleading. Su Jingying and the red-haired man look at him in surprise. Fang Yi asks for confirmation that Chuanxi City is currently the place in the Jia Nation with the fewest spiritual anomalies. Su Qingying confirms it, explaining that it is a popular place for the elderly to retire, and many people there don't even realize the world has changed. Fang Yi analyzes the enemy's strategy, theorizing that the cult intends to create scattered weak points in Tai Tai City to slowly take over. He realizes his presence is the biggest obstacle. Suddenly, he stands up and deduces that the missing Jiang Lu has likely been moved to the cult's headquarters in Chuanxi City. Instead of waiting, he decides to take the initiative and orders Jiang Lu's friend to book the earliest tickets to Chuanxi City to confront them directly. The two men eagerly agree to follow Lord Sealer. Fang Yi then tells Su Qingying to inform her superiors and run anti-cult propaganda to keep the city safe while he is gone. She cheerfully agrees. As he prepares to leave, Fang Yi thinks that this cult must be destroyed quickly. He admits he is surprised he didn't know such a powerful group existed there, and suddenly remembers that his aunt is currently retiring in that very city. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Chosen Church headquarters in Chuanxi City, a subordinate approaches the leader, reporting that the Sealer and his companions are flying to the city. The leader, in white religious robes, smiles sinisterly. She is surprised the useless bait worked, and that Fang Yi is coming to her territory. She clenches her fist, crushing the energy within it, and decides they must provide a proper welcome. Summoning a glowing white clock, she looks at it with a wicked grin, wondering if she can turn such a powerful heretic into a tool for her church. She remarks that heretics are stubborn. The subordinate assures the leader that she does not need to worry. The woman agrees with a sinister smile. She turns away, her body erupting with dark purple energy, and declares that there is only one fate for heretics: to have their bodies burned and destroyed. At the Chuanxi airport, which looks surprisingly peaceful, Fang Yi finds it amazing that flights in the Xia nation are still running. As they walk through the terminal, one of his companions explains that flights are becoming rare, and if the Spirit Association hadn't helped them book tickets, they likely wouldn't have made it. Later, in a quiet wooded area, Jiang Lu's friend asks Lord Sealer where they should go next. Fang Yi tells them they don't need to go anywhere, they just need to wait. The two companions look at each other, confused by this unexpected command. Fang Yi holds up a finger, signaling for silence. With a sharp look, he tells the group to listen, having detected the enemy's presence. He announces that their hosts have arrived. A group of cloaked figures emerges from the thin air surrounding them. These enemies float in the air wearing dark hoods, their faces wrapped in bandages and their eyes glowing with a hypnotic purple spiral pattern. Fang Yi immediately warns his companions to be careful. He reminds them that the Heavenly Chosen Church specializes in mental attacks and orders them not to look directly into the enemy's eyes. The red-haired man and Jiang Lu's friend acknowledge the order and take fighting stances. However, while Fang Yi is focused on the minions, a figure appears out of the purple mist behind him. It is the mysterious woman, now floating and draped over his shoulders. She whispers into his ear, teasingly asking why, if he told his friends not to look, he hasn't closed his own eyes. The woman activates her spirit creation realm power. Her eyes glow with intense purple light as she uses a technique called disarming charm. She mocks him, asking if he wanted to keep her beauty to himself, trying to control his mind. But Fang Yi is not affected. A terrifying red light begins to glow in his eye, and he smiles menacingly. He asks her if she really thought he would fall for such a trick. The woman's expression instantly shifts from confident to shocked. A massive, terrifying red eye opens in the spiritual realm behind Fang Yi, overpowering the woman's purple energy. Fang Yi declares that since she was the first one brave enough to get close, she deserves a reward. He remarks that illusion-type pioneers like her are interesting to him. Inside the spiritual realm created by their confrontation, Fang Yi unleashes his mental power, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique. The woman from the Heaven's Chosen cult recoils in terror, shocked that the Sealer could master illusion arts, something their reports never mentioned. Regaining her composure, the woman scoffs, declaring that illusions are her cult's greatest strength. She pulls out a pocket watch that glows with a purple light, calling Fang Yi inferior and confident in the power granted by her father. In her own illusion, she believes she has sliced Fang Yi in half. However, Fang Yi remains unharmed, a smug smile on his face. He calmly challenges her to continue, which leaves the woman stunned. Now, it is Fang Yi's turn. Remarking that such a lively opponent is a perfect test subject, a massive sphere of red energy filled with dark spirits materializes before the woman. She is engulfed by Fang Yi's power, screaming as the illusion feels terribly real and her own abilities fail. Chains emerge from the darkness, crucifying her over an inferno of flames. In desperation, she screams that she is a child chosen by her god, unable to accept being defeated so humiliatingly. She is trapped, surrounded by darkness and hostile red eyes. Her confidence shatters, and her mind begins to fracture under the pressure. The illusion consumes her reality, and she panics, forgetting who she is while shadow monsters loom over her. Fang Yi descends like a judge, his presence overwhelming her. The woman realizes her skills are weak and that if she resists, she will certainly die. With his red eye glowing menacingly, he demands she tell him everything she knows about the Heaven's Chosen cult's ultimate goal. Trembling, the woman reveals the father said they must remove the sealer to complete their grand plan. Fang Yi presses her for more details about the plan and the location of the father and his friend Jiang Lu. Struggling to speak, she stutters that they are at the altar, but suddenly her expression twists in terror. A restriction placed deep within her mind is triggered. Before she can finish, a lethal force strikes her from within, silencing her instantly. Her body collapses lifelessly before Fang Yi. Back in reality, the illusion dissipates. Fang Yi looks at the corpse, realizing she triggered a forbidden restriction from the father. He deduces that followers who try to reveal sensitive information are killed. The forest returns to silence. He walks through the aftermath. His defeated allies lie on the ground. Sensing that he is being watched, Fang Yi calls out to a hidden observer, asking if they silence their own subordinate. The cult's minions leap out, purple energy swirling around clock-like objects. They angrily declare that they will capture Fang Yi to make their cult famous. They surround him, threatening to kill his companions if he does not surrender. Fang Yi scoffs and summons a blade of pure fire. As he prepares to attack, his glowing eye analyzes his opponents. He notes their high power level on paper, but sees their weak foundation means their power is hollow. Disappointed, he grips his flame sword. With a massive, heavenly fire slash, he tears through their defenses, remarking that their actual combat strength is pathetic. The cultists are blown away by the fire, screaming as they fall, completely defeated. Fang Yi stands over one of them, his terrifying glowing red eye fixed on him. The cultist trembles in fear, realizing the overwhelming power gap. A terrified subordinate approaches, holding a strange oval mirror glowing with purple energy. Fang Yi looks at it curiously, sensing a presence as a dark silhouette appears inside. The voice from the mirror addresses the sealer, claiming there has been a misunderstanding. The voice asserts the heavenly chosen cult exists to save humanity, boasting they have solved 3 spiritual anomalies in Chuanxi City. The leader declares that compared to their holy work, the Spirit Association is incompetent. Fang Yi mocks her propaganda, telling her not to believe her own lies. He calmly dismantles their argument, pointing out that Chuanxi City is a secure area with no record of beast disasters, meaning the anomalies they fixed never existed. Fang Yi exposes their scheme, deducing the cult creates fake problems to attract believers and gather wealth for their own cultivation, dismissing their methods as despicable. The woman in the mirror laughs condescendingly. She reveals her true power, transforming a simple pocket watch into a vessel of dark energy. Furious, she declares that Fang Yi misunderstands their noble cause and that pioneers like him, who risk their lives for the Spirit Association, are hopelessly brainwashed. She questions the logic of protecting weak people, calling them a burden that should be left to die so that powerful pioneers can rule. Her face contorts with fanaticism as she screams that they are on a glorious path of evolution. Unmoved, Fang Yi's flaming sword crackles with blue lightning as he rushes forward with blinding speed. The cultist holding the mirror screams in terror while the leader watches in shock. With a cold expression, Fang Yi declares that if she believes the weak deserve to die, she should be the first to go. He swings his blade, a blur of fire and lightning, at the cultist and the mirror. The leader looks on in disbelief as his attack slashes through reality itself, shattering the mirror and severing their connection. She screams, unable to comprehend how he broke their sacred object. The woman flinches as the fire slash narrowly misses her. Shocked, she realizes it was a powerful illusion, not a physical attack. She thinks that she was nearly trapped in Fang Yi's illusion and is fortunate her real body wasn't present. In her mind, the cult leader experienced being decapitated by a giant, red-eyed Fang Yi who had pulled her into his mental realm. Despite the illusion, a real wound, a purple energy crack, appeared on her forehead, a testament to Fang Yi's strange power. Back in the forest, a cultist holds a mirror showing his leader's shocked face. The woman remarks that Fang Yi's methods are interesting. Regaining her composure, she smirks and tells him that he is very strong, asking if they should talk. Fang Yi notices the wound on her forehead isn't blood, but seems contaminated by a dark attribute. He concluded his illusion wasn't strong enough to trap her remotely without her physical body present. He gave her an ultimatum. She and her cult must leave Chuanxi City within 3 days. He knows this is a warning, and if she refuses, there will be a major move after 3 days. As blue electric energy crackles in his hand, he demands they release the person they captured. Knowing the cult won't retreat easily, he decides to play it by ear. The woman smiles and agrees to the deal, stating the Heaven's Chosen cult will withdraw from Chuanxi City. She added that she would return his companion in 3 days as long as she could leave safely. Inside the mirror, 2 cultists throw an unconscious Jiang Lu to the floor of their base. Fang Yi calmly accepts her conditions. With the deal made, the purple portal closes violently. The cult leader bids Fang Yi farewell as dark energy surges. The connection severed, triggering a backlash that engulfed the remaining minions. They screamed for their father to save them, but were consumed by the energy while Fang Yi shielded himself with a barrier of light. In the battle's aftermath, the mental strain is too much for one of the men, who screams in terror. Fang Yi turns his attention to Jiang Lu's friends. To snap him out of it, Fang Yi slaps the man, waking him from his stupor. Fang Yi calmly explains the situation, assuring him that Jiang Lu is not the enemy's main target and will likely be returned in 3 days. He instructs them to follow him to the Chuanxi City Spirit Association to wait. With his hands in his pockets, Fang Yi prepares to leave. As the trio walks away, exhausted and shaken, Fang Yi checks his phone, deciding it is safer to wait until the ordeal is over before contacting his aunt who lives in the city. They arrive at the towering Chuanxi City Spirit Association building. In a conference room, Fang Yi meets with local officials. The branch leader, contacted by Su Qingying, offers their full cooperation. Fang Yi declines direct combat assistance, stating confidently he can handle the father alone. However, he gestures to Jiang Lu's friends, requesting the association look after them since they are independent pioneers. The branch leader happily agrees. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a staff member rushes in, shouting for his boss to look at the Pioneer Forum. The staff member approaches Fang Yi in a panic, desperately apologizing and begging the sealer not to take it to heart, explaining that people are stirring up negative emotions against him online. Fang Yi asks to see the phone. On the screen, he reads a flood of hateful posts claiming the sealer is unworthy of being the pioneer's leader, accusing him of killing innocents and being arrogant. One comment points out a strange detail. All the hate posts are from IP addresses within Chuanxi City. Inside the Spirit Association, the office is chaotic. The local superior is on the phone shouting orders to block all local IP addresses from posting. He realizes with dread that the Heaven's Chosen cult must be cleared out immediately, or they will become a massive disaster. Meanwhile, at the cult's headquarters, the cult leader preaches to her followers in a dark cathedral. She claims to have foreseen a future where the chosen ones are trapped in a cage of fire, twisting the truth by saying the lightning and fire they faced were malicious obstruction by their enemies. Floating above her followers, she paints Fang Yi as a villain, accusing the sealer of murdering their members and declaring they must remove this evil obstacle. The cult's propaganda machine goes into full effect. A giant hologram is projected onto a skyscraper, showing a manipulated video of Fang Yi attacking someone, framing him as a monster. The crowd below cheers for the cult's justice. The propaganda works. A massive protest fills the streets with citizens carrying banners proclaiming the cult as the world's savior and accusing the Spirit Association of feeding the city to demons. The angry mob gathers outside the Spirit Association building, shouting that harming the cult is the same as harming the city. High above, Fang Yi stands by a window, looking down at the brainwashed citizens with a cold expression. Inside the office, the mood is grim. The branch leader sits with his head in his hands, lamenting that the association has lost all public support. He approaches Fang Yi, explaining helplessly that as pioneers, they cannot use force against ordinary civilians. Fang Yi interrupts him, bluntly telling the official not to worry and that he never expected much from them in the first place. Fang Yi realizes the cult is using the people of Chuanxi City as weapons and hostages, but he considers these to be petty tricks. The Heavenly Chosen Church's leader grins from under her hood, taunting the sealer and asking if he likes her gift. She declares that since all citizens are her puppets, he would have to destroy the city to destroy the cult. Deciding to retreat, she orders her subordinates to leave and return the trash they captured, mockingly claiming that her cult is merciful. One of her subordinates throws a body toward the angry crowd below. As it falls, a massive explosion rocks the Spirit Association building, shattering the windows. A blinding golden light erupts, causing the mob to shield their eyes and scream. The church leader looks back in confusion, realizing something unexpected is happening. Fang Yi floats outside the skyscraper, engulfed in a terrifying aura of golden flames. He coldly reminds them that if they did not leave within 3 days, they would face the consequences. The cultists stare up in shock, wondering if he isn't afraid of causing a massacre. The cult leader has miscalculated. As powerful energy surrounds her, she screams in frustration, admitting she should have killed the hostage earlier. She then asks if he truly doesn't care about the lives surrounding them. Fang Yi mocks the cult leader, telling her there is something she doesn't know. He swings his sword down, revealing his technique is designed to counter dark attribute anomalies. The woman is shocked as the massive fire slash strikes her subordinate. Using his speed, Fang Yi vanished and reappeared behind her, catching her off guard. He brought his sword down, forcing her to summon a magical barrier to block the heavy blow. Locked in a stalemate, Fang Yi stares into her eyes with a cold, red glow. He smiles menacingly and asks a chilling question, deducing that she is not actually human. The woman's expression shifts to surprise. A crack opens on her forehead, glowing with purple light, as she admits she is impressed that he figured it out. The crack widens to reveal a large, monstrous purple eye. She stares back, admitting that nothing can escape his sharp vision, fully revealing her non-human nature. The monster admits it has been a long time since it faced a situation like this. The creature in the cult leader's body claws at its face, revealing a monstrous, multi-eyed form beneath the skin. Opposite this sight, Fang Yi stands motionless, his expression calm and fearless. The enemy then erupts into a massive, jagged form of purple shadows. A system notification alerts Fang Yi that dark intelligence has been detected. The system explains it is a self-aware sub-attribute called grafting. The entity has no physical form and survives by stealing and grafting itself onto different pioneers to grow stronger, showing how it possessed the Heavenly Chosen Church leader. A brief flashback shows the destruction of the Heavenly Chosen Church headquarters, where the building collapsed in flames. Back in the present, the giant shadow monster looms over Fang Yi. It tells him that he has a perfect body with powerful spiritual energy and demands that he hand it over. The monster then calls upon its followers, declaring it is time for them to be used. Suddenly, life force is violently ripped from the cultists, shooting from their mouths and eyes as purple beams of energy. The energy swirls toward the monster, forming a massive sphere of dark power. The monster then unleashes this power in a devastating beam at Fang Yi. Fang Yi does not retreat. He swings his sword, which is coated in fiery energy. The blade cuts cleanly through the darkness, slicing the sphere in half and chopping off the monster's massive arm. The creature stares at its severed limb in shock, remarking that the pain is intense. Fang Yi walks toward the injured monster with his flaming sword, saying the damage is not enough and he needs to clean this creature up completely. He realizes this dark intelligence has a hidden trick, disguising itself as a human to build a faction. Fang Yi raises his hand, noting that killing this thing might be harder than the previous Anomaly King. Suddenly, a massive claw of blue electrical energy descends from the sky. Watching from a nearby building, the branch leader and another pioneer are terrified, realizing the dark attribute has gained true intelligence and can graft onto pioneers. They decide they must warn headquarters. The giant lightning hand slams down and firmly grabs the shadow monster. Fang Yi clenches his fist, controlling the energy construct. However, the monster grins menacingly from within the grip. It mocks Fang Yi, shouting that even if he is special, he will become just another vessel for it to inhabit. Suddenly, dark energy engulfs him, and the monster tells him not to worry. It will take good care of his body. A massive sphere of darkness erupts in the city, with a bright golden light shining at its core as maniacal laughter echoes. Inside the storm, Fang Yi smiles, admitting the dark intelligence is quite powerful. As the darkness tries to swallow him, Fang Yi notes its impressive ability to suppress him, even though his yang attribute is its natural counter. Then, Fang Yi's expression turns terrifying as his red eye glows in the shadow. He tells the monster there is something it doesn't know. A massive, red, demonic face of energy appears behind him as Fang Yi declares that he cannot be killed. The monster, sensing this new horror, screams in confusion, asking what he just said. The purple sphere of energy swirls violently as the tables turn. Outside, panic sets in among the group watching. The red-haired man shouts in disbelief, asking if the sealer has really been swallowed. Beside him, Jiang Lu's friend looks on in terror while holding the injured Jiang Lu. The woman remains optimistic, declaring that Fang Yi can survive, though she worries that this dark intelligence is an enemy unlike any they have faced. The branch leader silences the panic, shouting that they have to believe in him. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Lu wakes up groggily, asking what is happening. His first thought is a terrified question of whether his master has lost. However, inside the chaotic purple dimension, Fang Yi is alive and well, walking calmly through the storm. He looks around, realizing he is inside the dark intelligence's body. A system window appears, confirming his plan worked. The death count increases to 1, activating his death brand. Because he allowed himself to be devoured, the system triggers a debuff on the enemy, weakening the Dark Intelligence's abilities by 20%. Fang Yi examines his hand, puzzled. He notes that despite being in a spiritual space, he isn't a spirit body. His glowing red eye then catches sight of something below him. He finds himself surrounded by glowing blue, ghostly figures floating in the darkness. Fang Yi approaches one of them, recognizing the silhouette. He asks if she is the pioneer most recently grafted by the monster, the woman who led the Heavenly Chosen Church. The blue spirit floats silently, her expression sorrowful. Suddenly, the female spirit and the other blue ghosts around her drop to their knees, bowing before Fang Yi. Fang Yi looks down, his red eyes narrowing as he understands what they are trying to communicate. He asks if they are begging him for release and freedom from this monster. Fang Yi concludes the pioneers are long dead. What stands before him are merely their imprisoned soul breaths, trapped by the monster. Fang Yi summons his sword, acknowledging the tragic reality that the trapped souls share a life force with the monster. He realizes that destroying the dark intelligence means destroying them too. He gathers his energy, deciding that burning them with his pure world divine fire is the greatest mercy he can offer. He swings the massive blade with all his might. The fire slash cuts cleanly through the darkness, bisecting the massive shadow entity. As the purification washes over the area, the spirit of the female pioneer fades away with a peaceful expression, finally freed. The dark intelligence screams in agony, but refuses to give up. It morphs into a spiked shadow, yelling that Fang Yi's resistance is useless and threatening to chop off his limbs. However, a system window confirms that contact with such a massive dark attribute has triggered the Hell Evil Scene mark. The system announces the monster's power is being rapidly drained, first weakening by 50%, then quickly jumping to an 80% reduction as the Hell Evil Scene swarms the enemy. The monster is reduced to a chaotic sphere of red eyes, unable to maintain its form. The system announces the weakening has reached a critical 99%, leaving the entity virtually powerless before Fang Yi's glowing gaze. Fang Yi reaches out, coldly commanding the monster to hand over its power. The dark intelligence looks on in pure shock and fear, realizing it is completely defeated. With a final command to break, a massive explosion of light tears through the darkness, shattering the dimension as the monster screams in despair. The dark dimension shatters, causing a massive, fiery explosion over the city. On the ground, the branch leader and Zhang Lu brace against the shockwave, wondering if Fang Yi destroyed the dark intelligence. Zhang Lu stares at the sky, shocked and amazed at the limit of human power Fang Yi is displaying. High above, Fang Yi summons a radiant sun that illuminates the sky, burning away the dark energy. With the evil purged, Fang Yi floats down calmly, his cape billowing. He looks pleased and summons a wisp of dark purple energy to inspect his new power. The system confirms the dark intelligence is destroyed, and Fang Yi's body shows no rejection to the dark attribute, while his illusion and domain techniques are strengthened. Unexpectedly, a large red spirit flower emerges from Fang Yi's clothes, wanting the dark energy. Fang Yi is surprised, noting the plant has evolved enough to communicate. Without hesitation, the red flower aggressively absorbs the dark purple energy from his hand. Resting in his palm, the flower thanks him, and Fang Yi observes that its voice sounds female. Bathed in a warm glow, Fang Yi looks fondly at the spirit flower, realizing it has been growing stronger in the shadows since he reached the Jingong realm, especially after absorbing so much dark spiritual energy. Suddenly, the flower shrinks and hides inside Fang Yi's clothes to sleep. Fang Yi smirks, noting it seems much sleepier, and decides to study it later. The city is now bathed in the bright light of a clear morning. The branch leader, Zhang Lu, the red-haired man, and Zhang Lu's friend gather, smiling in relief. They celebrate that their city is saved, confirming with awe that the sealer annihilated the sentient dark attribute. Smiling brightly, Jiang Lu expresses his satisfaction at witnessing Fang Yi save the city, feeling he has no regrets. Without warning, a sinister purple aura swirls behind Jiang Lu. From the sky, a deadly beam of dark purple energy shoots down toward him. Just before it lands, a powerful blast of golden energy intercepts it, causing a massive explosion that leaves Jiang Lu stunned. Confused and shaken, Jiang Lu asks what just happened. Fang Yi then lands calmly on the street, his hand still wrapped in golden flames, revealing he was the one who blocked the ambush. The branch leader approaches Fang Yi with a huge smile, expressing his gratitude for the rescue. He continues to thank Fang Yi while Jiang Lu stands safely behind him. The concrete on the ground is severely cracked from the interception, showing the power of Fang Yi's attack. Staring at Fang Yi, Jiang Lu's eyes fill with awe, declaring the pioneer his greatest idol. The branch leader warmly shakes Fang Yi's hand to say goodbye, accompanied by Jiang Lu and his friends, all grateful the evil cult is gone. However, Fang Yi maintains a serious expression, warning them that destroying the cult is not enough, and they must remain vigilant. He explains that while their city seems peaceful, its location with abundant natural resources makes a future, large-scale spiritual mutation inevitable. Hearing this, the branch leader is left frozen in shock. He sweats nervously, trying to assure Fang Yi they are always prepared and patrol the restricted areas daily. However, the branch leader, Jiang Lu, and his friend are shocked when Fang Yi reveals a trace of the dark attribute almost grafted onto Jiang Lu's body. Without waiting for them to process this, Fang Yi turns. He calmly walks away, instructing the branch leader to take him to the city's restricted mountain area because he believes the spiritual mutation is approaching. As he walks, Fang Yi checks his phone seriously, deciding to postpone a visit to his aunt to deal with this threat. An official SUV speeds up a dirt road in a lush mountain forest. Inside, the branch leader drives and cheerfully asks Fang Yi if he wants to see pandas or eat hot pot after they finish. Sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, Fang Yi politely declines, stating they need to focus on official business. He silently ponders the relaxed nature of the locals and wonders if the dense spiritual energy could cause pandas to mutate into terrifying beasts. Suddenly, a sharp flash of energy crosses Fang Yi's forehead as his senses activate, his eye glowing red. He looks out the window toward a distant, dark mountain peak, a confident smile spreading across his face as he confirms the location of the anomaly. Without hesitation, Fang Yi throws open the door of the moving SUV and jumps out, startling the branch leader while ordering him to lock down the mountain highway. Fang Yi leaps down the steep cliffside, his red eyes focused as he commands the branch leader not to follow. Left alone, the branch leader parks the car and stands at the cliff's edge, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what Fang Yi detected since he sensed nothing. Plunging into the shadowy forest, Fang Yi descends rapidly. As he falls, his eye glows red, and blue electricity sparks around his hand. He senses immense power nearby, noting the resonance of the lightning aura grows stronger as he nears the peak. With practiced agility, he lands gracefully on a massive tree branch. As he stands, intense blue lightning surges up his arm and wraps around his body. The raw energy crackles loudly down the enormous tree trunk, casting a blue glow throughout the woods. Fang Yi looks up at a terrifying, massive vortex of swirling purple and pink lightning. The system confirms the detection of a massive thunder attribute boundary. Narrowing his eyes, he reaches his glowing hand toward the turbulent sky. Unleashing his divine thunder tempering technique, Fang Yi fires a colossal blast of blue lightning upward. His blue energy violently clashes with the descending purple storm clouds, creating a spectacular explosion. Suddenly, his expression sharpens as he notices a dangerous shift in the atmosphere. The purple storm clouds swirl together intensely. The system issues a critical warning as a gigantic, spear-like bolt of purple energy drops from the sky, identifying it as the legendary Divine Punishment Thunder, an unstoppable force of destruction. Reacting instantly, Fang Yi slams his hand on the tree branch, channeling his blue lightning into the wood to ground himself. Crouching with fierce determination, he shouts a command to draw the devastating heavenly thunder into his own body. The apocalyptic purple lightning strikes down, colliding violently with the massive eruption of blue lightning surging up from the forest where Fang Yi stands to face the impact. The clash between Fang Yi's blue energy and the purple thunder creates a massive, blinding flash of power. The energy erupts into a tall pillar of light, with Fang Yi standing firm against the strong force. Inside the chaotic energy, Fang Yi's system detects a huge amount of thunder power and quickly starts processing it. The absorption works. The system announces Fang Yi has gained a strong new skill to summon thunder to strike enemies and absorb it to break his own limits. Fang Yi thinks about breaking his limits, looking up at the storm calmly. He knows that normally every skill has a strict limit. It takes special conditions and huge spiritual power to break through, which often fails. However, a confident smile crosses his face as he grabs a cluster of purple lightning. He realizes his new skill skips these normal rules. Standing unhurt inside the purple lightning, he notes he can now use the thunder to keep getting stronger. He also knows the thunder is an unstoppable natural force, making it a deadly weapon. He is very happy to get such a strong trump card in this normal mountain. Suddenly, a sharp alert breaks his thoughts. He feels an intense energy coming from the mountain's peak. Knowing the thunder energy no longer rejects him, he wraps himself in purple lightning and flies toward it. He lands in a clearing where pink and purple energy strikes the ground. His system detects a falling entity called a throne. As he approaches the glow, the system explains this is a thunder throne. A throne of pure purple energy appears. The system explains these thrones hold ancient spiritual power and come to the world to find their masters, making Fang Yi curious. Fang Yi walks to the glowing object and reaches out to touch the new thunder throne. As his fingers touch the purple structure, a sudden spark of energy pushes his hand away. A system alert tells him the thunder throne already has a master and rejects him. Surprised, Fang Yi looks closer and finds a small gourd vine growing on the throne. He is amazed that the ancient entity chose a simple plant as its master. Smiling, Fang Yi thinks that in this new era of spiritual energy, all living things, even a simple flower or grass, can get amazing chances and become great. Suddenly, the red spirit flower comes out of Fang Yi's coat, asking him who is calling it. Fang Yi holds the red flower toward the floating gourd. Guessing the vine sensed the flower and started talking to it. The glowing purple gourd moves happily in the air, greeting the red flower. The flower translates the gourd's message to Fang Yi. The vine says hello and wants to be friends, as they are the first beings of its kind it has met. Fang Yi is amused and confused to be called a plant's kind. He realizes the gourd probably likes him because he just absorbed the same thunder energy that powers the throne. The red flower explains the vine cannot leave yet. It ate a lot of energy and needs to sleep deeply to process it. Understanding this, Fang Yi knows the vine found a great chance. He thinks that once it digests the throne's huge power, it will evolve wildly, just like his spirit flower. With a friendly smile, Fang Yi reaches his hand out to the glowing vine, offering a handshake to the new master of the Thunder Throne. Fang Yi accepts he was too late to claim the throne, but he won't steal it. Building a friendship with it is much better, since fighting a master would cost too much. Watching the vine playfully touch his flower, Fang Yi notes it is gentle and friendly despite having strong thunder powers. He is glad it wanted to talk, ensuring it won't threaten humanity. However, he gets serious, realizing this throne isn't the only one. Thinking of other thrones waking up globally, getting one is his top goal. He also sees a danger. If a throne can pick a plant, it could easily pick a bad monster. Imagining a lightning monster attacking a city, Fang Yi knows that if evil beings get these chances, humanity's survival will be much harder. Standing up, he decides to report these thrones to the Spirit Association and military so they can watch them. He also wonders if one person can claim multiple thrones. Suddenly, the red flower interrupts him, passing a message from the vine telling him to go west. Fang Yi looks down surprised. The flower explains the Thunder Throne sensed a wood throne falling in the west. A confident smile crosses his face as he prepares to hunt the new throne. Before he can fly away, the green vine gently wraps around his ankle, stopping him. Fang Yi looks down confused. The red flower says the vine wants him to wait and practice his new thunder skill here. The vine explains the area is full of pure thunder energy, which will give him great benefits if he trains now. Touched, Fang Yi smiles and agrees, deciding it would be rude to refuse his new friend's nice offer. He sits to meditate, floating slightly above the ground wrapped in purple lightning. As he trains, he is thankful the vine treats him as a true friend, sharing its huge spiritual wealth. Fang Yi fully starts his new skill, the Thunder Divine Limit, causing a big storm of purple lightning to spin around him. Wanting to test his limits, he shoots a big blast of thunder energy into the dark sky, wanting to see how much this power can raise his strength. The purple lightning crackles and expands wildly. Inside the chaotic storm, Fang Yi's eyes glow as he also starts his golden sun breathing technique. Triggered by his energy, a giant pillar of golden thunder crashes from the clouds, covering the forest in a huge explosion of light. Sweating under the heavy pressure, Fang Yi is amazed by the thunder's scary force. He feels the lightning flooding his bones, being quickly absorbed and refined by his golden aura. To his surprise, the two strong energies do not fight. Instead, they mix perfectly, making his body hot as his soul feels like it enters a whole new level. Suddenly, a change catches his eye, making him look up in total surprise. High above him in the dawn light, a huge blue image of a meditating god appears in the sky. The system says his golden sun breathing technique broke its limits and evolved completely. Fang Yi stares at his hand, looking at the glowing golden energy wrapping him after his skill evolved. The system calls the new skill the Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven technique. It explains Fang Yi acts like a sun now, giving him much better ability to absorb and process the spiritual energy of the world. As he uses the skill, the thick spiritual energy condenses, falling on the forest like golden rain. Floating high with his arms out, Fang Yi enjoys the amazing feeling. He feels pure spiritual power from the mountains and forests coming to him, washing over his body like rain. Suddenly he looks shocked as he feels an unexpected internal change. Glowing under a giant fiery golden image of himself, he realizes the massive energy has pushed him to the start of the 2-star Jinggang realm. The system confirms this. It says his extreme yang attribute and the new void thunder are mixing to clean his veins, starting his breakthrough to the 2-star Jinggang realm. A confident smile spreads on Fang Yi's face, his eyes burning with golden energy as he marvels at his fast power growth. Engulfed in a vortex of golden lightning, Fang Yi absorbs its intense energy. His eyes begin to glow with a brilliant yellow light as raw power surges through him. A towering golden silhouette of himself manifests behind him, signaling his successful breakthrough to the 2-star Jinggang realm. He lands gracefully in a sun-drenched golden forest, marveling at his new realm. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yi reflects on a pioneer's cultivation, noting that while they absorb natural spiritual energy, not all of it can be used immediately. He visualizes the complex circulation required to refine energy. Understanding that superior cultivation techniques are necessary for a higher conversion rate, he realizes that despite the abundance of spiritual energy, the current pinnacle of human power remains at the 3-star Jinggang realm because of this difficult refinement process. He considers it remarkable that he broke through to the 2-star realm so quickly, his thoughts then shifting to the imposing dark throne he discovered. With a serious gaze, he concludes the era of accelerated spiritual recovery has arrived much earlier than humanity anticipated. His contemplation is interrupted when he looks down, noticing his sentient red spirit flower trying to get his attention. The flower translates a message from the sentient gourd vine, conveying its congratulations. The vine explains that the throne also needs to begin its own cultivation due to his breakthrough and suggests he leave soon because it is afraid of other humans. Fang Yi agrees, acknowledging his breakthrough caused a significant disturbance. He knows he must report the throne to the Spirit Association and the military, but worries the harmless gourd vine might become a target for greedy individuals. He understands that a throne's immense power will inevitably spark fierce conflicts and competition among pioneers. However, his expression hardens as he questions the arrogant assumption that such powerful entities must belong to mankind. Looking back at the glowing vine and his spirit flower, Fang Yi reassures his new friend he won't allow humans to plunder its throne. Acknowledging the vine cannot leave its location yet, they prepare to part ways. With a casual two-finger salute, Fang Yi bids farewell to his new ally, addressing the vine as the Lord of Thunder. At the Star God Combat Zone, a heavily fortified military outpost is built directly into a steep cliffside. Inside, Elder Wu mentions that headquarters detected 2 massive spiritual energy fluctuations in Chuanxi City, both comparable to the 3-star Jingang realm. He then asks what report they received from the Sealer. Jiaolan details the report, revealing Fang Yi has broken through to the 2-star Jingang realm. She also relays his warning about an S-class spiritual energy phenomenon called a throne, noting Fang Yi has officially requested the military to investigate. Elder Wu listens in stoic silence. Noticing his lack of reaction, Jiaolan asks if he isn't surprised by the escalation. Elder Wu replies evenly, explaining the accelerated resurgence of spiritual energy is a known reality. He states the appearance of high-tier opportunities like the throne was a scenario their nation had anticipated. Jiaolan notes that Elder Wu has been at the half-step Jingang realm for a long time and asks if he's on the verge of advancing. Elder Wu confirms this, observing many pioneers are experiencing breakthroughs as abnormal activities peak. He admits he can finally feel the signs of his own advancement. Jiaolan is surprised by his confirmation. Looking over the base, Elder Wu solemnly reflects that during these volatile times the accompanying opportunities and dangers will be massive. He reminds Jiaolan that above being pioneers, they are soldiers whose duty is to brave these dangers and secure safety for the nation, even if it costs their lives. Envisioning a united front of the nation's strongest pioneers, including Fang Yi and Su Qingying, Elder Wu declares their country must seize this momentous opportunity, and that even a veteran like himself will ride this new wave of power. Clenching his fist, he states their objective. They must ensure the Sealer secures a throne, and that their other loyal pioneers claim as many as possible. Exuding authority, Elder Wu issues a command to fully coordinate with Fang Yi and the Spirit Association, urging total unity. He asserts that any independent pioneers or rogue factions with selfish ambitions will be forced to stand down under the combined pressure of the military and the association. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuru stands before a monitor displaying the Purple Throne. She announces to the command center they have the Sealer's intelligence and are launching a nationwide investigation to find potential thrones and track abnormal energy fluctuations. Her expression serious, Guyuru orders the mobilization of all city team captains. Internally, she worries about the terrifying speed of the escalating crisis, questioning if humanity can survive this turning point. At the Taishi Spirit Association, the local superior receives a shocking phone call, reacting in disbelief that Fang Yi has already broken through to the 2-star Jingang realm. Sweating, he assures the caller the Taishi branch will fully manage its jurisdiction so Fang Yi can operate in Chuanxi without distractions. The superior lowers the phone and turns to Su Qingying, confirming Fang Yi's advancement. Su Qingying smiles proudly, noting Fang Yi is now the 2nd strongest pioneer in the nation, behind only Elder Wu. She adds that their city of Taishi is benefiting from his reputation. However, she rubs her head with a slightly embarrassed expression. She admits she had been overly arrogant about her recent advancement to the half-step Jingang realm, failing to anticipate the massive, worldwide spiritual energy surge Fang Yi had triggered. The superior's expression turns grave. He fears that if Taishi faces another catastrophic spiritual anomaly, potentially worse than the last, they might not survive. He vows they must protect their city to avoid becoming a burden to Fang Yi. 10 hours later, an emergency meeting is convened at the Chuanxi Spirit Association, gathering all pioneer captains from surrounding cities. Gu Yuro stands at the head of the conference table before a projection of the throne. She reports that, following Fang Yi's intelligence, headquarters detected over 20 similar spiritual energy anomalies globally, but they cannot confirm if all are thrones. A map of their nation appears on screen, showing 7 confirmed locations with similar energy signatures within their borders. Song Yiming, the captain of Fengshi who recently reached the 1st-level Jingang realm, rests his boots on the conference table. He grins and points out the problem. There are only 7 potential thrones, but far more captains in the room. Song Yiming questions how the association plans to distribute these coveted limited resources. Wang Lan, the captain of Haishi who recently reached the half-step Jingang realm, calmly prepares tea. Unfazed by the tension, he reprimands Song Yiming, asking him to take his feet off the table during a meeting. Infuriated by the disrespect from someone at a lower realm, Song Yiming glares fiercely at Wang Lan, challenging his authority to speak. Song Yiming releases a surge of wind energy across the table, trying to intimidate Wang Lan while mocking him for wanting a throne. Wang Lan doesn't flinch. He channels a spark of lightning energy to stabilize his teacup against the gale. He calmly retorts that every person in the room desires a throne, making Song Yiming's intimidation pointless. The other captains watch the confrontation silently. As tension escalates, Chen Ruo, the captain of Yueshi, sits in silence, coldly observing the conflict. Song Yiming leans in with a malicious grin, continuing to provoke Wang Lan. He mocks the Haishi captain, questioning how someone with his attributes could hope to claim a throne, and insults his city for appointing him as leader. Having lost his patience with the disrespect, Wang Lan manifests a vortex of water and spiritual energy in his hand, preparing to retaliate. Before violence can erupt, Gu Yuro slams her hands on the table, furiously ordering both captains to sit down and forbidding any fighting during the conference. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura crashes down on the room. Gu Yuru, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming instantly freeze, their faces showing shock at the sudden, oppressive pressure. Song Yiming is violently slammed into his chair, pinned down by heavy, phantom-like hands of dark purple energy. He is left terrified and gasping at the sheer, intimidating force of the attacker. Sweating profusely, Song Yiming frantically wonders if Elder Wu from the Star God Combat Zone has arrived to intervene. Fang Yi, crackling with golden energy, steps through the doorway. Sensing the terrifying scale of power, the captains realize it feels akin to the peak of the 3-star Jinggang realm. Song Yiming trembles, confused as he realizes this suffocating presence does not belong to the Elder. Fang Yi steps into the room with a polite smile, greeting the gathered captains. He apologizes for being late as he approaches the table. Gu Yuro formally acknowledges him, announcing the arrival of the sealer. Song Yiming cowers in his seat, nervously glancing at Fang Yi. He wonders why every instinct is screaming at him to back down, finally realizing this unassuming young man is the legendary pioneer everyone has been talking about. Fang Yi's polite demeanor vanishes. He glares at Song Yiming and demands to know what was happening right before he walked in. Terrified by Fang Yi's presence, Song Yiming nervously stammers that nothing is wrong and they were just having a discussion. Fang Yi silently stares him down with piercing red eyes. Pinned by the purple energy claw, Song Yiming is in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his first-level Jinggang realm power is paralyzed. Easing the pressure, Fang Yi sits at the conference table. He greets Wang Lan and Chen Ruo, noting it's been a long time. Wang Lan respectfully welcomes Lord Sealer, explaining they were just discussing the new throne. Leaning back, Fang Yi states he came to share his intelligence. As a Spirit Association member, he confirms the Chuanxi Mountain Anomaly is a Thunder Attribute throne with world-altering power. He reveals a crucial detail. The Thunder Throne's master is a sentient gourd vine. This sparks outrage among the pioneer captains, who argue that leaving such divine power to a plant is a waste and a capable human should take it. Song Yiming eagerly agrees, slamming his hands on the table. He insists they must forcibly take the throne, arguing their nation would be a laughingstock if a plant controlled it. Fang Yi's expression hardens as he coldly declares he won't allow it. Fang Yi addresses the room, explaining he came to make his stance perfectly clear. He warns that if anyone tries to snatch the Thunder Throne, he, the Sealer, will personally take it back. The serious threat leaves everyone in the room frozen in a stunned, sweating silence. A bandaged arm shoots into the air. Chenro breaks the tension, raising her hand to agree with Fang Yi's decision. Gu Yuru agrees, warning the captains not to underestimate plants favored by spiritual energy. She reveals that before the meeting, the throne's mountain territory had already become a deadly purgatory of raging lightning. Wang Lan also raises his hand in agreement with Fang Yi. Conceding defeat, a disgruntled Song Yiming suggests they find new, unclaimed thrones instead. Gu Yuru sighs in relief, acknowledging how helpful Fang Yi's intimidating presence is for keeping order. She reflects on how difficult it has become for the Spirit Association to manage these powerful, top-tier pioneers. Gu Yuru turns to a map to distribute search zones, assigning captains to 4 regions based on energy fluctuations. She clarifies the association won't interfere in competition, but hiding discovered thrones is forbidden. A panicked staff member bursts in, interrupting to report that the Lord of Thunder has already evolved. The frantic staffer explains their drones can't get near the mountain, and the entity's power readings are climbing beyond expectations. He announces the plant's power equals the 3-star Jinggang realm. This news terrifies the captains, who realize the entity could dominate the nation. Unlike the panicked room, Fang Yi is calm. He reasons such rapid growth isn't surprising given the throne's immense ancient power. Seeing a forecast for severe thunderstorms, Fang Yi decides to visit the mountain to check on his plant friend's advancement. Gu Yuro adjourns the meeting. The captains look determined as she wishes them luck securing their own thrones. After the meeting, Gu Yuru calls to Fang Yi as he leaves, relaying a message from headquarters to stay in Chuanxi City. Fang Yi pauses. Gu Yuru explains they fear rogue pioneers might attack the Thunder Throne and mentions the Dark Intelligence incident seems to be over. Fang Yi narrows his eyes, asking if the association suspects the shadow monster survived. Adjusting her glasses, Gu Yuru confirms his suspicion, explaining both are products of the world's rapid spiritual recovery. While they can monitor the throne's ancient power, they fear remnants of dark intelligence are hiding. Since Fang Yi weakened and trapped it in Chuanxi, it could still be a catastrophic threat. Glancing at his phone, Fang Yi swipes past his aunt's contact, deciding to postpone his family visit. He agrees with Gu Yuro's caution, acknowledging it's best to be prepared. He confirms he had the same thought and won't leave the city yet. Later, Fang Yi returns to the restricted mountain zone, walking calmly into the territory, unfazed by the violent purple lightning crashing around him. Feeling the intense power, he smiles, taking the storm as a welcome. He decides to use the thunder energy to upgrade his cultivation skills. Approaching the glowing thunder throne, a voice speaks, noting that Fang Yi's cultivation speed has already outpaced its own. The sentient gourd vine, intertwined with the throne, thanks Fang Yi for his help. Surprised, Fang Yi wonders how he helped. He realizes the Lord of Thunder has developed human-like intelligence, which is expected at the peak of cultivation. The vine explains the throne's awareness told it Fang Yi protected them during the meeting. To repay him, it offers its spiritual energy, admitting it worried he wouldn't return. The sentient red spirit flower eagerly pops out of Fang Yi's clothes, wanting a share of the spiritual energy. Golden fire in hand, Fang Yi smiles, admitting he intended to include the spirit plant in their training. Accepting the offer, Fang Yi sits cross-legged to meditate, letting the red spirit flower rest beside him to bathe in the aura. The gourd vine channels its power, sending currents of purple lightning and spiritual energy surging toward them. In the energy vortex, the red spirit flower happily swirls, absorbing the intense power to fuel its growth. Engulfed in lightning and golden aura, Fang Yi focuses, using the environmental pressure to push his red fire blade technique to the next level. With power surging through his glowing eyes, he commands his fiery golden blade to manifest above him. The massive sword descends, radiating blinding heat as it clashes with the storm. A system notification reports a massive influx of thunder power has been detected. As the blade absorbs the violent lightning, the system confirms the red fire blade technique can now break through. Concentrating, Fang Yi refines the chaotic power as the system announces his blade technique is evolving. He meditates, letting pillars of golden fire and blue lightning envelop him as the skill charges to its limit. His eyes snap open, blazing with red light as the system confirms the red fire blade technique has successfully evolved. Gripping his upgraded sword, Fang Yi swings with devastating force. The technique now fuses his fire with the thunder attribute. The swing erupts into a blast of lightning and fire, tearing through and obliterating the ground in a terrifying display of his new strength. Fang Yi's system notifies him that the heavenly thunder has tempered his blade technique, successfully breaking its limits and evolving it into a fused thunder fire attribute. Raising his weapon, the system confirms that the blade's enhancement is finally complete. The raw power of his breakthrough triggers a massive, spectacular eruption of fire and lightning at the mountain peak. Watching from afar, Wang Lan and Chen Ruo recognize the fiery display, wondering just what Fang Yi is up to inside the Thunder Throne's restricted area. Nearby, an agitated Song Yiming suspects Fang Yi went back on his word to steal the throne for himself. However, his subordinate quickly reminds him that Fang Yi actually considers the entity a friend. At the Spirit Association, red alarms blare. Staff members report that the energy concentration in the restricted zone has exceeded observable limits, forcing them to retreat their surveillance drones. The branch leader watches the distant glow with heavy concern, fearing Fang Yi might be locked in a brutal battle with the throne. Back on the mountain, Fang Yi tightly grips his newly evolved, intensely glowing sword. His eyes glowing red, he smiles, extremely satisfied. The physical blade feels as though it has been masterfully reforged by the sheer intensity of the power. The dense ambient energy also causes his sentient red spirit flower to evolve, increasing its intelligence and enhancing its unique attributes. Reveling in the surge of energy, the massive flower playfully intertwines with the glowing structure of the throne amidst the flames. The flower communicates its delight to Fang Yi, who decides it's time for them to hurry and locate the next throne. Suddenly, the sentient gourd vine hovers above him, catching his attention. The vine speaks to Fang Yi, warmly congratulating its friend on achieving such a powerful breakthrough. It then shares a premonition received during its cultivation. A new throne will descend very soon, and its aura shares a deep, opposing yet complementary connection with his spirit flower. Hearing this unique opposition and complement, Fang Yi deduces that the incoming entity must be a wood attribute throne. The glowing gourd vine confirms that the new throne is already descending in the distance. Sending a wave of green spiritual energy toward Fang Yi, the vine offers to share the general location it sensed through their psychic connection. Fang Yi closes his eyes, focusing his mind to silently accept the vine's sensory transmission. A confident smirk appears on his face as he opens his eyes, confirming he has successfully perceived the exact coordinates. The scene shifts to a sprawling neon-lit metropolis at night, which Fang Yi identifies as Yuan City. He notes that Yuan City is an autonomous municipality about a 2-hour drive from Chuanxi City, widely famous for its extreme luxury and extravagance. However, beneath its glamorous surface lies a chaotic and brutal underbelly. The city is known for its ruthless locals and historically boasts the highest crime rate in the nation. Arriving in the downtown district, Fang Yi walks calmly through the bustling, dimly lit streets. He recalls intelligence from the Spirit Association. Their efforts to establish a local branch here have been severely stalled because the city is heavily controlled by entrenched local gangs. Observing the rough armed pioneers loitering under neon signs, Fang Yi reflects that none of the local awakened individuals are willing to join the authorities. Consequently, Yuan City remains a lawless territory without an official Spirit Association branch or an assigned captain to maintain order. Suddenly, Fang Yi's attention is drawn to a sharp shift in the atmosphere. His sentient red spirit flower emerges from his coat, urgently tugging at his sleeve. Fang Yi validates its reaction, noting that they can both sense the new energy emerging from the west. To the west, at the foot of a dark, looming mountain, sits a massive, extravagantly lit private mansion. Inside the estate walls, a lavish nighttime pool party is underway, hosted by the local elite. A sunglasses-clad bodyguard approaches the host, quietly reporting some news. The host raises an eyebrow, intrigued to hear that other pioneers have appeared nearby. The host is Jiang Gensheng, the notorious local kingpin of Yuan City. He laughs arrogantly, throwing his jacket open as he boasts that no one can make waves in his territory. His arrogant laughter is immediately cut short when a blinding eruption of green light flashes from the mountain directly behind his estate. A colossal sphere of pure green energy, the descending wood throne, crashes into the mountain peak, unleashing a devastating shockwave across the area. The sheer force of the impact reaches the mansion, shattering glass and sending debris flying. Jiang Gensheng is left visibly shocked as his guests scream in terror. Recovering from the shock, a furious Jiang Gensheng marches toward the mountain with his bodyguard, aggressively vowing to see who has the guts to run wild on his property. 2 minutes later, Jiang Gensheng and his bodyguard trek up the forested mountain, which is now swirling with dense, residual green spiritual energy. They are intercepted by Fang Yi, who stands calmly in the eerie light, noting that the source of the disturbance lies just ahead. Enraged by the intrusion, the bodyguard violently lunges through the air at Fang Yi, demanding to know who dares trespass on young Master Jiang's private property. As a heavy punch speeds toward his face, Fang Yi scoffs dismissively at the arrogant claim of private territory. Without even taking his other hand out of his pocket, Fang Yi effortlessly catches the bodyguard's fist in midair. He brings the man's momentum to a dead halt, leaving him completely stunned. Glaring with glowing red eyes, Fang Yi coldly educates them that the mountain is national soil belonging to all the people of Yuan City. He firmly declares that from now on, the territory is under the strict jurisdiction of the Yuan City Spirit Association. He then unleashes a powerful blast of fiery energy from his palm, effortlessly blowing the bodyguard away while mocking their absurd claim of private ownership. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Jiang Gensheng aggressively confronts the newly descended wood throne, violently struggling against the dark green vines the sentient entity is using to reject him. Refusing to take no for an answer, the arrogant kingpin yells that the throne must submit to him simply because it landed in his territory. Forcing his way through the thick vines with his aura, Jiang Gensheng stubbornly insists the seat of power belongs to him, threatening to completely destroy the ancient relic if it continues to deny him. Watching the pathetic display from the sidelines, Fang Yi lets out an amused scoff. Startled by the sudden noise, a furious Jiang Gensheng whirls around, demanding to know who is hiding in the shadows. Fang Yi casually walks past the local boss, calmly explaining that high-tier treasures possess awareness and choose their own masters. He bluntly informs Jiang that he completely lacks the qualifications to command the wood attribute. Deeply insulted, Jiang Gensheng fumes in disbelief as Fang Yi calmly approaches the chaotic, swirling green energy of the throne. Unable to contain his wounded pride, Jiang Gensheng violently lunges toward Fang Yi's exposed back, screaming a death threat. Suddenly, the kingpin stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in absolute terror. Without even needing to look back, Fang Yi summons his massive sentient red spirit flower to silently block the attacker. Trembling before the giant imposing spirit plant, Jiang is completely paralyzed with fear. Fang Yi casually notes that the gang boss is somehow even weaker than his own bodyguard. With a condescending smirk, Fang Yi dismisses the notorious kingpin of Yuan City as a complete disappointment. Leaving the terrified boss behind, Fang Yi steps forward to stand alone before the colossal, crackling green structure of the wood throne, preparing to initiate contact. Fang Yi faces the wood throne's swirling green energy. His system announces the ancient relic is matching with a master. The system quickly confirms the match, recognizing Fang Yi's sentient red spirit flower as the wood throne's new master. A massive surge of green energy erupts from the mountain peak. The power forms a tall pillar of bright green light that pierces the night sky, visible even in distant Chuanxi City. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuru and Wang Lan see the huge energy spike. Gu Yuru realizes the wood throne has a new master. She worries that if a pioneer from lawless Yuan City got it, things could get hard to handle. Anxious, she quickly calls Fang Yi. Fang Yi calmly answers, noting Chuanxi City's pioneers must have seen the huge energy wave. He tells Gu Yuru the wood throne has finished choosing its master. Shocked, Gu Yuru asks if Fang Yi claimed the throne. Standing before his giant sentient red spirit flower, Fang Yi explains the new master is his spirit plant, not a human. He says he controls the desolate attribute and treats the flower as his pet. Gu Yuru is left completely stunned and speechless by this news. Fang Yi casually adds he already defeated Yuan City's notorious boss, Jiang Gensheng, who lies unconscious at his feet. He advises the Spirit Association to enter Yuan City immediately, leaving the task of cleaning up Jiang's gang to them. Ending the call, Fang Yi smiles and congratulates his spirit flower. However, he notes it must stay on the mountain to absorb the throne's energy, meaning they must part ways for now. Watching his flower settle on the wood throne, Fang Yi feels like he is dropping a child off at school. The sentient flower asks when it can return to him. Fang Yi smiles and tells it to train hard and enjoy the power. He estimates they will reunite when the flower reaches the Jingang realm. The next day, Fang Yi's cousin, Lin Yiyi, arrives in Chuanxi City after a transfer by the Taishi Spirit Association. Walking the neon-lit streets, she reflects on how news of her cousin's spirit flower claiming the wood throne has spread through the pioneer community. She is also amazed Fang Yi casually revealed his rare desolate attribute to the public. She recalls a recent meeting where the Spirit Association asked her to become Yuan City's new captain. Although officials promised full support, the sudden promotion leaves her hesitant. Letting out a heavy sigh, she tries to clear her mind. Rubbing her temples, she decides to observe the situation first to see if she is ready for the responsibility. Putting work aside, she decides to visit her mother, assuming she enjoys a peaceful life in Chuanxi City. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the streets, startling Lin Yiyi and sending pedestrians into a panic. Chaos erupts as people scream about an earthquake and rush to safe zones. However, sensing a wild surge of spiritual energy, Lin Yiji realizes this is a dangerous spiritual anomaly, not a natural disaster. Red alarms flash at the Chuanxi Spirit Association. Guyuru and her team are confused, wondering how such a large anomaly could form without triggering any early warning systems. A panicked staff member reports a massive spiritual energy spike in the restricted mountain zone. He says the sudden surge caused wild mountain beasts to mutate violently. A scary horde of mutated beasts, including giant armored flyers and huge spiked predators, swarms out of the forest toward the Chuanxi urban district. The monsters invade the streets, destroying buildings as terrified civilians scream for their lives. Caught in the chaos, Lin Yi takes action, narrowly dodging a strike from a huge, multi-eyed beast. While dodging monsters, she tries to call her mother, but the connection fails. As a shadowy beast looms behind her, she realizes her mother is in grave danger. The monster violently charges at her, jaws wide open and eyes glowing. Lin Yi turns back, her eyes widening in shock at the unavoidable attack. Right before the beast reaches her, a blinding flash of purple energy crashes down, slicing the monster in half. Lin Yi instantly recognizes the familiar spiritual power. Fang Yi steps from the dust, calmly noting Chuanxi City has suffered a mutation outbreak. Relieved but frantic, Lin Yi runs to him, begging him to help find her mother since phone lines are down. In the ruined Chuanxi urban district, inside a broken supermarket, a trembling voice calls for a father. Nearby, a man lies motionless under a collapsed shelf as the small voice cries for a mother. A terrified young boy stands alone among the scattered groceries and flickering lights, wondering where his parents went. Overwhelmed by fear, the boy trembles as tears stream down his face. Unable to hold back his terror, he drops to his knees and cries loudly into the empty store. Suddenly, a woman rushes over and covers his mouth. It is Fang Yi's aunt, Lin Yi's mother. She holds him close, whispering that loud crying will attract the roaming beasts. The boy looks at her with large, tearful eyes, trembling and missing his parents. Trying to calm the child, Fang Yi's aunt smiles warmly and pulls out a bright yellow package of a popular snack. The boy's eyes light up. Kneeling beside him, she promises that if he stays quiet and waits for rescuers, he can have the snack as a reward for being brave. The boy smiles and reaches for the treat, distracted from the horror. However, a scary shadow wolf with glowing red eyes silently enters the aisle right behind the aunt. The wolf growls, showing its sharp teeth as its red eyes lock onto its prey. As the beast charges, Fang Yi's aunt senses danger. She scoops the boy into her arms and sprints down the aisle to escape. In her frantic sprint, her foot catches on a discarded bottle in the debris. She crashes heavily to the floor, curling her body around the little boy to protect him. The wolf beast lunges, extending its sharp claws for the kill. Bracing for the worst, she closes her eyes and prepares to sacrifice herself. Right before the claws reach her, a blinding streak of golden energy slices through the dark, cutting the beast in two. Fang Yi arrives just in time, standing protectively in front of his aunt with his flaming sword. Glancing back, Fang Yi calmly asks if they are unharmed. Suddenly, he looks surprised as he notices something familiar. He looks down and sees the terrified boy safe in his aunt's arms, holding the yellow snack packet. The sight of that treat triggers deep nostalgia. He remembers a sad moment from his childhood, crying before a gravestone while his aunt stood by his side. He recalls how she gently stroked his head and offered him that exact snack to soothe his grief. Back in the present, his aunt looks up in disbelief, her eyes widening in relief as she recognizes her nephew. Fang Yi softens and asks his aunt about the child she just risked her life to protect. Smiling despite her near-death experience, she explains the boy was separated from his parents in the supermarket chaos and she couldn't leave him to the monsters. The touching moment is interrupted when a familiar voice calls for her mother. The aunt turns in surprise as Lin Yi bursts into the ruined supermarket. In tears, Lin Yi throws herself into her mother's arms, saying she was terrified for her life. Smiling gently, her mother strokes Lin Yi's hair, comforting her and assuring her she is safe. Fang Yi silently watches the emotional reunion between his cousin and aunt with a soft smile. His attention is drawn down when he feels a small hand tugging at his sleeve. He looks down in mild surprise. The little boy looks up with hopeful eyes, calling him a superhero. Holding out his yellow snack, the boy bravely offers it as a reward, asking if the hero can take him home. Touched, Fang Yi kneels down with a warm smile. He takes the snack and tells the boy to make a wish on it, promising it will help him reunite with his family. Suddenly, an alert triggers in Fang Yi's mind. His warm expression hardens into a deadly glare as he senses a massive spiritual presence approaching. Shouting for everyone to get back, Fang Yi grabs the little boy and leaps to safety just as a giant claw smashes the building, dropping heavy debris. The ceiling caves in, exposing the ruined store to the night air. Glaring up into the dust with glowing red eyes, Fang Yi senses the overwhelming aura of the new enemy. As the smoke clears, a towering, muscled monster with a wild mane, glowing red eyes, and giant prayer beads looms over them. Fang Yi grimly notes this isn't a normal monster. It is the Beast King leading the mutated horde. Fang Yi unleashes a massive surge of golden energy, creating a barrier to protect his aunt, cousin, and the little boy from the danger. Since he has the highest spiritual energy, he knows he is the anomaly's primary target. This buys the others time and reduces their danger. He tells Lin Yi to take the other two and flee, as he can't fight at full potential while protecting them. Lin Yi quickly agrees. As they prepare to flee, the colossal Beast King looms over Fang Yi and lets out a deafening roar. Fang Yi observes the monster and notes it has both thunder and wood attributes. He finds this too coincidental as it matches the attributes of the two recently descended thrones. The Beast King attacks, smashing its massive fists into the ground. Fang Yi swiftly leaps back to evade the blow. As he readies his glowing golden sword, Fang Yi sees the beast's surging aura and realizes it has been contaminated by the dark attribute. Fang Yi's fiery slash lands, leaving a glowing wound near the monster's red eye. Undeterred, the massive Beast King gathers momentum for another strike. The monster lunges at Fang Yi with its jaws open. Fang Yi calmly leaps back. Mid-air, he swings his flaming sword with immense force. The powerful strike forces the giant beast to stagger back, creating distance between them. Leading the retreat, Lin Yi projects a protective green energy shield as she runs. Her mother follows close behind, carrying the little boy. Their escape is halted when a second massive, shadowy beast with glowing blue eyes suddenly appears in their path. Lin Yi freezes in horror, realizing they are facing not one, but two Beast Kings. The second Beast King, radiating a terrifying aura with glowing blue eyes, towers over them. Lin Yi holds up her green energy shield to protect her mother and the terrified boy. Knowing she must act, Lin Yi reassures her mother as she channels her power. To protect her family, Lin Yi leaps away from the civilians toward the towering monster, drawing its deadly focus away from them. In response, the Beast King opens its massive jaws, charging a dense, swirling sphere of green wood attribute energy. The monster unleashes a devastating energy beam. Lin Yi meets it head-on, her green aura clashing against the beast's overwhelming breath attack. Pushed to her limits, Lin Yi struggles against the beam's crushing force. Terrified and strained, she refuses to yield as her mother and the boy cower behind her. She quickly assesses the situation, realizing that since both she and the monster use wood attribute energy, she has no elemental advantage. She knows if her shield shatters, her mother and the child will instantly perish. Making a desperate choice, Lin Yi decides to sacrifice herself. She offers her spiritually rich body to the beast, reasoning it would gain no power from ordinary humans, hoping to trade her life for theirs. Inside the chaotic Chuanxi City Spirit Association control room, staff monitor the escalating situation on holographic tables. They are horrified to confirm that an S-class disaster has been born. The tactical map shows two massive Anomaly King signals inside the city. The monitors show hostile energy spiking rapidly as local pioneers risk their lives to cover the civilian evacuation. In the burning city streets, cloaked pioneers fight the invasion from the air. A frantic field pioneer reports that endless hordes of mutated beasts are pouring from the restricted mountain zone, threatening to annihilate Chuanxi City. Desperate, the pioneer begs headquarters for immediate reinforcements and a disaster-level upgrade. Amidst the panic, he remembers a warning from the Sealer. He looks toward the distant mountains, where a colossal pillar of purple lightning pierces the storm clouds. He realizes the massive energy surge is from the exact territory where the Thunder Throne descended. Elsewhere, Fang Yi easily overpowers another beast, pinning it by its massive snout. He interrogates the creature, asking if it fled from the restricted mountain, and recognizes the sentient gourd vine. Before he gets an answer, a vortex of crackling purple lightning swirls in the sky. Fang Yi looks up, suspecting his plant friend, the new master of the Thunder Throne, accidentally triggered the beast stampede. He reflects on the situation, realizing if claiming a throne causes such devastation, other pioneers face extreme danger. This contradicts his system's information that classified thrones as beneficial, making him wonder what the hidden problem is. The second Beast King raises its massive claw, preparing a lethal strike against Lin Yi. Lin Yi fiercely reinforces her green energy barrier, blocking the crushing blow. She refuses to let the monster consume her without a fight. She glances back, relieved to see her mother shielding the boy against the rocky debris behind her protective barrier. As the frustrated monster roars, Lin Yi stands her ground, her green aura flaring to match the beast's intensity. Channeling all her remaining power, her eyes glowing brightly, she declares the beast will have to get through her dead body to reach her family, committing to a fight to the death. Suddenly, a surge of purple lightning shatters the dark sky, interrupting the desperate battle. A colossal pillar of thunder crashes down from the heavens. Descending slowly from the blinding light is the glowing form of the sentient gourd vine. Nearby, two members of the Spirit Association look up in absolute shock. They recognize the overwhelming energy and realize the Lord of the Thunder Throne has arrived at the battlefield. They stare in awe as the massive, radiant purple vine manifests above the city, dwarfing the area with its majestic power. Fang Yi stares at the sky in silence. Instead of attacking, the ferocious Beast Kings halt. They begin to whimper and shrink back, utterly intimidated by the overwhelming presence. Watching the Beast King tremble before the giant vine, Fang Yi realizes the truth. The beasts were not acting on the throne's orders. They had only absorbed residual energy from it to mutate and are now paralyzed by its true master. Fang Yi concludes that neither the throne nor the sentient gourd vine intentionally caused the beast's stampede. Giant glowing purple gourds hang from the ancient vine's branches, pulsing with immense spiritual power. Suddenly, a gourd opens and unleashes a swirling stream of green energy. The energy whips through the air and wraps around the aggressive Beast Kings. The mystical energy purifies the corrupted monsters, transforming the terrifying Beast Kings into harmless, fluffy creatures. A glowing gourd lowers to Fang Yi. Through their psychic link, the sentient gourd vine apologizes for causing the disaster, explaining it had just completed its breakthrough and wanted to leave the mountain. Dangling the newly transformed, helpless animals in front of Fang Yi, the vine gently asks if it can spare them and take them back to the mountain as pets instead of killing them. Inside the Spirit Association control room, the staff watch the satellite feed in disbelief. They are shocked to see the Lord of Thunder apologizing to the sealer, proving the disaster was accidental. The monitor staff guy sweats, marveling at the throne's power, which let a plant effortlessly purify S-class anomalies. A younger staff member behind him enviously wishes he could also be chosen by a throne. The officials come to a staggering realization. Seeing an entity as powerful as the Lord of Thunder act subserviently to Fang Yi, they conclude the Spirit Association must drastically reevaluate the sealer's true power. At the Chuanqi Spirit Association building, the changing world situation is discussed. Inside, the branch leader tells Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and his aunt that peaceful days are over, but assures them the combat zones and Spirit Association will do their best to keep everyone safe. Fang Yi's aunt looks upset and asks if humanity is truly going to face extinction. The branch leader reassures her things are not so desperate. He highlights Fang Yi's incredible achievements as the Sealer, noting even S-class anomaly kings are terrified of him. He also praises Lin Yi as a core pioneer, mentioning Yuan City wants to recruit her as a captain. Sitting close to her daughter, the aunt says that in such dangerous times, these praises offer little comfort. She explains her only concern is whether the two youths are exhausted or injured, and she dreads the thought of them sacrificing their lives. The branch leader gently tells her not to overthink. Fang Yi changes the subject, asking about Jiang Lu and his group, noting they were missing during the recent beast mutation crisis. Exasperated, the branch leader explains he sent them to the hospital but they left overnight. He mentions Jiang Lu was restless while hospitalized, wanting to continue training because he felt humiliated by his weakness. Suddenly, a panicked man and woman burst into the room, desperately calling for Xiao Hao. The little boy happily recognizes them as his parents. The mother tearfully embraces her son and expresses immense gratitude, recognizing Fang Yi's aunt and the others as their saviors. The father bows deeply to Fang Yi and his aunt, stating that although they are ordinary people, they will immediately help if they ever need anything. The aunt humbly declines, saying it was just the right thing to do. The parents happily leave the building, with the boy riding on his father's shoulders. Watching them go, Fang Yi suggests his aunt move back to Taishi City with him and Lin Yi. Not long after, a plane flies across the sky, carrying Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and their aunt back to Taishi City. Upon arrival, a crowd outside a large, modern villa welcomes the sealer back home with a red banner. Su Gingying is among the crowd, warmly welcoming Fang Yi as he arrives with his family. Inside, the aunt is amazed by the size and luxury of the large living room. Lin Yi playfully covers her mother's eyes to prepare a surprise. Fang Yi asks his aunt to guess what they prepared for her. With a smile, Fang Yi presents a property deed. He reveals they bought this villa for her, ensuring she lives safely near his own home so they can visit easily. As his aunt is shocked by the generous gift, Fang Yi adds they also bought a replacement home in Chuanqi City, ensuring her comfort if Lin Yi accepts her transfer to Yuan City. Deeply moved, the aunt expresses how proud she is of them. However, she notices her daughter's troubled expression and points out that Yi is hiding a heavy burden. Fang Yi notes his cousin is still torn about relocating to Yuan City. Yi Yi admits she is struggling to make a decision on the Spirit Association's promotion offer. Yi Yi explains her hesitation, suspecting Yuan City officials are just using her to connect with Fang Yi's power. She also knows reforming the city's corruption will be a huge task, and she cannot endlessly rely on Fang Yi's help. Her mother encourages her to take the leap, reminding Yi Yi of her spontaneous spirit. She teasingly brings up when Yi Yi used a fake cram school excuse to find Fang Yi. Stunned, Yi Yi realizes her mother saw through her lie. Empowered by her mother's support, Yi Yi smiles and finds her resolve. She agrees it is time to mature and accept the challenge in Yuan City. The heartfelt family moment is interrupted by a ringing smartphone. Fang Yi answers a call from Jiao Lan, asking if the combat zone has any new leads. She informs him Elder Wu discovered a mysterious new territory and invites Fang Yi to join an expedition. In a dark alleyway inside an underground black market, a hopeless group of people hide in the shadows. A purple-haired woman asks a smoking man if it is truly impossible for them to return to Yuan City. The man snaps back, confirming their exile. He recalls the defeat of their boss, Zhang Gensheng, realizing the Zhang family gang has completely lost its territory and power. Suddenly, ominous laughter echoes in the alley. The group turns to see a mysterious cloaked figure stepping toward them. The masked stranger smirks and tells the Zhang family members not to panic. He states their interests align and proposes a sinister deal. At the Star God combat zone, Fang Yi approaches the massive metal gates of the military facility. Suddenly, his sharp senses trigger an alert, prompting him to turn as he detects an ambush. Elder Wu charges at him, delivering a powerful punch. Fang Yi remains calm, effortlessly blocking the heavy strike with one hand, generating a massive shockwave. Unfazed, Fang Yi asks for an explanation. Elder Wu breaks into a laugh, apologizing and explaining his veteran comrades refuse to believe rumors of such a talented youth. Elder Wu turns toward a group of men in advanced combat armor, proudly stating his demonstration should convince them of Fang Yi's unbelievable strength. One of the veterans laughs, pointing out Elder Wu was forced to take a step back from Fang Yi's block. Another veteran jokes that the younger generation has outpaced them and suggests Elder Wu can finally retire. Fang Yi observes the cheerful veterans, realizing with astonishment that every single one of them possesses the immense power of the two-star Jinggang realm. Elder Wu then addresses Fang Yi, asking if he remembers the extreme dark zone they had previously discussed. He explains that far beyond their world, much more dangerous domains have existed for a long time, deeply tied to the global return of spiritual energy. Elder Wu reveals a military secret. The nation's top fighters were absent during recent monster outbreaks because they were deployed to these domains. He declares these domains the true front line, where humanity fought a hidden war before the public knew about spiritual energy. Fang Yi recalls intelligence from Jiaolin, noting these domains act like volatile time rifts. They are filled with chaotic energies and a dark attribute that breeds terrifying monsters. Elder Wu confirms this, warning that these classified domains have become very active recently, with new rifts constantly opening across space. However, the danger comes with a great opportunity. Elder Wu explains venturing into these domains is the only way to establish higher-level cultivation pathways, allowing pioneers to reach the ghost acts and creation stages. Listening intently, Fang Yi understands the government's foresight. He realizes this is why the nation restricted polluted zones long before spiritual energy fully awakened. Looking at the veterans, Fang Yi is struck by the immense burden they carried. Secretly exploring these nightmarish hellscapes and protecting the nation requires unimaginable resilience. He realizes their two-star Jinggang strength is solid, meaning the Star God Combat Zone's military might is far greater than it appears. Elder Wu's expression turns serious as he brings the conversation to their current objective. Elder Wu reveals their target. They will explore the most dangerous domain, a horrifying monster-infested cavern known as the Tomb Cluster. As Fang Yi stands with Elder Wu and the veterans, another person walks out from the shadows of the base. Elder Wu introduces the newcomer to Fang Yi as Zhang Tian, an elder of the Star God Combat Zone. Zhang Tian scoffs, turns his back, and starts walking away. Elder Wu whispers to Fang Yi, explaining that old Zhang is stubborn and has a difficult temper. Despite his bad attitude, Elder Wu notes that Zhang Tian's fighting strength ranks in the top 3 of their group. Elder Wu explains they asked him to join for extra safety because he is very loyal. Fang Yi calmly replies that he respects veterans who serve the country, adding that a weird personality is just part of who they are. Wanting them to get along, Elder Wu calls out to Zhang Tian again. He introduces Fang Yi as the Taishi Spirit Association captain, codenamed the Sealer. He also mentions that Fang Yi recently solved an S-class disaster by himself. Hearing this, Zhang Tian stops and looks back, interested by the mention of an S-class threat. With the team fully gathered, Elder Wu announces it is time to open the portal to the mysterious domain. The team walks toward a giant blue vortex in the sky. This is the Door of the Void, the portal to the mysterious domain. Fang Yi notes that the portal looks simple on the outside, even though it holds huge power. As Elder Wu leads the way, Fang Yi notices a spiritual energy seal on the gateway, meaning the rift was repaired by someone in the past. Touching the spinning blue energy, he realizes the area is highly unstable and reminds himself to stay alert. He is surprised by the thick, powerful energy coming from the vortex. The group is pulled upward into the giant blue tunnel. As they float, Fang Yi wonders if the strange visuals around them are just side effects of the strong energy. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick up on something much deeper. He sees flashes of space and ghost-like whale shapes in the void. Fang Yi realizes their energy feels completely alien, as if from beyond their known universe. Moving past green energy vines, Elder Wu warns the group not to get too close or stare at the shapes, as their raw power could easily destroy them. Fang Yi feels the wild mix of elements and void energy. He knows even a small touch could destroy a person's body and spirit. Since these threats are pure elemental power and not living monsters, his death seal ability is useless here. Looking at the broken reflections of countless worlds trapped in the void, Fang Yi understands the size of the threat. If this giant rift is not kept under control, it will bring a world-ending disaster to their planet. The tunnel finally leads to a dark open space. Elder Wu looks serious as he announces they have reached their destination. They stop in front of a giant dark tear floating in the blue energy. Elder Wu tells the rest of the team to get ready. Glowing with a bright blue light, Elder Wu tells everyone to release their power and stay afloat before crossing into the dangerous domain. Exiting the portal, the team floats into a dark, creepy cave known as the Tomb Cluster. They instantly notice a heavy feeling of death filling the space. Below them, a thick pool of green energy begins to bubble, warning them of an approaching threat. Seeing the danger, Elder Wu orders the team to get ready for battle, saying they must finish the fight fast. Suddenly, a giant pillar of dark green energy shoots up from the bottom of the cave. The energy forms a scary shadow monster with glowing green eyes. The team is shocked by its sudden appearance. Wasting no time, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian rush right at the giant monster. The shadow monster fights back instantly, shooting a deadly beam of dark green energy from its hand. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian use their golden energy to create a shared Jinggang realm defense to hold back the blast. However, the monster's attack is too strong. The beam breaks their defense, sending both men flying backward as they cough up blood. The other veterans watch in shock, horrified to see their strongest fighters beaten so easily. Seeing how bad things are, Fang Yi says the situation is critical and they must attack the beast together. As the veterans catch Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, they realize the giant monster's dark energy weakens a pioneer's spiritual power. A veteran notes the weakening effect is so strong that Elder Wu and Zhang Tian couldn't even use a tenth of their true power. Not bothered, Fang Yi glows with golden light and calls out his sword, saying he will test his own attack. Fang Yi jumps into the air, covering his sword in golden flames to use a powerful dragon slash attack. The flaming sword hits the giant shadow monster, creating a huge explosion of clashing energies. As the smoke clears, Fang Yi is still floating, though his energy has faded a bit. He calmly notes that his power was greatly weakened by the cave's dark energy, or else that single strike would have killed the creature. Watching from below, the veterans are amazed. One points out that Fang Yi nearly destroyed the giant monster by himself, proving his reputation is true. Zhang Tian stares in awe, repeating Fang Yi's codename, the Sealer, with a new level of respect. Elder Wu speaks up, noting that the veterans would be more terrified if they knew the true reason behind that title. Not caring about being weakened, Fang Yi focuses. He releases a wave of dark energy, creating giant shadow claws around his body as he turns on his Twilight Fire domain. With a quick move, Fang Yi commands the shadow claws to grab the green monster. His system confirms the domain opens successfully, and the dark claws start tearing into the beast's wild energy. The system detects the heavy dark energy, but tells Fang Yi his special technique allows him to ignore the weakening effects. As the monster roars in pain, the system marks the beast as a target, draining its strength and cutting its dark power in half. Floating above the weakened beast, Fang Yi's sword lights up again. It spins with a deadly mix of golden fire and dark twilight energy. With cold focus, Fang Yi readies his final strike and gives a single command to kill the beast. Fang Yi unleashes a fire slash at the monster. The powerful attack triggers a blinding explosion of energy upon impact. Fang Yi is resolute, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He unleashes an immense, explosive wave of golden energy that radiates outward from his body. The brilliant golden light aggressively burns away the lingering dark remains of the monster. Watching the spectacle, Zhang Tian stares in absolute shock at the unbelievable display of power. Beside him, Elder Wu analyzes the technique, noting that Fang Yi is employing a powerful yang attribute to actively suppress the surrounding dark energy. Meanwhile, far away at the Yuan City Wood attribute throne, the sentient gourd vine begins to glow intensely with a vibrant green light amidst the mountain crags. The sentient red spirit flower flares up, sensing that its master is in need of assistance. Responding to the call, a massive, concentrated beam of green energy violently erupts from the mountain peak where the sentient gourd vine is rooted. Back at the battle, Fang Yi is wreathed in chaotic, crackling golden energy as he continues his assault. It becomes apparent that despite wielding the power of death and being the master of the throne, the dark giant is proving to be exceptionally resilient and difficult to destroy. Realizing the dark giant is not yet defeated, Elder Wu tells Zhang Tian that Fang Yi needs their help. Zhang Tian agrees gruffly, and the combat zone elders rush forward together. Zhang Tian, Elder Wu, and the two other armored elders quickly channel their respective powers, their hands glowing with different elemental energies. The four elders simultaneously fire powerful multicolored energy beams down towards the battlefield. The combined streams of energy strike Fang Yi's back, infusing him with their power as he pushes his own golden energy to the limit. The resulting combined attack triggers a colossal, blinding explosion of golden light that completely engulfs the area. The violent shockwave from the blast forces Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the others to shield themselves as they are pushed back. As the smoke and chaotic energy clear, the surrounding environment is drastically altered. The elders look down, realizing that the explosion has uncovered the area's true form. A vast, gloomy burial ground filled with countless tombstones is revealed within a deep, newly formed chasm. Fang Yi approaches the group, politely thanking the seniors for their timely assistance, acknowledging that he couldn't have destroyed the dark giant smoothly without them. He admits he underestimated the enemy earlier and asks if anyone was injured in the ensuing blast. Caught off guard by Fang Yi's humility, a flustered Zhang Tian awkwardly apologizes for his earlier hostile attitude and expresses his gratitude to Fang Yi for saving him. Elder Wu smirks at this uncharacteristic behavior, wondering if Zhang Tian has been possessed, since the usually stubborn man actually managed to utter a "thank you." The brief moment of levity is shattered when the ground suddenly ruptures, and skeletal hands radiating an eerie green light burst from the earth. A terrifying horde of reanimated glowing green skeletons crawls out of the freshly exposed graves, advancing toward Fang Yi and the stunned elders. Keeping his composure, Fang Yi asks Elder Wu if he recalls the unnatural disaster mutation that occurred in Moon City. Elder Wu grimly confirms, realizing with horror that they are facing the exact same horrific phenomenon again. Disgusted by the sudden appearance of the undead, Zhang Tian eagerly steps forward. Gathering bright yellow energy in his hands, he declares that he will take the first strike. He rapidly hurls a barrage of explosive energy blasts into the advancing skeletal horde. Unwilling to stand back, Elder Wu and another combat zone elder charge into the fray alongside him. Zhang Tian leaps high into the air, summoning an energy ball crackling with intense yellow electricity, and claims a section of the battlefield for himself. He unleashes the destructive energy straight down upon the skeletons. The combat zone elders engage the undead army head-on, efficiently cutting down the skeletons with powerful energy slashes and piercing beams. Amidst the chaotic battle, Fang Yi's glowing red eye narrows as his attention is drawn away from the immediate threat. Suddenly, the system informs him that it is detecting a strong dark attribute fluctuation nearby and instructs him to touch its source to compile a new technique. Alerting the elders to the powerful dark energy, Fang Yi dashes forward to investigate. Following his lead, Elder Wu spots a massive, imposing structure looming in the murky distance and questions what it could be, while another elder wonders if it's merely an illusion. Elder Wu quickly dismisses the illusion theory, noting that the giant stone tablet is actively emitting dark energy, though he is confused by its sudden appearance. Fang Yi deduces that it must be a physical manifestation of the area's dark power and decides to approach it. Ignoring a warning shout from Zhang Tian, Fang Yi propels himself directly toward the towering monolith. Cloaked in his protective golden aura, Fang Yi flies through the dark mist toward his target. He reaches the immense weathered surface of the stone tablet, which is surrounded by swirling, ominous shadows. As Fang Yi presses his hand against the cold stone, dark red energy immediately reacts and surges around his fingers. The system confirms that a dark attribute technique is automatically compiling. The process completes, rewarding him with the Great Hell Saber method. The system explains that with a single slash, this new technique allows him to summon the undead from the burial grounds to fight on his behalf for 3 minutes, with the summoned creature's power directly scaling with his own strength. Fang Yi reviews his dark attribute techniques. He considers the boundless dark realm, which relies on trapping enemies to weaken them, and the hellish evil scene, a risky move that requires triggering his own death to summon spirits. He notes that his illusion-based eye technique is most effective against highly intelligent foes, making it less useful against the mindless skeletal horde. Manifesting a blade of red energy, Fang Yi senses the immense power of the ancient burial ground, realizing the undead here are far stronger than the ones encountered in Moon City. He concludes that his newly acquired saber technique is incredibly potent, as it not only commands these powerful entities but allows their strength to scale limitlessly with his own. While Fang Yi contemplates his new power, the combat zone elders gather around the massive stone tablet. Astonished to discover it is made of solidified dark energy, they quickly decide to harvest a sample for the research institute. Zhang Tian is particularly enthusiastic, believing that studying this artifact could alter the future. As he channels energy into his hand to strike the stone, Fang Yi notices their actions with growing concern. Zhang Tian delivers a powerful punch to the monolith, while Elder Wu hopes to secure an unprecedented specimen of solid dark energy to advance their research and overcome future dark attribute threats. The moment the strike lands, a violent tremor rocks the cavern, instantly halting their progress. A panicked Elder Wu realizes his grave error, shouting that the stone tablet should not have been disturbed. Deep fissures spread across the massive structure, and huge chunks of the dark stone begin to break away and fall. Realizing the imminent danger, the elders shout to retreat, scrambling to evade the massive plummeting boulders. Amidst the collapsing ruins, Fang Yi senses a sudden, terrifying surge in the surrounding spiritual energy. A chilling realization washes over him as he finally understands the true, catastrophic origin of the Black Sea anomaly. From the shattered remains of the tablet, a colossal, towering tsunami of malevolent red and black energy erupts. The group has unwittingly unleashed an ancient, otherworldly dark tide, possessing a level of destructive power far beyond anything they have ever witnessed. The massive wave of dark red and black energy, the dark tide, erupts from the ruins. Seeing the danger, Zhang Tian shouts the first rule of exploration: retreat immediately upon encountering the dark tide. The dark energy quickly forms into terrifying, shadowy beasts that swarm the area. The combat zone elders begin to fall back, fighting their way through the horde. In the chaos, Elder Wu looks back and cries out for the sealer to wait. Fang Yi stands still, facing the towering wave of destructive energy. As the red energy gets dangerously close, Elder Wu desperately yells at Fang Yi, asking what he is doing and ordering him to come back. Ignoring the warnings, Fang Yi stares into the tide with his glowing red eye. He hears a mysterious voice calling to him from within the dark energy. Curious, Fang Yi reaches his hand toward the swirling red mass, deciding to see what's inside. He prepares to face death as he confronts the otherworldly power. Suddenly, a massive, blinding explosion of red energy engulfs Fang Yi. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian watch in terror, screaming his name as the blast consumes him. Unable to accept the loss, Zhang Tian charges toward the deadly wave to save him, but Elder Wu summons a glowing energy hand to hold him back, yelling that he can't save Fang Yi and rushing in would be a meaningless death. A furious Zhang Tian argues back, declaring Fang Yi is the nation's future. He blames himself and the other elders, insisting he would gladly trade his own life for the young pioneers. In anguish, Elder Wu says Fang Yi is likely gone. He stresses that more casualties will doom the nation's future. Taking responsibility for inviting Fang Yi, Elder Wu orders the remaining elders to retreat and survive. Just as the elders prepare to flee, a massive pillar of golden energy erupts from the dark tide. They look back, stunned, recognizing Fang Yi's signature golden power and hoping he has survived. Meanwhile, inside the abyss, Fang Yi calmly falls through a swirling tunnel of red and gold energy. Unharmed by the blast, he finds it strange that there are no monsters within the dark tide's heart. Drifting deeper into the dark red void, Fang Yi follows his instincts. He senses that if he keeps going, he will find the source of the call, even though the voice is now silent. To get answers, he attempts to communicate with his system to analyze the strange environment. Protected by a golden aura, he descends deeper into the endless abyss. He notes that his strong defenses are completely shielding him, preventing the dark energy from harming him. Suddenly, a strange, disembodied voice echoes through the red emptiness, speaking directly to him. Startled, Fang Yi stops his descent. His system interface glitches from the overwhelming energy before stabilizing. The system notifies him that the ancient power is causing fluctuations, but has successfully detected the source's coordinates just ahead. Following his system's glowing blue prompt, Fang Yi moves through the dark mist. He wonders if the ancient power is another world-altering artifact like the thrones. As he accelerates, the atmospheric pressure grows much heavier, confirming he is closing in on the unknown source. His eyes narrow as he spots his destination. He stops before a massive, swirling black vortex with red lightning, feeling the suffocating pressure it emits. From the vortex's center, a menacing hollow suit of spiked demonic armor emerges, pulsing with an inner red light. Fang Yi analyzes it, realizing every scale of the armor holds immense destructive power. Fang Yi's system flashes a red warning, confirming the mysterious armor is the true source of the catastrophic dark tide. Confident, Fang Yi reaches out to subdue the artifact. However, the armor instantly reacts, its chest cracking open to reveal a jagged mouth of glowing red energy. Fang Yi is forced to retreat as a massive wave of dark power erupts from the armor. He realizes with awe that this relic's energy is far stronger than the thrones he had encountered before. Caught off guard by a sudden attack from the armor, a shocked Fang Yi hastily summons a golden energy barrier to shield himself. As the dark energy grinds against his shield, Fang Yi struggles. He is astonished that the armor's raw killing intent can weaken his protective yang attribute, which should naturally suppress dark energy. Instead of retreating, the resistance fuels Fang Yi's desire to claim the artifact. He unleashes a burst of golden energy to push back and activates his boundless dark realm, enveloping himself in a giant dark purple sphere. Drawing his sword, Fang Yi uses his Great Hell Saber method. The technique instantly summons a legion of menacing, glowing red spectral undead from the abyss to fight for him. Following Fang Yi's command, the shadowy figures dive down, swarming the floating demonic armor in a coordinated attack. Fang Yi watches intently, but his confidence shatters as the armor retaliates. It unleashes a devastating eruption of sharp red energy tendrils, effortlessly destroying the spectral attackers. Seeing his ultimate attack neutralized, Fang Yi acknowledges his target's overwhelming strength. He realizes the armor's dark aura is far superior to his own dark power, completely suppressing his techniques. The demonic armor unleashes a high-speed barrage of red energy slashes, knocking Fang Yi back. Acknowledging the entity's incredible power, Fang Yi refuses to back down, declaring this battle will determine who subdues whom. The entity speaks again, urging Fang Yi to succumb and become like it. As dark energy forms a jagged mask over his face, Fang Yi realizes the armor is trying to corrupt his mind and possess his body. Struggling against the corruption, Fang Yi channels his divine sun swallowing heaven technique to maintain his sanity and stay conscious. Refusing to be taken over, Fang Yi yells that the entity has underestimated him. A massive surge of blue energy erupts from his body. Pushed to his limit, he commands his system to mobilize all his powers and techniques at once. The system blares a critical warning. It notes that while his realm is only 2-star Jingang, his actual capability is immeasurable. However, the system calculates that unleashing all his powers will overwhelm his body, predicting a 99% chance of complete destruction. Despite the fatal warning, Fang Yi glares through the darkness, ready to take the risk. Pushed to his limit, Fang Yi risks everything to subdue the demonic entity. Amidst clashing golden and dark red energies, he commands his system to mobilize all his powers, vowing to emerge victorious or die trying. The system confirms Fang Yi's request. It immediately activates all his learned cultivation methods simultaneously. The strain of channeling conflicting energies is immense. Fang Yi clutches his head in agony as the power threatens to tear his body apart, struggling to maintain his sanity. Overwhelmed, Fang Yi's eyes go blank before a catastrophic red energy explosion erupts from his body. The system registers the fatal overload, triggering a failsafe, the Death Seal technique. A sequence of elemental energies, lightning, a protective aura, and dark chains, revives his lifeless body, confirming his survival. Drifting in the abyss, Fang Yi's eyes snap open, glowing red. The system announces the ancient artifact has been defeated by his combined cultivation methods. It confirms the ancient entity has submitted, recognizing Fang Yi as its new master. The swirling dark energy condenses around Fang Yi, forming a menacing, spiked suit. The system reveals the artifact's true name, the ancient god-demon armor. Floating in the new armor, Fang Yi radiates a dark aura as the system grants him a new ability. Secret technique, Dark Torrent. The technique shares the armor's origin and is instantly mastered. Testing his new strength, Fang Yi clenches his armored fist, generating a massive shockwave of dark energy. Observing the power from his hand, Fang Yi notices familiar traits. As dark energy veins pulse on his face, he realizes with a shock that he may now command the dark tide itself. His new mastery allows him to walk upon the chaotic dark tide. Furthermore, he can command the destructive energy to recede at will. He reflects on how different this power is from his old dark attributes. Before, wielding dark energy constantly drained his stamina and spiritual power. Now, the dark attribute responds like a loyal pet. Swirling the energy in his palm, he confidently declares it will never be a hindrance again. Having lingered long enough, Fang Yi decides to return, casually snapping his fingers to depart the abyss. As he leaves, he wonders how much time has passed, suspecting his absence has thrown the outside world into chaos. At the Xia Nation Spirit Association HQ, the president slams his fists on his desk in a rage. Beside him, Gu Yuru quietly observes. President Ye Xiao angrily reprimands the combat zone elders for taking the sealer on their expedition and failing to bring him back alive. Ye Xiao criticizes them for failing to protect a single junior pioneer, despite their years of cultivation and access to the nation's best resources. Elder Wu lowers his head in shame. The president questions their competence, asking how they can face the nation after relying on the sealer to escape. Outside, Zhaolin listens in, then decides she can't stay silent any longer. She strides into the office, interrupting President Ye Xiao to offer her perspective. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian sit nearby, looking defeated. Zhao Lan believes the sealer was strong enough to escape but willingly stayed behind, having discovered something vital within the abyss. President Ye Xiao listens silently. Zhao Lan fiercely defends the veterans, reminding the president they've fought on the front lines protecting the nation since before the spiritual energy awakening. She recounts their countless battles and buried comrades. While the sealer is a rare genius, she reminds him of the elder's despair when Fang Yi was lost to the void. She insists that if it were possible, Elder Wu and the others would have gladly traded their lives to bring the young pioneer back safely. Unappeased, President Ye Xiao retorts that the sealer is the core of the crucial Captain Plan. He asks if she can guarantee his survival when even their predecessors couldn't escape the dark tide. In frustration, Ye Xiao shouts that Fang Yi's value to the nation is greater than theirs. As Gu Yuru tries to calm him, Zhao Lan challenges his assumption that the dark tide guarantees death. Zhao Lan glares fiercely, questioning his logic. If Fang Yi is truly dead, why is one pioneer more important than the entire surviving Star God combat zone? She bluntly asks if, by doubting Fang Yi and dismissing the combat zone, he believes the Spirit Association alone could protect the Xia Nation without their military might. Realizing she's overstepped, Elder Wu shouts Zhaolan's name, ordering her to stand down. The tension breaks. President Ye Xiao sighs, anger draining from his face. He admits he spoke out of frustration and concedes that Zhaolan is right. Exhausted, Ye Xiao asks how to handle the crisis. He fears that news of the sealer's disappearance would incite nationwide panic and embolden their enemies. To prevent nationwide chaos, they agree to lock down the news of Fang Yi's disappearance, classifying it under the highest level of security. 1 week later, at the Fang family villa, Lin Yiyi is anxious. Her cousin, Fang Yi, has not returned from the mysterious domain. Hearing the door, she hopefully calls for her cousin, but it's only her mother. Her mother notes Fang Yi's long absence and suggests Lin Yiyi call him. Lin Yi explains this time is different. The place he went is too dangerous and lacks a signal. Her mother agrees that it's still unusual for him to be out of contact for so long. Her mother asks about her assignment as Yuan City's new captain. Lin Yiyi explains she was waiting for Fang Yi to return for a trial run, but with him gone, the association has gone silent. Her concern deepens. This silence is unprecedented. He always returned quickly before. Captain Su knew nothing, and Jiaolan has ignored her messages. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Yi tells her surprised mother she's heading out. Running frantically through the rain, Lin Yi's mind races. If something has happened to her cousin, she fears the entire Xia nation will be thrown into chaos and the captain plan will crumble. She tries to reassure herself that with his strength, he must be fine, especially since everything still seems peaceful. Her thoughts are violently interrupted as massive, erratic bolts of purple lightning crackle across the stormy sky above the city's skyscrapers. Lin Yi freezes in shock. Panicked pedestrians scatter as a glowing meteor crashes toward the city. Shielding herself from the blinding impact, she recognizes the energy signature. Another ancient throne has descended. A colossal pillar of blue energy illuminates the skyline. From a nearby vantage point, several unnamed captains observe the impact from afar. The artifact's descent attracts the city's darker elements. In the shadows, sinister figures with glowing red eyes grin, anticipating the violent struggle for power over the new throne. Drifting through the chaotic blue void, Fang Yi leaped across floating debris while enveloped in a new dark red aura. He felt like he was trapped in an endless maze, frustrated that he couldn't find the coordinates to return to reality. He glanced at his shadow, which was actually the subdued ancient god-demon armor, and asked if it was also struggling to find an exit. The system remained completely unresponsive, showing no signal just like before. Fang Yi wondered if trying to bring the ancient armor out of this mysterious domain had triggered some kind of butterfly effect, or if an unseen force was actively trapping them here. Suddenly, his dark aura reacted. When Fang Yi questioned it, the shadowy figure shook its head to show it wasn't to blame. He then asked why the entity could no longer speak, especially since it had used a human voice to lure him into the dark tide earlier. The shadow just trembled nervously, seemingly unable to give him an answer. With a sigh, Fang Yi dropped the subject, deciding their main priority had to be finding a way out. Just then, his glowing red eye narrowed as he finally sensed a faint connection to the outside. Back in the real world, a massive beam of blue energy tore through the stormy sky and struck Taishi City as a mysterious new throne descended. As pedestrians fled through the heavy rain, Lin Yi sprinted toward the impact zone. She knew that a throne appearing while her cousin was missing would plunge the city into chaos, so she bravely decided to investigate the situation herself. Running through the wet streets, her sharp instincts warned her of an ambush. A sinister man with a knife stepped into her path and grinned, confidently calling her Miss Lin. Startled, she took a defensive stance and demanded to know who he was. More armed thugs stepped out of the downpour, quickly blocking her escape. Lin Yi mocked them, calling them foolish for recklessly wandering into Taishi City during such a chaotic event. She demanded to know what they wanted. Without waiting for an answer, she unleashed a powerful shockwave of green spiritual energy, violently pushing back the attackers who were trying to close in. Moving smoothly, she turned her energy into thick vines that tightly wrapped around one of the older thugs. She followed up with a fierce kick to his chest, demanding answers from the stunned man. The man crashed hard onto the wet pavement. Seeing their first attack fail, another thug blew a sharp whistle to call for immediate backup. In an instant, the area swarmed with even more enemies. Thugs with various weapons appeared from the shadows, side streets, and rooftops, completely surrounding her. The leader of the ambush, a man wearing a red bandana, arrogantly pointed his massive sword at her. He scoffed, claiming she was just a little girl riding on the fame of the sealer, and ordered his men to attack her all at once. With green energy glowing in her eyes, Lin Yi glared back and asked if they were underestimating her. She declared this was the perfect chance to test her recent multi-target combat training. Pushing her power, she sent out a flurry of sharp, whip-like green vines. They struck and grabbed multiple attackers in midair while she fought in close combat, quickly kicking down anyone who managed to get close. She directed the vines to tighten their grip on the captured enemies. The older thug struggled helplessly and cursed as he realized her unique wood attribute could actively suppress their spiritual energy. Taking total control of the fight, Lin Yi grouped the bound thugs together. With a powerful sweep of her vines, she launched the cluster of enemies through the air and fiercely told them to get lost. Suddenly, a sharp projectile of dark purple energy shot through the rain, aiming right at her. She recognized the threat with alarm. It was a fire ability infused with a corrosive dark attribute. While normal fire couldn't easily burn her strong vines, This dark flame was incredibly dangerous. She tried to dodge, but the dark energy grazed her, slicing into her arm. She gasped as blood spilled from the fresh wound. Seeing her injured, the bandana-wearing leader and the rest of the thugs lunged from all directions to finish her off. Just before their blades hit, Lin Yi summoned a glowing green barrier around herself. The intense burst of energy violently repelled all the attackers, sending them flying backward. She mocked them for being 9 grown men who still couldn't defeat a single student. The leader steadied himself on the wet pavement with an observant gleam in his eye. Seeing that the sealer still hadn't shown up to rescue her from a deadly situation, he confidently concluded that Fang Yi was indeed out of the city. Having achieved his true goal, the leader ordered his men to retreat. The thugs leaped away into the storm, vanishing quickly. Left standing alone, Lin Yi gasped, realizing too late that she had fallen for a trap. Frustrated, she slammed her fist against a nearby wall. Her desperate defense had accidentally confirmed her cousin's absence to their hidden enemies. Cursing her own foolishness, she knew they would be fully prepared next time, and realized she urgently needed a plan. Her racing thoughts were interrupted as a massive pillar of golden light pierced through the storm clouds, striking the city in the distance. Recognizing what the light meant, her eyes widened with resolve. She pulled out her phone and made an urgent call, asking to speak with Captain Su. Standing guard in the rain at the barricaded zone around the new throne, Su Qingying spoke to Lin Yi over the phone. She asked if Yi had been ambushed. Yi confirmed she had driven them away, but warned it was only temporary, as everyone was really after the throne. Yi solemnly explained that their enemies now firmly believed Taishi City was completely defenseless without the sealer. Realizing the terrifying weight of her words, Su Qingying listened in stunned silence. Looking toward the restricted woods in shock, Su Qingying listened as Yi made a bold declaration. The young pioneer announced she was going to approach the artifact and force it to accept her as its new master. Arriving at the restricted site, Yi firmly stated she had no other choice to protect the city. Su Qingying immediately pulled her into a tight hug in the pouring rain, scolding her for being foolish. She warned that this new artifact had a metal attribute, meaning its energy was 100 times sharper and deadlier than any anomaly they had faced before. She reminded Yi that her wood attribute offered no defense against metal, making this practically a death sentence. Fearing for her friend's life, she tearfully begged Yi not to throw her life away on a suicide mission. Their emotional moment was cut short when a panicked guard rushed up with dire news. He reported that numerous underground groups and neutral factions were rapidly approaching the area, and to make matters worse, even registered pioneers were flooding into Taishi City. In the shadows of the city, a massive horde of rogue pioneers and mutants gathered. Emboldened by rumors of the sealer's death, they dismissed the authority of the military and the Spirit Association. Treating it as a ruthless free-for-all, the greedy mob prepared to storm the restricted zone, blindly believing that whoever claimed the throne would become the new absolute ruler of the Xia nation. A rescue team traverses a swirling portal into the mysterious domain, hunting for the exact spot where Fang Yi vanished. Elder Wu and Ye Xiao emerge into a bright white desert beneath a clear sky. Wu confirms this is where the dark tide swallowed the sealer, though the environment's drastic transformation bewilders him. He wonders how the oppressive dark energy and ancient tombstones vanished without a trace. The sky splits open as a terrifying wave of dark energy erupts, leaving the rescue team awestruck by its overwhelming power. Fang Yi drops from the rift onto the white sand. He is surprised to land here, having merely followed the newly descended throne's energy signature to navigate back to reality. Spotting his glowing golden aura, Wu and Ye Xiao recognize Fang Yi. They are astonished to see him alive and radiating spiritual power that now exponentially surpasses Elder Wu's own strength. Wu senses the young pioneer's overbearing aura, realizing his power far exceeds the 3rd level of the Jinggang realm. Hearing his name, Fang Yi turns, his glowing red eye recognizing the combat zone elders descending toward him. Ye Xiao steps forward to warmly grasp Fang Yi's hand. Introducing himself as the president of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, he declares they have come to bring the sealer home. Fang Yi accepts the greeting but silently ponders the introduction. Having never heard of Ye Xiao, he assumes the man was appointed during his absence. Ye Xiao notes that a newly descending throne might explain the spatial anomalies. Fang Yi explains he was trapped inside the domain, wandering blindly without Earth's coordinates until he stumbled upon them. Driven by a sudden urgency, Fang Yi requests an immediate return to Taishi City. Elder Wu and the veterans eagerly agree, proud to assist the powerful young pioneer. Wasting no time, the group channels their spiritual energy, activating a massive blue portal for their return. As they cross back, dread washes over Fang Yi. He suffers an ominous premonition that his cousin, Lin Yi, is in mortal danger, desperately hoping it is just his imagination. Flying swiftly through the swirling blue void, Elder Wu suppresses his curiosity, silently wondering how Fang Yi survived the catastrophic dark tide and achieved such a massive cultivation breakthrough. Far from the portal, absolute chaos reigns across Taishi City. Heavy rain drenches the smoking, ruined streets as defending pioneers fight desperately against an overwhelming influx of hostile invaders. The Spirit Association's lead official projects a golden shield to block a cloaked rogue's strike. As the attacker mocks their stubborn defense, the official grimly reflects on how bold these underground factions have become, seeking to overthrow order to hoard power. Unleashing a fiery golden shockwave, the lead official blasts the attackers away and orders a counterattack. Amidst the fight, he receives a frantic report. The defensive perimeter surrounding the newly descended throne is breached. Knowing the stakes, the official commands his subordinates to reinforce the throne's frontline squads. Declaring he will hold the position alone, he launches a barrage of golden fire blasts to intercept the leaping assassins. When a subordinate hesitates, the official sternly orders them to obey. Touching his earpiece, his expression hardens with renewed hope as he reveals crucial news. Surviving this wave of attacks guarantees their victory. Across the rain-soaked streets, two defending pioneers struggle against enemy forces as Wang Lan and Song Yiming approach through the downpour. The defenders hopefully ask if headquarters finally sent reinforcements. Song Yiming reveals that every pioneer covets Taishi City's vulnerable resources. Wang Lan smiles, claiming they have come to repay a favor. Song Yiming unleashes a fiery punch, engulfing the attackers in a devastating explosion. They laugh at their weakness, questioning why they fight so hard for a presumed dead sealer. Song Yiming declares that such a weak, disorganized group has no right to covet the newly descended throne's immense power. As opposing pioneers arrogantly claim the metal attribute throne, Wang Lan uses his water abilities to launch a violent strike. The attack instantly freezes them into ice sculptures. The invasion reaches Fang Yi's private villa, where a group of armed thugs realizes they have found the sealer's home. A scarred thug laughs greedily, claiming Fang Yi's possessions and creepily noting the two defenseless women inside. Before the thugs can breach the doors, a haunting melody echoes through the rain. A pioneer plays a glowing green flute, emitting magical sound waves that force the screaming invaders to dance uncontrollably, shocked by such powerful mind control. The rescuer, Moon City pioneer Captain Chen Ruo, stands on a nearby rock. She coldly observes the struggling thugs, reflecting on her mother's teaching. People driven by boundless greed despite their weakness are truly terrifying. At the foot of the restricted mountain, a massive burst of blue energy erupts into the stormy sky, drawing hordes of rogues. A fire-wreathed invader floats above the crowd, laughing maniacally as he confidently claims the throne. A blinding pillar of intense blue light crashes into the restricted zone, generating a shockwave that violently repels the approaching invaders. The stunned rogues recognize this suffocating pressure as the metal attribute throne's raw power. Realizing the artifact is repelling even their strongest fighters, the invaders deduce someone from Taishi City has already contacted the throne. Enraged, the bloodthirsty mob resolves to slaughter the Spirit Association and anyone associated with the Sealer to conquer the city. Cutting through the chaos, Fang Yi's voice asks who is calling his name. He materializes behind the mob, wreathed in a terrifying aura of swirling dark red energy. The invaders freeze in absolute terror, stammering the title of the man they believed dead, the Sealer. Fang Yi summons his massive sword from a dark red portal, activating his newly acquired Great Hell Saber technique. The terrified invaders watch helplessly as an overwhelming, murderous aura gathers around him. With a single devastating swing, Fang Yi unleashes a colossal fiery slash through the battlefield. The powerful strike triggers a towering explosion of fire and dark energy, instantly obliterating the horde of rogue pioneers and leaving only scorching flames behind. As the flames settle, Fang Yi looks toward the restricted mountain peak. Sensing familiar spiritual fluctuations, he realizes his premonition was correct. His cousin, Lin Yi, is attempting to claim the dangerous new throne. At the mountain peak, Lin Yi floats inside a glowing green sphere, facing the intimidating metal attribute throne. She has stepped into its domain with absolute resolve, ready to sacrifice her life to protect the city. Below her, Captain Su Qingying struggles to maintain the protective barrier. Sweating and strained, she vows to use her own life force to shield Yi Yi until her spiritual power is exhausted, silently urging the young pioneer to succeed. Suddenly, our guy pierces the green barrier, disrupting the defense. Su Qingying shouts in alarm, desperately wondering who bypassed their perimeter. The breach triggers a severe backlash, causing her to violently cough up blood. As she collapses, her blonde guard catches her. The panicked guard looks up in shock, stammering the sealer's title in pure disbelief. Fang Yi calmly greets Su Qingying. She stares back with a mix of absolute shock and immense relief, realizing the city's greatest protector has finally returned. Seeing his cousin left vulnerable by the broken barrier, Fang Yi immediately reaches out, channeling his swirling red energy to gently catch the falling Lin Yi midair. His immense power envelops Lin Yi in a massive, glowing sphere of protective energy, completely shielding her from the chaotic elements and the throne's deadly pressure high above the stormy peak. Floating above the chaotic city, Fang Yi glares at the explosions with furious red eyes. He wonders if the invaders swarming Taishi City are only here to steal the newly descended throne. Standing behind him, Su Qingying clarifies that this isn't exactly true. When the throne first appeared, Feng Yi's reputation kept enemies away, but when rumors of his death started spreading, the invaders grew bold, targeting the artifact, the Spirit Association, and his family. She explains that Yi only tried to claim the throne because she felt helpless against this coordinated attack. Hearing this, Feng Yi's aura erupts into a towering pillar of flames. He expands his senses across the entire city, pinpointing the exact location of every enemy and vowing to spare no one. As he unleashes his suffocating power, the invading forces freeze in terror. Witnessing this overwhelming display of strength, Su Qingying breaks into a cold sweat. She watches in shock, feeling that for a brief moment, Feng Yi no longer seems human. Suddenly, Feng Yi senses familiar presences entering the fight. He sees Zhang Lu, Ji Ruoyan, and allied pioneers fighting the enemy forces in the flooded streets. Relieved that his allies have arrived to defend the city, he realizes the ground situation is still salvageable. His relief is shattered when Lin Yi cries out in agony. Feng Yi turns to see his cousin coughing up blood, struggling against the Metal Throne's overwhelming power. Watching her suffer, Feng Yi knows he can't blame her for acting recklessly. His sudden disappearance and the throne's arrival forced her to protect the city. Recalling their childhood, he resolves to save her, knowing he could never forgive himself if she died here. Knowing he must act immediately, Feng Yi propels himself toward the blinding blue energy of the throne. Clashing against the massive sphere of raw power, he declares that a single elemental attribute cannot block his path. Despite taking damage from the pressure, his eyes glow with determination. He warns Su Qingying to shield herself before recklessly charging directly into the artifact's deadly domain. Pushing his limits, Feng Yi forces his way closer. Su Qingying looks on in shock, stunned by his fearless charge against the overwhelming force. To counter the throne's devastating power, Feng Yi's system activates a healing technique. A surge of green energy envelops him, absorbing surrounding vitality to rapidly heal his severe injuries as quickly as they appear. Bathed in this restorative aura, Feng Yi smirks, noting he finally found the perfect opportunity to use this life-giving technique. He states it is the ideal counter to survive the Metal Throne's assault. His forced entry triggers a colossal eruption, sending a blinding pillar of blue energy tearing straight through the storm clouds. From a distance, Zhenglu and the other defenders watch the sky in awe. They see the Metal Throne's wild energy fluctuations, feeling its raw power threatening to pierce the heavens. In the flooded streets, the Association Superior observes the energy spike. Recognizing the unique signature, he knows the crucial moment has arrived and orders his men to proceed with their strategic plan without hesitation. Back at the epicenter, Feng Yi weathers the storm of energy and walks up to the glowing blue metal throne. Mockingly apologizing for the interruption, he places his hand directly on the artifact. The system detects the dense metal attribute and begins compiling a new technique. Within seconds, his dark energy absorbs the artifact's essence, and the system confirms success. He gains a metal attribute technique that multiplies his attack power, enabling a strike 3 tiers above his current level. While it leaves him vulnerable to metal attacks during cooldown, he also gains a skill to give objects or people a metal physique, boosting their strength. With the core power extracted, Feng Yi observes the glowing diamond-shaped construct in his hands. Feng Yi immediately selects Lin Yi as the target for his new implantation skill, directing the glowing golden energy toward her. The core sinks into Lin Yi's chest, infusing her with the metal attribute. Bathed in light, her pained expression fades into peaceful sleep as the throne's power safely protects her. Meanwhile, rogue pioneers breach the Spirit Association base. Their leader, a metal attribute invader named Li Mingxuan, stands on the rubble, mocking the weak defenses and demanding the local captain show up. Laughing, he gloats that the Taishi captain is already missing. He scoffs at how pathetic and fragile the city has become without the sealer to protect it. Inside the ruined lab, Li Mingxuan lifts a terrified researcher by the throat. He sneers, asking where the association members went, and mocking them for giving up just because the sealer is presumed dead. Trembling, the researcher asks if the invaders are here for the spirit crystals. He quickly surrenders, pointing them toward safe number 3. Surprised by his quick surrender, Li Mingxuan asks if he fears the association's punishment. The researcher cries that staying silent would only get him beaten, knowing the invaders would find the crystals eventually. Satisfied, Li Mingxuan tosses him down as his thugs crack open the vault, revealing a massive hoard of glowing blue spirit crystals. Seeing the treasure, he warns the cowering man against any tricks. Li Mingxuan orders his men to loot every last crystal, leaving nothing for the city. However, behind his back, the researcher's terrified act vanishes into a cold glare. He silently dismisses the greedy thieves as ignorant fools walking blindly into a trap. Settling onto a couch, Li Mingxuan plans to convert the lab into their permanent base. His subordinates flatter him, claiming the metal throne rightfully belongs to him and insisting they teach the local pioneers a brutal lesson. Li Mingxuan laughs, stating that ancient artifacts only submit to the worthy. He confidently points out that the sealer's relative hasn't conquered the artifact yet, proving the throne has rejected her. A thug chimes in, mentioning rumors that the pioneer is just a young girl. As the men laugh and plan to ambush her later, a swirling dark void silently opens on the ceiling above them. Their laughter stops when Li Mingxuan hears a strange dripping sound. Confused, he looks around, wondering if the ceiling has sprung a leak. He looks up just in time to see sharp tendrils of black energy raining down. The dark liquid pierces his men, who scream in agony as the highly corrosive energy burns them alive. Fang Yi calmly steps down from the swirling shadows. Recognizing the legendary pioneer, Li Mingxuan stares in absolute terror, stammering that his return is impossible. Refusing to accept reality, Li Mingxuan channels his energy into a glowing blue fist. He violently lunges forward, shouting in denial and demanding to know who dares to challenge him. Without stepping back, Fang Yi effortlessly catches Li Mingxuan by the face, instantly stopping his charge. Leaning close, Fang Yi holds a finger to his lips, silently ordering the invader to be quiet. Glaring at the paralyzed leader with piercing red eyes, Fang Yi coldly pronounces the absolute sentence for anyone trespassing in Taishi City: death. Fang Yi violently strikes the terrified Li Mingxuan, knocking him to the ground. Looming over the defeated leader, Fang Yi summons his glowing golden sword. Li Mingxuan stares up in sweating terror, stammering the sealer's title, having firmly believed he was dead. With eyes glowing a menacing red, Fang Yi coldly dismisses him. A massive blast of golden fire engulfs Li Mingxuan, burning the screaming invader alive. Surrounded by fading embers, Fang Yi calmly tells the remaining thugs he understands fighting over a new throne. However, he is furious they tried to divide up Taishi City. Advancing on them, he adds they even dared to target his family. Glaring with deadly intent, Fang Yi delivers his sentence: none will leave alive. He unleashes a devastating fiery dragon that sweeps through the room, instantly obliterating the invaders. Out in the flooded streets, Jiang Lu and his allied pioneers are surrounded. A colossal fiery explosion erupts from the Spirit Association building, illuminating the stormy sky. The enemy thugs stare in absolute dread, realizing the sealer has truly returned. Panic spreads through the enemy ranks as Li Mingxuan's aura completely vanishes. Furious at being tricked by false rumors, the invaders curse their decision to enter the city. Seeing the enemy's morale shatter, Jiang Lu laughs triumphantly. He mocks their cowardice for attacking Taishi City and aggressively leaps into the fray just as the thugs order a desperate retreat. The invaders scatter and flee for their lives, knowing crossing paths with the sealer means certain death. Seizing the advantage, the Spirit Association's lead official commands his forces to chase them down, ordering them not to let a single invader escape and regroup. A massive wave of fire sweeps through the streets, obliterating the fleeing rogues and cutting off their escape. Watching the flames, Captain Chen Ruo recognizes the familiar, overwhelming power raining from the sky. Wang Lan and Song Yiming observe the destruction in awe. Seeing powerful Jinggang realm pioneers instantly annihilated, they agree only the sealer could unleash such a terrifying attack. Looking over the city, Su Qingying confidently states no enemy will dare approach them now. Taking advantage of the shift in power, she orders her subordinates to gather all available metal attribute spirit crystals from the association. The remaining thugs flee frantically through the nearby forest, horrified to realize heavily armed military reinforcements are now hunting them. President Ye Xiao arrives alongside Elder Wu, Gu Yuru, and the military. Ye Xiao orders his troops to capture every invader so the sealer can personally decide their fate. Cornered and broken, the surviving rogue pioneers fall to their knees begging for their lives. They offer to join the Spirit Association, swearing to protect the Xia nation if they are spared. Gu Yuru glares at the kneeling men with cold disgust. She dismisses them as pathetic opportunists, pointing out they aren't genuinely remorseful but are just terrified of dying. Her attention is drawn upward as an allied pioneer shouts that the sealer has arrived. A massive pillar of fire crashes into the street ahead of them. Fang Wei emerges from the roaring flames with his fiery sword, coldly asking if these are the remaining invaders. Facing his overwhelming presence, the cornered rogues panic. On the brink of death, they desperately wonder if fighting to the bitter end will give them an escape. Paralyzed by fear, the thugs cannot even move. In desperation, one screams it isn't fair, cursing Taishi City and blaming their impending deaths on the false rumors of the sealer. Ignoring their pathetic excuses, Fang Yi raises his hand, gathering a massive surge of fiery energy. Watching him gather power, Gu Yuru is awestruck. She senses his raw spiritual energy could level the entire city, shocked he possesses this much power even without claiming the new throne. With a merciless motion, Fang Yi brings his hand down. A colossal wave of fire instantly incinerates the remaining invaders, turning them to ash. Observing the aftermath, Gu Yuru realizes Fang Yi's strength has eclipsed even Elder Wu's. Recalling how Wu became a legend by saving a city single-handedly, she notes that if Fang Yi hadn't carefully controlled his strike, his flames would have annihilated everything in their path. Ye Xiao marvels at how effortlessly Fang Yi wiped out the invaders who nearly defeated their entire force, exercising such precise control that no ally was harmed. He smiles, stating that every pioneer in the Xia nation watching this is likely just as astounded. As Fang Yi steps from the fading flames, Ye Xiao reflects that everyone finally understands the massive gap between themselves and the sealer. Fang Yi's ruthless display saved Taishi City and crushed future rebellions. Using fear to restore order was necessary. Showing mercy would insult those who died protecting the country. Fang Yi approaches the group, apologizing for his delay. He thanks Ye Xiao and the others for defending the city, but immediately requests help with a final, urgent matter. Fang Wei explains that his cousin, Lin Yi, attempted to subdue the metal attribute throne alone to protect the city. Although he injected her with protective spiritual energy upon arriving, he senses her condition is rapidly deteriorating. Inside the metal attribute throne's spatial domain, Lin Yi pushes her energy to its limit in a desperate attempt to subdue the glowing artifact. The sentient throne mocks her efforts, calling her a foolish human and refusing to submit to weak trash. Demanding a stronger master, the throne violently orders her to get lost and unleashes a massive blast of blue energy. Lin Yi hastily crosses her arms to block the strike. The heavy impact sends her flying backward, coughing up blood. Sweating and severely injured, she glares fiercely at the throne, refusing to let it look down on her. The artifact loses its patience, declaring she will die at its feet, leaving her corpse groveling in its domain forever. Before the throne can finish her off, a warm, golden energy envelops Lin Yi. The protective aura catches her mid-air, shielding her from the artifact's deadly pressure. Lin Yi's face lights up with relief as she recognizes the familiar power, realizing her cousin has returned. Sensing Fang Yi's incredibly pure and overwhelming spiritual energy, the awestruck artifact instantly changes its tune, declaring this newcomer the true candidate to be its king. The sentient metal throne laughs triumphantly, declaring it has finally found a candidate worthy of its power, while Lin Yi floats before it inside the protective golden sphere. Eager to see what she is truly capable of, the ancient artifact announces its intention to test her personally. The throne's descent sends a massive shockwave crashing through Taishi City. A giant dome of blue energy expands from the back mountain, shaking the streets and making panicked citizens scream about an earthquake. Knowing the danger, Jiaolan quickly channels her power to project a defensive barrier. She realizes the metal throne's energy is wildly violent and knows that if they fail to contain it, the resulting disaster will tear the entire city apart. She rallies the other defenders, including Gu Yuru, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan. Together, they push their limits to hold the shield steady, with Jiaolan urging everyone to give it their all to minimize the damage. At the edge of the throne's expanding barrier, Elder Wu and President Ye Xiao watch the swirling energy with growing concern. Seeing how destructive the artifact is, they worry that Lin Yi's attempt to claim it is ending in failure. Ye Xiao turns to Fang Yi and warns him that if these violent energy spikes continue, it will spell doom for both his cousin and the city. Fang Yi watches Lin Yi floating in the distance, frowning in confusion. He knows that taming the throne is up to her, but the metal core he gave her shouldn't be causing such a violent reaction, especially since her actual condition seems fine. Without warning, an amused voice echoes from the dark red energy swirling inside Fang Yi's shadow. The ancient god-demon armor speaks up, revealing that the throne isn't testing Yi at all. It is trying to get Fang Yi's attention because it has chosen him as its true master. Startled by this news, Fang Yi realizes that the throne's desires are ruining his plan for Yi to claim it. Knowing he has to step in, he asks the demonic armor for help, and the ancient entity gladly agrees. Seizing the moment, Fang Yi summons the ancient god-demon armor, letting the jagged dark metal and glowing red energy cover his body. With a confident smirk, he figures this is the perfect chance to test the legendary armor's defense against the throne's overwhelming power. He tells Elder Wu and the others to stand back so he can test a theory, then calmly walks toward the swirling blue barrier of the metal throne. Before stepping into the raging energy, he warns his friends to stay put and not rush in to help if anything unexpected happens. Outside, President Ye Xiao watches in pure shock as the metal throne's violent energy instantly calms down the moment Fang Yi walks in, proving that the artifact really does view him as its chosen master. Landing safely inside the artifact's inner space, Fang Yi looks around the core of the metal throne, a little surprised that a physical person can actually enter this kind of domain. He quickly spots Lin Yi struggling hard to fight off the throne's heavy pressure. Fang Yi jumps in without wasting a second, letting his armor easily block the rapid attacks directed at her. He calls out to the sentient throne, and the artifact eagerly replies that it has been waiting for a chat. Floating in the chaotic space, a shocked Lin Yi calls out to her cousin, asking how he even managed to get inside the barrier. The throne ignores her completely and focuses on Fang Yi, amazed by his dense spiritual energy and ancient noble aura. It proudly boasts that its instincts were right to choose him, just as Lin Yi shouts a desperate warning for Fang Yi to watch out. Massive spheres of pure energy appear and surround Fang Yi, but instead of attacking, the throne proposes an alliance, pointing out that humanity desperately needs a powerful weapon like itself. Its energy wraps tightly around Fang Yi as it enthusiastically promises to make him the absolute ruler of their world, the universe, and even realms he doesn't know exist. The artifact declares that together they will rewrite the rules of reality and make him the one true king, but Fang Yi just smiles at the grand offer. Without a second thought, Fang Yi flatly refuses and effortlessly shatters the energy holding him, leaving the sentient artifact completely stunned. He tells the throne he has zero interest in claiming it and points out a major flaw in its big promises. He notes that since there are already several other thrones on Earth, it can't really prove it is the strongest. He casually asks if there is a ranking among the ancient artifacts, which insults the throne so much that it stammers and demands to know if Fang Yi dares to doubt its power. Fang Yi just points to Lin Yi and offers a deal. If the throne wants to prove its strength and work with him, it first has to accept his cousin as its master. He explains that the Wood and Thunder thrones are much smarter because they have already formed helpful partnerships with him and his allies. Smirking, he reminds the throne that it can't force him into a pact anyway, so it should drop its high standards and seriously consider his offer if it wants to fulfill its purpose. When the throne falls silent, Fang Yi feels a little disappointed. He had hoped the famously violent artifact would attack so he could finally test his new armor in a real fight. Turning his back on the quiet artifact, Fang Yi walks over to Lin Yi and tells her that Taishi City no longer needs her to sacrifice herself, offering to escort her out to safety. With the heavy burden of duty lifted from her shoulders, he asks her directly if she still truly wants the throne and if she has the willpower needed to tame it. Lin Yi looks right back at him with unwavering determination and firmly states that she is ready for the challenge. She thanks him for always supporting her and explains that she had made her choice even before he showed up to help. Fang Yi smiles proudly, reminding her that gaining true strength is the only way to survive and protect their family in this dangerous world. Filled with confidence, she promises that once she conquers the metal throne, she will finally step up and take her official role as the captain of Yuan City. Leaving his cousin to finish her trial, Fang Yi walks back through the portal and reunites with Elder Wu, Jiaolan, and President Ye Xiao in the real world. He calmly tells the anxious group that the sentient metal throne has agreed to think about accepting Lin Yi as its master. He promises them the artifact is no longer a threat to the city and suggests they just quarantine the mountain for now. Explaining that Yi is staying behind to finish the process, he asks the leaders to support her. President Ye Xiao agrees right away, promising to send every metal attribute spirit crystal the Spirit Association has straight to Taishi City to help her. Elder Wu happily joins in, guaranteeing that the Star God Combat Zone will empty its own vaults and gather extra resources from other military bases to boost her training. The pioneers and officials standing nearby whisper in absolute awe of Fang Yi. They can't believe he has survived the deadly dark tide, wiped out armies of monsters, and casually negotiated with a godlike throne only to reject it for himself. With the city finally safe, Fang Yi's expression turns serious as he tells Elder Wu that he has one last highly important task to entrust to him and Zhang Tian. Fang Yi asks veterans Elder Wu and Zhang Tian to help him test a new item he brought back from the dark tide. Jiaolan overhears this, wondering about his request. She realizes the elders feel guilty about his near-death experience, and a spar might ease their minds. She recalls the dark attribute consumes life force, making her curious what divine artifact the sealer retrieved from such a deadly place. She reflects on the terrifying rumors about mysterious domains, knowing artifacts from there originate beyond their universe and hold unimaginable power. Elder Wu eagerly accepts, laughing that he's always wanted a proper spar with Fang Yi and thanks him for the chance. Thinking of his cousin, Lin Yi, at the restricted mountain, Fang Yi decides to trust that her fate with the metal throne will work out. Confident in her success, he tells the group it's time to go. They head to the Star God Combat Zone's elite training center, a facility built to withstand immense destructive force. Inside the facility, Elder Wu remarks that the location is perfect for their test. Fang Yi asks if the room is durable enough to contain a massive explosion without any effect on the outside. Inside the training room, Elder Wu assures Fang Yi the facility is secure and tells him not to hold back. When Elder Wu asks how to begin, Fang Yi states the rule. He will stand still while the elders attack him. A dark energy erupts around Fang Yi as he challenges the veterans to attack him at once with their full strength. Shocked by the intense pressure of Fang Yi's ancient power, Zhang Tian nervously asks if he's using a defensive artifact. Another veteran praises Fang Yi's courage, gathering his own energy with an excited grin. Declaring they won't hold back, the elders leap toward Fang Yi, combining their powers into a single devastating energy beam. Fang Yi remains still as a dark energy shield erupts around him and the elders' combined strike crashes against it. The collision creates a massive shockwave that pushes the attackers back, but Fang Yi's silhouette remains unmoved within the smoke. As the dust clears, Fang Yi is revealed wearing the menacing ancient god-demon armor, completely still. The elders stare in disbelief, realizing their full-strength attack didn't even scratch the armor, leaving Fang Yi unharmed. A nervous Elder Wu admits that if Fang Yi were an enemy, he'd be more terrifying than any disaster or beast king they have ever faced. Fang Yi notes their attack was too weak, feeling like nothing. He understands the ancient armor's true power. Forged over millennia, it absorbs spiritual and demonic energies, making it immune to dark attributes and even using them to grow stronger. Elder Wu breaks the silence with laughter, declaring the test over. Convinced of the sealer's absolute power, he prods Zhang Tian to admit defeat. Relieved, he states he can finally step down from his duties. He respectfully calls Fang Yi a true hero destined to lead them to a better future. As Fang Yi's armor vanishes, Elder Wu asks if he will become the supreme commander of the Xia nation. Soon after, an official announcement is broadcast from headquarters. The sealer is now the supreme commander of the Xia nation combat zone. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian celebrate the unanimous decision. As the nation's top combatant, Fang Yi now has absolute authority over all armed forces. The news shocks everyone. His ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is in disbelief at his success. Others who knew him are excited. Friends cheer, and Major Han Li smiles, recalling they once called this tyrant their new leader. Lin Yi's friend is stunned that the legendary sealer is her cousin. When Wang Liang excitedly tells Ji Ruoyan, she angrily orders extra training instead of celebrating. Zhang Lu cries with joy, boasting that his teacher is the greatest. Gu Yuru and Captain Chen Ro celebrate, confident the sealer will continue to perform miracles. At headquarters, Wang Lan's peers admit they are convinced of Fang Yi's worth. Su Qingying marvels that the man she once monitored is now the nation's pillar, and the lead official agrees they owe him everything. At a public rally, a speaker praises the sealer as a hero who solved countless disasters, saying every student must remember his contributions. At home, Fang Yi's aunt cries with relief, thinking of the hardships he and Yi Yi have faced. Meanwhile, in the Divine Pavilion, an official smashes a crystal in rage, furious that his faction was ignored in this major appointment. As he fumes, a sinister red shadow appears. The entity taunts him, saying the other factions clearly intend to sideline the Divine Pavilion. The shadow offers a pact, promising the official will get what he wants. The suspicious man asks what kind of help it can offer. Before the shadow can answer, his phone rings. The official is shocked by a frantic report that the Thunder Throne has gone berserk. The red shadow grins, saying its promised help has arrived. It tells the official to handle the crisis, eager to see how he'll use the situation. Over at the Chuan City Restricted Zone, a massive lightning storm rages. Emergency warnings order a citywide evacuation as abnormal energy threatens to destroy the area. At the storm's center, the sentient Gourdvine, master of the Thunder Throne, thrashes violently, unleashing chaotic purple lightning as if corrupted. At the mountain's base, pioneers struggle against the relentless lightning. One collapses, and his comrade panics, admitting the enraged Thunder Throne is overpowering them and they're about to lose control. While healing the wounded man, another pioneer holds on to hope, recalling rumors that the sealer can communicate with the artifact and praying for his arrival. Just then, Fang Yi arrives with Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and other veterans. The defenders cry out in relief as Fang Yi thanks them and says he'll take it from here. High above, a colossal pillar of purple lightning hurtles down from the storm clouds directly toward them. The lead pioneers raise their hands to block the devastating strike, ready to confront Fang Yi's corrupted ally. Fang Wei explains to the defenders that he has a history with the Thunder Throne. He notes that its master, the sentient Gourdvine, has undergone significant cultivation and helped them during a past mutant beast disaster. He concludes that a sudden surge in spiritual energy triggered a secondary evolution, causing the throne to lose control of its new power. Enduring the overwhelming pressure, Elder Wu groans. Beside him, President Ye Xiao realizes the artifact's berserk strength has far surpassed the third level of the Jinggang realm. He states that the Thunder Throne has broken through to the legendary Shenyue realm. The defending veterans stare at the raging storm in shock. Ye Xiao explains that reaching the Shenyue realm means a being's spiritual power shatters earthly limits. This allows them to ascend as a new god, wielding power equal to a mysterious domain or a throne. Ye Xiao notes that with accelerating spiritual energy recovery, the Shenyue realm is now attainable. He realizes even higher tiers, like the star-altering Zhuri realm, will eventually emerge. Panicked pioneers realize the dire situation, noting that the Xia nation lacks a single Shenyue realm pioneer. They wonder in despair if it's possible to contain the rampaging Thunder Throne. Fang Yi tells the defenders not to panic. Sensing a trace of the artifact's original consciousness, he declares there is still hope and decides to communicate with it. Activating a technique called Thunder Domain Divine Limit, Fang Yi channels intense energy and concentrates as a glowing spiral appears on his forehead. The chaotic lightning freezes around Fang Yi, forming a massive glowing silhouette of the gourd. The pioneers realize the sealer has halted the attack and made contact with the artifact's master. They pray that the master of the Thunder Domain hasn't completely lost its mind and wonder how Fang Yi will resolve the crisis. Noticing a massive surge of energy from Fang Yi, Ye Xiao shouts for the others to help, but Elder Wu quickly stops him. He realizes Fang Yi has already established a connection with the Thunder Throne. Fang Yi's consciousness enters the Thunder Throne's inner domain. Finding the sentient Gourdvine thrashing amidst chaotic energy, Fang Yi asks the artifact if it has lost control of its power. Seeing that it cannot even speak, Fang Yi confirms that the artifact is completely overwhelmed. Fang Yi instructs the struggling entity to follow his lead. He tells it to feel its spiritual energy and imagine it as a splashing lake. The rampaging throne fires a stray energy blast, which Fang Yi easily dodges. He realizes that if the artifact doesn't regain control soon, it will completely lose its sanity. Emitting a calming aura, Fang Yi guides the entity to restore the lake to a calm state. He tells it to accept its ability to control the leaking spiritual energy instead of resisting it. Following his guidance, the erratic energy slowly recedes and is absorbed back into the sentient gourd vine. Fang Yi praises the stabilized artifact for regaining control. The sentient gourd vine thanks him, admitting it feels better and asking if it caused any trouble. Fang Yi smiles, noting that the sentient gourd vine developed consciousness late. He remarks that despite acting like a child, it is surprisingly human in its understanding. The artifact asks if it was turning into a demon. Fang Yi explains it just experienced a temporary loss of control from a power surge, pointing out that violently resisting only pushed it closer to madness. Fang Yi warns the entity that relying completely on the throne's power without a firm mind leads to a loss of control. He advises it never to depend solely on that power during a crisis. Outside the domain, the storm clouds break. Elder Wu and President Ye Xiao watch in amazement, realizing the Thunder Throne has accepted the sealer's guidance. Ye Xiao marvels at how Fang Yi managed to communicate with the chaotic artifact. Watching Fang Yi float safely, Zhang Tian questions if the young pioneer is even human. He is astounded that Fang Yi can command a throne. He reflects that Fang Yi protects the Xia nation more than all the veteran elders combined, but wonders why Fang Yi hasn't advanced to the next realm despite his immense power. Fang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Exhausted by guiding the artifact, he complains to himself that teaching is far more troublesome than actual cultivation and admits a newfound respect for teachers. With the crisis resolved, Fang Yi safely descends from the sky, landing before Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and President Ye Xiao. A helicopter lands nearby, interrupting their reunion. 3 cloaked figures emerge. The lead official steps forward, confirms if Fang Yi is the legendary sealer, and introduces himself as Zheng Huairen of the Divine Pavilion. Confused, Fang Yi asks Zhang Tian who these people are. Zhang Tian dismisses them as corrupt bureaucrats who hoarded wealth before the spiritual awakening. He explains that the Divine Pavilion relies on its deep pockets and connections to aggressively vie for power within the Xia nation. Zheng Huairen accuses the sealer of causing a disaster that severely harmed both the Xia nation and Chuan City. Unfazed, Fang Yi challenges the official to explain his accusations. The angry official shouts that Fang Yi had the power to communicate with the artifact, but deliberately delayed his intervention. Blaming Fang Yi for risking Chuan City, Zheng demands compensation for this negligence. Fang Yi simply replies that the Thunder Throne is already back to normal. Unsatisfied, Zheng yells that recovery isn't enough and demands a guarantee that the throne will never threaten them again. He insists that Fang Yi must force the Thunder Throne to serve the Xia nation, pointing out the military leverage the country would gain. Escalating his threats, Zheng warns Fang Yi to admit his fault immediately. He declares that if Fang Yi refuses, the Divine Pavilion will impose severe sanctions on the entire combat zone. Before Fang Yi can respond, a blinding purple light illuminates the area. Zheng Huairen freezes in absolute terror as he looks up. A colossal bolt of lightning strikes the arrogant official. High above the mountain, the sentient gourd vine angrily declares death to anyone who disrespects its teacher. The purple lightning clears, leaving no trace of the arrogant official. Shocked by the sudden destruction, Ye Xiao asks if the man is truly gone. He then turns to Fang Yi, asking if the Thunder Throne really just accepted him as its master. Fang Yi calmly agrees. Fang Yi waves his hand to clear the lingering energy and thanks the artifact, seeing that deadly strike as payment for his teachings. Turning to the stunned group, he assures them that the Thunder Throne is actually kind and well-behaved, holding no ill will toward most people. He casually praises its fast learning, leaving everyone speechless at how he describes such a catastrophic entity. Ye Xiao laughs in agreement, though he knows the truth. The artifact has world-destroying power, and this gentle, protective behavior is meant only for Fang Yi. Zhang Tian scoffs, glad the scheming official got what he deserved. Elder Wu then tells Fang Yi they plan to make the incident public, highlighting how the Thunder Throne chose Fang Yi and destroyed his enemies to defend him. Fang Yi smiles and agrees, noting that secrets are impossible to keep in this new era. Since he is already in the spotlight, he welcomes the publicity. He knows the throne's massive strength will be a powerful warning to their enemies. His expression darkens as he warns Elder Wu that the nation's peace won't last. The era of the thrones has begun, and everyone knows that having one of these artifacts is the only way to secure power in this changing world. Elder Wu grimly agrees, admitting that their authority can only hold the greedy factions back for so long, and no one knows when that fragile order will break. Fang Yi then asks if anyone else has managed to claim a throne. Elder Wu confirms there is one known case of someone who publicly announced their status as a throne master. When Fang Yi asks where this person is, Elder Wu reveals they are in Country B. Meanwhile, on the coast of Country B, a massive crowd cheers wildly. They celebrate their alliance leader for successfully claiming the Earth throne. Overjoyed, the Country B leader throws his hands up, declaring this the ultimate sign of good fortune and power for their nation. The newly crowned master floats into the sky, calling himself the Lord of the Earth. He promises to show off his divine power to boost their global standing, claiming his rise is the will of heaven. Clasping his hands, he channels his new abilities with a loud shout, causing massive rocks to violently erupt from the ocean. The spectators watch the giant stone structures emerge from the sea in awe, amazed by the terrifying power of the throne. The Country B leader eagerly orders his crew to record the event, wanting to broadcast their nation's strength to the world. He praises the world-shaking power that only a throne master can wield. Staring into the camera, the pioneer leader issues a public challenge. He mocks the Shia nation, asking if their strongest pioneer, the sealer, has ever claimed a throne. With a smug grin, the Country B leader confidently answers that he hasn't. Pointing at the camera, the pioneer leader declares that without a throne, Fang Yi cannot understand true power. He threatens to crush the sealer to death if they ever cross paths. The broadcast quickly goes viral online. The comments are flooded with foreign viewers mocking Xia Nation for failing to secure a single throne. They ridicule the sealer as a fraud, declaring that Country B is now the global superpower and Xia Nation is irrelevant. Back at the office, Su Qingying complains about Country B's sudden arrogance. She wonders if they have already forgotten how easily the sealer wiped out one of their elite teams in the past. Scrolling through the backlash, the lead official notes that the public announcement isn't the worst part. He explains they are using public opinion to make Xia Nation look weak and vulnerable simply because they lack an official throne master. Su Qingying defends Fang Yi, pointing out that his combat strength has been more than enough to handle all their internal threats, even without an artifact. The lead official scoffs, remarking that the foolish people of Country B would never believe the truth anyway. The two throne masters currently in Xia Nation are actually the sealer's spiritual pet and his student. At the same time, a blinding pillar of golden light shoots into the sky from the Fang family villa. Inside, Fang Yi is deep in meditation, focusing on his powerful cultivation technique. He senses a familiar feeling washing over him, signaling an upcoming breakthrough. His energy resonates with an ancient power similar to the dark tide, guiding his strength. The massive concentration of his spiritual energy creates a beam of light that pierces the clouds, forming a swirling vortex over the city. Alarms trigger panic at the monitoring center. A staff member reports that the spiritual energy in the city has shattered their measurable limits. Checking the location, they realize the anomaly is coming directly from the sealer's home, with the sky warping around his energy. Su Qingying announces in shock that Fang Yi is attempting to break through to the next realm, leaving the officials completely stunned. Deep in his trance, Fang Yi controls his breathing while his spiritual form floats calmly in front of a massive glowing moon. His system confirms that a breakthrough to the Shenyue realm is about to happen. As storm clouds swirl around the moon, the system issues a warning. It explains that the Shenyue realm controls cold and illusion, and to complete his breakthrough, Fang Yi must survive a heavenly tribulation. The peaceful mental landscape suddenly turns hostile. Violent currents of dark red energy swirl around his form, launching sharp attacks against him. Using his spiritual vision, Fang Yi analyzes the chaotic storm hitting his barrier. He realizes the tribulation is made entirely of dark energy, which makes sense since the moon represents chaos and disorder. He understands the true nature of the Shenyue realm. While people associate the moon with beauty, it actually causes madness and manipulation. The realm's power to gather faith is basically just fanatical worship and mind control. Smiling confidently, he admits this breakthrough won't be easy. He summons a massive sphere of golden energy to shield himself as the system warns him that the tribulation is trying to corrupt his sanity. Slashes of dark energy and divine lightning rain down, violently crashing into his fiery barrier. The tribulation uses its gathered power to try and shatter his defenses. Refusing to be overwhelmed, Fang Yi shouts into the storm and summons his ancient god-demon armor. A massive surge of dark red power erupts around him as he unleashes the artifact's energy to fight back. Fang Yi fights back against the heavenly tribulation, unleashing a powerful fire slash to cut through the storm. Pushing his power even further, he uses a secret technique to release a massive dark flood. Slowly, the spinning dark energy swallows up the storm's chaotic power. With the storm calmed, Fang Yi floats up toward the glowing moon. Smiling with confidence, he snaps his fingers to call the scattered dark energy back to his body. Soon, the system confirms he has broken through to the first level of the Shenyue realm. As his body absorbs the rest of the dark energy, Fang Yi enjoys the feeling of his new power. He feels his senses grow and feels like he has become the divine moon itself. He is now completely in tune with the universe's power, easily controlling endless spiritual energy. His expression suddenly sharpens and he turns around. He senses something strange as his vision grows to show a massive galaxy. A broken system window suddenly stops him, warning that his new Shenyue realm is still unstable. It gives him a new order to instantly go into deep training so he can prepare to absorb cosmic storms and face hidden future threats. Fang Yi is confused by these unknown cosmic storms. Floating down from the sky, Fang Yi is deeply worried. He knows he cannot hide away right now, fearing his absence would leave the Xia Nation defenseless against growing global threats. The system stops him with a strict warning. If he refuses training, his growth will freeze forever, giving him a 99% chance of death and a 100% chance that the Xi nation will be destroyed. Floating over the forest, Fang Yi thinks about the grim numbers. He realizes how bad the cosmic threat is and accepts that he has no choice but to listen. Back at the Star God Combat Zone base, Su Qingying, Elder Wu, and Jiao Lan hold a tense meeting to share that the sealer has officially entered deep training. Elder Wu clearly states their duty is to hold the line and manage the nation so they do not bother their commander during his important breakthrough. A panicked soldier suddenly interrupts their meeting with an urgent report. Country B's Lord of the Earth is invading the Xia nation's southern border. Hearing this, Elder Wu notes the enemy moved faster than expected. He orders Jiaolan to send out the Spirit Association's forces using their backup plan. Jiaolan firmly accepts the order and jumps into action. Down at the southern border, the Xia nation's fighters create a giant blue energy wall to stop the attack, warning the Lord of the Earth that he is crossing onto their land. One of the fighters shouts, asking if the foreign throne master is trying to start a full war. Floating proudly above them, the gray-haired leader laughs. He defends his attack by blaming the sealer for killing 3 Country B fighters, including his own brother, and says he is here for revenge. The Xia defenders angrily curse at him, saying Country B's fighters were criminals who broke into a secure zone. They mock the Lord of the Earth for treating thieves like innocent heroes. Angry at their bold words, the Lord of the Earth insults the Xia nation's defenses. He feels insulted that normal guards dare to speak to him like that. Swearing to kill the defenders, he unleashes his power, making huge stone spikes violently shoot out from the ground below the Xia fighters. The massive, sharp rocks rip through the coast, forming a scary wall of earth that threatens the city limits. Stepping in to fight back, a special team of Xia fighters in green uniforms charges onto the field. The squad leader praises the guards and says it is their turn to fight. Floating above, the Lord of the Earth looks down at the new arrivals in confusion. The plant research team takes their places, aiming to trap the invading throne master. They plan their attack together, using their special military research on mutated plants. The squad leader pushes strong green energy straight into the dirt, calling forth a huge, fast-growing plant that breaks out from the ground. The giant plant forms into huge monster vines with open, sharp teeth. The defenders proudly state that their secret wood weapon is the perfect counter to the invader's earth powers as the plants lunge at him. Promising to protect the Xia nation's honor, the defenders order the vines to wrap around and break down the giant stone spikes. The wild vines quickly catch the Lord of the Earth, tightly wrapping his arms and body in midair. Seeing the invading throne master trapped, the plant research leader pumps his fist and cheers. Even though he is completely tied up, the Lord of the Earth simply smiles. Laughing at their claim of a natural counter, he easily grabs the thick vines holding him. The squad leader watches in shock as the strong vines begin to melt and break against the invader's endless power. Realizing the clear danger, he urgently orders his men to use their strongest defense. Slamming their hands onto the ground, they summon a deadly poisoned fog, creating a highly toxic coastal wall designed to kill anyone who tries to enter. Not caring at all about the deadly trap, the Lord of the Earth calls the Xia defenders weak bugs. With a simple snap of his fingers, he completely destroys the massive toxic wall. Cursing their broken defenses, the squad leader refuses to give up. He yells that they must stop the invader even if it costs their lives, leading his men in a brave, head-on charge. Looking down at the charging fighters, the Lord of the Earth calls them trash and easily forms a giant ball of fiery, dark energy above his head. Seeing this, the squad freezes in pure fear as the huge attack blocks out the sun. With a cold command for them to die, the Lord of the Earth throws the deadly energy ball at them. The terrible attack instantly wipes out the entire defending squad, creating a massive explosion that destroys the whole coastline. The Lord of the Earth turns his dark gaze toward a nearby Xia city. He names it as his next target, mocking the nation for lacking a throne master to defend it. A dark pillar of energy wipes out the city center. Deep within the ruins, scared people hide together, crying and asking who will save them. A local fighter stands before them to block the falling rocks, promising that the defenders have not given up yet. In his quiet training space, Fang Yi sits meditating before the giant moon. The intense spiritual shock from feeling the attack suddenly breaks his focus, making him cough up blood. Ignoring his injuries, he realizes he must stop his training and step in right away before it is too late. Soon, at the Xia nation's southern border in Nanming City, a sudden attack leaves the streets in flaming ruins. The Lord of the Earth laughs as he uses his powers to rip chunks of the city's infrastructure into the sky, sending panicked civilians falling toward the ground. Sweeps of green energy catch the falling civilians. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian arrive on the battlefield. After saving the civilians, Elder Wu orders the defenders to focus on protecting the crowd while his team handles the enemy. Unimpressed, the Lord of the Earth complains about facing a bunch of old men and demands to know where the sealer is hiding. Elder Wu retorts that the sealer does not need to show up, declaring that their veteran group is enough to deal with him. Suddenly, a spike of green energy shoots upward at the invader, but the Lord of the Earth blocks the strike by summoning a giant rock. He mocks the defenders as weak ants who overestimate their strength, but a new presence distracts him. Baisu and Jiaolan arrive on the battlefield, and Baisu announces he is ready to join the fight. Elder Wu calls out to Bai Su, relieved that he has finished his training. He jokes that he thought the young pioneer would stay in seclusion until he became a fossil. Amazed by the display of power, he asks Bai Su what technique he used to immobilize the Lord of the Earth. Jiaolan steps in beside Bai Su. She explains that she layered her mutation abilities over his bamboo forming technique to double their control. She warns that they must remain cautious against someone of his caliber. With the Lord of the Earth encased in sharp green growths, Jiaolan suggests using his captured body to negotiate with Country B. A chuckle echoes from inside the casing. The Lord of the Earth mocks the defenders, asking if this hold is the limit of their Jinggang realm power. Elder Wu realizes the danger and shouts for the team to fall back. The prison shatters as the Lord of the Earth rips it apart with his bare hands. His body has mutated into a decayed monster with glowing green eyes. Bai Su freezes in disbelief, while Jiaolan realizes the invader has undergone forbidden body modification. Elder Wu deduces that Country B never abandoned their illegal biological experiments, making the Lord of the Earth a product of their research. The mutated Lord of the Earth laughs, denying that his state is a crime. Instead, he proclaims his modified body is Country B's greatest masterpiece. Gathering a storm of chaotic energy, he boasts that this research will guarantee Country B becomes the ruler of the planet. He fires a blast at the Jia defenders, stating that the sacrificed test subjects should thank him for giving their lives value. The force of the strike pins the defenders to the ground. Struggling against the weight, Zhang Tian uses his abilities to turn the solidifying rock into loose sand, shocked by the might of the throne's power. Seeing the earth threatening to entomb the veterans, Jiaolan leaps in. She fires blasts of purple energy to shatter the rocks forming on Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, warning them not to let the dirt set. The Lord of the Earth locks his green eyes onto Jiaolan. Intrigued by her power, he declares her mutant attribute is suited for him to devour. Declaring she will be his first victim, he unleashes a barrage of sharp energy spikes at her. But before they hit, a roaring fire dragon intercepts the attack. Soon, multiple fire dragons materialize, surrounding the Lord of the Earth in a vortex of flames. Feng Wei enters the fray, gripping his sword as he readies a heavy strike. He drives his dark red blade into the Lord of the Earth, triggering an explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Elder Wu and the other defenders cry out in relief. Recognizing the arrival of the sealer, they ask in shock why he interrupted his training. Fang Yi orders everyone to fall back, warning the veterans that they are no match for this opponent. The Lord of the Earth walks out of the crater, laughing that the sealer is nothing special. He shatters his rock armor and declares that without the power of a throne, Fang Yi's flames cannot harm or contain him. Fang Yi leaps toward his enemy. Observing the mutated form, he taunts the Lord of the Earth, asking if his appearance is the result of a failed breakthrough and energy backlash. The Lord of the Earth ignores the insult and the two clash. Fang Yi launches a flurry of blade strikes against the invader's rock defenses. Watching from a distance, Jiaolan notices that Fang Yi's condition seems off. She debates with Elder Wu whether they should intervene, but decides to trust his orders and stay back to avoid becoming a burden. The Lord of the Earth lands a strike on Fang Yi's back, causing him to note that the invader's assumptions about his power are not accurate. Coughing up blood, Fang Yi realizes the Shenyue realm's energy is volatile and dangerous to manage. Then the system flashes alerts that his current cultivation realm is unstable. Overwhelmed, Fang Yi screams in pain as red energy erupts from his body. Struggling to rein in the chaotic aura, he realizes the consequences of halting his seclusion. Because he interrupted the process, he cannot access his post-breakthrough strength and suffers physical side effects. The Lord of the Earth capitalizes on his vulnerability. Mocking the sealer for fighting during an energy backlash, he summons two massive pillars of stone. With a grin, the Lord of the Earth sentences the sealer to death and clasps his hands together. Two colossal slabs of earth slam shut, crushing Fang Yi between them. At the southern border of the Xia nation, the massive slabs of earth that crushed Fang Yi form a giant rock. Jiaolan, Elder Wu, and the surviving pioneers stare at the empty battlefield in absolute shock, unable to believe what just happened. Bai Su watches in disbelief, stammering that there is no way the legendary sealer could have fallen so easily. Overwhelmed with grief, the pioneers stand together as Elder Wu deeply regrets that they could not hold the line longer to protect their beloved commander. Jiaolan blames herself, wishing they had been strong enough to prevent Fang Yi from interrupting his meditation and forcing such a dangerous breakthrough. Taking action, Zhang Tian and Elder Wu fire a massive signal flare into the sky to announce the tragic news. Far away at headquarters, President Ye Xiao watches the bright signal burst through the heavy storm clouds, grimly realizing that the worst-case scenario has actually happened. Stealing his resolve, President Ye Xiao orders the Spirit Association to activate their absolute final backup plan, declaring that since the sealer gave his life for the Xia nation, they have now entered a true state of life and death. He commands every single branch of the Spirit Association to defend their homeland until their very last breath and fight the Lord of the Earth to the end. Su Qingying, Gu Yuru, and the officers loudly shout their agreement, ready to die trying. Elder Wu issues urgent military orders commanding the Eastern, Southern, and Star God battle zones to merge and launch a massive counterattack against the Lord of the Earth, while all remaining forces mobilize to strike Country B's entire territory. The commanders immediately accept the orders. With fierce determination in their eyes, Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, Ye Xiao, and Zhao Lan vow that even if they all perish on this battlefield, they will get justice for the sealer, his family, and the entire Xia nation. Hovering above the ruined city, the Lord of the Earth laughs at the defenders, calling them pathetic ants making useless struggles, and declares he will swallow their cities one by one as he charges downward to crush them all. Down in the dark, endless depths of the underground tomb, Fang Yi actually remains completely safe, calmly floating inside a protective, glowing sphere of golden energy. His system detects a massive concentration of ancient earth energy, reaching 90%, and immediately begins absorbing it. Fang Yi smiles, realizing the Lord of the Earth never expected this supposed death trap to be the perfect energy source to speed up his recovery. The system monitors his body, confirming that his unstable cultivation realm is rapidly stabilizing, with his overall recovery quickly hitting 50%. Meditating on this power, Fang Yi realizes that the Earth Throne and the Divine Moon Realm's abilities are surprisingly similar, as they both have dual natures. He understands that the Earth element can do both, create and destroy, bring perfect stability, or cause violent destruction. The chaotic energy of his unstable Divine Moon realm actually attracted the stabilizing, constructive parts of the underground Earth energy. This successfully repairs his volatile Moon energy and completely wipes out the painful side effects of his breakthrough backlash. As his system confirms a 70% recovery, Fang Yi notes that if he hadn't already broken through to the Divine Moon realm, this heavy concentration of Earth energy would have instantly killed him instead of helping him. Within moments, the system reports his recovery has already jumped to 90%. Admiring the mysterious beauty of the throne's power, Fang Yi prepares for the final step, as the system confirms his recovery is now at 99%. With his unstable energy completely calmed down, Fang Yi takes a deep breath. Right then, the system alerts him to an unusual surge of high sky yang energy in the atmosphere above, sparking his curiosity. Back on the surface, loud cracking sounds echo across the battlefield as the massive stone slabs sealing Fang Yi start to split open. Feeling this sudden, massive wave of energy, the Lord of the Earth gasps in total shock. Without warning, a colossal pillar of brilliant golden energy violently explodes from the shattered stones, blasting rock debris everywhere and tearing straight through the stormy sky to form a massive vortex. Out of the roaring column of light, Fang Yi slowly descends, covered in a pure, glowing golden aura. Watching him float down, Jiaolan rubs her eyes, unable to believe he survived the throne's deadliest attack. On the ground, the surviving pioneers cheer at the top of their lungs, shouting that a miracle has happened and their nation still has hope. Calling the sealer's survival nothing but temporary luck, the Lord of the Earth laughs arrogantly. He crosses his massive arms and prepares to release his full strength to show them what real, absolute power looks like. With a furious roar, he triggers a massive earth eruption, sending giant, jagged stone spikes ripping through the ground to crush his opponent. Grinning like a madman, the mutated Lord of the Earth fires a rapid barrage of burning rock projectiles, but Fang Yi effortlessly dodges every single attack in midair while keeping his eyes locked on his enemy. Next, the Lord of the Earth summons a massive meteor-like boulder that crashes down from the sky directly at Fang Yi. Amused by this, the sealer mutters to himself, asking if the invader is really just repeating the same basic move. Instead of dodging, Fang Yi launches himself upward like a blazing laser beam, flying straight toward the falling boulder. Pulling back his fist for a massive punch, Fang Yi commands the barrier to break. He drives his fist directly into the giant stone structure, causing a massive explosion that completely vaporizes the boulder. The Lord of the Earth stares in pure shock as his ultimate attack is effortlessly destroyed. Nearby, the other pioneers shout in triumph, cheering for the sealer's overwhelming dominance. They point out that this shows perfect control of power, noting that while the Lord of the Earth only relies on borrowed strength from a throne, the sealer is a true genius who climbed his way to the top step by step. Another pioneer adds that the sealer's top-tier yang attribute can completely suppress all other elements. As the crowd excitedly chants for the Lord of the Earth's defeat, the furious invader clenches his fists in pure rage. Overwhelmed with anger, the Lord of the Earth screams in denial, rejecting their claims of attribute suppression and perfect control. He yells that he is a lord of a throne and refuses to be mocked by anyone. Declaring that he will punish everyone for daring to disobey a throne, he releases a violent wave of chaotic energy, promising to give them the most terrifying death they can imagine. Completely ignoring his threats, Fang Yi calmly looks up at the sky, whispering that it is finally time for it to arrive. Confused, the raging Lord of the Earth looks up too, demanding to know what on earth the sealer is talking about. Fang Yi looks him dead in the eye and clearly states that it is time for his own throne to descend. In an instant, a blinding pillar of golden light erupts from the heavens, completely wrapping around the sealer. A new king is born as the legendary Yang attribute throne descends, officially choosing Fang Yi as its true master.